Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 88 to Chapter 171. Li Zhongjiu walked out with his men. Facing these heavily injured mercenaries, he only said a few words indifferently. Then, he threw out a steel knife and it landed on the ground. These people immediately understood Li Zhongjiu's intention. He wanted them to kill each other. You want us to kill each other? We won't fall for it. Brothers, the dynasty's laws are first. Killing is against the law. Ah. Before this old man could finish his words, his throat was pierced by a sword. This sword was like a firecracker that ignited the remaining people. Instantly, a great battle broke out. Everyone also attacked the people around them. In just a few seconds, everyone had lost their lives in the midst of killing each other. They're all dead? Li Zhongjiu did not expect this. These people were so decisive and ruthless. They should have at least left someone alive. Young Master Li, why don't you hand this person over to us? We can use this as a pretext to make a fuss. Bai Luoxue stepped forward and said. The person she was referring to was Su Huang, who was sitting on the ground and was heavily injured. Su Huang did not dare to believe that there were so many experts in this small Li family. Moreover, there was even a level 3 Yuan beast. This was too much of a bully. It was extremely difficult to defeat a level 3 Yuan beast. Even if they were at the same level, it would be impossible. Moreover, this was a level 3 Yuan beast. It was obviously at the peak of level 3. Only a Sky Origin Ancestor powerhouse would be able to deal with it. Just this level 3 Yuan beast was enough for the Li family to move unhindered in Luoxia City. Even the strength of the Su family might not be a match for the Li family. There might not be anyone who could stand out and block this level 3 Yuan beast. What do you mean by make a fuss? Li Zhongjiu could not help but ask. The Su family has a Huang Yuan, or that we need to establish the merchant union. This person's life is the best reason. Bai Luoxue said confidently. Huang Yuan or? Is it in their Su family? There's no need to use this as a pretext. Today, I'll bring that Huang Yuan or over. Li Zhongjiu said calmly. The Su family had killed a member of the Li family. How could he let it go just like that? Li Zhongjiu's tough attitude made Bai Luoxue and the others look at each other. Originally, according to the plan, with this delay and some tug-of-war, it would take about 10 days to half a month. If this plan did not succeed, it would take even longer. What surprised Bai Luoxue even more was that Li Zhongjiu had directly chosen to take over this matter. Li Zhongjiu said without hesitation. Stepping forward, he grabbed Su Huang and threw him onto the back of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Then, he pointed at Bai Luoxue. You, come with me. The rest of you, get ready to receive the yellow ore. Being called out by Li Zhongjiu in public, Bai Luoxue did not know whether he was lucky or unlucky. If Li Zhongjiu killed his way into the Su family and found that he was not strong enough, what would he do? Bai Luoxue would definitely not be able to escape. Therefore, if he went, he would have to stand on the same line as Li Zhongjiu. However, Bai Luoxue did not hesitate. He directly leaped and landed on the back of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Young Master Li, we are willing to serve. Zhu Yan said. Li Zhongjiu had cured little Ye, but he hadn't had the time to repay him. So now was the right time. Looking at these people, it seemed like they were really going to go all out. This was what Zhu Yan's mercenary team was best at. Follow the people from the Bai family and head to the mine. As his voice fell, Li Zhongjiu, Bai Luoxue, and the heavily injured Su Huang had already soared into the sky. The speed of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was very fast. It was worthy of being a top existence among the level 3 meta beasts. Li Tianqing had just exited from his cultivation state. Previously, when something like this happened in the Li family, the head of the family should have been the first to arrive. However, Li Zhongjiu had appeared and resolved the matter directly. Therefore, Li Tianqing only found out about it later. When Li Tianqing rushed out, he just happened to see Li Zhongjiu sitting on the back of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle soaring into the sky. Where is this brat going? Why is he in such a hurry? Li Tianqing could not help but say. Li Zhongjiu's return this time had changed a lot. Although Li Tianqing also knew that Li Zhongjiu's personality was definitely not an ordinary person in the future, He had never imagined that Li Zongjiu would be able to tame a level 3 meta beast. Furthermore, it seemed like he was going to settle some scores. Why are there so many dead people? Li Tianqing walked to the door and realized that his Li family had already experienced a great battle. As the head of the family, he was really ashamed of himself. Fortunately, there were elders to deal with the aftermath. They also told Li Tianqing what had happened. What? You're saying that the brat flew to Flying Cloud City alone to settle some scores with the Su family? Li Tianqing could not sit still after hearing the elders' words. No matter what, Flying Cloud City could be considered a true third-rate city. Although the Luoxia city where the Li family was located could barely be considered as a city, it was still barely holding on because there was nothing valuable in the surroundings, so it could only be self-sufficient. The comprehensive strength of Flying Cloud City was definitely more than 10 times that of Luoxia City. Although the Su family was not considered a big deal in Flying Cloud City, it was definitely not something that the Li family could provoke. Wasn't by Tianju and Su Tianfeng's childhood companions. At that time, it was because a branch family of the Su family came to Luoxia City to develop. Later on, they found that there was nothing to gain here, so they directly left with their people. There was nothing to develop. Of course, the Li family and other families were already deeply rooted here, so the market was even smaller. However, now, Li Zongjiu was going to face the true power of the Su family. This kind of existence was not a joke. Rest assured, Headley. Since Mr. Li Tianju said so, he must have full confidence. Gu Xuanwu said. Li Zongjiu did not call Gu Xuanwu. After all, Gu Xuanwu promised to protect the Li family, not to help Li Zongjiu. In terms of morality, he could not violate the original moral principle. Of course, if Li Zongjiu had a request, Gu Xuanwu would not help. After all, Li Zongjiu saved his life and most importantly, gave him a chance. A chance to completely turn things around. It was not a life that could only be buried in the soil as it grew older. That's the best. This kid. Can't he have a little bit of a plan when he does things? Li Tianqing was also having a headache. It was good to have such a promising son, but he was afraid that Li Zongjiu would accidentally provoke someone he couldn't afford to provoke. That would be a disaster for Li Zongjiu and even the Li family. However, Li Tianqing couldn't see through Li Zongjiu. It seemed like he had a way to deal with everything that happened. This was what surprised Li Tianqing the most. Looks like I have to train harder. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble this kid will cause. Now that Li Tianqing had obtained the Sky Blaze Lion King technique, he also had the opportunity to become a top expert. If he wanted to be the scapegoat after Li Zongjiu got into trouble, he could only continue to make breakthroughs and increase his strength. Only when the Li family was strong would it not matter what Li Zongjiu wanted to do. Li Zongjiu had defeated the most powerful enemy of the Li family when the Li family was in danger. Now, it could be said that they had overcome a difficult time. However, a family couldn't rely solely on Li Zongjiu to become strong. They had to become strong as a whole. This was the meaning of a family's existence. Only when the whole group became strong could they protect every part of the group. Other people would never dare to provoke them. This was the first time that Bai Luoxue had experienced riding on a level 3 meta beast. This was also the closest that Bai Luoxue had ever gotten to Li Zongjiu. She was only a few meters away from Li Zongjiu. It was hard to believe that the person who had almost single-handedly controlled the market situation in Luoxia City and had single-handedly broken the balance that had existed for decades was sitting in front of her. Moreover, he looked so young. This was what shocked Bai Luoxue. Looking at Li Zongjiu's face, which was full of immaturity, she couldn't help but wonder how Li Zongjiu could create such a storm. What kind of secret did Li Zongjiu possess? Bai Luoxue was extremely curious in her heart. However, when Li Zongjiu sat behind the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, she realized that Li Zongjiu hadn't wasted any time. He had been cultivating this meta beast, absorbing meta force, and improving his strength. He's so hardworking? Bai Luoxue was also surprised by Li Zongjiu's attitude. Among those of the same age, Li Zongjiu's cultivation was already far ahead of his peers. He was obviously outstanding, but he was still so hardworking. Just as Bai Luoxue was staring at Li Zongjiu, a voice rang out. Li Zongjiu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Luoxue in front of him. Bai Luoxue immediately looked away in panic and looked at the scenery in the distance. At this moment, Bai Luoxue's heart was beating violently as if she couldn't control it. Putong, Putong. Are you suffering from altitude sickness? Li Zongjiu said with a frown. Altitude sickness? Was it because the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was flying too high? Was that why she had such a reaction? No. No. In front, we're almost there, Bai Luoxue quickly said. At the same time, she tried her best to hide her embarrassment. However, Li Zongjiu was laughing in his heart. How is it possible for a teenage girl like you to put on an act in front of an old man like me who is thousands of years old? This little girl's thoughts couldn't be hidden from Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu had experienced too much in his previous life. In this life, he was prepared to leave all his energy for this family. In his previous life, he couldn't protect this family well. No matter how much he obtained, it was extremely empty and boring. Therefore, in this life, Li Zongjiu knew what was most important. In front of him, there were mountains surrounding it. This flying cloud city was like a crouching dragon in this mountain range. Although there were mountains around it, these mountains had been cleaned up long ago. Many animal husbandry operations were carried out here to feed meta beasts and plant spiritual herbs. Other than that, the surrounding mines and mineral veins had also found their owners. At the same time, there would often be explosions. This was because they needed to know if there were any mineral veins nearby that had yet to be excavated. The area of Flying Cloud City was almost 10 times that of Luoxia City. The number of people in the city was also very large. In the cities that Li Zongjiu had visited in his previous life, he had seen cities that were thousands of times bigger than this. Therefore, the scene in front of him didn't make Li Zongjiu feel anything. Instead, he felt that it was a little small. Even a group of people who walked out of such a junkyard-like place. They actually wanted to trample the Li family under their feet and knead them as they wished. Wasn't this a little too optimistic? Therefore, Li Zongjiu had to let these people know what was called real terror. On the contrary, Bai Luoxue, who was beside him, had a deeper feeling. Bai Luoxue was born in this small Luoxia city. However, ever since she walked out of Luoxia City and saw the outside world, she realized that Luoxia City was just a drop in the ocean. In order to reach a higher peak, one must first change one's realm, starting from one's horizons. If one's horizons were only able to see the mountain in front of them, one would never know that on the other side of the mountain, there were endless mountains and oceans. Li Zongjiu saw the ambition in Bai Luoxue's eyes. It wasn't desire, it was wildness. Bai Luoxue was clear about her own desires. She knew what she wanted and didn't pursue it blindly. If such a person succeeded, her name would definitely shake the world and create a glorious history. However, there were usually very few people who succeeded. If she failed, she would die. Boom, Flying Cloud City was just a short distance away. The level 3 meta beast, golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, brought great fear to the city guards below. They even became nervous and wanted to shoot down the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. After all, Flying Cloud City was a big city. There were rules in a city. Even if you were a cultivation expert. How dare you ignore the flight restriction order? Shoot down this bird's egg. The general of the Flying Cloud City shouted. Just as the general of Flying Cloud City was about to give the order to attack, a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed precisely in the general's hand. Oh no, it's the Su family's elder. Put it away, put it away. When the general of Flying Cloud City saw the token in his hand, he was startled. Currently, Flying Cloud City's Su family was in the limelight. Recently, they seemed to have caused a lot of trouble and were more active. If Flying Cloud City joined the Merchant Union, its status would definitely rise. Most of Flying Cloud City's taxes came from the contributions of the Merchant Union. Only when the Merchant Union grew stronger would Flying Cloud City become more powerful. Sometimes, these two things complemented each other. In fact, some of the real big business alliances had terrifying financial resources. It was not even a problem for them to control the operation of a city. Bribing from top to bottom was just a difference in numbers. In order to obtain the qualifications to join the Dixian Merchant Alliance, the Su family had spent a lot of money in various aspects. Therefore, the leader of the city guards had no choice but to give face and let the people above pass. Let them pass. The leader waved his hand, and everyone put down their weapons. To them, this was something that they could simply turn a blind eye to. Hence, even under such circumstances, they could tell that the other party's Yuan beast was extraordinary just by sensing its aura. If a conflict really broke out, they might get hurt. Since that was the case, they might as well give face and let them pass. Bai Luoxue heaved a sigh of relief. If a conflict broke out with the city guards, it would not be settled so easily. It was very likely that it would involve a higher level. Li Zongjiu did not make a move. To be honest, Li Zongjiu was not in the mood to deal with these people. However, it was also a good thing that he did not have to make a move. Li Zongjiu was not a homicidal maniac who went around provoking people and killing them when he had nothing to do. This was not Li Zongjiu's style. We don't know where the Su family is located. Although Bai Luoxue had been to Flying Cloud City before, she was not sure where the Su family was located. She could only observe from high up in the sky. What's wrong with this bird? It has already flown 3 rounds in the sky. Could it be that it doesn't know where its home is? Or is this guy showing off on purpose? That's right, it must be the Su family's scheme. The guard on the city wall could not help but say. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle circled in the sky as if it was showing the people of Flying Cloud City that it was a level 3 meta beast. Many people with good eyesight could tell that it was a level 3 meta beast. A person who was powerful enough to tame a level 3 meta beast. How powerful was he? This was another key point that was extremely terrifying to think about. In the Su family patriarch and a group of elders gathered together and looked up at the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle circling in the sky. I don't know where this eagle came from. It's a level 3 primal beast. Who would be so generous to invite such an expert over? Could it be the Huang family? This isn't the first time that the Huang family has obstructed my Su family's development. Looks like if I successfully enter the Dixian Merchant Alliance this time around, I will definitely destroy the Huang family. The head of the Su family, Su Yuliang, said in a deep voice. However, this golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was clearly not invited by the Huang family. With the Huang family's standard, it was obviously impossible for them to invite a level 3 meta beast. Otherwise, they would not have been in a stalemate with the Su family for so long. There was a limit to the number of members the Merchant Alliance could take in. Now that there was an empty seat, it gave the Su family an opportunity. However, this opportunity was only because the Su family had the highest chance of winning. It did not mean that the others were not tempted. The Huang family was one of them. They were also a big competitor. However, their competitiveness was decreasing day by day. The Su family no longer placed him in their eyes. Family head, that level 3 meta beast seems to be flying towards us. An elder said. Su Yuliang also saw it, but at this moment, he still couldn't believe what he saw. *CK, they're really coming for us. Could it really be invited by the Huang family? Before the people of the Su family could react, a strong gust of wind blew past them. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the sky above the Su family. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle flapped its wings, setting off a terrifying tremor that immediately made the elders of the Su family unable to stand firm. One by one, they fell to the ground. Boom, waves of dust filled the air, and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle calmly pecked at its feathers. This flight was smooth, but this was a human territory, and there was a lot of dust. Su Yuliang also composed himself. The other party did not directly launch an attack. From this point of view, he still didn't know what they were here for. Who dares to trespass into the territory of the Su family? Tell me your name. Su Yuliang said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The aura of an origin general was also released. It caused the panicked and chaotic emotions of the entire Su family to slowly calm down. This was the first person to come down from the back of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. It was the second elder of the Su family, Su Huang. Bang! Su Huang's face directly smashed into the ground. A loud sound rang out. He could only see Su Huang's body twitching slightly, but he didn't see Su Huang crawl up. It's the second elder. Elder Su Huang. When they saw Elder Su Huang lying on the ground with his life and death unknown, at this very moment, the emotions in everyone's hearts were different from one another. As the saying goes, some people are happy, while others are sad. Su Huang's enemy Elder was naturally happy. No matter what, Su Huang seemed to have offended someone incredible. Now that he was sent back after being beaten to such a state, it was obvious that they were here to denounce him. As for those who stood behind Su Huang and were in his faction, each and every one of them had a bitter expression on their faces, appearing extremely gloomy. After all, Su Huang had been beaten to such a state, and the other party had directly come to find him. This meant that they weren't afraid of him, and Elder Su Huang had to take full responsibility. In any case, Su Huang's faction was most likely out of luck. When Su Yuliang saw that the one who had fallen was Su Huang, his aura had already sunk to the bottom. However, the most important thing was that the person before him was obviously aggressive. As for how to deal with him, he had to first see what the other party's intentions were. Whoosh, whoosh, two more figures floated down from the sky. A male and a female. From the looks of it, they seemed to be a couple. However, from the expressions on their faces, that didn't seem to be the case. However, after the two of them landed, they brought about a strange change to the scene. 2 children? They had thought that the one who had landed from the back of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle would be an old fellow over 50 years old. Only an old fellow like that, an old monster, would be able to tame a rank 3 origin beast. Only someone like that would have such a cultivation. They weren't like Li Zongjiu and Bai Luoxue, who only had such an attitude. It was truly shocking. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the ones who had come were actually 2 children. Who was the head of the Su family? Li Zongjiu took a step forward and said. Bai Luoxue was also extremely shocked when she heard that. However, at this very moment, she could only stand to the side and listen. Descending with such an attitude had already brought about an enormous shock to them. When Li Zongjiu spoke, that was the aura and attitude of a tyrant. He directly questioned the head of the Su family. Even if Bai Wuhan came, he might not have the courage or the aura to do so. Su Yuliang lifted his eyelids. An elder behind him immediately took a step forward. How dare you? As the elder's voice faded, Li Zongjiu also looked at him. You are the head of the Su family? I am the 3rd elder of the Su family, Su Guo. Su Guo, your mother. Li Zongjiu cursed. Before Su Guo could even get angry, he had already seen the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle raise its tail. Boom, a bolt of lightning exploded from the tail. With a loud boom, the elder's chest was directly charred black by the explosion. Bang, the elder's figure flew out and fell heavily to the ground. With Su Guo's strength, he was able to sit in the position of the 3rd elder of the Su family. His origin power cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th grade Yuan Master Realm. No matter how weak he was, he shouldn't have been defeated by this blow. However, the origin power shield didn't have any effect. I'll ask again, who is the head of the Su family? Otherwise, I'll start a massacre. Li Zongjiu said indifferently again. Some Su family disciples hurriedly went to check on Elder Su Guo's condition. They discovered that Su Guo's aura was extremely weak. It wouldn't be easy for him to wake up at this moment. Even if he recovered, his cultivation would have been reduced to nothingness by the lightning just now. Li Zongjiu was so vicious. Su Yuliang couldn't sit still any longer and immediately walked out. I'm the head of the Su family. Su Yuliang. You came to my Su family and injured my family's elder. Shouldn't you give me an explanation and ask your family's leader to come out? Su Yuliang glanced at his surroundings. He was afraid that the real owner of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was hiding somewhere. For safety's sake, he let these 2 people come out to be scapegoats. Su Yuliang, right? This is your man. Li Zongjiu directly ignored Su Yuliang's words and directly called him by his name. He didn't give him any face at all. Then, he kicked Su Huang, who was in front of him, towards Su Yuliang. Su Huang flipped a few times and finally landed in front of Su Yuliang with a plop. There weren't many people who could make Li Zongjiu give him face. Su Yuliang's eyelids twitched severely. Where did this brat come from? However, compared to Su Huang, who landed in front of him, he was seriously injured and unconscious. Quickly take him away for treatment. This is Elder Su Huang of my Su family. Su Yuliang said to Li Zongjiu. I don't know who the two of you are. If my Su family's elder has offended your elders, my Su family will naturally apologize. However, aren't you a little too heavy-handed? Today, even if you have origin beasts protecting you, you still have to give my Su family an explanation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Regardless of the identity of this person, as long as he was here today, he actually dared to disregard the dignity of the Su family and wantonly trampled on them. It was as if he didn't put them in his eyes. Su Yuliang definitely wouldn't allow this. The dignity of a family was something that needed to be protected with one's life. Your elder killed 4 of my Li family's guards. Tell me, how are you going to compensate us? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Bai Luoxue was shocked. You killed 4 of the Li family's guards, but you killed one of their elders as soon as you arrived. Compared to the elder's life, the guard's life was still more valuable. There was no doubt about that. Of course, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, the lives of the Li family's guards were more valuable. It was worth it for the family to have such a young master. It was worth risking his life for such a family. Li family? Su Yuliang was puzzled at first. There were quite a few Li clans, but within this city, he had never heard of any relatively powerful Li clans. If there was really a Li clan, then there was a Li clan in a second-tier city that was tens of thousands of miles away. No matter how much of a scoundrel the Su family elder was, no matter how unreasonable and overbearing he was, it was impossible for him to travel tens of thousands of kilometers just to kill your guards. Sunset City, Li clan. Bai Luoxue stepped forward and added. If it was just the Li family, it was indeed difficult for the Su family to remember which one it was. Luoxia City? Wasn't Luoxia City a poor and destitute place? In that case, there was indeed a Li clan in Luoxia City. However, even if the 4 major clans of Luoxia City were to join forces, they would still be no match for the Su family. How would they dare to touch the Su family's beard, unless the Fog Snow Alchemy sect supported the Li clan? The Fog Snow Alchemy sect was the #1 sect within 1,000 miles. Its reputation wasn't weak, but it just happened to be in front of Flying Cloud City. There were other sects above Flying Cloud City. Even if the Fog Snow Alchemy sect came, they would have to stand aside. They entered the house and called for help. And this small Li clan actually dared to casually ride a meta beast and think that they could step on top of their heads. It turned out that they were from the Li clan. Sunset City's Li clan? Hee, not to mention that you killed my Su family elder, so what if my Su family members killed your guards? Not to mention your guards, even if they killed your patriarch, what could you do? I think you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you break into my Su family's territory and behave atrociously? Su Yuliang immediately snorted coldly. Since he had already figured it out, there was no need to wait any longer. Capture these 2 for me. Su Yuliang shouted. Immediately, the surrounding guards who were ready to go immediately rushed out with a swoosh. Beep. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle also flapped its wings. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled, and a powerful force directly blasted the Su family guards away. Since you don't want to talk, then let's start a massacre. Li Zongjiu said. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle instantly entered a berserk state. A terrifying force suddenly erupted. With a flap of its wings, it was as if the force of 10,000 caddies was pushing in all directions. Even some of the Yuan master-level guards were instantly smashed away. They flew back hundreds of meters and finally landed in a pile of ruins with a boom. The walls and houses of the Su family also collapsed at this moment. Kill this beast for me. Su Yuliang shouted. The only ones who could fight against the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle were the first elder and a helper of the Su family. Originally, the second elder, Su Huang, also possessed the strength of a Yuan general, but he had already been crippled by Li Zongjiu. This was extremely awkward. The 2 Yuan general experts immediately released their auras. Boom, the figure of one of them was like a 1,000-year-old tree. The surrounding Yuan power protecting his body was actually like an unshakable mountain. Song Mountain Art. Immovable Mountain Art. This person's defense was extremely strong. No matter how the wind whistled by the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, he still stood at the front and continued to charge forward. As for the person behind him, Yuan power was ready to be unleashed. When he approached the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, he leapt into the air. Boom! 8-foot green vine art, binding force. This Yuan general-level powerhouse cultivated the wood elemental formula. The green vine power that erupted from his body had already reached 70 feet long and was already at its peak. This Yuan power held as it swept towards the neck of the golden-winged blue-tail eagle. Once one was bound by the green vines, one would be strangled to death. The power of the green vines grew and multiplied endlessly. It was simply impossible to shake them off. However, the two of them had truly underestimated the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. It was an overlord among the level 3 meta beasts. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's experience in life and death battles, as well as the scenes it had seen, was far more experienced than these people. Boom! The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle used its wings to block the power of the green vines in front of it. However, the power of the green vines only wrapped around its wings. Then, it abruptly stepped forward, raised its claws, and viciously stomped downwards. Oh no! First Elder Su Hui, who was using the immovable mountain technique, immediately widened his eyes. In the next second, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's claws came down and with a bang, Su Hui was forcefully stomped into the ground. First Elder! First Elder! The many elders of the Su family cried out in alarm. They never imagined that this meta beast would be so ferocious. How did these people control such a ferocious meta beast? Su Yuliang's pupils also shrank. When he saw his clan's great elder being trampled into the ground, his heart was also extremely shocked. Wait! Su Yuliang immediately raised his hands and hurriedly shouted. However, the other wing of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle had already swept out and slapped the Yuan general-level consecrator away. Bang! The consecrator's figure was sent flying. His body crashed into the wall with a thud, and at the same time, his body was smashed into pieces. Such an outcome was indeed quite miserable. It was only then that the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle stopped and stared blankly at Li Zhongjiu in front of it, as if asking if it should continue. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand, indicating for the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle to stop. This scene was also seen by Su Yuliang. This golden-winged blue-tailed eagle actually listened to Li Zhongjiu's orders. This was truly shocking. What ability did Li Zhongjiu have to be able to subdue this golden-winged blue-tailed eagle? What? Have you thought about what compensation you want? Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. These people generally wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. If he didn't know the difference between them and him, they wouldn't believe that they were already under someone else's control. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu ordered the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle to attack and directly cripple these two people. These two strongest people couldn't even withstand a single blow from the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Two Yuan general-level powerhouses were both defeated. This was also what shocked Su Yuliang. Although the Su family had a trump card, if this matter could be easily resolved, it wouldn't be so complicated. If Elder Su Huang really killed the Li family's guards, my Su family is willing to compensate for the loss. How about 500,000 gold coins for each person? Su Yuliang said in a deep voice. This price was already very good. If an ordinary guard died in battle, the settlement fee would only be a few tens of thousands of gold coins. However, Su Yuliang knew that the person in front of him was not simple. Therefore, when he made his move, he also hoped to use this high price to force this country bumpkin to back off. These country bumpkins had never seen much of the world. This bit of money was enough to get rid of them. Everything could wait until he joined the Dixian Merchant Alliance. When the time came, there would be plenty of ways to get the money back. This was also Su Yuliang's plan. 500,000 gold coins per person. 4 people, that would be 2 million gold coins. This single move was equivalent to half a year's worth of income for the Bai clan. However, Bai Luoxue wasn't tempted by this amount of money at all. In her opinion, this amount of money was far from enough. It was even more insufficient for Li Zhongjiu. Oh? 500,000 gold coins was enough to kill a person? Then you can count how many people you have in your Su family. Kill as many as you want, and I'll compensate you. Li Zhongjiu sneered and said. The meaning of these words was very clear. Su Yuliang also knew that Li Zhongjiu was here to cause trouble, not to ask for compensation. Damn it, where did this troublesome guy come from? Then what do you think, sir? Su Youhu suppressed the anger in his heart and even wanted to curse out loud. He wanted to know what Li Zongjiu was here for. What exactly did he want? Since you're so sincere, your Su family will compensate us with 70 million gold coins. Also, I heard that you have a piece of yellow ore. It's also ours. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. 70 million gold coins, this was an exorbitant demand. Even if he killed the head of the Li family, he didn't need to compensate so much money. 70 million gold coins was one thing, but he actually wanted the Su family's yellow ore. The yellow ore was the lifeline of the Su family. In order to obtain the mining rights, the family had expended a lot of resources. Fortunately, they had obtained it in the end. The reason why the Su family was able to grow to its current scale was all due to the contribution of the Huan Yuan ore. The yellow ore's safety was guaranteed by the presence of two great Yuan general-level powerhouses. So you are after the Su family's yellow ore. Young man, I don't care who is behind you, but I advise you to give up on this idea. Otherwise, even a level 3 Yuan beast won't be able to save your life. Su Yuliang said in a deep voice. Does that mean that our negotiation has fallen through? Li Zongjiu said casually, as if he didn't take Su Yuliang's threat seriously at all. He even felt as if he had completely disregarded Su Yuliang's words. In the eyes of such a person, as long as one gave him what he needed, everything would be fine. However, if one continued to persist in going about things the wrong way, one shouldn't blame Li Zongjiu for going on a killing spree. You're only relying on that old zombie at the back of the mountain. I'll give you some time to get him to come out. Li Zongjiu said. When Li Zongjiu released his mind power, he already knew that the Su family had someone who was also at the peak of the Yuan general grade. He could even be considered a half-step origin ancestor powerhouse. However, the life force of this half-step Yuan ancestor powerhouse was extremely weak. Therefore, he could only use seclusion to prolong his life. He would only disappear when there was another person in the Su family who could support the Su family or help the Su family avoid this calamity. However, the two Yuan general-level powerhouses had been defeated just like that. In that case, there was nothing more to say. The only way was to summon the patriarch. Hurry up and get the patriarch to come out. Su Yuliang said to the elder behind him. Su Yuliang himself stayed behind and stared at Li Zongjiu. He couldn't wait to kill Li Zongjiu. At the same time, Su Yuliang secretly gave a secret signal to someone. One of his subordinates immediately understood. He was going to look for reinforcements from the Dixian alliance. The reason he had the opportunity to enter the Dixian alliance was because he had a relationship with the people in the alliance. Now that he was facing such a crisis, he had no choice but to use this relationship. I see that you guys are a little slow. Why don't I help you? Li Zongjiu snapped his fingers. Then, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle soared into the sky and quickly flew in the direction of the back of the mountain. Before the elder could reach the back of the mountain, he already saw a bolt of lightning heading towards the forbidden area. Boom, with a loud sound, wind and thunder surged and gravel flew everywhere. The dust that filled the sky soared into the sky. How strong was the lightning on the tail of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle? Li Zongjiu had never tested it before, but the lightning released by the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle had blasted the mountain in front of him into smithereens. Amidst the tens of thousands of rock fragments, a figure suddenly flew out from the ruins. When he landed on the ground, he was incomparably shocked. Someone actually dared to attack me. Could it be that the Su family has been exterminated? The old man, who had just flown out, seemed to be confused about the situation. When he saw the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle in the sky, he was also shocked. You feathered beast, how dare you be so impudent in front of me? The ancestor of the Su family, who had just appeared, immediately roared and charged towards the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Boom, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle flapped its wings and directly shattered the terrifying aura that was charging towards it. However, under the impact, several feathers of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle were shaken off. He saw his ancestor fighting with the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Su Yuliang also had a plan in mind. Take these two down. Another group of guards rushed out. Bai Luoxue was shocked. Were they going to engage in a close combat? the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle alone was not enough to intimidate the Su family. After all, the Su family only needed to be held back a little. Now, there was an opportunity to deal with Li Zongjiu and Bai Luoxue. Do you have a sword? There were already more than 10 people rushing towards Li Zongjiu and the others. Only then did Bai Luoxue hear Li Zongjiu's words. Sword, are you kidding me? Don't you usually carry a weapon when you go out? As a cultivator of elemental energy, he would at least need to carry some defensive items on his body. I only have an embroidered sword here. It's used for ornamental purposes. Bai Luoxue said in a daze. Then, she took out a sword from her interspatial ring. The so-called embroidered sword meant a sword for ornamental purposes. Ah? It's fine. Just make do with it for now. Li Zongjiu also turned around to take a look and was shocked. Didn't the Bai clan auction things every day? How come a small elder like you only had so many things in your hands? He stretched out his hand and took the sword. It was forged in a similar way to an ordinary sword. In terms of weight and feel, it could be considered a normal weapon. However, in terms of material, it was completely carved from a kind of ornamental stone. It was not made of gold or iron. Therefore, when the sword was unsheathed, it would be incomparably dazzling. In some situations, there would even be sword dance performances, and all of them would use this kind of sword. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu unsheathed the sword, Su Youliang's eyes widened, as if there were 10,000 horses galloping in the depths of his heart. What the f***ck? Is this guy an idiot? However, Li Zongjiu quickly used the sword in his hand to tell Su Youliang that he was not a match for Su Youliang. Who was the idiot here? At this moment, the guards who were charging forward were the elite troops of these families. They would not make a move until the very last moment. At this moment, they rushed out with a ferocious look in their eyes. Anyone who threatened the family would have to be dealt with. However, the sword in Li Zongjiu's hand was too dazzling. Bai Luoxue also stood where she was, watching Li Zongjiu waving the sword in his hand. As the sword swayed, she immediately felt a sword technique blossoming among the crowd. The light swayed and flew. It pierced into her eyes, and she could no longer open them and see clearly what was in front of her. Then, she felt as if there was a thin slit at her neck. Then, he felt that the blood in his body seemed to be gushing towards the thin slit on his neck. She reached out and touched it. It was extremely moist. After a while, her vision recovered. When she saw the moist thing in her hand, she was stunned. She was instantly stunned. This? My blood. My neck. She looked around and saw that the rest of her companions had the same fate. They all covered their necks and knelt on the ground. In the end, the blood flowed out of their necks, and they died just like that. More than 10 guards fell to the ground, crossing each other. At the same time, the blood flowed and gathered at Li Zongjiu's feet. Li Zongjiu reached out and made a grasping motion. The blood gathered into a thin line and flowed into his palm. The blood of young people contains so much energy. Li Zongjiu felt the blood in these young people. These people practiced martial arts all year round, and their bodies were strong. The blood beads condensed from their blood also had extremely strong vitality and recovery power. The blood gathered into a bloodline and fell into Li Zongjiu's hand. Looking at it, it gave people a kind of sinister feeling. It even made people's scalps tingle. Seeing this, Su Youliang's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, the 10 lively guards all had their throats slit by Li Zongjiu. This kind of strength was simply beyond imagination. Even the swordsmanship that Li Zongjiu had just displayed was exquisite. In Su Youliang's eyes, it was also extremely exquisite. He couldn't even see how many moves were made clearly. To be able to display the embroidered sword to such a level. This young man must have a very deep understanding of the swordsmanship. The corpses of the 10 guards were instantly sucked dry by Li Zongjiu. The blood condensed into a blood bead in his hand. Such an evil technique. You have evil intentions. Walking on the path of evil at such a young age. Today, I, as an elder, will correct you. Immediately, several powerful elders joined forces to attack. These guards were already scared of being killed. Anyway, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was not here. Could this little Li Zongjiu fight against so many elders? It was impossible for Li Zongjiu to reach that level. Otherwise, all their years of cultivation would have been for naught. Elders, listen to my order. Form the heavenly jade killing formation. Finally, Su Yuliang decided to take action personally. He led the sword formation to take down Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's strength was really too strange. First, he killed so many guards of the Su family. Then, he brought a level 3 primordial beast and was fighting a fierce battle with the ancestor. If Li Zongjiu was killed, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle would definitely be severely injured. Moreover, if he captured Li Zongjiu, he would have a trump card in his hand that could be used for negotiation. He would personally lead the sword formation. Su Yuliang had never thought that there would be a day when he would attack a teenager, and he would be so cautious. Boom! Li Zongjiu took the lead and rushed directly into the sword formation formed by the 6 elders. Seeing Li Zongjiu walk into the trap, the elders all snorted. These elders also snorted coldly. Immediately, they mobilized the Yuan power in their bodies and attacked Li Zongjiu. Good timing. Li Zongjiu swung his fist and met the sword of one of the elders, smashing it fiercely. On Li Zongjiu's fist, an obscure golden light emerged. However, the elder that Li Zongjiu was aiming at was disdainful. You want to use your fist to shake my black gold sword? If you succeed, I'll eat *T on the spot. The elder had a bad temper, but in the next second, Li Zongjiu's fist landed on the elder's black gold sword. Suddenly, a terrifying force spread and exploded. It directly surged into the elder's black gold sword. Boom! The elder's black gold sword suddenly flew out of his hand. The black gold sword that flew out was aimed at another elder. The elder cursed and had no choice but to free his hand to block the sword. In the next second, the hot-tempered elder saw Li Zongjiu's fist coming towards his eye. Bang! A sharp pain came from his nose. Li Zongjiu had broken the bridge of his nose. His eyes were bloodshot, and his ears were immediately filled with the sound of his own bones breaking. It was deafening. Li Zongjiu's fist not only knocked the elder's sword away, but also directly knocked him down. A 6th-grade Yuanshi realm elder was knocked down by Li Zongjiu just like that. This kind of strength was simply unbelievable. Primeval Golden Palm. The 2 elders joined forces to attack. After all, there were so many people, and Li Zongjiu was trapped in the encirclement. If they were suppressed like this, then their Su family would not be able to show their faces. Before entering the business world, who wasn't a Jianghu person, in the past, they used to go around looking for people to fight, smash places, and collect protection fees. But now, they were at a higher level. However, if they really wanted to fight, even though they were a little restrained now, if they really wanted to be ruthless, even they would be afraid. 2 waves of energy came from behind. Li Zongjiu could naturally dodge. However, Li Zongjiu wanted to test the power of his ancient tyrant golden body and see what kind of attack it could block. Bang bang, the 2 primeval chaos golden palms landed on Li Zongjiu's body at the same time, one on his back and the other on his head. Even if the palm strike from the back could not shatter one's internal organs, it could at least shatter one's shoulder blades. At the same time, this palm strike was enough to smash a normal person's head like a watermelon. Li Zongjiu was able to withstand the pressure from both palms at the same time. It was a bold move. Boom, the 2 forces surged into Li Zongjiu's body. However, as the ancient golden tyrant body art automatically circulated within his body, it actually refined the power of the 2 palms, causing Li Zongjiu's body to feel incomparably relaxed. Although Li Zongjiu felt extreme pain when he was struck by the palm on his back, he was able to suppress it very quickly. How could it not hurt when being hit? However, Li Zongjiu also successfully intercepted the destructive power of the 2 elders. He managed to protect himself. When the ancient golden tyrant body art circulated within his body, Li Zongjiu clearly felt that his strength seemed to have increased a little. What, this kid is fine. Impossible. The 2 elders saw that Li Zongjiu, who was under their palms, was not injured at all. There was not even the slightest bit of adverse reaction. They were immediately shocked. The elemental energy that Li Zongjiu had used seemed to have been devoured by a mouth that had grown out of his body. Retreat. The 2 elders saw that the situation was not good and immediately wanted to retreat. However, how could Li Zongjiu let them leave so easily? Too late. Li Zongjiu waved the seemingly useless embroidered sword in his hand and directly cut off the two elders' arms. Blood splattered dozens of meters high and finally fell to the ground with a plop. Even the fingers on their arms twitched a few times. Ah! My hand! Intense pain swept through the two elders, immediately bringing a great impact to them. Both of you, back off. Su Yuliang descended from the sky and slashed at Li Zongjiu with his sword. The sword aura spread out for dozens of meters. Li Zongjiu took a step back and actually stretched out his hand, directly grabbing the blade of the sword. The surrounding sword aura was nothing to Li Zongjiu. Even the two elders' close-range mixed yuan palm could not shake him in the slightest, let alone this mere sword aura. This guy, does he want to die? Seeing that Li Zongjiu actually dared to stand on the spot and use his fingers to grab the sword of the Yuan general-level powerhouse. This was Bai Luoshua's first reaction. Even if he wanted to act tough, he had to look at the situation. What was the point of acting tough in such a risky situation? Bai Luoshua's heart was almost in his throat, about to jump out of his throat. Su Yuliang's sword had already descended. Boom! Li Zongjiu's two fingers firmly clamped down on Su Yuliang's sword. Su Yuliang's eyes widened. Li Zongjiu's actions were simply an insult to him, the head of the Su family. Under the long sword, Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. You can't even grab the sword? The Su family is actually led by such a piece of trash? Li Zongjiu laughed coldly. Su Yuliang immediately felt that the sword in his hand seemed to be controlled by a tyrannical force. Under this force, Su Yuliang could not even control his arm to lift the sword. This is mental energy. Mental energy could not be seen with the naked eye. Only those who also possessed mental energy could sense it. However, if you were controlled by an invisible and powerful force, then you would know how terrifying mental energy was. At this moment, Su Yuliang's heart was shaken. Whoosh! The sword in Su Yuliang's hand suddenly flew out, whistling as it flew forward, instantly piercing an elder of the Su family. Before the elder could react, he saw the sword piercing through his chest. Ugh! Blood instantly gushed up to his throat. Before he could say anything, he had already knelt on the ground. At this moment, another two elders rushed up and quickly sealed his acupoints. Only then did they save his life. Playing tricks. Even if you have mental energy, it's impossible for you to hurt me. You're only a grade 1 Yuan master. Su Yuliang roared. At this moment, Su Yuliang had a rough estimate of Li Zongjiu's strength. When the elders heard that Li Zongjiu was only a grade 1 Yuan master, they were shocked and did not dare to believe it. If Li Zongjiu was only a grade 1 Yuan master, how could he be so difficult to deal with? The energy in Su Yuliang's body exploded, immediately turning into a mountain torrent as it swept towards Li Zongjiu. Mayfly shakes the tree, stormy waves palm. Water attribute energy could also turn into the aura of 10,000 galloping horses. It was as if 10,000 elephants were trampling on a mountain. Blood extinguishing palm. Li Zongjiu could not dodge this palm, so he circulated his energy. The blood dragon in his body woke up and roared as it rushed forward. Boom! Li Zongjiu's blood annihilation palm collided with his opponent's palm technique. In an instant, the powerful impact created an extremely shocking aura. Boom! Both of their yuan energies exploded wildly. Li Zongjiu's figure was sent flying by a huge gust of wind. His entire body flew backward and landed on the ground with a loud boom. At this moment, he had already retreated a distance of more than 10 meters, barely stopping in front of Bai Luoxue. Bai Luoxue wanted to go forward and help Li Zongjiu up. However, she could feel the surging energy within Li Zongjiu's body. If she touched it carelessly, it would definitely spread to her body. However, the energy that Su Yuliang had unleashed had completely disappeared within Li Zongjiu's body. It did not have any effect at all, as if it had been completely absorbed by Li Zongjiu's body. This was incomparably shocking. Could it be that Li Zongjiu's body was a monster? My palm. He looked at Su Yuliang, who was standing on the same spot and seemed to have the upper hand. At this moment, Su Yuliang was holding his own hand. Looking at his palm, he saw that the flesh and blood had already fallen off and was completely corroded. Now, all that was left of his palm was this white bone. How could a normal person not be shocked when such a horrifying thing happened to him? Patriarch, be careful. A sharp-eyed elder immediately drew out his sword and slashed at Su Yuliang's wrist. The neat incision was also revealed. At the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out from his wrist. Su Yuliang immediately covered his wrist and glared at the elder. Could this elder be a traitor? But soon, Su Yuliang saw that his hand had been chopped off, and a bit of his wrist was still there. It was completely corroded. If it had been just a little bit later, his entire arm would have been gone. What? Seeing this scene, Su Yuliang was completely shocked. What a vicious palm technique. Where did you learn such a vicious palm technique? Su Yuliang growled. How could he swallow his anger when his hand was broken by Li Zongjiu? He looked at Li Zongjiu and saw that Li Zongjiu was not injured at all. This made Su Yuliang even angrier and even more shocked. Could it be that this fellow couldn't be killed? Even the patriarch was no match for this demon. In their opinion, Li Zongjiu's methods were methods that only demons could use. This level of strength was simply too terrifying. He couldn't believe that the entire Su family couldn't do anything to a mere youth. In this huge Su family, there was no deterrent force at all. Beep. In the sky, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle suddenly let out a loud cry. Then, a violent electric light bloomed from its body and directly blasted towards the Su family's patriarch. It was as if the patriarch was locked on, and there was no way for him to dodge. With a boom, the powerful electric light hit the Su family's patriarch. The Su family's patriarch's body suddenly exploded in the sky. Boom, the Su family's patriarch, who was charred black, fell from the sky and smashed in front of everyone. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle landed on the roof. It proudly shook its feathers. Even if it didn't land, it still brought a great impact to them. The great ancestor was actually defeated. Moreover, he was directly roasted to such a state. His fate was extremely miserable. They could even see the pain on the ancestor's face before he died. He seemed to want to scream, but at this time, his throat had already been burned to nothingness. Such a tragic end was placed in front of him. Gulp. An elder swallowed his saliva. Even Su Yuliang's eyes widened as he looked at the patriarch's corpse. At this moment, the person who went to the Di Xian Alliance to ask for reinforcements returned. However, the expression on his face was very grave. After seeing such a tragic scene, he knew that the situation didn't improve. Even the patriarch was directly killed. Patriarch, the Mirror Moon Tower's master is not in the city, the elder said in a low voice. Just like that, the last straw was ruthlessly destroyed. What was the origin of the youth before them? Even the Mirror Moon Tower's master fled when she heard the news. She was not in the city, and anyone could tell that it was just an excuse. However, Su Yuliang never imagined that his army would be defeated like a landslide. His Su family's momentum was gone. I never thought that my Su family would suffer such a calamity and be directly annihilated like this. I can't accept this, Su Yuliang let out a long sigh. Patriarch, let's fight it out with him. No matter how strong he is, he's only one person. What's there to be arrogant about? A brave guard stood out and said. At this moment, loyalty and righteousness sounded very grating. Fight it out? What did they have to fight it out with? Since he dared to come alone and turned the Su family upside down, they should know that the Su family was simply no match for him. You. What's your name? Who exactly did my Su family lose to? Su Yuliang said as he stared at Li Zongjiu in front of him. Li family, Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu said. Su Yuliang also kept repeating this name. In the end, he trembled as he took out a jade token. This jade token represented the mining rights of the Xianyuan ore. It was issued by the Xingyan dynasty. Whoever could obtain this token would have the mining rights of the Xianyuan ore. However, this token was in his hand. Whether he could keep it or not would depend on his own ability. Anyway, the dynasty only looked at this token. There were even some black ores that were directly mined without a token. If they were not discovered, it would be fine. However, if they were discovered, they would be directly arrested and all their property confiscated. Therefore, the risk was very high. Everything in the Xingyan dynasty belonged to the Xingyan dynasty. Everything had to be reported to the higher-ups and put on records. Unless you could own your own land. Patriarch, you can't. Patriarch, you can't. I'd rather die in battle than hand over the Xianyuan ore. Some elders and deacons of the family tried to persuade him. Their eyes were filled with hatred for Li Zongjiu. Of course, if these people were really sent to their deaths, they believed that not many of them would be willing to do so. All of you, shut up. My Su family was able to start over from scratch. Today, we can do it all over again. Li Zongjiu, this time, my Su family admits defeat. This Xianyuan ore belongs to you. Then, the jade token that the Xianyuan ore belonged to was directly thrown to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu reached out and caught it. He turned around and threw it to Bai Luoxue, who was behind him. Bai Luoxue couldn't believe everything in front of her eyes. She actually obtained it so easily. It was easy to say, but in reality, it wasn't easy at all. It's true. Bai Luoxue said. I'll give you 2 days to evacuate everyone. As for the other 70 million gold coins, I'll come back next month to collect them. Li Zongjiu was a man of his words. Since he wanted the compensation of 70 million gold coins, he was truly going to take 70 million gold coins. This was no joke. Upon hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Su Yuliang felt as if his teeth had been shattered and swallowed back into his stomach. No matter what, because of Li Zongjiu's appearance today, his Su family's 30 years of hard work had all turned into nothingness in an instant. There was no way for them to make a comeback. If they did not follow the rules in Soaring Cloud City, it was extremely likely that they would be beaten back to their original state, or even completely eliminated. With the Su family's strength, they were able to gather 70 million gold coins. However, if they were to do so, it would be a huge blow to the Su family's vitality. What was the point of their hard work? It was to earn more money. Li Zongjiu and Bai Luoxue once again rode on the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle and soared into the sky, leaving Soaring Cloud City. The matter of the Su family must have received a lot of attention. Based on the situation of the Su family just now, it seemed like they had been dealt with by someone. This golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was clearly looking for trouble. No one knew what kind of price the Su family had paid in the end. It was difficult for outsiders to know. However, it would not be long before the Su family's painful loss would be immediately known by the other factions in the city. Even the death of the ancestor had to be kept a secret. As for the other 2 Yuan general experts, they had to hurry and save them if they could. Otherwise, their Su family would really be unable to recover from this setback. With this jade token, this Huang Yuan ore should not be a problem. Whether or not we can protect it will depend on your Bai family. Li Zongjiu said. He could not leave everything to Li Zongjiu. If that was the case, the Bai family would be useless. Li Zongjiu could only step in and lead this matter onto the right path. At the same time, he could also remove some of the obstacles that were not very strong, so as to speed up their progress. Otherwise, if they kept waiting like this, how long would they have to wait before they could succeed? It was easy for Li Zongjiu to strengthen himself. He only needed to find a place to hide in the mountains and cultivate for 40 to 50 years. Then, he would be able to recover at least 50 to 60% of his cultivation. Even Li Zongjiu had a clear grasp of the general trend of the future. He knew which force to rely on and which sect to join. However, this was only enough to make Li Zongjiu stronger. He wanted to make the whole family stronger. That was to increase the overall strength of the clan. Regardless of whether it was financial resources or the level of origin power, they had to increase in a straight line. This was a family. In the Xingyan dynasty, there were some millennium-old families that even primitive emperors did not dare to provoke. These families were Li Zongjiu's target. Not only was he a millennium-old family, but he also wanted to surpass them. Don't worry. My Bai family is not useless. Bai Luoxue said. Although this was a challenge, and the speed of his footsteps was unimaginably fast, he didn't even have time to stop and rest. But only in this way could one's strength continue to break through. To become a top existence, it was never easy to build a strong family. Even in the situation where her parents had stopped for so long, if she could succeed, then it would be something that would truly prove herself. Alright, I'm going to cultivate. Li Zongjiu said. In the Su family, there were many blood pearls that were refined, and these blood pearls were filled with yuan energy. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu's origin power was of the fire attribute, just like his father. Later on, by chance, he awakened the wood attribute, which allowed Li Zhongjiu to become a decent alchemist. Now that he was reborn, Li Zhongjiu had already mastered the heavenly void divine form record, which was considered a great cheat. And now, Li Zhongjiu's origin power attribute seemed to be more towards the blood demon attribute. This was a very strange mutated attribute. Is it because I killed too many people in my previous life? If the blood demon attribute is cultivated to the later stage, it is very likely to be devoured by the murderous aura. Li Zhongjiu thought in his heart. Therefore, he wanted to suppress the blood demon aura in his body so that it would not be so arrogant. The only way to do that was to cultivate his mental strength in advance. Only then would he be able to control his own strength and control his own origin power. The power of the blood pearls poured into Li Zhongjiu's body. Li Zhongjiu suddenly felt a rather exuberant feeling, and the aura of his body immediately shook. Even the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle could not help but tremble. When Li Zhongjiu's blood demon aura erupted, it would definitely reach a shocking level. This proved that Li Zhongjiu was hiding a murderous god in the depths of his heart. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle could not help but guess in its heart. Although it was a origin beast, it also had a brain. It could think things through and distinguish between actions. The only thing was that it could not speak human language. Just like humans, humans could not speak human language. Two people and a bird circled in the sky close to 10,000 meters, passing through countless layers of clouds. Facing the last ray of sunset, they finally returned to Luoxia City. Presumably, this was the most legendary period of time that Bai Luoxue had experienced. Apart from the time spent on the journey, Li Zhongjiu was alone with a bird. It had not been more than 2 hours since they killed their way into the Su family. They did not even have time to drink a cup of tea. In just 2 hours, the Su family's efforts over the past 20 to 30 years had all been given up. It seemed very simple, as if they only needed to be powerful. But in fact, Bai Luoxue knew that it was not so simple. If Li Zhongjiu had not been pressing them step by step from the beginning, he would have given Su Yuliang and the others a feeling that it was almost impossible for them to turn the tables. No matter how they resisted, they would not have a chance. It seemed that the only thing in front of them was the endless darkness that had cut off all their hope. If it were another person, it would definitely not have such an effect. Also, when Li Zhongjiu made a move, he would never let them feel lucky. Every move he made was fatal. There would definitely be casualties when he made a move. This habit seemed to be innate to Li Zhongjiu. It was difficult to guess and see through. After returning to the Bai family, Bai Luoxue recalled Li Zhongjiu's performance. After a long time, she opened her eyes. There was a trace of shock in her eyes. Invulnerable. After recalling, Bai Luoxue felt that she had sucked in a breath of cold air. Because Li Zhongjiu's attack did not give anyone a chance to breathe. The situation in Luoxia City was stable, but there were many disturbances in the surroundings. In the Northern Medicine Alliance of the Northern Medicine City, Xianxua's disappearance did not attract much attention. The world was so big, Xianxua could go wherever she wanted, unless someone went to inform her, and even then, there had to be a certain number of people who received the news. Only then would people pay attention to it. But in fact, there were already people who noticed. However, this matter was temporarily suppressed. The method behind it was unknown to outsiders. Luoxia City was developing steadily. At the Foggy Snow Pill sect, there was also an annual event. This peak test could be considered as a kind of inspection of the cultivation results of the disciples in the past year. If you didn't make much progress in your cultivation this year, but you still won the competition, then you would be punished as well. Because you did not make any progress. If one wanted to become a disciple of this sect, it could be said that one had to work very hard. Otherwise, if one's master felt that one did not strive for improvement and was rather embarrassing, he would directly expel one from the sect. Then, one's life could be considered finished. There won't be any other sects coming to take you in. Even when he returned to his family, he was still harshly despised by others because of this. The sect was also a place where you learned to respect your master. Learning here was also a very important beginning in life. On the Crimson Afterglow Peak, The 50 feet tall stage had already been completed. This was the main arena, and only the disciple who won in the end could represent the 3 main peaks to participate in the competition. Those who could step on the black stone arena were already considered outstanding disciples. On the long medicine peak, in front of the elder who was in charge of registration, there were also many disciples surrounding him. I can't accept it. How could that brat Li Zongjiu directly get a ranking? He didn't even participate in the competition. That's right, there's a conspiracy. Elder, you must explain this to us clearly. Many disciples gathered in front of the elder, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. The message that a sect needed to convey was naturally to announce fairness and impartiality. Even if you wanted to cheat, you could not do it so obviously. But this time it was too much. Li Zongjiu, a disciple who had just joined the sect for less than a year, had become the #1 disciple of Longherb Peak. Li Zongjiu was the #1 disciple of Longherb Peak. This was a little too much. And most importantly, senior sister Lin Yao, who was ranked 2nd, did not have any reaction at all. But who was Lin Yao? She was the granddaughter of the peak leader. She was beautiful, skilled, and had a strong background. There must be many little puppies following behind her. All of them were standing up for Lin Yao. We refuse to accept this. Our senior sister Lin Yao is in first place. What happened to the fair and open competition? Even if I have to be grounded, I will fight for justice for senior sister Lin Yao. These little puppies seem to be using all their strength to cry out for Lin Yao and fight for justice. However, Lin Yao didn't know about it at all. Tomorrow was the official peak competition, and each peak had to hand over 5 disciples to compete in the black stone arena. Elder, we don't want to make things difficult for you. Just ask Li Zongjiu to come out. I will wait for him here. If he can defeat me, I, Wang Bai, will admit defeat without hesitation. Wang Bai, he was the 3rd disciple of Longherb Peak. It was said that Wang Bai also came from Luoxia City, but he was only from a small family. Luoxia City was so big that it was normal for there to be many people. Since Wang Bai had already spoken, the surrounding disciples applauded with all their might. Anyway, it was not their turn to fight. It was already very good for someone to stand up for them. They could just follow behind and watch the show. Wang Bai was not weak in terms of Yuan-Qi cultivation. Moreover, he shone brightly in terms of alchemy. Although most of the disciples on the Long Medicine Peak did not assist in alchemy, they joined the Long Medicine Peak to enjoy the benefits of the elixirs distributed by the Long Medicine Peak. But the talent that Wang Bai displayed was enough to make the elders of Longherb Peak pay attention to him. In the future, he was very likely to become a grade 2 alchemist. Therefore, the words of the other disciples might not carry enough weight, but Wang Bai's words could not be ignored by the elders. Ask Li Zongjiu to come out. Yes, ask him to come out. Ask Li Zongjiu to come out. One by one, they shouted excitedly. Their purpose was to ask Li Zongjiu to come out. They could not tolerate a fellow who had only joined the sect for less than half a year. How could they allow such a thing to happen? Shut up. Just when the crowd was boiling with resentment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw that it was the eldest senior sister whom they had been yearning for day and night. The eldest senior sister had come down from the mountain to gain experience. There was a trace of boldness in her body. She gave off a very refreshing feeling. Those who had been through a lot would do things simply and directly. There would not be the slightest sloppiness. Because they knew that once they were sloppy, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. This is the sect's decision. I, Lin Yao, also acknowledge Li Zongjiu's strength. If you want to drive him out, then you have to defeat me first. Lin Yao stood out and said. Li Zongjiu was the savior of Lin Yao and her grandfather. Although she didn't know the details, Lin Yao had been to the Li Mansion once. She knew the situation in the Li Mansion. It was definitely not that simple. This Li Zongjiu could only be more terrifying than she imagined. Seeing that the eldest senior sister stood up for Li Zongjiu, this was incredible. Those little puppies all widened their eyes and looked at their senior sister in disbelief. How is this possible? Who exactly is Li Zongjiu? How dare he be so arrogant? Even the eldest senior sister was speaking up for him. What did this kid do to deserve this? How could he have the eldest senior sister stand up for him? Make way, I'm here to sign in. Just as everyone was dumbstruck, another voice rang out. This voice sounded very young and unfamiliar. It was a voice that was rarely heard. The person squeezed in front of the window. The elder looked at the disciple in front of him. He could not help but ask, the competition is already over. Why are you here to sign in? Oh, it's Lin Song who told me to sign in directly. Lin Song. You. How dare you call the peak master by his name? What's your name? Li Zhongjiu. The elder was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. This disciple who came out of nowhere actually dared to call the peak master by his name so arrogantly. If they did not teach him a lesson, people would think that the long medicine peak had no manners. However, after hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, the elder's eyes suddenly widened. You're Li Zhongjiu. At that instant, countless gazes landed on Li Zhongjiu's figure. These gazes contained different emotions and colors. Li Zhongjiu, what does this mean? Li Zhongjiu had just returned to Xianxia Peak when he remembered that he wanted to enter the foggy snow valley to cultivate for a few days. Therefore, he had to sign in before he could participate in the competition. Only by winning could he enter. This was the rule. Even Lin Song couldn't open the back door. If Li Zhongjiu could defeat the sect master of the Foggy Snow Pill sect, then it would be possible. In such a large sect, sometimes, one person's words were not enough to make the final call. It was possible to play some tricks in the middle. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also came in person to participate in the competition between children. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't look very friendly when he looked at these people. Li Zhongjiu. He is Li Zhongjiu. Lin Yao saw Li Zhongjiu in front of her. This Li Zhongjiu's behavior looked very relaxed and natural. Even under the gaze of so many people, he still didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness. His clothes were also very simple and neat. However, from the looks of it, he looked just like an ordinary young man. Even in this sect, he would be considered a very decent disciple. Such a disciple would basically not have any big changes or shocking actions. He would just live a normal life. However, the Li family of Luoxia City was really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Therefore, Lin Yao was surprised. If Li Zhongjiu didn't say her name, Lin Yao wouldn't have guessed that the person in front of her was the person who saved her grandfather and her life. You are Li Zhongjiu, right? I am your senior brother Wang Bai. Wang Bai pushed away the disciple in front of him like a crazy gorilla and came in front of Li Zhongjiu. Do you want to fight? Li Zhongjiu asked coldly. He wasn't stupid. These people gathered here one after another. If they weren't here to cause trouble, were they here to line up and treat you to a meal? Playing dumb was Li Zhongjiu's style. What's more, there was no reason for Li Zhongjiu to play dumb with these people in front of him. You've got guts. That's right, today I'm here to challenge you. If you can defeat me, then you'll have the qualifications to be ranked first. Otherwise, even if senior sister Lin Yao protects you, you'll never be able to sit firmly in this position. We'll never accept this. Wang Bai raised his head and puffed out his chest as if he was standing at the peak of morality. Now, even if Lin Yao came forward, there was nothing she could do. Lin Yao? Who is it? But if you want to fight, can we start now? Li Zhongjiu said. Who is Lin Yao? You're a disciple of Longherb Peak, but you don't even know senior sister Lin Yao's name. Such a disciple was simply disgraceful. But Wang Bai also heard Li Zhongjiu's words. Since he accepted the challenge, then everything was fine. Wait till I kick your ass in front of everyone, in front of senior sister Lin Yao. At that time, senior sister Lin Yao will know who is the best match for her on this Longherb Peak, the one who can follow senior sister Lin Yao's footsteps the most. Since you're ready, then prepare to die. Wang Bai roared, then took off his shirt, revealing his firm chest muscles. No need, Li Zhongjiu wanted to tell Wang Bai not to bother, but seeing that Wang Bai had already taken off his shirt, he let it go. No need for what? Nothing, you do it. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. He actually asked him to attack first. As the saying goes, the one who strikes first gains the advantage. Unless you have absolute confidence in winning, then you can boast. Otherwise, if you let others attack first and then defeated you in the end, wouldn't you lose face? You're courting death. Wang Bai was more or less at the level of a second senior brother. But now he was provoked by Li Zongjiu, who clearly didn't put him in his eyes. Then I'll use my strength to show you what true strength is. People like you who go through the back door and try to force your way into the rankings are all trash, Wang Bai roared and pounced on Li Zongjiu. Circulating the Yuan energy in his body, Wang Bai had already reached the 9th grade of the Yuan realm. One must know that Li Xing was only at the 6th grade of the Yuan realm, but he was already considered a very good genius and was carefully nurtured by Lu Shun. But this Wang Bai in front of him had actually reached the 9th grade of the Yuan realm. As expected of someone who had gone down the mountain to train for a period of time. His strength was indeed different. The surrounding disciples were shocked by the aura that Wang Bai displayed. Compared to the previous battle, senior brother Wang Bai's aura seemed to have risen. It seemed like he had made another breakthrough in his strength. This was truly inconceivable. Given Wang Bai's valiant momentum, it would not be difficult for him to win glory for Long Medicine Peak. Go, beat that arrogant brat to the ground. Beat him up. Even Lin Yao held back from attacking because she also wanted to see if Li Zongjiu was really that capable. Or rather, Lin Yao wanted to see how capable Li Zongjiu was. Slap, Li Zongjiu's figure moved. The moment Wang Bai pounced on him, he had already moved. Wang Bai swung his fist with all his might, trying to send Li Zongjiu flying. However, his fist was like cotton candy in front of Li Zongjiu. It did not have the slightest bit of power. Therefore, Li Zongjiu reached out and grabbed Wang Bai's wrist. He took advantage of the opportunity to throw Wang Bai forward. Wang Bai's figure directly rose into the air. He did not know that he had the potential to be as light as a swallow. Immediately, Wang Bai's figure rolled down the mountain. F***ck, help. Wang Bai was like a rolling watermelon, rolling down from the top of the mountain. During this process, he was actually unable to free his hands to stop his body. Because Li Zongjiu had used a little bit of strength in this move, Wang Bai was like a rolling cylinder. It was difficult for him to stop while he was rolling. Senior brother is in danger. Hurry up and save senior brother. When they saw that Wang Bai was about to roll to the foot of the mountain, a few disciples from the same lineage as Wang Bai immediately chased after him. Why did senior brother Wang Bai fly down by himself? Everyone felt incredulous. In their opinion, senior brother Wang Bai flew down by himself. How could he do such a thing? Could it be that senior brother Wang Bai was paid by Li Zongjiu to put on an act? However, looking at the way he was rolling down, it seemed like he was really falling down. Suddenly, these people were also surprised. Although this mountain was not very high, rolling down it would take at least half of one's life. If they did not stop him in time, he might really die. Can I sign in now? Li Zongjiu came in front of the elder and asked. Even the elder was stunned by what he saw. After all, even he couldn't see Li Zongjiu's movements clearly. Oh, come, write your name here. This is your name tag. Do your best in the Blackstone Arena tomorrow. The elder said and gave him some words of encouragement. Of course, this was just a casual remark. After all, Long Medicine Peak wasn't focused on fighting, so it wasn't the focus of the peak test. The two main battle peaks were the ones that everyone was truly paying attention to. It was said that the most monstrous one was Mo Chu from Fierce Peak. Mo Chu's talent was monstrous. Within half a month of entering the sect, he had already become a Yuan practitioner. His cultivation speed soared like a rocket. Half a year later, he had already completed the foundation of the Yuan practitioner level. Ordinary disciples would need at least 2 years to complete this step. In Longherb Peak, even a genius like Lin Yao had to spend 9 months to pass the novice level. Thereafter, her cultivation at the Yuan master level had to be steady and steady. After Mo Chu had broken through the Yuan master level, his talent hadn't been depleted. It was as if his talent hadn't been used up. It was still erupting. He had been triumphantly advancing. In less than 3 years after entering the sect, he had already become a grade 7 Yuan master expert. Lin Yao's current strength was only at grade 4 Yuan master. Although Lin Yao's strength was stronger than Elder Lu Shun's alchemy skills were far above Lin Yao's. To become an elder of Long Medicine Peak, Wanjuan Qi level was secondary. It was enough if one could barely pass. However, one's alchemy skills had to pass. There was no doubt about this. Mo Chu, a grade 7 Yuan master expert, would be able to become a Yuan general expert after 3 to 5 years of cultivation. To be able to become an elder of Fog Snow Alchemy sect in less than 8 years, he was definitely a monstrous disciple. No one knew where Mo Chu's future would stop. Well, does the champion of the peak test have the right to challenge an elder? Li Zongjiu suddenly asked. The first place had the same qualification as the third place. Both of them could enter the Fog Snow Valley to cultivate. However, the alchemy pills given to him were different. As the champion, he would be given a high grade 2 alchemy pill to assist him in his cultivation. It was even possible for him to break through to the next level in a short period of 3 days. But in reality, there was a hidden rule. That was, if this disciple could challenge a Yuan general ranked elder and win, then he would be able to do so. That way, they would be able to enjoy the same treatment as the elders. He cultivated in the Fog Snow Valley for 4 whole days. All of this added up to a total of 7 days. In other words, Li Zongjiu could stay in the misty Snow Valley for 7 days. But no one had ever been able to reach such a level. After all, this elder was a Yuan general. Of course, there were also many people who tried to challenge him. After all, this was one of the rare few who could receive personal guidance from a Yuan general level elder. The reason for this rule was to give these disciples an unsurpassable goal. This was to let them know that there was no end to learning. And with Li Zongjiu's tone, it was clear that he wanted to challenge the elder. Of course you can challenge an elder. If you win, not only will you be able to enjoy 7 days of cultivation in the Fog Snow Valley, but you will also be given 2 high-grade 2 alchemy pills, the Skywind energy gathering pills. When the disciples heard this, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. I can't believe there's such a thing. That's a good move. However, it should be impossible for him to defeat an elder. Someone else said. It didn't seem so easy to achieve. The elders were all Yuan general level powerhouses after all. The elder who was going to challenge him was not an elder from Longherb Peak. Instead, it was the elders of the Battle Peak. Those people could be said to have cultivated specifically for battle. Even the techniques that they usually cultivated were some real killing techniques. If they could reach the position of an elder, then they would be even more extraordinary. What kind of disciple could defeat an elder, no one knew, but no senior brother or senior sister in history had ever succeeded. Therefore, very few people knew about this hidden rule. The elder was a little surprised that Li Zongjiu knew about it. Li Zongjiu had only joined the sect for half a year. Even this peak test was his first time participating in it. Li Zongjiu certainly couldn't tell him that he had transmigrated back. But since this rule existed, it was fine. After all, so much time had passed, and some things had changed since he was reborn in this life. This was clearly a different world, so it might be affected. Li Zongjiu quickly signed his name on the book and took out his name tag. He had to bring this name tag to the battle tomorrow. It was Wang Bai, who had rolled down from the peak. Fortunately, he had only suffered some superficial wounds. With Longherb Peak's ability, he could easily get back on his feet after rubbing some medicine on it. It was also because everyone was on the same side, and Li Zongjiu treated these people as children, so he didn't kill them directly when he attacked. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be enough for Li Zongjiu to kill in half a day. Wang Bai, who was lying on the bed, was also howling in pain. Li Zongjiu had also been listening to the howls coming from the opposite house for the entire night. Most of the Longherb Peak's disciples' dormitories were gathered together. Even in Fog Snow Elixir sect, there were frequent appearances of meta beasts. Therefore, it was safer to gather them together. As for Li Zongjiu, he was just meditating. He wasn't moved by external things. At the same time, he was also studying the ancient golden tyrannical body art. The ancient golden tyrannical body art came from the golden dragon tattoo, which was formed by the golden dragon sovereign's dragon soul power. If that's the case, there must be a primordial art hidden in the other dragon souls. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of this. The heavenly void gods record that he had obtained in his previous life was only a grade 7 primordial art. Even if he were to cultivate it again, he would at most reach the level of his previous life, but he wouldn't be able to surpass it. The exact same ending awaited Li Zhongjiu. This wasn't the ending that Li Zhongjiu wanted. In this life, he had to find a way to break through the Saint realm. I created the Prime Soul Fusion Pill in a vain attempt to fuse the 4 dragon souls. In that case, I was wrong. The dragon souls have already been formed, so it's useless for me to fuse them. It's just power. But what if I cultivate the primordial arts of the 4 dragon souls at the same time? With this thought in mind, Li Zhongjiu's divine sense sunk as he immersed himself into his yuan bead. Bai Longwen, what are you hiding? Li Zhongjiu unleashed his mental energy. All of it fused into the origin bead. It awakened the white dragon soul. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu felt that his mental energy seemed to be bathing in an extremely warm environment. In this environment, Li Zhongjiu's mental energy also felt like it was being slowly caressed, which could achieve a calm and focused effect. In this spiritual world of nothingness, he continued to explore. He felt the existence of the power within. However, Li Zhongjiu did not find any origin bead even after roaming around in this vast and mighty mental energy. Could it be that my mental energy realm is not high enough? Li Zhongjiu thought as he retreated. After searching for a long time without any results, Li Zhongjiu changed his method. If I use the aura of the golden dragon soul or the blood dragon soul, I might be able to find something in this white dragon soul. Li Zhongjiu thought. After all, Li Zhongjiu belonged to the human clan. If he used the aura of the human clan to pry into the secrets of the dragon clan, it would naturally be difficult to succeed. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also tried to imitate the aura of the golden dragon soul, and once again entered the white dragon soul's world. This time, there was indeed an unusual feeling. When Li Zhongjiu descended once again, he clearly felt a sense of familiarity. At the same time, a origin bead also gradually appeared in Li Zhongjiu's mind. White God Inscription. Li Zhongjiu's eyes shone with a bright light. White God Inscription. This was the origin bead found in the white dragon soul. When Li Zhongjiu finished reading the entire text, he was immediately shocked by the contents of the text. This white God inscription, above the content of the 7th grade inscription, there is actually this half of text sealed. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu seemed to see hope. However, Li Zhongjiu could not read this half of text no matter how hard he tried. 7.5. This white God Fu is actually a level 7.5 mental energy origin formula. Li Zhongjiu was excited. Level 7.5, this was already beyond the level 7 realm, beyond the sovereign realm. The White Dragon clan was worthy of being called the most ancient bloodline. It was so powerful. However, in order to obtain the last half of the text, Li Zhongjiu needed to raise his mental strength to a certain level. Otherwise, it would be difficult to succeed. But for Li Zhongjiu, he was not in a hurry. As long as he could find it, then Li Zhongjiu would have the opportunity and sufficient time to free you. As long as you existed, then it would not be a problem. The only difference was the speed of the process. Although the last half of the text was difficult to read, the White God Fu itself was an extremely powerful mind cultivation origin formula. Since Li Zhongjiu wanted to break through the realm of his previous life, he had to start a new cultivation now. This White God Fu was Li Zhongjiu's opportunity. That night, Li Zhongjiu tried to cultivate the White God Fu. While Li Zhongjiu was cultivating the White Divine Fu, he could clearly feel that his White Dragon origin spirit seemed to have become even more powerful at this moment. A wave of energy was also gradually recovering. After a night of cultivation, Li Zhongjiu's mental strength had improved a lot. According to the current standard, Li Zhongjiu's mental strength was equivalent to a level 2 spirit master. However, if he used the bonus of the White Dragon origin spirit, it would be equivalent to a level 3 spirit master. This was not difficult. The thunderous sound of the bell had already resounded above the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. On this day, all the disciples were incomparably excited. Those who represented their peaks to participate in the battle were all in high spirits. On the blazing peak, at the highest point of the mountain, a figure was sitting cross-legged. When the first sound wave of the bell brushed past his body, the clothes on his body swayed like ripples. After feeling this movement, the person slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with a trace of arrogance. At this moment, he was at the peak where he could overlook the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. This year is already the 3rd year since I entered the sect. Who in the Fog Snow Alchemy sect can be my opponent? Lin Yao, when I become the future sect master candidate, I don't believe that you won't be moved by me. Chu stood up. The current Chu was exactly 20 years old. He was the same age as Lin Yao. However, at this moment, Chu's eyes were not filled with the struggle and fighting spirit of an ordinary youth. What he possessed was more of the ambition hidden deep in his heart, which was finally about to erupt. This kind of hidden tyranny was the most terrifying existence. As Chu stood up, his ink-like clothes fluttered in the wind. The wind at the top of the mountain was really bone-chilling. Chu directly faced the cold wind as he leaped down from the mountain peak that was a few thousand feet tall. From this position, he could also land on the Black Stone Arena. The Black Stone Arena was bustling with people. Li Zongjiu also followed the elders of the Long Herb Peak to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. The disciples of the Crimson Afterglow Peak were already prepared to receive them. Although they were all from the same sect, there was still relatively little interaction between them. Under normal circumstances, they would cultivate on their own peaks. Usually, they would only meet each other when there was an activity or a sect gathering. It was Li Zongjiu's first time on the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Not to mention other things, the soil of the Crimson Afterglow Peak gave off a fiery feeling. The fire elemental energy here was rampant. Such a place was also advantageous for disciples with fire elemental energy. Li Zongjiu walked in front. The one leading the way was the elder in charge of signing in yesterday. Even Lin Yao followed behind Li Zongjiu. When they entered the Black Stone Arena, Li Zongjiu could feel the excitement of the Long Herb Peak disciples behind him. When the mountain-like arena appeared in front of them, they would be accompanied by the loud cheers of their fellow disciples. At this moment, they seemed to be filled with glory. Young people will always be young people. What's there to be excited about? Li Zongjiu said with disdain. Li Zongjiu, who was used to life and death situations, was completely unmoved by this situation. It could even be said that he didn't feel anything at all. Look, the one descending from the sky is the genius disciple of the blazing peak, Chu. Someone shouted loudly. Everyone also looked towards the sky. Suddenly, they saw a black figure descending from the sky. When this figure landed, it was like a ferocious black eagle. He's coming towards us. The faces of Wang Bai and the others changed. If they fell from such a high height, the people who were hit by them would all die instantly without any hesitation. How could this person not have any sense of safety? Li Zongjiu frowned. He saw Chu land in front of the Long Herb Peak disciples. Boom, that berserk aura also spread out, causing people's hearts to involuntarily tremble. This aura was truly powerful. Wang Bai was originally confident that he could perform well in this arena. But now, when he saw Chu, he felt that he couldn't lift his head. In front of Chu, Wang Bai's strength was not worth mentioning. Needless to say, those who couldn't stand Wang Bai. Chu looked at Wang Bai and the others like a king. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Yao. You've improved a lot. Chu's words made Lin Yao feel uncomfortable. It was as if an elder was giving advice to a junior. Junior brother Chu, watch your words, Lin Yao said as she glanced at Chu. According to seniority, Chu had to address Lin Yao as senior sister. After all, Lin Yao had joined the sect earlier and was born as a member of the sect. How could an ordinary person compare to her? Furthermore, as the senior sister of Long Herb Peak, how could she be taken advantage of by someone from Fierce Peak? When Chu heard this, he laughed heartily. After today, senior sister Lin Yao, you can't talk to me like this. Junior brothers of Long Herb Peak are welcome to visit Fierce Peak in the future. You're the Peak Master. Visit your place? Li Zongjiu abruptly blurted out a sentence. Chu was obviously treating himself as someone important. If he wanted to act tough, Li Zongjiu wouldn't mind if he walked further away. However, since he wanted to act tough in front of Li Zongjiu, then Li Zongjiu wouldn't be polite to him. Chu said directly. The smile on Chu's face froze. Then, his relaxed expression turned cold and gloomy. When they turned around, they realized that there was a young disciple behind them. Li Zongjiu looked even younger than them, and he looked extremely unfamiliar. They had only seen him a few times, which meant that this guy hadn't been in the sect for long. How dare he talk to Imochu in such a tone when he had just joined the sect? This kid must have not figured out the situation yet. How dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Imochu snorted coldly and questioned. Let me tell you, if you look at me like this again, I'll beat you up until you can't even shit. Li Zongjio was extremely displeased when he saw Imochu's gaze. He pointed at Imochu and spoke without any trace of politeness. Li Zongjio's words were a little vulgar. However, in front of the disciples of Long Medicine Peak, they still felt extremely domineering. This was the way to go. He wanted to give Imochu a hard slap. However, no one knew what the outcome would be. Lin Yao's eyes widened as she stared at Li Zongjio. At this moment, she finally understood what was so special about Li Zongjio. That was, Li Zongjio was not bound by the rules at all. These words could be said to be completely unrestrained, but it gave people a feeling of open-mindedness and carefreeness. However, he was open-minded. Imochu was enraged. You're courting death. Imochu's eyes were ablaze with flames. The aura on his body burst out and a powerful aura rushed towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio was also prepared to beat up the person in front of him. However, the elder from the Long Herb Peak had already walked over to them. Presumptuous. How dare you attack without permission? Whatever grudges you have, let's talk about it in the arena. Although Imochu was the pride of the sect, the elder was still an elder of Long Herb Peak. He was one of them. Therefore, Imochu retracted his aura after hearing his angry shout. You're lucky to have survived. Imochu tidied his clothes and said angrily. If he really attacked, he could beat Li Zongjio until he became an idiot. What an idiot. Li Zongjio said. He disdained to fight with such a kid. Otherwise, with his evil lord's temper, he would have already refined him into a blood bead. Hearing Li Zongjio's curses, Imochu clenched his fists so tightly that they looked like crispy peas. He wanted to turn around and cripple Li Zongjio. However, the elder was here and today was an important day. It wasn't a good time to cause trouble. The sect master and the other peak masters would be here as well. It would be difficult to explain the situation. Well done, Li Zongjio. After Imochu walked far away, Wang Bai was the first to clap. He gave Li Zongjio a thumbs up. Li Zongjio was definitely the first disciple who dared to confront Imochu. What's wrong with that? You bunch of cowards. Li Zongjio said disdainfully. These kids were really useless. How could they sacrifice their lives for their family and country in the future? We'll prepare more fruits for you later. Don't worry about it today. That's right, junior brother Zongjio. Don't worry. We won't let you miss out on your lessons. We'll give you a copy of our notes and you can recuperate in peace. It seemed like they had already started preparing for Li Zongjio's injuries. This made Li Zongjio want to give each of them a slap to let them know why the slap was so loud. This small disturbance was like an accelerant before the start of the competition. It had the effect of livening up the atmosphere, which made people feel very happy. The noisy venue was soon filled with people. The contestants had to be present. The other disciples would also come to watch on time. After all, this was the honor of their own cultivation peak. If they didn't show up and show their support, how could they cultivate a sense of collective honor? Above the crimson afterglow peak, the wind and clouds gathered. Imochu returned to the camp of Fierce Peak. When the elders of Fierce Peak saw that Imochu seemed to have accumulated a lot of resentment, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is it that made you so angry? Qin Lai, the elder of Fierce Peak, asked. As the great elder of Blazing Peak, he represented the strongest force on Blazing Peak. After all, the existence of the Peak Master was only symbolic. Of course, the strength of the Peak Master was undeniably strong. However, most of the time, the great elder would be the one to make the move when the time came. Could it be that the old fox from Crimson Afterglow Peak is pressuring you? Qin Lai suddenly had an impulse to stand up for Imochu. Like his name, his temper was also quite irritable. It was obvious that he wanted to fight with the elders of Crimson Afterglow Peak. The old fox that Qin Lai was talking about. He was also a competitor for many years. The great elder of Crimson Afterglow Peak, Yan Beihan, this was clearly a fire elemental formula, yet it just had to have such a cold name. This made Qin Lai feel extremely displeased. However, displeasure was displeasure. As an old friend of many years, the friendship between them was still very deep. However, in such a peaceful era, a real competition was needed to promote a better environment. No. It's not Elder Yin. It's an ignorant kid from Longherb Peak. Elder, don't worry, I will settle this myself. Emochu said calmly. Longherb Peak? Since when did Longherb Peak become so stubborn? Qin Lai couldn't help but frown and say. The Longherb Peak was an important part of the Snow Mist Pill sect. Most of the pills provided were refined by the disciples of the Longherb Peak. However, the disciples of the Battle Peak had always complained that there were not enough pills and that there were too few of them. If there were more elixirs, their strength might increase even more. Of course, these grievances didn't dare to spread to Longherb Peak. After all, these alchemists were each more arrogant than the other. After all, alchemists were extremely popular. The people of Longherb Peak usually kept a low profile. When participating in such a competition, most of the time, they would interact with each other. However, there were still some people who really wanted to stand out. Compared to the people of Battle Peak, the gap was still quite big. Boom! A ray of light shot up to the sky. On the high platform, there were a few seats. 3 Peak Masters. The sect master of Foggy Snow Pellet Sect. There was also a Supreme Elder who flew over together with him. Following the appearance of these people, the disciples in the crowd gave them a warm round of applause. Ignite the fire beacon. The Misty Snow Pellet Sect master waved his hand and ignited the Saint Flame on the Saint Flame Peak 1,000 meters away. This was a display of the Misty Snow Pellet Sect's strength. The sect master is actually so powerful. Li Zongjia was also a little surprised. Judging from the performance just now, the white-robed old man's cultivation had actually reached the origin ancestor realm. It was no wonder that no one dared to offend the Misty Snow Pellet Sect even though it was located in a small corner. In addition to the strength of the sect master, the Supreme Elder who had been sitting beside him and looking like he was about to fall asleep seemed to be quite powerful as well. It was no wonder that the Misty Snow Pellet Sect could develop freely with such an expert overseeing it. This was the true strength of a sect. As the fire beacon burned, it symbolized the prosperity of the sect. It was an auspicious sign. The peak test begins. The rules of the competition. Falling to the ground means defeat. Losing consciousness means defeat. Surrendering means defeat. There are no restrictions. An elder of the Crimson Afterglow Peak held a long scroll with a long list of names on it. There would be a total of 15 people in the competition, and there would be a vacancy in each round. There would even be situations where people from the same sect would fight each other. The first round, Xianxia of the Rulai Peak versus Lin Yao of the Longherb Peak. Lin Yao was actually the first to go up. This was somewhat unexpected. However, there were also benefits to being the first to go up. At the very least, she wouldn't be affected by the situation later on. If she saw that everyone was as vigorous as a dragon, she would be more or less affected psychologically. Therefore, the benefits of being the first to go up were obvious. She wouldn't be affected by other situations. Senior Sister Lin Yao, go. Go Senior Sister. The Longherb Peak will win. The disciples of the Longherb Peak cheered loudly. Even Xianxia of the Rulai Peak had a bitter expression on his face. Everyone in the Rulai Peak knew that Lin Yao was the target of Emochu's pursuit. If he injured her, Emochu wouldn't let him go. Of course, with Xianxia's strength, he might not be able to reach that level. It would depend on each other's ability to fight with Lin Yao. Li Zongjia sat in his seat. He had no interest in the competition in front of him. Therefore, he closed his eyes and tried to cultivate his white god Fu in his mind. The cultivation of the white god bestowment mantra required years of accumulation. The elder in charge of the Longherb Peak was extremely nervous at this moment. After all, Lin Yao was their hope. Whether or not they could enter the top 5 would depend on her. As for Wang Bai, he would probably be thrown out as soon as he went on stage. There was really nothing to look forward to. What about Li Zongjia? She had gotten in through the back door and was gilded with gold. He didn't know what kind of relationship Li Zhongjiu had with the peak master that he could receive such special treatment. Therefore, there was no hope at all. With such an attitude, you still want to obtain first place and fight against that elder? Daydreaming? Li Zhongjiu was still dozing off in the middle of a bloody battle. Anyone who saw this would be very angry and unhappy. They would want to slap this Li Zhongjiu awake. However, there was no need for that. It was more important to watch the competition now. Lin Yao's strength seems to have improved a lot. It seems that she has gained a lot from this experience. Chu Ao, the sect master of the Foggy Snow Pill sect, said. Although his name was Ao Ran, he was already past the age where he was arrogant. It's alright. You don't even focus on refining pills. You only know how to be competitive. Lin Song shook his head. On the other hand, Chu Aoran laughed out loud. Soon after, his eyes turned gloomy. How's the matter with the Black Zen sect going? The Black Zen sect had kidnapped Lin Yao and even directly controlled an elder of the Long Herb Peak. This made Chu Aoran very angry. He actually dared to extend his hand to the Snow Pill sect. They were simply tired of living. I killed some and some escaped. However, since there's a traitor in my Long Herb Peak, you should be more careful. Lin Song said. He, Lin Song, had disappeared for half a year. He was actually imprisoned by someone. And no one knew about it. This kind of thing naturally made people's hair stand on end. We will also pay attention to this matter. I also feel that there's something wrong with some people recently. The peak master of the Crimson Afterglow Peak said. At this moment, there were only a few of them on the high platform. They were the ones who had founded the sect in the first place. The understanding they had during this period was not something that outsiders could understand. This Lin Yao girl won really quickly. Chu Aoran suddenly said. Everyone looked over and saw that Lin Yao and Zhang Yongzhou were fighting in close combat. Suddenly, Lin Yao used a whip kick that was as fast as lightning and rushed over. He directly kicked Zhang Yongzhou's chest and sent him flying. Bang! Long Herb Peak, Lin Yao wins. Lin Yao winning this battle could also be said to be very difficult, expending large amounts of essence energy. Without saying a word, she immediately cupped her hands at the referee elder and returned to her seat. She immediately sat down to recover her yuan power. At the same time, Lin Yao glanced at Li Zhongjiu. She wanted to see if Li Zhongjiu would be interested in her after this battle. What Lin Yao wanted was to show off her strength in front of Li Zhongjiu. However, when Lin Yao returned to her seat, she realized that Li Zhongjiu was actually sleeping with his eyes closed. He was actually dozing off in such an exciting battle. This made Lin Yao so angry that she gritted her teeth. After all, I'm the great senior sister of Long Herb Peak. How could I not be noticed? You did well. Here's a yuan recovery pill. Quickly consume it to recover your yuan power. Yes, elder. Lin Yao took the pill from the elder's hand and sat down cross-legged to recover her yuan power. However, she was still brooding over Li Zhongjiu's disdain for her. This guy, I want to see what you're capable of, Lin Yao thought in her heart. However, the competition was still going on. The first 7 rounds of the competition were quite exciting. Some were lucky and got a bye, while some were unlucky and met Mo Chu of the Fierce Peak or Yang Hongyu, the chief disciple of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Both of them were the strongest among the strongest. Basically, it was impossible to meet them. At the same time, the yuan power aura they displayed was that of a grade 9 yuan master, such a young grade 9 yuan master. It was really shocking. However, Mo Chu was younger and had cultivated for a shorter period of time. In terms of potential, he had more advantages. Of course, no one could be sure about the future. After Yang Hongyu's battle ended, his opponent was Wang Bai from Long Herb Peak. Wang Bai was defeated honorably. At least he managed to withstand 10 moves from Yang Hongyu. In the end, Wang Bai took the initiative to admit defeat. It was a relatively peaceful battle. After this round of battle, in Long Herb Peak, except for Lin Yao who won, everyone else was eliminated. Oh, no. There was still one person alive. That was Li Zhongjiu. Even Lin Song was surprised by Li Zhongjiu's luck. Wasn't this a little too good? He actually got a walkover. However, in the next round, he could no longer continue to get a bye. There were 7 winners in this round. Including the one who got a bye, there were 8 winners in total. The competition for the top 4 would begin. After the top 4 were determined, one person must be eliminated. Only the top 3 could enjoy the benefits of entering the Fog Snow Valley. There will be an hour's break. The second round will begin in an hour, the Crimson Afterglow Peak Elder said. At the same time, some disciples brought brooms and the like. They came up to clean the black stone arena. For cultivators, it was fine even if they didn't eat for a few days. However, they would still eat some fruits that were cultivated with spirit soil. These were good for their health. Zhao Yuan, the next round will be between you and Li Zongjiu. I want him to be bedridden for at least 3 months. Mo Chu came in front of Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was ranked 3rd in Rulai Peak. Among the 8 people who made it to the next round, there were 3 people from each of the 2 main peaks who made it to the next round, including Lin Yao and Li Zongjiu. Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard Mo Chu's words, but he didn't answer. A Vajra elixir. Don't worry, junior brother Mo Chu. Not only will I make him lie in bed for 3 months, but I'll also make him call me father in pain. Zhao Yuan said with a grin. As for why Mo Chu knew about the ranking of the next round, it was none of Zhao Yuan's business. A Vajra elixir was enough for Zhao Yuan to make a move. If he used too much force in the arena, he would be scolded at most. After all, this was the peak test. Once in the arena, one's life and death would be decided by fate. Half an hour quickly passed. Unfortunately, this was the first round. It landed directly on Li Zongjiu's body. The first round, Rulai Peak's Zhao Yuan vs Long Medicine Peak's Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu. The disciples of Long Medicine Peak didn't know how to feel when they watched Li Zongjiu's battle. They were cheering for Li Zongjiu. This guy had indeed gone overboard. He had directly used his connections to get in through the back door and forcibly occupied that spot. This was already very immoral. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was only a disciple who had joined the sect for half a year. It was this guy who had trampled everyone under his feet. The disciples of Long Medicine Peak naturally felt embarrassed. However, Li Zongjiu was now representing Long Medicine Peak. Sigh, I hope he won't lose too badly. The disciples of Long Medicine Peak couldn't help but say. They were also very curious about Li Zongjiu's fate. They didn't expect Li Zongjiu to win. They just hoped that Li Zongjiu wouldn't lose too badly. A person who went through the back door. How could he possibly defeat his opponent? These people were all elite disciples of the Battle Master Peak. Even the people from the other peaks were hoping that Li Zongjiu would be beaten up badly. This was because Li Zongjiu's luck was too good to be able to advance to the top 8. In this way, Li Zongjiu's ranking in the Snow Pill sect was already on the same level as him. A disciple who had joined the sect for less than half a year had directly become one of the top 8 disciples. One could only imagine how much trouble awaited him in the future. However, Li Zongjiu did not seem to realize this. When he was called, then, he slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. Please, was this guy not nervous at all? Seeing Li Zongjiu slowly climb up the stage, the surrounding people were simply anxious to death. Even if you're here to dawdle, you should at least pretend to be one. However, Li Zongjiu seemed to have no such thoughts at all as he stood on the stage. Li Zongjiu's opponent was already standing on the stage. Zhao Yuan. On the spectator stand, seeing Li Zongjiu's actions, even Chu Aoran could not help but laugh. Looks like this Li Zongjiu doesn't put Zhao Yuan in his eyes at all. He actually hasn't looked directly at Zhao Yuan until now. Then, Chu Aoran suddenly thought of something and tilted his head to speak to Lin Song. If I remember correctly, this Li Zongjiu seems to be ranked first in the Long Medicine Peak when he was reported. He has only joined the sect for less than half a year? In response to Chu Aoran's question, Lin Song only smiled and shook his head. Sect Master, just continue watching. Looks like you have a lot of confidence in this Li Zongjiu. Chu Aoran said with a smile and did not say anything else. The other 2 peak masters also looked at Li Zongjiu. Lin Song seemed to hold Li Zongjiu in high regard and wanted to see what Li Zongjiu was capable of. The red flag is on the ground. The match begins. The referee elder said in a deep voice. Then, he threw the red flag into the air. During this process, Li Zhongjiu suddenly looked at Zhao Yuan. That idiot gave you a Vajra elixir to beat me, right? Li Zhongjiu's lips curled into a cold smile. This smile was filled with an unknown coldness. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. How did you know? Zhao Yuan also widened his eyes and looked at Li Zhongjiu. This was the deal between him and Mo Chu. How did the person in front of him know about it? It's not difficult, but you might feel more upset later. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. After Zhao Yuan recovered from his initial shock, he calmed down and looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of him. Li Zhongjiu's young face did not seem threatening at all. Since you already know, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Mo Chu. After all, there is no enmity between us. Zhao Yuan said. However, this statement was too naive in Li Zhongjiu's eyes. How could there be such a person in this world? There was actually such a naive person. This made Li Zhongjiu speechless. Just then, the red flag landed on the ground. In the next second, Zhao Yuan's body released a strong Yuan power aura. Boom, grade 5 Yuan master, with such strength, he was already a top expert in Luoxia City. If he couldn't survive in Fog Snow Pill sect, he could directly enter Luoxia City and find a good job. However, such strength was like a pile of trash in front of Li Zhongjiu. Junior, fists and legs have no eyes. Be careful. Zhao Yuan immediately let out a roar. His palms immediately released a terrifying fire attribute Yuan power. His hands seemed to be burning. At the same time, the Yuan power around his body continued to gather, causing the temperature in the arena to rise abruptly. Flame threading palm. He used a grade 2 Yuan skill right off the bat. Seeing this, Lin Yao and the others were furious. These guys were actually so ruthless. How could an ordinary Long Herb Peak disciple withstand such an attack? In the face of Zhao Yuan's blazing palm strike, Yi Zichen was stunned. Li Zhongjiu's choice was very simple. He took a step forward and immediately rushed in front of Zhao Yuan. He raised his hand and punched out. This punch looked like a fist used by an ordinary person in a fight. It was even worse than an ordinary person's fist. After all, ordinary people knew how to exert force. However, Li Zhongjiu's punch was not only slow and weak, but also lacking in accuracy. Trash. At first, Zhao Yuan thought that Li Zhongjiu had some tricks up his sleeve and needed to be careful. However, after Li Zhongjiu's attack, he knew that Li Zhongjiu's combat experience was very little. In this battle, facing the enemy head-on was the most difficult and unrewarding thing. There was even a possibility of being killed by the opponent. Now, it seemed that there was no need to worry. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to destroy Li Zhongjiu's combat power, he realized that Li Zhongjiu's figure had unknowingly moved a few steps forward. It was just a few steps, but it directly broke Zhao Yuan's prepared attack rhythm. Not good. Zhao Yuan immediately wanted to adjust his state of mind, but it was too late. Li Zhongjiu directly rushed forward with a punch. Bang! A punch smashed into Zhao Yuan's face. Zhao Yuan's entire body was sent flying. Then, with a bang, he flew back dozens of meters. When his body landed, he could barely stand straight. What shocked Zhao Yuan the most was that his body was standing on its own. Not good. Soon, Zhao Yuan saw Li Zhongjiu's face with a sinister smile. He immediately had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. As expected, Li Zhongjiu didn't disappoint Zhao Yuan. Another punch landed on Zhao Yuan's face. Although Zhao Yuan reacted, it was already too late by the time he realized what had happened. Bang! Zhao Yuan rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters. Feeling deeply humiliated, Zhao Yuan immediately got up. Wind Fire Shield. Zhao Yuan executed an elemental energy defensive move. Suddenly, a gust of wind and fire Yuan energy revolved around Zhao Yuan. This defensive technique was also an extremely common Yuan power shield. Only when one's Yuan power was able to break through this shield would the technique succeed. Wind Fire Shield, right? Li Zhongjiu's figure flashed as he rushed towards the Wind Fire Shield. Yuan energy surged in his palm. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was also displaying his Yuan energy cultivation. Grade 1 Yuan Master Realm. Such strength was no threat to Zhao Yuan at all. When Zhao Yuan saw that Li Zongjiu was merely a Tier 1 Yuan Master, he found it ironic that Li Zongjiu was able to suppress him. He had to turn the tables around. I don't believe you can break my wind-fire shield. Zhao Yuan was full of confidence. But in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Li Zongjiu's hand easily penetrated Zhao Yuan's wind-fire shield, grabbed Zhao Yuan, and threw him to the ground. Bang! During this process, Zhao Yuan didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Even Zhao Yuan couldn't believe it. How could something like this happen? He couldn't even resist for a while. Bang! 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 The wind-fire shield was directly smashed by Li Zongjiu. After stopping, Li Zongjiu threw Zhao Yuan into the sky. Whoosh! Go! A ray of light flew out from Li Zongjiu's hand. This was an attack similar to a Yuan energy bomb. However, an ordinary Yuan Master's Yuan energy bomb could only fly 10 meters away from the body. Li Zongjiu's Yuan energy bomb flew over 30 meters. With a bang, Zhao Yuan was sent flying to the edge of the arena. He hadn't completely rolled out of the arena yet. Zhao Yuan's control of strength was quite good. Li Zongjiu continued walking towards Zhao Yuan. After waking up, Zhao Yuan felt intense pain all over his body. The Yuan energy bomb just now had directly hit Zhao Yuan so hard that he couldn't recover for a long time. When the Yuan Qi bullet hit Zhao Yuan, it split into dozens of Yuan Qi and poured into Zhao Yuan's body. It hit the painful acupoint in Zhao Yuan's body. The pain made him grimace in pain. When he saw that Li Zongjiu was still walking towards him, Zhao Yuan was so scared that he crawled down the stage. He couldn't even stand up. Plop. Plop. Zhao Yuan's body fell to the ground. Li Zongjiu could no longer continue attacking. I admit defeat, Zhao Yuan said. This strange battle also shocked Zhao Yuan. They were even filled with fear towards Li Zongjiu. In their hearts, they were filled with fear. Longherb Peak, Li Zongjiu wins, the referee elder said. However, there were no cheers. Everyone was shocked by what had just happened. In their opinion, it shouldn't be like this. How could Li Zongjiu defeat someone? This battle wasn't exciting at all. It wasn't thrilling. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu should be the one being chased and beaten. After Li Zongjiu won, he didn't make any waves. He glanced at Mo Chu's direction and gave him a hint with his cold eyes. This hint was that Li Zongjiu would beat him up. Mo Chu couldn't help but sit up straight. He stared at Li Zongjiu. It wasn't difficult to defeat Zhao Yuan. However, Mo Chu didn't see clearly how Li Zongjiu defeated Zhao Yuan. The biggest taboo on this battlefield was not being able to see through the opponent's background. This was the reason why Mo Chu was shocked. Mo Chu's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at Li Zongjiu. Very well. Since you've passed, let me serve you well. Mo Chu clenched his fists so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. Everyone could feel the anger in his voice. On the spectator stand, even Chu Aoran's eyes widened. How is this possible? Chu Aoran was speechless. Given Yuan's own strength, he was naturally aware of just how exquisite the move that Li Zongjiu had just displayed was. In fact, his control over Yuan power had already reached a transcendent level. Only an old monster who had cultivated Yuan power for decades could control it as skillfully as Li Zongjiu. Even Chu Aoran was ashamed of his inferiority. His control of Yuan power was far inferior to Li Zongjiu's. How was this possible? Li Zongjiu had only entered the sect for half a year. Who could teach such a disciple? He looked at Lin Song with a doubtful gaze. Lin Song also expressed his helplessness. I'm afraid that our sect has a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Lin Song wasn't exaggerating. In fact, it wasn't even enough to describe Li Zongjiu. Such a monstrous talent. He was already comparable to the genius disciples of the first-rate sections. Not bad, not bad. However, I think that this kid seems to be fighting with Mo Chu. If I'm not wrong, it won't be that easy to defeat Mo Chu, Chu Aoran said. As a grandmaster, not only did he not have any intention of stopping the fight between the genius disciples of his sect, he even wanted to see who was stronger between the two of them. Where could he find such a grandmaster? He was simply a clown. Li Zongjiu returned to his seat. He still turned a deaf ear to other matters and did not even know that his current ranking had already successfully leaped to the 4th rank of the sect's disciples. Could it be that this guy didn't even feel a trace of pride? Wang Bai and the others looked at Li Zongjiu. They couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Li Zongjiu's cultivation base. Hi. This was a true expert. Junior Li Zongjiu must be an incredible person to be able to remain unfazed by honor and disgrace. Wang Bai recalled that when he fought with Li Zongjiu yesterday, he was also thrown off the cliff by his opponent. At that time, he thought that it was an accident. However, it seemed that Zhao Yuan had also lost inexplicably. Even Zhao Yuan, who was a 5th-grade Yuan master, had lost inexplicably. Wasn't this enough to prove Li Zongjiu's strength? If one couldn't see Li Zongjiu's strength, it was because one's strength wasn't enough to reach Li Zongjiu's level. Looking at Li Zongjiu's current calm appearance, Wang Bai couldn't help but wonder. The admiration he had for Li Zongjiu in his heart was like a tidal wave that gushed forth endlessly. When Zhao Yuan fell off the arena, he had already fainted from the pain. The Yuan energy that Li Zongjiu had left in Zhao Yuan's body didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to stimulate Zhao Yuan's body, allowing him to continue in this pain. This was the most terrifying method. Li Zongjiu naturally had to teach these children. Some things were good, but they were very troublesome. Next time, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. It was just some jealousy between young people. Therefore, Li Zongjiu didn't kill him. As an elder, he was still magnanimous. The next battle was between Lin Yao and Yang Hongyu from the Crimson Afterglow Peak. This was clearly a 3-point challenge. Given Lin Yao's talent and strength, it was basically impossible for her to win against Yang Hongyu. However, if Lin Yao was arranged to compete with other disciples, Longherb Peak's reputation wouldn't look good in the end. Therefore, it was better to let Lin Yao fight Yang Hongyu. This way, it would be easier to explain if she lost. Junior sister Lin, it's been a long time. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Yang Hongyu looked at Lin Yao and said with a smile on his face. He had a graceful demeanor. Lin Yao's identity was special. If anyone could take Lin Song's only granddaughter into their arms, they wouldn't lack elixirs to assist them in their cultivation. What's more, Lin Yao was also young and beautiful. In addition, her cultivation talent wasn't weak either. They were a perfect match. Therefore, anyone who had a good eye would be very interested in Lin Yao. They wanted to win Lin Yao's heart. However, Lin Yao's vision wasn't limited to the Snow Elixir sect. In her eyes, there was only yearning for the martial Tao. She wanted to become an expert and avenge her parents. It wasn't a human who killed her parents, but a meta beast. Therefore, Lin Yao and the Origin Beast had a grudge that would not end until one of them was dead. Some meta beasts were gentler, but most of them were bloodthirsty and violent. They were extremely vicious and terrifying. Senior brother Yang, be careful. Since they were of the same generation, it was natural for them to be judged by their age and not by their cultivation. Lin Yao was expressionless. She even looked extremely cold. Yang Hongyu didn't find it strange. After all, if Lin Yao suddenly smiled like a flower and threw herself into his arms, he would have to be on guard. The red flag fell. Lin Yao immediately launched an attack. Yang Hongyu's face still had that elegant smile on it from beginning to end. Li Zongjiu woke up from his cultivation. After reading the essay of the White God repeatedly, Li Zongjiu realized that his mental strength seemed to have entered a gentle state. Under the influence of this mental strength, Li Zongjiu might become more peaceful and wouldn't be affected by the murderous aura. Some of the more violent and bloodthirsty people had a strong murderous aura because of the Yuan art they practiced. Moreover, once a fight broke out, they would not be able to survive. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's training was extremely beneficial to him. I can prepare for this mental cultivation method. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. The visualization of the white god Fu seemed to have a limit, so when Li Zongjiu wanted to continue, he felt that it was difficult to move forward. Perhaps it was because his mental strength was not enough. Therefore, Li Zongjiu focused his attention on the match in front of him. Yo, this chick is pretty good. Li Zongjiu saw Lin Yao's movements. Although she couldn't be considered a veteran, her movements were quite normal. This sword technique should be a set of ancient sword techniques from 10,000 years ago. The sword techniques from 10,000 years ago were all evolved from some basic movements. This chick's basic skills are quite solid. Wang Bai, who was sitting to the side, also heard Li Zongjiu calling her a little girl and found it quite smooth. That was way too bold of him. Didn't he see that the elder's face had already darkened? However, Li Zongjiu acted as if he didn't see it at all. He was still pointing at the two people on the stage. This guy is so ugly, and his martial arts is so bad. With this level of skill, if they were at the same level of Yuan Li, this guy would definitely die. Li Zongjiu said. If Li Zongjiu hadn't won a match just now, this elder would have stood up and directly thrown Li Zongjiu out. What qualifications do you have to point fingers below? The other people are fighting hard on the stage, and you are here making sarcastic remarks. Lin Yao's movements were swift and her swordsmanship was also first class. Although she didn't have many experts, she was very calm. At the beginning, Yang Hongyu also wanted to fight with Lin Yao with the same level of Yuan Li Zongjiu. However, he found that he wasn't enough to fight with Lin Yao. Immediately, Yang Hongyu changed his strategy. He would first defeat Lin Yao before anything else. Junior sister Lin Yao, I'm sorry. Yang Hongyu shouted as the Yuan Li in his body crazily poured into his chest. Second grade origin skill, Heavenly Fire Fist. As Yang Hongyu's body swayed, his fist immediately released a strong wave of Yuan Li. This fist smashed towards Lin Yao like a scorching fireball, attacking Lin Yao's head. Lin Yao's body retreated, wanting to dodge this attack. However, she found that Yang Hongyu's speed was even faster. Punch after punch came at her. Boom, 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 flames and heat waves filled the sky, and Lin Yao had no place to hide. Finally, she couldn't dodge the last punch. Amidst the waves of fire, Lin Yao wielded her long sword to block them. Clang, boom, the fist collided with the longsword and instantly sent Lin Yao flying. Bang, this punch didn't manage to hold back its strength. Not only did it send Lin Yao flying out of the arena, but it also sent her flying for dozens of meters before she landed on the Longherb Peak's viewing platform. She smashed 5 meters in front of Li Zongjiu. She directly smashed a chair into pieces. She couldn't get up for a long time. Fortunately, 2 junior sisters from the Longherb Peak immediately went up and helped their senior sister up. Lin Song was speechless when he saw the scene. This Li Zongjiu was too calm. Even when he saw such a situation, he didn't step forward to help him. Was it so difficult for Li Zongjiu to save the damsel in distress? Li Zongjiu was also very calm. Lin Yao was helped up and sat back down beside Li Zongjiu. Lin Yao didn't say anything about Li Zongjiu not saving her. After all, Li Zongjiu had no obligation to save her. You fought pretty well. Li Zongjiu looked at Lin Yao and said. Even Lin Yao herself was taken aback. What do you mean by that? It's fine if you don't come to save me, but when you saw me fall so miserably, you actually came up to praise me. This is obviously mocking me. Lin Yao's face suddenly became very ugly. But your swordsmanship is too slow, and you didn't have to follow the order. Swordsmanship is dead, but people are alive. You used the dead swordsmanship even more. Li Zongjiu continued. At first, Lin Yao thought that Li Zongjiu was talking nonsense. But in the blink of an eye, when she recalled what Li Zongjiu had said, she suddenly felt as if she had been enlightened. This caused her to be extremely shocked. Just a casual sentence like this actually gave her a feeling of enlightenment. Swordsmanship is dead, but people are alive. A good set of swordsmanship was used so rigidly by herself. You learned the ancient sword, right? This swordsmanship is too old. You can learn the basic part. The advanced part is rubbish. Li Zongjiu said. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Lin Yao's eyes widened. You. How did you know? The ancient sword technique was one of her secrets. Even until now, she hadn't told anyone about it. Even her grandfather didn't know about it. How did Li Zongjiu know about it? You don't have to look as surprised as if you ate a fly. It's not a big deal. Li Zhongzhou's words caused Lin Yao to be unable to calm down for a long time. However, looking at Li Zhongzhou's expression, it seemed that he did not approve of the ancient sword technique that Lin Yao had cultivated. Moreover, Li Zhongzhou's attention was mostly focused on the competition in the arena. Lin Yao did not speak. Instead, she suppressed the shock in her heart and began to circulate the spiritual energy in her body to recover from her previous exhaustion and injuries. Yang Hongyu returned to his original position. Yang Hongyu felt that Lin Yao's strength was a little strained. Most importantly, Mo Chu had seen his ultimate move. Perhaps Mo Chu would come up with a countermeasure. This was something that Yang Hongyu was extremely worried about. However, when Yang Hongyu looked at Mo Chu, he realized that Mo Chu was not looking at him at all. Mo Chu's gaze was focused on Lin Yao's direction. He was really infatuated. No, Mo Chu was not looking at Lin Yao, but at the young man beside her. If he remembered correctly, this person was called Li Zhongzhou. After all, he had won the previous round, which made Yang Hongyu remember Li Zhongzhou's name. However, Li Zhongzhou's strength was just trash in Yang Hongyu's eyes. He was merely a grade 1 Yuan master. If this strength was placed in the Long Herb Peak, he would be considered as having some potential. But if he was placed in the Crimson Afterglow Peak or the Blazing Peak, he would be beaten up. It was simply a disgrace to bring out such strength. Why is Mo Chu's attention always on this kid? Has he changed his taste? Thinking of this, Yang Hongyu felt goosebumps all over his body. He did not expect Mo Chu to be such a person. If Mo Chu knew what Yang Hongyu was thinking, he would definitely stand up and strangle Yang Hongyu to death. The winner of the third round was Ma Zhao from Crimson Afterglow Peak. Ma Zhao's strength was on par with his opponent's. Ma Zhao's final victory was due to his good luck. However, Ma Zhao had used up all of his Yuan Master's energy in this round. He would probably not be able to participate in the next round and would be relegated to 4th place. The 4th round was between Mo Chu and Blazing Peak's disciple. Mo Chu did not give his opponent any face this time. Blazing Peak's disciple's Yuan Master was a grade 6 Yuan Master. However, he could not withstand a single move from Mo Chu. Mo Chu was defeated in a single move. Mo Chu displayed the tyrannical attitude of an expert. Displayed such a domineering aura. Mo Chu was not affected by the enthusiastic applause from the audience. It was as if he was supposed to be enjoying the applause. In this way, the top 4 to be determined. Long Medicine Peaks Li Zhongzhou, Crimson Afterglow Peaks Yang Hongyu, Ma Zhao Blazing Peaks. Everyone was surprised that Long Medicine Peak was able to advance to the next round. They did not expect Li Zhongzhou to be able to get close to the top 4. Ma Zhao was resting on the spot. If possible, he wanted to recover quickly and fight with Li Zhongzhou. It would be best if he could defeat Li Zhongzhou. Then, he would be able to get into the top 3 and receive a generous reward. Half an hour later, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The finals began. The first round was between Ma Zhao and Yang Hongyu. Since Ma Zhao forfeited, Yang Hongyu automatically won. This was very satisfying. The highlight of the second round had arrived. It was between Li Zhongzhou and Mo Chu. Li Zhongzhou's luck was too good. In addition, he had won the previous round inexplicably. Therefore, many people thought that Li Zhongzhou had relied on luck to survive until now. Now that he had met Mo Chu, he would be beaten back to his original state. Mo Chu will definitely not let you go in this round. You have to be careful. Don't try to be brave. Seeing Li Zhongzhou getting up and preparing to enter the arena, Lin Yao said. Lin Yao could not help but say. Young people were hot-blooded and cared a lot about their reputation. However, when they cared about their reputation, they would lose their lives. Therefore, Lin Yao said this in hopes that Li Zhongzhou would listen to her. However, Li Zhongzhou did not seem to hear her at all. He did not even stop and walked past her. This made Lin Yao so angry that she clenched her fists tightly. She wanted to hit Li Zhongzhou on the head. How can this person be like this? Under normal circumstances, not many people would be able to see Lin Yao's good side. She took the initiative to show concern for Li Zhongzhou but was ignored. After entering the arena, Mo Chu seemed to have been waiting for Li Zhongzhou for a long time. When he saw Li Zhongzhou, Mo Chu grinned. On his young face, there was a trace of experienced viciousness. It seemed that this kid had done a lot of heinous things behind his back. He needed to be properly dealt with. Li Zhongjiu, I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you can walk down from this arena today, I will write my name backwards. Mo Chu sneered and said. He had been suppressing his anger for the entire day. This Li Zhongjiu actually dared to mock him and provoke him. This made Mo Chu feel that his dignity and status had been insulted. In the face of such humiliation, he had to make the other party bleed with regret. Li Zhongjiu didn't know what was going on in Mo Chu's mind, so he just looked at the elder and asked. Elder, can we start? I can't wait to teach this stranger a lesson. Li Zhongjiu said seriously. No one thought that Li Zhongjiu was joking. He really wanted to teach Mo Chu a lesson. Just to teach Mo Chu a lesson, wasn't he afraid that others would laugh their heads off? What a shameless boast. He doesn't even know senior brother Mo Chu. How dare he say that he is a stranger? Where did this idiot come from? Where did this idiot come from? He is from Changyao Peak. Oh my god, this is hilarious. When senior brother Mo Chu beats him up, this guy will definitely be hilarious. Immediately, the disciples from the surrounding peaks burst into laughter. They were mocking Li Zhongjiu. This was because Li Zhongjiu's behavior was like a country bumpkin. It was as if he was a beggar who suddenly came to the palace and said that he wanted to compete with the #1 imperial guard in swordsmanship. What was there to compete with? If Mo Chu did not turn him into a meatball, he would be a fool. Mo Chu was furious. Li Zhongjiu's mouth was really crafty. As for the referee elder, he also looked up at the sky. After throwing the flag in his hand, he retreated to the bottom of the arena. He asked the disciples in charge of medical treatment to get ready. If Mo Chu was beaten up too badly, he might be able to save his life. Pa! The red flag fell to the ground. Mo Chu had already prepared the terrifying Yuan power in his body. It had already reached the critical point and it instantly exploded. Boom! The powerful Yuan power was like a hurricane, swallowing Li Zhongjiu. Within the hurricane, there seemed to be a flood dragon emerging from it. Wind and fire dragon assembly. The Yuan power that spiraled out was so powerful that it obscured the audience's vision. The hurricane locked both of them in place. Outsiders were unable to see what was happening inside. Only those with profound Yuan power could see what was happening. This little trick could not be hidden from Chu Aoran and the rest. I'm afraid this is going to be a tough battle. Chu Aoran could not help but laugh. Lin Song also smiled faintly. Speaking of fighting, Li Zhongjiu had a lot of confidence in his stance. Someone who could easily kill a Yuan general would not be defeated so easily. Given Li Zhongjiu's strength, killing Mo Chu would only take an instant. However, Li Zhongjiu would not do such a thing in front of so many people. Lin Song's smile suddenly disappeared as he thought of this. Instead, he looked at Li Zhongjiu with an extremely serious expression and stared at Li Zhongjiu's actions. If he killed Mo Chu in front of so many people, the consequences would be troublesome. It was reasonable to say that he was seriously injured. After all, there was danger in this arena. Even the sect encouraged such intense fights. However, if one wanted to kill someone, it would be a provocation to the sect. My young master, please don't slip your hand. Lin Song repeated in his heart. On the black stone arena. Mo Chu stared at the person in front of him. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Li Zhongjiu, enjoy this dark feast. Mo Chu took a step back. His entire aura had merged with the storm. Disappeared. To be able to do this was already extremely impressive for someone of the same age. Although he had released a little too much Yuan power, the exquisiteness of this move was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. Stupid. Li Zhongjiu shook his head and suddenly took a step to the right. Then, he poured the Yuan power of a Yuan master into his right hand and punched out with a loud bang. Bang, the hurricane disappeared and so did the Yuan power. A figure was directly sent flying. All the disciples of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect cried out in surprise. This scene was simply too unbelievable. The Yuan force that Mo Chu had unleashed was already too high. The reason he had covered his vision was probably to beat Li Zhongjiu up. At the same time, it was also to prevent Li Zhongjiu from surrendering. At the same time, this performance also showed that Mo Chu's yuan power was extremely tyrannical to be able to create such a powerful hurricane. However, this display of powerful essence energy move only took a few seconds. They probably hadn't even started attacking yet, so how could this person be sent flying out like that? The person who was sent flying was none other than Mo Chu. With a bang, he fell to the ground a few dozen meters away. Fortunately, the black stone arena was relatively spacious. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would have been sent flying. How is this possible? Yang Hongyu was so shocked that he almost jumped up. How did Li Zhongzhou do it? Yang Hongyu knew that he wasn't Mo Chu's match when Mo Chu executed the Wind and Fire Dragon assembly. He hadn't expected that Mo Chu would surpass him this year, even though he had barely been able to beat Mo Chu last year. Mo Chu's talent was too terrifying. Yang Hongyu was still trying to think of a way to break this move. In this gathering of wind and fire dragons, he would only be the target of a beating. That would be a miserable ending. However, in the next second, Li Zhongzhou had already displayed his terrifying talent and strength. Looking at Mo Chu, who was sent flying with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Yang Hongyu instantly felt that his brain wasn't working properly. Was this real? Was this really happening? How did Li Zhongzhou do it? He could not believe his eyes at all. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhongzhou had already broken this move. When he saw Mo Chu being sent flying, he did not know what had happened. F***ck, is this real? Wang Bai almost fell off his chair when he saw this scene. He opened his mouth wide in shock. Lin Yao's eyes widened as she watched the scene unfold before her eyes. Li Zhongzhou's strength was still a mystery. Although he knew that Li Zhongzhou's strength was not simple, he never thought that Li Zhongzhou's strength would be strong to this extent. In the last battle against Zhao Yuan, he could be considered to have made a good move. However, she did not expect that Mo Chu, who was stronger than Zhao Yuan, would end up in the same situation. He could only be beaten. Haven't you already broken through to the Yuan general realm? You don't have to save it for the end. Show it now. I'll give you a chance. After Li Zhongzhou sent Mo Chu flying with a punch, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he stood on the spot and said to Mo Chu. Broke through to the Yuan general realm? Li Zhongzhou's words attracted the attention of many people. What did he mean? Could it be that Mo Chu had already broken through to the Yuan general realm? Lin Song and the others also looked at the Peak Master of Roly Peak in surprise. There was a proud smile on the Peak Master's face. I just found out. Obviously, the Peak Master of Lai Peak had already known. He was just waiting for Mo Chu to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat he just found out. His acting was quite good. Sure enough. Chu Aoran said with a smile. He felt that something was wrong before, but now he had confirmed it. He did not expect Mo Chu to be so talented. He has already broken through to the Yuan general realm at such a young age. He will definitely become an influential figure in the future. However, Mo Chu's temperament is too radical. He still needs to be polished. Chu Aoran said. It was normal for a young man to have a temper. Moreover, it was normal for a genius of this level to have a temper. However, it was necessary to give him a warning. Looking at Li Zhongzhou's words, even though Li Zhongzhou's mastery of the usage of Yuan power was undeniable, in the face of absolute Yuan power, there was only one outcome: defeat. The Peak Masters on the high platform were all astonished. Needless to say, the disciples below were all shocked to the core as well. They looked at each other. Is it really possible to break through to the Yuan general realm, or is Li Zhongzhou just boasting? This is impossible. How can he reach the Yuan general realm? It doesn't exist. Yang Hongyu was the first to find it hard to believe. How could such a thing happen? How could Mo Chu break through to the Yuan general realm at such a young age? One must know that 2 years ago, Mo Chu still had to look up to Yang Hongyu. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hongyu had to look up to Mo Chu. Given Yang Hongyu's cultivation, it would probably take him another 2 years to break through to the Yuan general realm. However, Mo Chu had already achieved it. Even Lin Yao's eyes were filled with shock. It was no wonder that Mo Chu was so confident. He even treated himself as a future sect master candidate. Reality had proven that Mo Chu really had such strength. This was not a joke. Chu stood up again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Li Zongjiu with a cold smile. You're really something. You actually made me bleed. Since you've already guessed it, then I'll show you. Chu said. At the same time, he rubbed his wrist and touched his chin. After all, Li Zongjiu's punch had landed on his chin. His teeth had knocked against each other, which was why he had bled so much. I originally wanted to use it when I challenged the elders. Since you are so eager to die, I will show you the fear of being weak. Chu was practically roaring the last word. The Yuan power in his body erupted wildly with Chu's roar. Rise, burst, rise again, the terrifying aura seemed to want to devour the sky. Behind Chu, there was a spiritual body, a flood dragon, because the elemental energy aura was too dense. Of course, it was not Chu's Yuan spirit, but it was related to the Yuan formula that Chu cultivated. Being able to cultivate the Yuan formula to such a level was enough to show how talented Chu was. In this state, he had already reached the small success realm. The aura of a Yuan general. Everything was visible at a glance. Chu's clothes flapped loudly. It was as if he was announcing his achievement to the world. Pride was written all over his face. He enjoyed the astonishment, shock, envy, jealousy, worship, and all sorts of gazes from the surrounding 3,000 disciples. This was a kind of glory that belonged to the strong. A Yuan general expert who was only 20 years old. Even the sect master of the past was not as talented as him. Li Zongjiu, are you afraid now? Chu, who had revealed his Yuan general level aura. Chu pointed at Li Zongjiu from afar. Chu asked what he thought was a domineering question. Li Zongjiu, are you scared now? Scared, Li Zongjiu wanted to laugh. Was there anything to be proud of in the Yuan general level? How could he open his arms and embrace nature, coupled with that ecstasy and ugly expression? It was a huge blow to Li Zongjiu. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? This guy was too thick-skinned. So thick-skinned that Li Zongjiu didn't want to look at him anymore. Are you ready? Let's continue then? Li Zongjiu said to Chu. Then, he waved his hand. Hurry up, come and hit me. These words were simply the definition of the word asking for a beating. This guy has to surrender. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Lin Yao said anxiously. She even persuaded the elder beside her to take action and bring the person down first. It didn't matter if they lost the competition, but what if they were beaten until half of their body was paralyzed? Given the potential that Chu had shown, the sect would definitely not blame him. Li Zongjiu wouldn't be able to seek redress then. However, the elder couldn't ignore the sect rules and take action at will. Most importantly, this elder wasn't strong enough for Chu to defeat. Even if he rushed forward, he would probably be knocked down by Chu. The scene was extremely awkward. Then, Lin Yao heard Li Zongjiu's provocation and widened her eyes. This Li Zongjiu. What was going on in his head? Was he full of shit? He knew that his opponent was strong, but he still dared to provoke Chu. Such a suicidal act was simply a sin in the eyes of others. You're courting death. Chu was no longer hesitant. He took a step forward and the Yuan power in his body seemed to have been guided by Chu. They turned into long whips and flew out from the ground towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Once Li Zongjiu was caught by the terrifying Yuan energy whip, it would be impossible for him to break free. In the end, he would only be beaten up by Chu. Whoosh! Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu would leap in place? His speed suddenly exploded. None of the swaying elemental energy whips actually managed to touch Li Zongjiu's body. Li Zongjiu shuttled through the Yuan power whips as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. He moved effortlessly and quickly arrived in front of Chu. Are you here to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Chu roared. His fist was like a dragon as all of his Yuan power gathered in Chu's hand. At this moment, the terrifying power that exploded out caused the faces of Yang Hongyu and the others to change. If he were to face this punch, he would probably end up with his shit being beaten out of his body. It was too terrifying. Boom! Li Zongjiu also threw a punch. There was an extremely thin layer of golden light surrounding his fist. However, it was this layer of golden light that became Li Zongjiu's strongest defense. Mo Chu felt as if his punch had hit an iron plate. Li Zongjiu did not move an inch. Mo Chu felt as if his fist was about to explode. What exactly was Li Zongjiu's fist made of? It was so strong and tough. Whoosh! Mo Chu retracted his fist and threw out his left hand. It smashed towards Li Zongjiu's head. Mo Chu's speed was faster than Li Zongjiu's due to the support of his yuan power. Boom! Another punch landed. Li Zongjiu blocked this punch as well. The overbearing power instantly surged like a tidal wave. Hiss! Mo Chu's left fist was not as strong as his right fist. Hence, he was at a disadvantage in this exchange with Li Zongjiu. He grimaced in pain and could not speak. He wanted to scream out loud, but this would damage his image. Therefore, he could only forcefully swallow this painful scream. Flame Tyrant Palm! Mo Chu shouted as the yuan power in his body was released. It formed an overbearing seal in front of him as he tried to send Li Zongjiu flying. However, before the seal could form, Li Zongjiu's fist had already landed with a boom. The yuan power immediately dispersed. What? You can actually disperse my yuan power? Mo Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Zongjiu had indeed done it. When the Flame Tyrant Palm was formed, it was instantly dispersed. Not only did it destroy Mo Chu's move, but it also caused Mo Chu's meridians to burn in pain. Li Zongjiu's punch made Mo Chu feel what it meant to be hit by a move. He grimaced in pain. Boom! Li Zongjiu came in front of Mo Chu and threw another punch. It landed heavily on Mo Chu's head. Immediately, Mo Chu's body flew backwards. The wild and violent yuan power that he had unleashed was completely scattered at this moment. Even though he had used the yuan power of a yuan general, he still could not defeat Li Zongjiu. At this moment, everyone tensed up in shock. They were all discussing what kind of monster Li Zongjiu was. It seemed that no matter how strong the enemy was, they would not be able to withstand Li Zongjiu's fist. Trash! Li Zongjiu spat. Mo Chu rolled on the ground a dozen times before he came to a stop. He was already dizzy and could not differentiate between north, south, east, and west. This was the first time Mo Chu had been beaten so badly. He had never encountered such a battle before. Had Li Zongjiu's fist been blessed by the martial god, wasn't Mo Chu a general realm warrior? When they saw Li Zongjiu send Mo Chu flying with a single punch, the same question popped up in everyone's mind. Even Chuaoran was shocked. Mo Chu's strength was already at the yuan general level, but he was still unable to withstand Li Zongjiu's punch. This kid's strength is a little strange, Chuaoran said in surprise. Even Chuaoran could not believe that Li Zongjiu had defeated his opponent so easily. This was too easy for Li Zongjiu to win. Lin Song was not surprised at all. What was there to be surprised about? Li Zongjiu had killed an extremely experienced powerhouse in Luoxia City. That assassin Mu Yuan's fighting strength was much more difficult to deal with than an ordinary yuan general. If Mo Chu were to fight Mu Yuan would have countless ways to end Mo Chu's life. This was the difference between them. Although their cultivation levels were similar, their experience was not something that could be learned. It could only be achieved through years of learning and accumulation. Mo Chu had been beaten to the ground. This was something that many people could not believe. When Mo Chu got up from the ground, he was shocked as well. It was hard to imagine that he would encounter such a thing. How is this possible? What methods does this guy have? In Mo Chu's eyes, he couldn't even remember what had happened just now. Be a good person in the future. Li Zongjiu stepped forward and gave Mo Chu a kick. Mo Chu regarded Li Zongjiu as a great enemy. However, Li Zongjiu had never taken Mo Chu seriously. He was just an arrogant brat. There was nothing to be concerned about. When he left the Snow Elixir sect and went to a higher level environment, there would be a lot of people coming to deal with him. Plop. Mo Chu fell to the ground. His head hit the ground directly. The powerful impact caused Mo Chu to pass out. Mo Chu was defeated. Yang Hongyu, who had been sitting down all this while, finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up. He could clearly see that Mo Chu was really defeated. He wasn't just putting on an act with Li Zongjiu. This was a real battle. Mo Chu had used all his moves in front of Li Zongjiu. However, he couldn't escape his fate of being defeated. Lin Yao, Wang Bai and the rest opened their eyes wide. They couldn't calm down for a long time. They didn't even know how to face Li Zongjiu. Is Li Zongjiu a god? How could he defeat Mo Chu so easily? Looking at Mo Chu's appearance, it seemed like he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even the referee elder on the stage was greatly shocked. Although he was expressionless on the surface, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Even though he was standing at such a good distance, he still couldn't see clearly how Li Zongjiu had done it. It was as if the other party had deliberately made moves to let Li Zongjiu counter them. Therefore, when he attacked, he defeated the other party directly. "Quick, medical team, carry him down for treatment," the elder said. Originally, the medical team was prepared for Li Zongjiu. However, the one being carried down was Mo Chu. Li Zongjiu calmly returned to his seat. However, he quickly stood up because the next battle was Li Zongjiu's turn. Ma Xiao naturally had no chance of winning against Yang Hongyu. Rather than that, he might as well take a break and adjust his condition. Even if he were to walk up to Yang Hongyu, he would only be asking for humiliation. It was better to just admit defeat and no one would say anything. The third battle was to determine the third and fourth place. Mo Chu and Ma Xiao had both lost the battle. The two of them would compete against each other. However, Mo Chu still hadn't woken up. The doctor who had broken his arm said that Mo Chu's blood had attacked his heart. He must have been angered by the battle just now. Hence, it was difficult for him to recover. Ma Xiao automatically won the battle and became the third place in the Mist Snow Elixir Sex Peak trial. Mo Chu didn't even have the right to enter the Mist Snow Valley. This made Ma Xiao feel somewhat baffled. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or rejoice. However, since there were such benefits, he would keep them for now. The arena was constantly changing. No one knew what would happen. Hence, he shouldn't give up until the last moment. The battle for the first place was between Li Zongjiu and Yang Hongyu from the Crimson Afterglow Peak. For some reason, the disciples of the Long Medicine Peak started chanting Li Zongjiu's name frantically. Even if they lost. Li Zongjiu was in the second place. This was the highest ranking that Long Herb Peak had achieved in so many years. In fact, as long as Long Herb Peak could obtain this ranking, they would be able to hold their heads up high. They wouldn't be ridiculed by these people every day. They wouldn't be called a bunch of fools who only knew how to refine pills. In fact, most of the people who stayed at Long Herb Peak wanted to cultivate. They wanted to take advantage of the medicinal pills to improve their cultivation. However, they didn't expect that the wrong cultivation atmosphere and different curriculum would delay their cultivation even more when they came to Long Herb Peak. In addition, the fact that they were in control of such an important aspect of alchemy resources directly made these people very popular. It was easy to walk on a path of no return. Li Zongjiu used his fists to prove to these people that there were fighting experts in the Long Medicine Peak. Even Lin Song himself felt proud and elated. He even felt like he could lift his head and puff out his chest. He felt that his Long Medicine Peak was finally doing well. Needless to say, the elder of the Long Herb Peak was even more pleased with Li Zongjiu. At this moment, there was no need to mention how much he liked Li Zongjiu. No wonder this kid was dozing off when he was watching the competition. He was hiding his strength. Now, he had displayed this level of strength. No matter what Li Zongjiu did, no one would say anything. This was the benefit of strength. Li Zongjiu just sat down, but he was called up again. When he saw that his opponent was Yang Hongyu, who had kicked Lin Yao down. Li Zongjiu was about to go forward, but he turned back. "Give me your sword," Li Zongjiu said to Lin Yao. He asked her to give him her sword, not to borrow it. He was so domineering. It was hard for Lin Yao to refuse. She even subconsciously handed her sword to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu took the sword, turned around, and jumped into the arena. Even Wang Bai and the others were dumbfounded. Seeing your sister's sword was a treasure among treasures. It was a personal item. How could she borrow it just like that? At this moment, Yang Hongyu, who was standing opposite Li Zongjiu, was feeling extremely complicated. It should be known that Yang Hongyu's cultivation had already reached grade 8 Yuan Master. Originally, he had wanted to use his experience and combat intuition to make up for this last bit of difference. However, when they found out that Mo Chu had already broken through to the Yuan general realm, they felt that the last bit of hope in this world had been extinguished. Everything was useless now that Mo Chu was at the Yuan general realm. Yang Hongyu could not compete with Mo Chu in a short time. However, there was another piece of good news. Mo Chu had been defeated. In this way, he did not have to face Mo Chu, who was at the Yuan general realm. Instead, he had to face Li Zongjiu, who was only at grade 1 Yuan master. This should be something to be happy about, but Yang Hongyu could not bring himself to smile. However, when Yang Hongyu saw that Li Zongjiu was actually holding Lin Yao's sword and walking over, his expression immediately changed. What was Li Zongjiu trying to do? Was he trying to avenge his senior sister? Was he trying to humiliate him with his swordsmanship? Yang Hongyu's expression instantly relaxed. The battle hadn't even started, but Li Zongjiu's invisible actions had already slapped him in the face. Li Zongjiu was clearly trying to teach Yang Hongyu a lesson on behalf of his senior sister. How could an ordinary person tolerate such a thing? Furthermore, Yang Hongyu was the big senior brother of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Li Zongjiu is too arrogant. Yeah, does he think he can beat our big senior brother? Dream on. Big senior brother, teach him a lesson. Big senior brother, beat him up. The disciples of the Crimson Afterglow Peak felt humiliated as they shouted one after another. As for the people from Longherb Peak, Wang Bai knew that they would be looked down upon if they were to remain silent. Especially since Li Zongjiu had a higher chance of winning. Wang Bai knew that Li Zongjiu had a higher chance of winning. F***CK. People of Longherb Peak, get up. Long Medicine Peak will win. Wang Bai waved his fist and shouted. All the disciples of the Long Medicine Peak immediately responded. They had thought that the Long Medicine Peak was going to be a supporting character this time. However, in the blink of an eye, they had become the main character. If Li Zongjiu won, then their Long Medicine Peak would have a feeling of superiority in the future. That's right. Long Medicine Peak was the main force of the Fog Snow Elixir sect. They could refine pills and kill people. They were proficient in everything. This was the real Long Medicine Peak. Junior brother Li, you are too much. Yang Hongyu said in a deep voice. Too much? What's too much? Oh, you're saying that I deliberately took Lin Yao's sword to humiliate you? Yes, I'm too much. What can you do about it? Li Zongjiu said. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu's temper was very low-key. Even if he was bullied, he would still welcome it with a smile. There was no other way, he was weaker. But in this life, it was different. He was so powerful, why should he be afraid of Li Zongjiu? The person who could make Li Zongjiu afraid had not even been born yet, let alone a small sect disciple like Li Zongjiu. Even if he bullied you, what could you do? Damn it. Yang Hongyu clenched his fists so hard that they almost burst. You forced me to do this. His lungs were about to explode from anger, but he could still stand there and talk to Li Zongjiu calmly because Li Zongjiu was powerful. But now, he had no choice but to fight Li Zongjiu head-on. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Today, I want you to understand that even if you are strong, you can't defeat me with just sword skills. Yang Hongyu said in a low voice, and a pair of silk gloves appeared on his hands. These were gloves. There were also elemental marks carved on them. It's an elemental tool. Lin Yao exclaimed. The so-called elemental tool was a high-quality weapon carved with elemental marks. For example, Lin Yao's azure light sword was only equivalent to a profound-grade weapon. The Flying Cloud City's Su family's Huangyuan ore could be used to forge Huangyuan-grade weapons. It was the best weapon that sold the most and had the highest usage rate among ordinary masters. It was also the best weapon that could be sold at a relatively low price. Above that, according to the difference in materials and forging methods. These weapons could be divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and profound. An earth-grade weapon could only be found in a first-grade city. As for a heaven-grade weapon, it was mostly due to the fame of its owner that it could become a heaven-grade weapon. However, an elemental tool was on a different level. An elemental tool was a weapon carved with elemental marks. These marks often allowed the weapon to have a special power. Elemental inscriptions were a special method of production. If one wanted to carve the inscriptions, the first requirement was that one had to be a spirit master to use the elemental inscriptions and carve them. The grade of the elemental tools was differentiated according to the grade of the elemental marks. It was usually divided into 6 levels. The weapon in Yang Hongyu's hand was a level 1 origin weapon. Icefire silk gloves, just from the material alone, it was equivalent to a profound grade weapon. He even took out a yuan tool. This is cheating. Wang Bai immediately shouted. The price of this origin tool was at least over 1 million gold coins. How many people could take it out? To be able to take out over 1 million gold coins to buy this weapon, this clan must have at least a few dozen million gold coins. This Yang Hongyu, if I remember correctly, is from the Yang family in Lower Kingstown? Chuaoran asked. The peak master of the Crimson Afterglow Peak beside him also nodded. That's right. The Yang family's main business is yuan weapons. There are 2 spirit masters in the family. The peak master of the Crimson Afterglow Peak said. Well, no wonder. Chuaoran said. Lower Kingstown was considered a decent second-tier city. In front of the Sunset City, it was an absolute colossus. Yang Hongyu's talent was not bad. However, the Fog Snow Pill sect was still a huge sect. It was not something a clan like this could compare to. Therefore, Yang Hongyu had to be obedient in this sect. Only a clan like this could give Yang Hongyu such a high-grade yuan tool. Otherwise, this yuan tool would need to be at least at the yuan general level to be able to use it. Don't go overboard in a fight between fellow disciples. The 2 of you, pay attention. Now, let's begin. The referee elder could not help but say when he saw the intense atmosphere. Those who were able to reach this stage were all talents that the sect focused on nurturing. Under such circumstances, they could not be beaten until half of their body was paralyzed. If that happened, the sect would be the one to suffer in the end. After saying that, the referee elder retreated to the side. He even called for an elder to approach the arena. He had to be careful of the 2 people. If something really happened, he had to stop them in time. Make your move. My Icefire silk gloves are extremely powerful. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to make your move later. It seemed to be after he put on the gloves. Yang Hongyu's confidence increased greatly. His words made Li Zongjiu feel awkward. What was extremely powerful? He, Li Zongjiu, would like to see it properly. Oh, okay. Li Zongjiu replied in a very capable manner. After he finished speaking, the azure light sword that Lin Yao had given him was unsheathed with a whoosh. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu raised his sword, bringing with it waves of ominous light. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was displaying a terrifying aura. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's sword seemed to be carrying a river of spring water as it charged forward. Boom! What? How is this possible? The yuan energy displayed by Li Zongjiu was clearly only at grade 1 yuan master realm. However, after approaching, it gave Yang Hongyu an even more terrifying aura than Mo Chu's. This kind of terrifying aura was something that Yang Hongyu had only felt when facing sect elders and peak masters. Could it be that Li Zongjiu's strength was already at the same level as the sect's peak masters? It's the ancient sword technique. Others might not have noticed it, but Lin Yao had already seen it clearly in an instant. Li Zongjiu was displaying the ancient sword technique of the ancient sword technique. Even when facing Lin Yao, he had displayed it exactly as it was. It was the same move, the same sword. However, in the hands of different people, the effects were completely different. It's actually the same sword technique as Lin Yao. Could it be that Li Zongjiu is also a sword genius? Chuaoran exclaimed. Li Zongjiu had brought them too many surprises. Not only had he defeated Mo Chu, but the sword technique he had displayed had basically reached the level of lifting something heavy as though it was light. This meant that his sword technique had already entered the initial stage. Being able to comprehend a sword technique to such an extent at such a young age meant that he was destined to have an extraordinary future. The more Chuaoran looked at Li Zongjiu, the more he liked him. Naturally, they did not doubt the talent of sect disciples. Furthermore, Li Zhongzhou's background was clean and clear. Their sect loved disciples like him the most. You have to nurture him well, Chueoran said. Chueoran said repeatedly. The three peak masters could also see that Chueoran was very satisfied with Li Zhongzhou. Even the Supreme Elder, who had been dozing off, opened his eyes when Li Zhongzhou displayed the ancient sword technique. He let out a cry of surprise. In the arena. When Li Zhongzhou attacked with his sword, Yang Hongyu had already realized that things were not good. His opponent had clearly displayed his strength before, yet he still allowed him to attack. Wasn't this a slap to his own face? Thinking of this, Yang Hongyu felt a wave of regret. However, he quickly composed himself and entered the battle state to face Li Zhongzhou's sword. It seemed as though a river was rolling down from the sky and was about to wash Yang Hongyu away. Yang Hongyu forcefully stabilized his body. When the move was about to land, his hand suddenly grabbed Li Zhongzhou's sword. If it were any other time, such a move would be tantamount to giving Li Zhongzhou his hands. However, the Icefire Heavenly Silkworm gloves in his hands were tough and invulnerable. Even if Li Zhongzhou's green light sword was a profound grade weapon, it was impossible for it to break through the basic defense. However, Li Zhongzhou's sword was firmly caught by Yang Hongyu's hands. The sword momentum seemed to have been obstructed at this moment. As for Yang Hongyu, he looked at Li Zhongzhou and smiled proudly. Haha, my Icefire Heavenly Silkworm gloves are invulnerable. They are fierce in the face of fire and soft in the face of water. You can't break through my defense. After experiencing the power of his Icefire Heavenly Silkworm gloves, Yang Hongyu's confidence was greatly boosted. Thinking that Mo Chu might have just entered the Yuan general realm and his Yuan power might have only increased slightly, Yang Hongyu felt that this was not a difficult task. This gap was not something that could not be bridged. With the Yuan weapon in his hands, he might not necessarily be Mo Chu's match. Furthermore, Mo Chu's failure might have been due to carelessness. Li Zhongzhou did not seem that fierce. Therefore, Yang Hongyu could not help but calm down. He focused on fighting Li Zhongzhou. Go. Li Zhongzhou pushed the green light sword forward gently. Suddenly, a surging force pushed Yang Hongyu away. Bam! Yang Hongyu's figure retreated dozens of steps. When he regained his footing, he felt a burning sensation between his hands. A searing, tearing pain came over him. What? My Icefire Heavenly Silkworm gloves. Yang Hongyu clearly saw that there was an additional sword mark on his Heavenly Silkworm gloves. How did this happen? In the next moment, Li Zhongzhou performed his swordsmanship again. This time, it was as if thousands of bulls were trampling on the ground. Li Zhongzhou's sword landed on the ground. Boom! This terrifying commotion immediately caused the ground to be riddled with holes. This move. Lin Yao widened her eyes and carefully observed the state of Li Zhongzhou's move. Everyone was clearly using the same move, but Li Zhongzhou was able to easily perform it. Its power was dozens of times greater than Lin Yao's. This caused Lin Yao to be greatly shocked. How did he do it? From what Li Zhongzhou had said just now, it seemed that he had done some research on the ancient sword technique. At this moment, seeing Li Zhongzhou's reduced swordsmanship, which was dozens of times more powerful than hers, Lin Yao could not help but feel hurt. However, Lin Yao also understood that Li Zhongzhou had done this to guide her. He purposely used the same sword technique so that Lin Yao could have a better understanding of it. Although Lin Yao was shocked by Li Zhongzhou's strength, she was more interested in learning from him. The creation of the ancient sword technique originated from a kind of understanding of all things in the world. Every move was filled with the power of the mountains and rivers. However, Lin Yao had yet to reach that level. From Li Zhongzhou's body, Lin Yao could feel the true intent of the ancient sword technique. Li Zhongzhou immediately performed a few more moves. Every move was as majestic and imposing as a mountain. It was full of power. On the other side, Yang Hongyu was also suffering unspeakably. Li Zhongzhou clearly had the opportunity to defeat him, but he did not go all out. Grade 2 Origin Skill, Skyfire Fist. Yang Hongyu could no longer endure the feeling of being suppressed. He immediately roared, as if he wanted to end things with Li Zhongzhou. Previously, Yang Hongyu had also performed this move to force Lin Yao down. At this moment, he was performing this move again. It was obvious that Yang Hongyu had already cultivated this move to the point of perfection. When he performed it again, the Icefire Heavenly Silkworm glove that he had been wearing suddenly lit up with a ray of light. The rays of light intertwined with each other and immediately formed a terrifying aura. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly formed in front of Yang Hongyu. The surrounding heatwave was tumbling, as if it was going to engulf people. Lin Yao looked at Li Zongjiu nervously, because Lin Yao had personally faced this move before. She knew that when facing this move, the surrounding heatwave would almost cover one's senses and there would be no chance to rush out. It was also extremely difficult to find Yang Hongyu's figure under this scorching aura. Just as Lin Yao and the others were feeling apprehensive, Li Zongjiu's figure moved. The green light sword in his hand seemed to have grown eyes as it directly pierced towards Yang Hongyu's throat. He wanted to exchange injury for injury. If Yang Hongyu were to perform this punch, it would be enough to break Li Zongjiu's defense and cripple him. However, there was also a possibility that Li Zongjiu's green light sword would pierce through his throat. This guy is serious. Yang Hongyu did not expect Li Zongjiu to actually dare to use such a killing move. The two elders immediately became nervous. They were extremely worried that Li Zongjiu's sword would pierce through. It would not be a good ending if both sides were to be injured. You dare to fight with your life on the line. Yang Hongyu gritted his teeth. Li Zongjiu's move seemed to have grasped the perfect opportunity. He did not give Yang Hongyu much time to think. If he did not make a decision quickly, he would be killed. Yang Hongyu, who originally wanted to be tyrannical, was very honest with his body. His hand stopped moving. It formed a defensive barrier in front of his body. Damn it! The moment he gave up his attack, Yang Hongyu knew that he would definitely lose. From this momentum, it was already clear that he had lost. Sure enough, even if he used all the Yuan power in his body to resist, when Li Zongjiu's sword fell, he could still clearly feel the cold aura piercing through his throat. Boom! Yang Hongyu's figure flew out. At this moment, the momentum of the sword in Li Zongjiu's hand was like a ferocious tiger pouncing. It used its claws to firmly grasp Yang Hongyu's throat and then pressed him to the ground. Bang! Yang Hongyu's figure instantly fell to the ground. The distance between here and the arena was at least 40 to 50 meters. It could be considered as revenge for Lin Yao. Yang Hongyu fell to the ground. Defeated, but he survived. If he had insisted on attacking just now, Yang Hongyu could already imagine his fate. He would definitely have been pierced through by Li Zongjiu's sword. Because Li Zongjiu's speed was too fast. Seeing this, Lin Yao's eyes flashed. This must be what Li Zongjiu meant by not fast enough. If his speed was fast enough, this sword would come down. The enemy would not have any chance to attack. This was what Li Zongjiu wanted to express. Li Zongjiu won. It was so easy to win. He did not even see what moves Li Zongjiu used. Moreover, Li Zongjiu did not fall into a disadvantageous position. That awesome glove did not seem to be of any use. In front of Li Zongjiu, it was still easily broken. They even felt that it was a matter of course. It was really too easy to win. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu and Yang Hongyu's lives were not in danger. All the elders breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on their foreheads. After all, if this matter was blown out of proportion, this peak test would be meaningless. It did not matter if they were injured. But if there was any fundamental damage, it would be very serious. Long Medicine Peak, Li Zongjiu wins. He is the champion of this peak test. As soon as this announcement was made, the Long Medicine Peak was filled with earth-shattering cheers. This was really too exciting. Congratulations, congratulations. Lin Song also accepted the congratulations from the other peak masters with a smile. This time, he really stopped. He did not expect that Li Zongjiu would give him such a big gift. However, this competition was a little too easy for Li Zongjiu. Putting away the cyan light sword, Li Zongjiu came in front of the referee elder. Well, I want to challenge the elder. The cheers were very loud. However, the referee elder had clearly heard what Li Zongjiu had just said. However, the referee elder did not believe Chu Feng at all. He did not dare to believe his eyes. No, he could not believe his own ears. What? Although he had heard it clearly, the referee elder still asked again to confirm that Li Zongjiu had not said anything wrong. Perhaps he was too excited and had blurted out those words. I said, I want to challenge the elder. Li Zongjiu repeated himself. Challenge the elder. Li Zongjiu was actually planning to challenge the elder. It had been many years since a disciple had challenged an elder. Even if they had won, they knew that there was a huge gap between them and the elder. The fact that Mo Chu was able to break through to the Yuan general level while he was still a disciple was indeed something to be proud of. If Mo Chu were to win, he would perhaps issue a challenge and exchange blows with the elder in order to gain some experience. The elder would often act as though he was imparting knowledge to the elder. To them, defeating a disciple wasn't something they could brag about. Instead, they hoped that a few talents would emerge from the disciples below. However, judging from Li Zongjiu's imposing manner, it was obvious that he was here to defeat the elder. For a time, the elders of the two main peaks who were fighting were also interested. This brat was really a little arrogant. A mere disciple from Longherb Peak had defeated disciples from Blazing Peak and Crimson Afterglow Peak. Now, he had actually dared to challenge their elder. It was indeed as though he was looking for trouble. He actually wants to challenge the elder. Yang Hongyu was helped up by junior brother Tong. When he heard Li Zongjiu's words, even Yang Hongyu was taken aback. He looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. However, it made sense. The gap between him and Li Zongjiu was too huge. Even after exchanging blows, he could not see through Li Zongjiu's strength. This was Li Zongjiu's strength. It was not something that ordinary people could see through. Therefore, it was reasonable for Li Zongjiu to issue a challenge. This was because no one could tell how strong Li Zongjiu was until now. Interesting. I think Qinlai must be very unconvinced. Why don't we let him go up? Chuaoran said. Qinlai was the great elder of Blazing Peak. Blazing Peak had painstakingly nurtured a disciple of the Yuan general level, but he was inexplicably beaten to 4th place. Although this was due to the rules of the competition, losing to Li Zongjiu was still very shocking. Where did this Li Zongjiu come from? He had actually defeated the genius that Blazing Peak had painstakingly nurtured. How could they tolerate this? Very well. Since you want to challenge an elder, then I, Qinlai, will have to take action. Qinlai was already eager to give it a try. At the same time, he used his gaze to warn the elder of Crimson Afterglow Peak and the others not to take action and steal his job. The elder of Crimson Afterglow Peak could not wait for Qinlai to take action. This was not a good task. If he won, then he won. If he lost or embarrassed himself in the arena, then how would he look at the reputation of an elder in the future? Would others still call him an elder in the future? Let's wait for a good show. Haha, those at the elder level were also whispering to each other. Have you really decided? The referee elder said in a deep voice. Li Zongjiu also nodded. What a joke. If he did not challenge this elder, then how would he be able to stay in the Fog Snow Valley for 7 days? One had to know that the spiritual energy in the last 3 days was the most vigorous and the densest. In fact, it was more than 10 times the spiritual energy of the previous 4 days. Longherb Peaks Li Zongjiu, as the champion of this summit, I challenge. Is there any elder who is willing to spar with me? Immediately, the elder turned around and shouted towards the huge square. All the disciples were listening in silence. At the same time, they were secretly guessing which elder's guild had made a move. This had piqued their curiosity. I'll do it. Just as the referee elder's voice faded away, a voice as loud as a leopard's resounded. The sound was like thunder, rolling and rolling in the sky above the Crimson Afterglow Peak. If the enemy encountered such a situation, they would have been scared out of their wits by this sound since they couldn't tell what was real and what was false. Shameless. This elder is really thick-skinned. Bah, he's obviously targeting senior brotherly. The disciples of Longherb Peak started to ridicule. Because the one who spoke was the great elder of Blazing Peak. Qinlai stood up. First, he cupped his hands towards the sect master and the others. Then, with a leap, he landed on the arena. Although he was about the same height as Li Zongjiu, the arrogance in his eyes gave people a feeling of superiority. Looking at Li Zongjiu before him, it was as if he was looking at an ant. Li Zongjiu, I'm Blazing Peak's great elder, Qin Lai. Since you've issued a challenge, if you can withstand 10 of my moves, I'll consider it your victory. Qin Lai said proudly. His words caused the crowd to sigh. This was too much of a bully. It was not the first time someone challenged an elder. However, it was usually an ordinary elder who stepped up. Qin Lai was the great elder of Blazing Peak. It was a waste of talent for him to step up personally. Moreover, everyone could see that Qin Lai was here to teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. No need, no need. We'll follow the rules. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. His words seemed to be very polite. However, the content of his words was to show Qin Lai who was in charge. When Li Zongjiu said that there was no need, he meant that there was no need for the agreement of 10 moves. He would only be considered a winner if he defeated him. As his disciple, Qin Lai would not take advantage of him. Qin Lai's eyes widened in anger when he heard this. He was about to spit fire. Good, good, good. You've got guts. I like such a gutsy disciple. If you can defeat me today, I'll give you my elder position. Qin Lai said proudly. As an elder with a bad temper, it was not strange for him to say such words. In fact, Qin Lai was a man of his words. He was just that straightforward. The judge was an elder of Crimson Afterglow Peak. Now that he saw Qin Lai and the Longherb Peak's disciple face to face, he could not say anything. After all, Qin Lai was the great elder of Blazing Peak. This Qin Lai is really hot-tempered. Chu Aoran said. Qin Lai was hot-tempered, but he was straightforward. He was also loyal to the sect. Although he was hot-tempered, Chu Aoran still admired him. Elder, you're too polite. Li Zongjiu cupped his hands and said. Qin Lai was stunned. At first, he didn't know what Li Zongjiu meant by being polite. Later on, when he thought about it, he realized that the courtesy Li Zongjiu was referring to was him taking the initiative to give up the position of elder to him. How arrogant. This wasn't the first time someone had challenged an elder. However, Li Zongjiu's challenge this time was definitely the most unruly one. It was as if he was treating this elder as an equal, and not his own elder. Qin Lai was an elder of Lai Peak. Naturally, his strength was remarkable. Just as cultivation alone was already at the level of a grade 5 prime general, with this strength, he could be a vanguard general at the border. It was very difficult to break through and improve at the prime general level. Gu Xuanwu was proof of this. To be selected into the Xuanwu army, it was enough to see how strong and talented Gu Xuanwu was. But now, he was already in his 60s. In the end, he was still at the level of a grade 2 prime general. At Qin Lai's age, a grade 5 prime general was already very good. Qin Lai released all the energy in his body. This was a good opportunity to announce the strength of his sect to the disciples and leave a deep impression on them. Normally, these elders rarely made a move, and sometimes they were a little strict. These disciples were dissatisfied. Today, I'll show you what true strength is. Boom, a terrifying aura was released. Qin Lai's entire body emitted a dense fluctuation of origin energy, causing everyone to be shocked. At this moment, Qin Lai stood on the arena like a towering, unmoving mountain of flames. The kind of mountain of flames that could explode at the slightest touch. Li Zongjiu lifted his head, looking at Qin Lai in front of him. That tyrannical elemental energy was unleashed, and the entire arena was filled with a terrifying aura. All of it belonged to Qin Lai's fire elemental energy. Li Zongjiu's clothes swayed along with it, and when he touched them, Li Zongjiu found that they were already burning hot. If the power was just a little bit stronger, Li Zongjiu's clothes would probably be burned off. Not bad. Li Zongjiu didn't let his guard down. Although he was confident, Qin Lai was still the strongest opponent Li Zongjiu had ever met. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was guarding the Li family. Otherwise, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle would have been enough to turn Qin Lai into a cripple. The green light sword in his hand trembled slightly. Li Zongjiu didn't hesitate and charged towards Qin Lai. In the face of such an expert, other than a head-on confrontation, if one wanted to use any other tricks in this kind of martial arts competition, one would only be thrown off the stage. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was actually running directly towards him, Qin Lai was also very appreciative. With his temper, he liked it when his opponent charged at him. This kind of direct confrontation was the embodiment of a man. Come. Qianlai let out a low roar. Even when facing a disciple who was weaker than him, or even a disciple who was only at the first grade of the Yuan Master realm, he did not relax. There was a reason why Li Zongjiu was able to win until the end. It was definitely not due to luck. Whoosh! The green light sword in Li Zongjiu's hand left his hand and turned into a flying sword, stabbing towards Qianlai. The origin energy defense that Qianlai released didn't interfere with the direction and strength of the flying sword. With a boom, it flew towards Qianlai. Blazing fist. Qianlai was even more direct. Facing the green light sword that had the power to break blood, he clenched his fist and chopped the white stone in front of him. Boom, the blazing aura sent the green light sword flying. This sword is not bad. What other moves do you have? Just use them. Qianlai's fist was so domineering that people couldn't help but be dazed. Facing such domineering power, how could there be any chance of victory? It would be wonderful if they weren't beaten into meat paste. When Qianlai knocked away Li Zongjiu's green light sword, he discovered that Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared. The powerful aura instantly captured Li Zongjiu's figure. Unknowingly, Li Zongjiu had already run behind him. Unfortunately, although Li Zongjiu's speed was fast, he still couldn't hide in front of a Yuan general. Experts at the Yuan general level were so powerful that they could release their Yuan Qi and form an absolute Yuan Qi field around them. Under this Yuan Qi field, they could control everything around them. Therefore, no matter where an attack came from, they would be able to capture it. You couldn't escape his eyes at all. Boom, Qianlai's fist swept across. With this punch, the aura around him was instantly destroyed. His fist smashed towards Li Zongjiu in a crushing manner. A powerful aura condensed. Everyone could clearly see that Li Zongjiu's figure was instantly suppressed by the aura formed by Qianlai's fist. It was indeed the difference between realms. Even if you were smart and had more tricks up your sleeve, your origin energy wouldn't be able to withstand it if your realm wasn't high enough. Thus, you would only end up being crushed. However, Li Zongjiu's figure instantly disappeared. An afterimage. The ray of light disappeared in front of his eyes. Li Zongjiu's figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Qianlai was also stunned. This Li Zongjiu had actually used an afterimage to deceive him. Then what about his real body? In the next second, Qianlai turned around and immediately felt a terrifying blood fiend energy coming from behind him. The blood energy behind him roiled as if he had entered hell. Such a shocking aura caused Qianlai's figure to freeze on the spot. Blood extinguishing palm. Li Zongjiu mobilized the blood dragon origin spirit's power and poured it into his palms. This palm strike was filled with the power of death and destruction as it flew towards Qianlai. Although Qianlai noticed Li Zongjiu's movement, it was already too late for him to block it. Even the elemental energy in his body was only enough to protect himself. Boom, Li Zongjiu's palm hit Qianlai's body. Qianlai was instantly sent flying more than 20 meters away. However, during this process, Qianlai's feet were firmly planted on the ground and did not let go. As a result, a long charred mark was left on the ground. However, after Li Zongjiu's palm hit, it brought about a certain amount of trouble to himself. Qianlai's origin energy fire seemed to have spread to Li Zongjiu's body. At this moment, it was already entrenched around Li Zongjiu's body. It seemed to want to melt Li Zongjiu. This is bad. Qianlai cultivates the creeping earth fire. Once he comes into contact with it, he will definitely be burned. The Longherb Peak's elder immediately said. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Yao and the others became worried. What should we do now? He's dead for sure. Wang Bai slapped his thigh. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Li Zongjiu was entangled by the creeping earth fire. How could he get rid of it? However, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Li Zongjiu's entire body was burning with flames. However, he did not give in. Instead, he reached out a hand and circulated his origin energy, directly extinguishing the creeping earth fire bit by bit. Before that, Li Zongjiu's body had already suffered many injuries. However, Li Zongjiu did not move an inch and his expression did not change. Third grade earth creeping verdant flame? It's been refined into such trash by you? Li Zongjiu shattered Qin Lai's earth-creeping flame. He said disdainfully. Wang Bai and the others seemed to have predicted this. This Li Zongjiu seemed to often act pretentiously, always criticizing others for their incompetence. But most importantly, Li Zongjiu's pretentiousness was on point. What did he mean by refined into such trash? His words couldn't be so simple and direct. Elder Qin Lai, as the peak master of Lai Peak, had cultivated this earth-creeping verdant flame art for at least 30 to 40 years. He naturally knew how to cultivate this elemental art. But now, in front of Li Zongjiu, it seemed to be worthless. You're courting death. Qin Lai gritted his teeth in anger. It seemed that in front of Li Zongjiu, the elemental art he cultivated was trash, dog shit. No, it wasn't his elemental art. It was that after he cultivated it, he was looked down upon by this Li Zongjiu. This was looking down on his talent. The earth-creeping flame entangles endlessly. The green leaves of the verdant flame extend endlessly. This flame of yours has been refined into a dying candle by you, and you still have the face to display it in front of me? Li Zongjiu took a step forward. By the time he finished speaking, Li Zongjiu had already taken 10 steps forward. Shortening the distance by 10 steps, in the next moment, Li Zongjiu's palm actually emitted a terrifying flame aura. This flame rose vertically into the air. The appearance it took was the earth-creeping flame that Qin Lai had used before. What? Qin Lai's eyes instantly widened. He had cultivated the earth-creeping verdant flame for a total of 43 years. It was only with his understanding of the elemental art that he was able to cultivate this earth-creeping flame. But Li Zongjiu had never seen this elemental art before. He directly used his own elemental energy to condense this earth-creeping flame. Looking at the power of the earth-creeping flame, it seemed to be more flexible than Qin Lai's. Li Zongjiu wasn't here to perform. He directly flung the earth-creeping flame out of his hand with a whoosh. Instantly, with a whistling sound, it directly wrapped around Qin Lai, who was still in shock. It wasn't that Qin Lai was useless. It was just that Qin Lai knew that with Li Zongjiu's cultivation, the earth-creeping flame wouldn't pose any threat to him. Indeed, this earth-creeping flame only wrapped around his body. It was so weak that it could be easily shattered. Wait, this earth-creeping flame, actually, Qin Lai earth-creeping flames flame wood flames verdant flame was flames verdant flames woods flame. Earth-creeping flames, it's, to flames it, flames, two's verdant flame. Between them, they actually started to grow once again. The more he fought, the more the earth-creeping flame grew, the exploding creeping earth fire once again wrapped around Qin Lai. Although its power was very weak, its advantage was that it grew and multiplied endlessly. It was very tiring. Damn it. Li Zongjiu didn't stay idle under such circumstances. With a wave of his hand, the azure light sword actually returned to his hand. With the azure light sword in hand, Li Zongjiu's figure quickly rushed forward. Ancient sword art, Nirvana empty valley. Li Zongjiu's charging footsteps suddenly stopped, and the sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. At this moment, the azure light sword in his hand seemed to be blooming with endless radiance. It was obviously an ordinary profound-grade weapon. But in the hands of Li Zongjiu, it was like a peerless divine weapon. The terrifying sword aura spread out. Qin Lai was still fiddling with the earth-creeping flame in his hand because he seemed to have comprehended something just now. However, Li Zongjiu's sword came at the right time. Qin Lai didn't want to interrupt this enlightenment. He could only stand on the spot and continue to comprehend the power of the earth-creeping flame that Li Zongjiu used. Qin Lai stood on the spot. Qin Lai stood at his original spot, his entire body entangled by the creeping earth fire. Then, he was hit by Li Zongjiu's sword. This sword had the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Qin Lai's protective origin energy was released. This was his origin energy's automatic reaction when it sensed an external threat. What Li Zongjiu wanted to destroy was this aura. Destroy. Boom, the sword aura whistled and swallowed Qin Lai in an instant. Then, Qin Lai's figure was directly thrown out. This sword seemed to have set off a hurricane in the arena. Qin Lai's protective origin energy was automatically shattered. Bang, Qin Lai's body was blasted out. He fell to the ground. The entire arena was in an uproar. No one expected that Elder Qin Lai would fall to the ground as if he was cursed. Moreover, he fell out of the arena. Li Zongjiu had easily won. What was he doing? He didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. Elder Qin Lai had already been defeated. When Qin Lai was sent flying, he was stunned. Everyone was shocked. Even the referee elders widened their eyes in shock. They were worried that Qin Lai would beat Li Zongjiu half to death, so they gathered a few more people to help mediate the fight. However, the current situation was something that they could not believe no matter how hard they tried. Li Zongjiu, an ordinary disciple from Longherb Peak, had joined the sect for less than half a year. They had never heard of this person before. He won just like that. Could it be that this was Qin Lai's scheme? Qin Lai obviously didn't want to continue holding the position of Great Elder, so he deliberately agreed to such a battle and then pretended to lose by accident. Using such a method was simply too despicable. It was despicable just thinking about it. However, Qin Lai had already lost the battle. Why was there no movement? This was completely different from his style. The few people looked at each other. When they wanted to go over and take a look, they saw Qin Lai suddenly turn over and sit up. Then, he looked up and laughed loudly. Ahahaha, I understand. I finally understand. No wonder I couldn't break through my realm after so long. I went in the wrong direction. Qin Lai laughed out loud. Then, he looked at his surroundings and realized that he had already fallen to the ground. He was immediately stunned. He scratched his head, then jumped and landed directly in front of Li Zongjiu. Elder Qin Lai. Elder Qin Lai. The few of them immediately became nervous. Could it be that this elder Li Zongjiu wanted to silence them? Since they had lost to Li Zongjiu, they naturally had to kill them. Only then would they be able to protect their reputation. However, they saw the most shocking scene in their lives. They saw Qin Lai bowing to Li Zongjiu. He was actually bowing to Li Zongjiu. I admit defeat in this battle. From now on, you will be the great elder of Fierce Peak. I, Qin Lai, am willing to give up my position. The moment these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. What was wrong with Li Zongjiu? To think that he could actually force the first elder of Lai Peak to lower his head and admit defeat. Such strength was definitely not a joke. Who knew what the first elder had gone through? The people of Long Medicine Peak were in an uproar. F***ck, this is too exciting. A disciple of Long Medicine Peak is going to be poached to become the first elder. Senior Brother Li is from Long Medicine Peak. How can they take him away? Senior Brother Li, don't go. While Long Medicine Peak was in an uproar, Ru Peak on the other side was in an even greater uproar. What was going on? Their great elder was actually going to be a brat who was still wet behind the ears and whose hair had not even fully grown yet. Wasn't this, if this was leaked out, the people of Long Medicine Peak would be able to suppress Ru Peak for a lifetime. Just as these people were about to explode from anxiety, Chu Aoran, who was on the spectator stand, had a few more voices beside him. How could he be so reckless? To become an elder of the sect, one had to go through many rounds of selection and assessment. However, since Qin Lai had said such words, this meant that Qin Lai had already learned about Li Zongjiu's special abilities. It was this ability that gave him the confidence to acknowledge Li Zongjiu's position. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu's victory would not have convinced Qin Lai. Qin Lai was now very convinced of Li Zongjiu's strength. Let's wait and see. There's no hurry. Chu Aoran said with a smile as he tried to persuade the anxious peak master of Ru Peak. Of course, Lin Song was also very worried. It would be terrible if Li Zongjiu went over directly. Long Medicine Peak was waiting for such a disciple to appear. He was going to make Long Medicine Peak famous. From then on, no one in the sect would dare to say that Long Medicine Peak only knew how to refine pills. If they did not produce a few experts, these people would not know how powerful Long Medicine Peak was. Lin Song had promised Li Zongjiu so many benefits to the Li family in order to tie him down. This was clearly a show of goodwill. You don't have to be an elder. Just send your monthly salary to my residence. Li Zongjiu said with his hands behind his back. These words were said without the slightest trace of politeness. He just wanted to show an image of keeping his promise, but it was a bit too much for you to take advantage of him like this. Some of the Blazing Peak disciples looked at Li Zongjiu with displeasure. Just now, Li Zongjiu had used some kind of demonic technique to knock their great elder out of the arena. Anyone could see that if they were to fight head-on, Li Zongjiu would not be able to shake Qin Lai at all. Unexpectedly, not only was Qin Lai not angry at all, he even happily nodded his head in agreement. Of course. Qin Lai knew. The insights that Li Zongjiu had just imparted to Qin Lai could be said to have given him a second life. Such benefits were not something that could be casually exchanged for with worldly wealth. He had been stuck at the level of a grade 5 origin general for a very long time. He could not break through for a long time. This had troubled Qin Lai for a long time, but after comprehending the knowledge that Li Zongjiu had imparted to him, he understood. He immediately understood. His next cultivation method could also ensure that he could break through the limits that had been restricting him all this while. He had already found the breakthrough point and was just waiting for him to accumulate strength. Therefore, this little bit of money was worth it. It was far from enough. Kid, how dare you humiliate our great elder? I want to fight you one-on-one. F***ck. Brothers, let's drag this brat down and give him a good beating. Kill him. For example, the disciples of Lai Peak were clamoring as if they were going to revolt. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and naturally attracted everyone's attention. The originally angry and explosive emotions gradually calmed down. Everyone's doubts about the competition were temporarily put aside. This was because the person who had appeared was the sect leader, Chui Oren. When Li Zongjiu saw Chui Oren, his heart skipped a beat and he bowed. Although he was the evil lord in his previous life, he was still a disciple of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. When he saw the sect leader, he naturally had to bow. This was a basic courtesy. Longherb Peak disciple Li Zongjiu will be the guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect from today onwards. Li Zongjiu, are you willing? Guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, this was the most special position in the system of the sect. The so-called guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect was still responsible for protecting the sect's safety and honor. However, there was a special point. The guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect would only be needed when the sect was in a life and death situation. This was equivalent to the Supreme Elder before he retired. If even the guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect could not handle it, the Supreme Elder would personally take action. What, this kid is actually going to be conferred the title of guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect by the sect leader himself? Damn it. What, guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect? That's not the highest level of guardian. Even the great elder can't control them. Only the sect leader can summon them. The treatment is also the highest in the sect. This Li Zongjiu is really lucky. Li Zongjiu was shocked. He did not expect that Chui Oren would appear to give him such a position. It had to be said that this was the position that Li Zongjiu was most satisfied with. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu did not spend much time in the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. What he experienced was extremely dark and he did not have many friends. Therefore, Li Zongjiu planned to leave the Fog Snow Alchemy sect directly after going to the Fog Snow Valley. However, Chui Oren had now extended an olive branch. Furthermore, the guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect was also a very easy position. Normally, he would not need to use it at all. It was much better than the position of an elder. Normally, he would have to deal with some messy affairs. Moreover, this guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect could also be used by Li Zongjiu in the early stages. This way, it would be more beneficial and convenient for the family. Okay, I'll agree for the time being. Li Zongjiu said after thinking for a while. For the time being, he agreed. Even Chui Oren stared at Li Zongjiu in shock. Li Zongjiu's tone was extremely arrogant. To be able to resist such a great temptation and say such words, it seemed that the position of guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect was not very attractive to him. However, Chui Oren was not curious about Li Zongjiu's secret and his arrogance. As long as Li Zongjiu was loyal to the sect, there would be no problem. This is the order of Guardian Changwu. When the sect is in a life and death situation, Guardian Changwu must appear. Chui Oren handed Li Zongjiu a platinum token. After Li Zongjiu took it, Chui Oren clapped his hands. At the side, Qin Lai also took the lead in applauding. Soon, all of the disciples began to applaud. Guardian Changwu was the last line of defense of the sect. For Guardians Changwu, they only needed to appear when the sect was in a life-and-death situation. However, for these ordinary disciples, the purpose of these Guardians Changwu's life was to protect the sect. It was also because of these powerful and mysterious guardians. They ensured the absolute safety of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. The applause was thunderous. After this year's peak test, just Li Zhongzhou's limelight was enough to overshadow everyone else's performance. There were 15 people in the top 5 from the 3 main peaks. Excluding Li Zhongzhou, there were 14 people left. However, Li Zhongzhou was the only one who had the most topics to talk about among the 14 people. This made it even more awkward. In fact, the topic of everyone's private conversations was all about Li Zhongzhou. Something worth mentioning. On the day of the peak test, in the clinic, Mo Chu woke up from his coma and had a bad premonition. When he heard that he was ranked 4th, he almost wanted to die. However, when Mo Chu heard the following words and found out that Li Zong had actually defeated the first elder of the Ardent Peak, he almost spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from his chest. However, he held it in. What? What did you say? You said that damn Li Zongzhou became Protector Changwu. Pfft. When he heard the news, Mo Chu, who was strong, could not hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious on the bed. This blow was too big for Mo Chu, because Mo Chu had hoped that he could become Protector Changwu. Later on, he thought that he might as well run for the position of sect master. However, Li Zongzhou had become the protector of Changwu. Even if Mo Chu became the next sect master candidate, he would still be a level lower than Li Zongzhou. For Li Zongzhou, Protector Changwu was just taking advantage of the situation. It was normal for him to add some benefits to the family in the future. Even if Li Zongzhou did not take the initiative to ask for some benefits, some people in the Fog Snow Alchemy sect would try to curry favor with the Li family. Although Protector Changwu didn't usually say this, his words carried a lot of weight. Li Zongzhou was more concerned about the opening of the Fog Snow Valley. It just so happened that on the second day of the peak trials, they were the disciples who were going to enter the Fog Snow Valley. In front of Fog Snow Valley, there were 2 people standing beside Li Zongzhou. Yang Hongyu, Ma Zhao. Ma Zhao was a lucky bastard. Therefore, he was qualified to enter the Fog Snow Valley. They also received their own reward, a high-grade level 2 pill. Turtle Essence Condensing Pill. This pill was refined by Lin Song. Li Zongzhou had already seen this pill before and he was extremely familiar with its refinement technique. It was no wonder that he could become the peak master of Long Medicine Peak. With such a face and many skills, it would not be difficult for the current Lin Song to refine a grade 3 pill. Standing beside Li Zongzhou, Yang Hongyu, Ma Zhao, and the others couldn't help but feel restrained. The 3 peak masters went to open the restriction in front of the Fog Snow Valley. After the 3 of you enter, find a place to cultivate the Yuan formula yourselves. Remember, don't be too hasty. This turtle essence condensing pill has the effect of concentrating one's spirit. It can help you increase your concentration and increase the refining of the Yuan Qi. However, it can only last for a day. You have to make the best use of it. Lin Song explained. The restriction was opened. In the Fog Snow Valley, a strong Yuan Qi immediately filled the air. Some Yuan Qi filled the air. Everyone felt energized. Li Zongzhou did not say anything and took the lead to enter. This turtle essence condensing pill was obviously not enough. When Li Zongzhou entered, Yang Hongyu and Ma Zhao also followed behind him. The 3 peak masters. They also closed the restriction again and waited for 3 days to open it again. This ensured that the Yuan Qi inside would not be too exhausted and dissipated. The space in the valley was not too big. It was about 20 to 30 feet wide and was surrounded by cliffs that were hundreds of feet high. Fortunately, the lighting here was good and very transparent. It looked like a deep well. This was the second time Yang Hongyu came to the Fog Snow Valley. Last year, he also came to the Fog Snow Valley as the second place. This is the Fog Snow Valley. Senior brother, the Yuan Qi here is at least 10 times richer than outside. Ma Zhao said excitedly. Just then, he saw Li Zongjiu stop. Yang Hongyu's heart jumped. He rolled his eyes and immediately took out his turtle essence condensing pill and handed it over. Lord Protector, I'm not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. The Fog Snow Valley opens once a year. This turtle essence condensing pill is just right for me to use. Protector Li, please accept it. Yang Hongyu was a wily old fox in the sect. It was no wonder that he had cultivated for a longer time. He immediately saw through Li Zongjiu's intention. In fact, Li Zongjiu was about to open his mouth and rob him. However, Yang Hongyu's initiative made Li Zongjiu feel a little embarrassed. You're quite tactful, Li Zongjiu said. Then, he took the turtle essence condensing pill. He looked at Ma Zhao. Yang Hongyu also looked at Ma Zhao. Ma Zhao was stunned at first. Then, he quickly came to his senses. He quickly offered his pill as a tribute. Li Zongjiu accepted it all. Anyway, it would be a waste for these people to take the pill. With their level, they couldn't refine it at all. Okay. You guys go find your own place, Li Zongjiu said. Then, he swaggered and sat in the center of the room. The closer he got to the center, the stronger the yuan qi was. Seeing Li Zongjiu sitting in the center, Yang Hongyu and Ma Zhao consciously moved to the side. To be able to have such a deterrent force, it was a display of strength. Just when Li Zongjiu was cultivating in the Fog Snow Valley. In the Luoxia city, there were also a lot of new things happening. First, the Bai family and the Li family both sent people to occupy a part of the Huanyuan Oregon. They also swaggered and opened a store in the Flying Cloud City. They also wantonly recruited miners and gave them great benefits to mine the Huanyuan Oregon. The main business was also handed over to the Bai family. In the first 2 days of recruiting, there was a lot of bloodshed. Although some forces in the city were afraid of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle and the reputation of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, they didn't dare to act rashly. However, some mountain bandits wouldn't hold back in the slightest when they made their move. The Huanyuan or vein was in the mountain. If one wanted to pass by, he must first pay the toll, which was the so-called protection fee. If paying could solve the problem, it was still possible. However, people were always greedy. Therefore, they must use knives and blood to let these people know that money was not an option. Since the Li family had a relationship with the Longherb Peak, they might as well expand. The Bai family came up with the idea to hang the Fog Snow Alchemy sect as the external family. Since they were bound to the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, those who wanted to attack naturally had to restrain themselves and think more carefully. Outside the Huanyuan Oregon, more than 10 sharp logs were inserted into the ground. There was also a head on each of these logs. There was a buzzing sound on it. Some flies and mosquitoes also stayed on it, taking root and nesting. Elder Bai Ching of the Bai family was wearing the uniform of the Bai family. Behind him was a group of Bai family guards and some mercenaries who had just been recruited from the Flying Cloud City. These people only cared about money and not people. The Bai family controlled the Huanyuan ore, so the income was not ordinary. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for them to recruit some Yuan general-level experts. Now that the Bai family's forces had just arrived, they naturally had to patrol well to prevent the invasion of the weak. As for the heads that were strung on the wood, if there were people from the underworld, they would definitely be able to recognize them. The first head that was strung on the wood belonged to one of the top 10 bandit leaders in the vicinity, Big Teeth Huang. Outside the mine, in one of the tents, Bai Luoxue was wearing casual clothes and holding a blueprint in her hand. It was the structural blueprint of the yellow ore. Last night, Bai Luoxue specially invited some grave robbers through some special channels. These people were proficient in geography, so the yellow ore could not be hidden from their eyes. From their point of view, there seemed to be something beneath the yellow ore. The way we are digging now is wrong. Even if we continue to build the bone beams, this place will collapse in half a month if we continue to dig deeper. According to the results of my friend's survey, if we dig in the opposite direction and make a passage from this side of the mountain, we will most likely find the thing hidden under the yellow ore. Thing? What is it? The person who spoke. It was the elder of the Li family, Li Shuolan. Li Shuolan had a high status in the Li family. At the same time, she was Li Tianqing's elder sister and Li Zhongzhou's aunt. It was impossible to get Li Xuelan to step forward for ordinary matters. However, too many things had happened recently. The Li family had changed too much, and they were seriously short of manpower. There was even a feeling that there were many things waiting to be done. Therefore, Li Xuelan personally came to oversee the yellow ore. After all, this was a huge industry and an important resource mine. In a sense, the Bai family had become the subordinate of the Li family. However, they were still disloyal, so they had to be watched carefully. Only when the future cooperation gradually stabilized could they be at ease. According to speculation, there is another mine under the yellow ore. However, we need more accurate exploration to know what kind of mine it is. Bai Luoxue said. Is what you said true? Li Xuelan's eyes darkened, as if she was using a serious expression to tell Bai Luoxue that if what she said was false, the consequences would be severe. Of course. Then, Li Xuelan looked at the blueprint in her hand. She frowned immediately. If we dig from here, we will enter the sphere of influence of the 3 bandit groups. If the 3 bandit groups know about it, they will definitely join in. Li Xuelan said. If the 3 horse bandit groups knew about this, if the entrance of this mineral vein turned out to be within their sphere of influence, then this matter would be very serious. It would not be a matter of collecting protection fees, but a matter of taking it for themselves. Therefore, they must not know about it. What's your plan? Li Xuelan looked at Bai Luoxue and said. This young man's courage in making decisions far exceeded Bai Wuheng's. However, Bai Luoxue had always considered only one direction, and that was under the situation of absolute victory. She had never considered the situation of defeat. One word, kill. Bai Luoxue said indifferently. Since they're blocking my path to wealth, I'll just have to kill them all. I'll carve out a path of blood so that these people can learn a thing or two. You won't be able to stop me on this path. This tent was filled with Bai Luoxue's murderous aura. Li Xuelan had misjudged this imposing aura that shot into the sky. She was young, but she was decisive in killing. With such courage, she would definitely become a figure in the future. Such a person must be on her side. If she was on the enemy's side, then it would be a huge disaster. The Li family was currently on a bloody path of rise. Although Li Tianqing was in charge of the Li family, he did not relax in the slightest. Practicing the Heavenly Blaze Lion King art copied by Li Zhongzhou, Li Tianqing had made considerable progress. Today, he had made a breakthrough and would like to exchange a few moves with Gu Xuanwu. After a round of fighting, both of them were exhausted and panting like oxen. When Li Tianqing used this set of elemental arts, his elemental energy was as ferocious as a tiger. Although Gu Xuanwu was more experienced, his fists were afraid of the young and strong. For a moment, it was difficult for him to resist Li Tianqing's fists. This set of elemental arts of yours is definitely not limited to the 3rd grade. While panting, Gu Xuanwu sat on a rattan chair, wearing a sweat-soaked white singlet and waving a palm leaf fan in his hand. He said to Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing also continuously poured tea into his mouth. In the process of cultivation, Li Tianqing also discovered the exquisiteness of this elemental art. It was so different from the fire lion art in his family. It was really too terrifying. In the process of cultivating this elemental art, he could clearly feel the energy permeating around his body. He could absorb it at any time. Moreover, what this elemental art described was absolutely terrifyingly detailed and penetrating one's own energy. As a result, Li Tianqing had a better understanding of his body over the past few days. It was no wonder that some experts seemed to know more than others. It was because their levels were different. I think so too. However, this elemental art is only enough to cultivate to the Yuan general level. It is probably incomplete. Li Tianqing said. Now, the Li family is already invincible in the Sunset City. How far do you want to go before you are willing to stop? Gu Xuanwu sighed and asked. Now that he was old, he had already passed the age of fighting and killing. If Gu Xuanwu was still young, then his drive would definitely be stronger than Li Tianqing's. However, this person was most afraid of endless greed. If there was only greed, then he could still control it. However, if there was no end to it, then he would fall into the abyss. Isn't the reason why we are fighting so hard to seek stability? Let's take one step at a time, Li Tianqing said. With his current vision, he could now see the Sunset City, the land of the 13 provinces under the Xingyan dynasty. In the Dingquan province, there were more than 7 first-class cities, and there was even a provincial city. Below them, there were already more than 30 second-grade cities similar to Northern Medicine City. And there were more than 100 third-class cities similar to the Flying Cloud City. There were even more small cities like Sunset City that weren't ranked in the first place. As for how far he could go, that would depend on where his vision could be set. Within 1,000 miles, the leading force was the Fog Snow Pill sect. At the very least, his Li family also had to walk out of the shadow of the Fog Snow Pill sect. Li Tianqing thought in his heart. He was not like Li Zhongjiu, who was reborn. If he knew, Li Zhongjiu wanted to build the Li family into an aristocratic family with 1,000 years of inheritance. The power of the family would be on equal footing with the imperial family of the dynasty. In fact, in some aspects, they were even more superior than the members of the royal family. He would definitely shout that he was crazy. Even if Li Zhongjiu was his son, he would think that Li Zhongjiu was crazy. 3 days later, the restriction of the Fog Snow Valley was activated again. At this moment, there were already 10 elders waiting to enter the valley. Ma Zhao and Yang Hongyu, who had just come out, also walked out obediently. Li Zhongjiu naturally stayed inside. As the Fog Snow Pill sect's guardian Chang Wu, these people couldn't do anything to him even if he stayed inside. Greetings, elders. Guardian Li is still cultivating inside. Yang Hongyu bowed to the elders in front of him. Guardian Li. When this person was mentioned, the elders felt awkward. However, there was one person who didn't feel awkward, and that was Qin Lai. There were only 10 elders who could enter the Fog Snow Valley, and they were selected based on their usual contributions. Therefore, Qin Lai naturally came to this place. Li Zhongjiu was only in his teens, but his status in the sect was even higher than theirs. Therefore, it was an awkward situation. In fact, when they saw Li Zhongjiu, they had to address him as Protector Li. Later, they would pretend that they didn't see Li Zhongjiu. The 10 elders entered the Fog Snow Valley one after another. Because the Fog Snow Valley itself was limited in size, it could only accommodate so many people. Of course, the Snow Mist Valley was full of yuan qi. If he used this state to assist his cultivation in the early stages, there would be a lot of benefits. However, in the later stages, for example, at Sect Master Chu Aoran's level, this mere abundance of essence energy would not be of much use. It was more about one's own hard work and the absorption of elixirs. Just one pill from him was equivalent to more than 10 years of cultivation. How long would it take for him to catch up with such a gap? Therefore, the strong would become stronger, and the weak would become weaker. Those who didn't know the method would always struggle on this path. When these elders saw Li Zhongjiu sitting in the most central position, some of them were unhappy. For example, the Crimson Afterglow Peak's great elder Yan Beihan's face was as cold as ice. Even though Li Zhongjiu had become Protector Chang Wu, they had nothing to say. After all, Li Zhongjiu had greater potential than them. However, they still needed to know the seniority. These elders had been working hard in the sect for a long time. They had been working hard for the sect for a long time. Based on their contributions, it was enough for them to receive enough respect in the sect. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't seem to realize this at all. On the path of cultivation, there was only life and death. There was no courtesy. Li Zhongjiu really doesn't know how to be polite. Yan Beihan muttered under his breath. Seeing that Qin Lai had also moved to the side, Yan Beihan went to sit on a praying mat that was slightly further away from Qin Lai. There were only 4 days left. On the 6th day, the yuan qi in the Fog Snow Valley would surge violently. When this surge of yuan qi washed over, it would be a good opportunity for a breakthrough. This was because the pressure from the outside world, coupled with one's own control, could very well break through a boundary that one had not been able to break through for a long time. Li Zhongjiu didn't feel the change in the crowd around him. At this moment, he had entered an extremely crucial moment. Although the surrounding yuan qi was rather dense, Li Zongjiu also felt that the fog snow valley was truly beneficial for the cultivation of mind power while he cultivated the white god Fu. Before cultivating the white god Fu, Li Zongjiu's mind power had been condensed based on his own experience. Now that he had cultivated the white god Fu, Li Zongjiu had completely consolidated his mind power according to the top-notch mind power cultivation method of the White Dragon clan. Li Zongjiu was currently in the middle of cultivating the first level of the white god Fu, which was the most basic and also the most important stage. Place the white piece. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's mind power was like a vast whirlpool, causing the surrounding energy to churn and churn. In the end, the whirlpool formed a white stone at the end of the whirlpool. This was the final realm of the first level. The white piece was placed. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's mental energy turned into a white chess piece and landed in his mind. As a result, Li Zongjiu's cultivation of the white god Fu had officially entered the first level. The first level of the white god Fu. Given my current mind power, it should be comparable to the intermediate second level. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. If he activated the support of the White Dragon origin spirit, Li Zongjiu's mind power would become even more terrifying. However, his yuan qi cultivation was still holding him back. Give me a turtle energy gathering pill. Li Zongjiu had not eaten another pill besides the one he had eaten on the first day. He still had 2 pills in his hand, so after consuming one, the yuan qi in his body began to churn. In Li Zongjiu's mind, the mind white pearl began to spread out. The effects of the pill were instantly absorbed by Li Zongjiu. This should be a characteristic of the White Dragon origin spirit. When Li Zongjiu consumed these pills, the benefits he received would usually surpass that of ordinary people. Suddenly, the aura around Li Zongjiu's body swelled. Elder Yan Beihan, who was about 10 meters away, opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. Li Zongjiu's cultivation had caused too much of a commotion. A wave of air hit Yan Beihan's body and interrupted Elder Yan Beihan's breakthrough. Now, he was also looking for the key to his breakthrough and was waiting for the yuan qi wave to hit him. This damn brat. Yan Beihan was extremely unhappy that his cultivation had been interrupted. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that Li Zongjiu's body had undergone an extremely unusual change. Yuan qi gathered around Li Zongjiu's body, forming a yuan qi bath that tightly surrounded Li Zongjiu. The yuan qi around Li Zongjiu had already condensed to a peak, gushing out like spring water. The yuan qi seemed to have turned into a substantial yuan qi spring. Yan Beihan immediately stood up in shock. This guy, that yuan qi spring had directly washed away some people. Boom, the wave surged. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's yuan power had entered a frenzied breakthrough mode. Every time he broke through a level, Li Zongjiu's aura would become stronger by a bit. As a result, the elemental energy in the surrounding area would surge even more violently. What's going on? Why is the yuan qi sinking to the ground? Some elders were also startled. Qin Lai and the rest were also shocked to see the changes around them. Is Protector Li breaking through? This level of yuan qi overflow is too terrifying. Yan Beihan suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Not good, the yuan qi wave has been attracted here in advance. What, it's only the 4th day. Many of the elders were somewhat startled and surprised. However, they immediately made their preparations to welcome the incoming yuan power wave. However, the yuan qi wave this time was ferocious and was completely different from the previous one. Even Yan Beihan and Qin Lai, who had been here many times, had never seen such a ferocious yuan qi wave. Boom! It was as if a huge water ball had fallen from the sky. With a boom, it instantly fell into the fog snow valley. Poof! Poof! Some elders with weaker cultivations immediately fainted under the surging yuan qi wave. A few elders who were slightly clear-headed also discovered something shocking. They were falling again. What happened? At this moment, in the foggy snow alchemy sect, many people looked in the direction of the foggy snow valley. Just a few moments ago, they saw a strange movement in the direction of the foggy snow valley. Then, after a muffled sound, countless white fog gushed out from the foggy snow valley and eventually swallowed the entire foggy snow valley. The entire foggy snow valley was a vast expanse of whiteness, and nothing could be seen clearly. A few peak masters arrived in front of the foggy snow valley in a flash and saw the white fog gushing out continuously. It seemed to have covered the entire foggy snow valley and no one could get close to it. There's something strange about the white fog. Du Xuanjiang, the peak master of the fierce peak, said. When they got close, they immediately felt the yuan power in their bodies gradually diluting. The 10 great elders are still in the valley. Lin Song said. Not only that, but Li Zongjiu was also in the foggy snow valley. They couldn't just watch Li Zongjiu and the 10 great elders of the foggy snow alchemy sect die here. Sect master is here. Chu Aoran also quickly rushed over. When he saw the thick white fog in front of him, his heart sank. Sect master, what's going on? Chu Aoran shook his head. I've never seen such a situation before. The foggy snow valley is a place where yuan power gathers. It's a natural training ground. Why is this happening? However, although the white fog has the effect of swallowing yuan power, it doesn't harm the body. If we enter rashly, our yuan power will be swallowed by the white fog. It's difficult to move in the white fog. The white fog is to prevent outsiders from entering. Let's wait for 3 days. After 3 days, the yuan power in the foggy snow valley will dissipate. We'll enter the valley to investigate then. Chu Aoran made a prompt decision. At the same time, he also gave the order to seal off the fog snow valley. No one was allowed to get close to it. The appearance of the white fog was strange. There were no strange reactions after coming into contact with it. However, if there were any serious sequelae, it would be troublesome. Chu Aoran did not want this strange white fog to come out of nowhere and destroy his sect. Chu Aoran and the others could only observe the situation for the time being. Any yuan power that came into contact with this white fog would be immediately devoured completely. Such a strange scene made people's hearts involuntarily turn cold. Fortunately, the white fog only covered a small area around the fog snow valley. Other places were not affected. In the fog snow valley, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. There was only a faint light around them, but Li Zongjiu knew that they were no longer in the same place. What happened? Li Zongjiu was suddenly curious. How could something like this happen in the fog snow valley? The clash of yuan power from before seemed to have caused an incredible impact, causing the originally small territory within the fog snow valley to sink by nearly 10 meters. The surrounding mountain wall seemed to have become taller. What happened? Is everything all right? Yan Beihan's voice rang out. The commotion just now was too big, and some people had not woken up when the waves of yuan power came crashing down, so they directly fainted. Only 6 elders were awake. One of them was injured. Qin Lai's cultivation was similar to Yan Beihan's, so he did not suffer any injuries. Li Zongjiu, look at what you've done. What have you done? Yan Beihan angrily rebuked. Li Zongjiu glanced at Yan Beihan. At this moment, the yuan power in Li Zongjiu's body finally calmed down. I just broke through to the 6th grade of the yuan master realm. Li Zongjiu frowned. According to Li Zongjiu's own estimation, it would at least break through to the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade. This turtle origin energy gathering pill, in any case, was a 2nd grade high-grade pill. The effect should not be so bad. Old fox, what does this have to do with enforcerly? Don't bite people in a hurry. Qin Lai immediately roared after hearing this. He did not give Yan Beihan any face. When Yan Beihan heard this, he immediately looked at Qin Lai. Have you been beaten into an idiot by this brat? You can't even beat a teenager, and you still have the nerve to shout in front of me? Yan Beihan said mockingly. Qin Lai did not use his brain before doing things. In Yan Beihan's eyes, he was not a threat at all. To him, Qin Lai was just lucky to have such strength. In less than 2 years, Qin Lai would no longer be his opponent. Although the two of them were of the same rank, Yan Beihan still looked down on Qin Lai. Come. I want to see who's the idiot today. Qin Lai said as he rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight. The surrounding elders quickly came forward to stop the fight. They did not know what was going on. If they let the 2 experts fight again, they would not be able to leave. Li Zongjiu did not care about the dispute between Qin Lai and Yan Beihan. Instead, he was trying his best to recall what happened to the Fog Snow Alchemy sect in his previous life. Although I did not pay much attention to it at that time, I heard that the Fog Snow Alchemy sect suddenly obtained a treasure after I went missing. It made Chu Aoran a famous expert in the Dingquan province, but at the same time, it brought about a fatal disaster. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. His memories of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect in his previous life were very vague because he rarely came into contact with them. Not long after, the Fog Snow Alchemy sect only existed in name. Could it be because of the changes in the Fog Snow Valley? Li Zongjiu raised his head and looked up. He immediately saw that there seemed to be something moving quickly at the top of the cliff. Its body was pale, but its movements were agile. On the cliffs around the Fog Snow Valley, it immediately formed a terrifying threat. "Look, what's that?" an elder from Lifeng said. There was no white fog in the Fog Snow Valley, but outside the Fog Snow Valley, thick white fog could be seen. At the same time, there seemed to be something crawling out of the white fog, entering the valley and climbing down the cliff. Mutated meta-beast? Yan Beihan and the others immediately became alert. Once the meta-beast got close, it would not be fun. These meta-beasts usually lived on human flesh and blood, and they were bloodthirsty. Yan Beihan and the others were also close to each other. They could already see at least 7 to 8 white beasts charging towards them at a fast speed from this distance. These white meta-beasts were like crocodiles with longer limbs. However, their speed was even faster. They crawled on the cliff with their limbs as if they were walking on flat ground. Their huge heads seemed to have the strength of 10,000 kilograms. The corners of their long mouths outlined a few sharp teeth, and they were there to bite their prey. No, it's not a treasure. It seems to be a medicinal herb. Li Zongjiu's memory surged like a spring. Immediately, he locked onto a medicinal herb in his mind. Grade 5 spiritual herb. Heavenly vein 7 stars. I can't believe that I forgot about it. A grade 5 spirit herb was nothing to Li Zongjiu in his previous life. However, it was a rare treasure to Li Zongjiu, who was only at the Yuanshi level. Heavenly vein 7 stars. If it was consumed directly, it could open one's 7 meridians and 8 meridians in a short period of time. If it was refined by an expert, it could be refined into a grade 5 elixir. Heavenly vein elixir. In his previous life, Chu Aoran had directly consumed the heavenly vein 7 stars, which allowed his cultivation to soar. He had reached an extremely powerful state, but in the end, he did not manage to preserve his cultivation. It was said that he was refined into a blood elixir. Just like what Li Zongjiu did, he directly refined a person into a blood elixir. This way, he could obtain the power in the blood. The heavenly vein 7 stars growth conditions are strange. It needs to grow at the bottom of the patio where spirit energy gathers. Li Zongjiu suddenly thought of this. He glanced at the Fog Snow Valley. It was not a valley at all. It was a patio. If that was the case, the heavenly vein 7 stars were beneath their feet. With the strength of the heavenly vein 7 stars origin energy, it was enough to support a terrifying origin energy. It could even form a hollow area beneath Li Zongjiu and the others. The heavenly vein 7 stars were hidden beneath their feet. The elemental energy that Li Zongjiu had released earlier was actually being compressed by the ground, releasing the elemental energy from the underground. It attracted the white mutated meta-beasts. These meta-beasts are also here for the heavenly vein 7 stars. Li Zongjiu had already sorted out the situation in front of him. However, that Qin Lai suddenly shouted. "Everyone, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding 7 to 8 mutated meta-beasts charged towards Qin Lai and the others. 1,000 feet of flames. Yan Beihan formed a seal with both hands and immediately mobilized the origin energy in his body. It immediately turned into 1,000 feet of sharp sword and swept forward. However, the meta-beast's movements were swift and they dodged the attack with a few leaps. Earth-spreading flame. Qin Lai did the same. But this time, Qin Lai's creeping blue flame seemed to have grown eyes as they swept towards the 3 white origin beasts. However, this move didn't work. 2 of the origin beasts instantly broke free. Qin Lai paid special attention to the 3rd origin beast. He fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Yan Beihan immediately activated the blazing sword aura that was several feet long and slashed towards the meta beast. Boom, the sword chi hit the meta beast and instantly shattered. It was like a vase falling on the floor. It shattered so cleanly. What? Yan Beihan was shocked. How could such a thing happen? His all-out attack was actually unable to harm the origin beast at all. Fortunately, the origin beast wasn't completely unscathed. After it landed on the ground, it stopped moving. Although it had a strong defense, that move was enough to shatter the internal organs of the origin beast. Roar, the meta beasts at the back were charging at them dauntlessly. The 6 of them immediately fell into a tough battle. At the same time, they had to protect the 4 elders who had fainted. Fortunately, these elders were all origin general experts. They didn't panic in such a dangerous situation. After exchanging blows with the meta beasts, they realized that the meta beast's strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary origin general expert. However, in terms of speed and defense, they were much faster than an ordinary origin general cultivator. Boom, one of the elders was suddenly flung by the meta beast. A ghastly wound appeared on his waist. Tai Maoshan! Qin Lai shouted. The injured elder was the elder from Blazing Peak. Elder Tai Maoshan was flung to the ground. At the same time, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. He rolled out of the defensive circle that Qin Lai and the others had set up. Oh no! Yan Beihan also shouted in a low voice. He wanted to go forward to save him, but the surrounding area was already under fierce attack. He couldn't free himself to do anything. The Yuan beast that had sent Tai Maoshan flying earlier pounced towards Tai Maoshan once again, preparing to devour him. Tai Maoshan lay on the ground. His waist was in great pain and blood was flowing. The dizziness from losing a large amount of blood filled his mind. Suddenly, Tai Maoshan started hallucinating. Boom! A figure fell in front of Tai Maoshan. Tai Maoshan was awakened by the shock. The scene in front of him also returned to normal. When Tai Maoshan saw the thing that had fallen beside him, he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. What? The meta beast that had been chasing after him was directly lying on the ground. There were obvious signs of breaking at its throat. This attack had already shattered its throat. Who did this? Tai Maoshan's gaze followed and immediately saw a young figure walking towards the battle circle. At that moment, Qin Lai and the others were surrounded by more than 10 white meta beasts. It's just a few white mist beasts. Li Zongjiu stretched his wrist. These white mist beasts were here to steal from him. Of course, Li Zongjiu wanted to kill them all. Moreover, if Li Zongjiu still didn't make a move, these people wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Be careful, Enforcer Li. Qin Lai couldn't help but remind Li Zongjiu when he saw him walking over leisurely. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 white mist beasts pounced at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu sped up and stretched out his hands. These white mist beasts seemed to have sensed Li Zongjiu's intention. As they were flying, they violently swung their tails. One up and one down. The domineering power was enough to split Li Zongjiu in half. However, Li Zongjiu's body also moved horizontally in the air and easily dodged this attack. However, these white mist beasts weren't so lucky. Li Zongjiu grabbed the throat of one of them. Li Zongjiu inserted his whole hand into the throat and pulled out the larynx and other organs. Whoosh! Blood splattered everywhere on the ground. A kick landed on the white mist beast's body. Instantly, the white mist beast flew backward and crashed into the other one. While it was still in a daze, it saw a figure walking directly towards it. Immediately, the white mist beast used its unique skill. That was to pounce and bite. Die! Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and a ray of origin energy flew out from his hand. Although it wasn't strong, it was very fast. Whoosh, the origin energy blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing instantly cut off the origin beast's head. In front of Li Zongjiu, these 2 domineering white mist beasts were like ducks with their necks stretched out and waiting for death. Their weakness is at the throat. Qin Lai saw the shocking scene. These 2 meta beasts were killed by Li Zongjiu so easily. Evidently, Li Zongjiu found their weakness. Since he had found their weakness, then everything was easy. So the defense on the other side is so weak. These elders immediately went on a killing spree. Their bodies were stained with blood, and they did not show any mercy. Moreover, their thoughts were very clear. About an hour later, the last white fog beast was killed by them. Blood splattered all over the ground. Yan Beihan panted heavily. However, he didn't dare to underestimate Li Zongjiu anymore. There was even a trace of respect. Reverence, Yan Beihan shook his head when he sensed this. How could this be possible? He was the great elder of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. How could he be in awe of a disciple from the Long Medicine Peak who was just a few days ago? However, when he saw Li Zongjiu's attitude in the face of danger, he was shocked. It was as if he had been through thousands of battles. Moreover, when he was killing the meta beasts, he was so calm, practiced and simple. There were no unnecessary movements and no excess meta energy. He was so straightforward when he attacked. In the eyes of Yan Beihan and the others, Li Zongjiu was clearly an old monster who had been through hundreds of battles and was not a teenager. This kid must be a natural battle genius. Otherwise, where did he get his battle experience from? The few of them had been through a battle. Until now, they were still in shock and could not believe it. No one would have expected such a situation to occur in the Fog Snow Valley. Fortunately, it was the 10 great elders who were here. If the previous disciples were here, they would probably have been wiped out. There were more than 10 corpses on the ground. The boiling hot blood continued to seep into the ground. The rest of the elders were still in a state of shock. They were even discussing where these things came from. How could such a thing happen in the Fog Snow Valley? Some of the elders were treating their injuries. Li Zongjiu looked at the way the blood was flowing and suddenly frowned. The blood flowed into the ground. However, it was not flowing randomly. Instead, after it gathered in one direction, it suddenly dropped in a straight line. The surrounding area seemed to be corroded by the blood. The 7-star heavenly vein's power is the essence of meta-energy. It is the most resistant to these bloody things. Oh no, there are meta-beasts underground. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu felt a strong murderous intent blossoming from the ground. Even if Li Zongjiu wanted to leave the ground, it was too late. A huge tentacle rushed out from the ground with a boom. She wrapped her arms around Li Zongjiu's waist. Li Zongjiu's entire body was pulled directly towards the hole. Not good, Guardian Li is in danger. Qin Lai exclaimed. Everything happened so suddenly that even these Yuan generals couldn't react in time. They could only watch as Li Zongjiu was dragged underground by that strange tentacle. 1,000 feet of flames. Yan Beihan's reaction was extremely fast. He swept his flame sword over, but it swept across the ground and did not cut anything. Li Zongjiu was dragged away just like that. Everyone gathered around. When they saw the pitch-black hole, they couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. What kind of meta-beast was that just now? They looked at each other and couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Yan Beihan seemed to have thought of something and could not help but gasp. Not good. The appearance of that tentacle just now seems to be the Nining life-stealing octopus recorded in the sect. Nining life-stealing octopus. Isn't that just a legend? I've always thought that this part of the record was just a legend. Legend has it that the Fog Snow Alchemy sect used to be a battlefield of meta-beasts. The Nining life-stealing octopus was the king that was born there. Later on, for some reason, it drilled into the ground and disappeared. Qin Lai explained. Some elders didn't know about this record. Only great elders like them would pay attention to such things. But this Nining life-stealing octopus is a meta-beast from at least 300 years ago. If it's still alive today, what kind of realm would it be? They looked at each other and couldn't help but be shocked. The Fog Snow Alchemy sect was established less than 100 years ago. This meta-beast had existed here for hundreds of years. It was simply unimaginable how powerful it was. Li Zongjiu was captured by the Nining life-stealing octopus. It was easy to imagine how painful this would be. We can't stay here for long. Quickly go back and report to the sect master before making a decision. Yan Beihan said. If it was really the Nining life-stealing octopus, then the situation would be really troublesome. Anyway, Li Zongjiu would definitely die. But who could guarantee that the Nining life-stealing octopus wouldn't come out and slaughter everyone in the Snowpill sect? There was such a terrifying meta-beast hiding under their sect's soil. Who could guarantee that it wouldn't come out of the ground and devour the entire sect while they were still sleeping? Qianlai, what do you say? Qianlai muttered to himself for a moment. Although he really wanted to rescue Li Zongjiu at this moment, with their strength, they would only be throwing their lives away if they went down. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be in danger. Moreover, the more serious thing was the potential threat. He had to report this matter to the sect. At the very least, he had to let the sect be prepared. There's no time to lose. We will report this to the sect immediately. As for Protector Li, he sacrificed himself heroically to protect the sect. Qianlai said. The elders couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in their hearts. Seeing the people of their sect being captured by the meta-beast with their own eyes, and they couldn't even do anything to save them, was the most helpless and infuriating thing. They loosened their clenched fists again. Qianlai and Yan Beihan opened the seal in front of them and then walked out of the seal. However, the white mist outside didn't disperse. Their figures immediately rushed into the white mist. At first, they didn't feel anything. But the deeper they went, the weaker their strength became. Oh no, there's poison in the white mist. Qianlai and Yan Beihan could sense each other, but the elders behind them lost their sense of direction. The journey wasn't considered long, only a distance of 1,000 meters. Even if they closed their eyes, they could still rush in. But when they plunged into the white mist, everything changed. It was as if they were trapped in this white world. You and I, set up the formation here. If we retreat now, we will still die. At that moment, the two of them sat where they were. They used their remaining strength to maintain the formation around them. At the same time, they sent out a signal to summon the elders who had lost their way. At the same time, they also wanted to tell the sect experts outside the white mist that they were trapped here. With our cultivation, we can at most hold on for 3 days. If the white mist doesn't disperse after 3 days, we can only fight it out. Qianlai poured out a pill from the porcelain bottle in his hand. This pill became their trump card at a time like this. If they didn't have this pill to replenish their strength, they would have lost their will to fight in less than a day. In the crypt, Li Zongjiu was swept away by the huge tentacle. Although he was caught off guard at first, Li Zongjiu soon used his own escape technique. Yuan power enveloped his entire body. Just as that languid octopus-like thing was about to stuff Li Zongjiu into its mouth, it immediately waved its sword and slipped out of the cave. His body landed on the ground in an instant. Around him was some sticky liquid that was jealous of him. Li Zongjiu rubbed his fingers and frowned. How disgusting. The moment he was caught, Li Zongjiu had already used his mind power to investigate the meta-beast. This is the legendary 9 fatal octopus of the Fog Snow Pill sect. It's just a slightly bigger octopus. Li Zongjiu's heart sank. Because he suddenly remembered that this octopus should be a creature from more than 300 years ago. It actually lived until now and was buried underground all year round. What did it rely on to survive? Soon, Li Zongjiu saw a place that was emitting light in this dark and damp environment. Heaven Vein 7-star grass. Li Zongjiu saw the legendary Heaven Vein 7-star grass. Not far from the Heaven Vein 7-star grass, there was a huge octopus monster entrenched. Its huge limbs were also constantly swaying in all directions. As it swayed and lifted, some sticky liquid flowed out. It looked extremely disgusting. Above the octopus monster's head, some blood flowed down and dripped onto the octopus monster's head. So this octopus monster used the power of the Heaven Vein 7-star grass to attract these meta-beasts. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. This octopus monster was quite smart. However, the octopus monster refused to leave because it was waiting for the Heaven Vein 7-star grass to mature. The 9 fatal octopus should have caught Li Zongjiu and eaten him. However, when it threw him into its mouth, it didn't eat anything. This puzzled the 9-headed deadly octopus. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu's body was too small. It was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Therefore, he simply ignored this matter. This octopus is at least 200 meters long. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. However, the most important thing right now was to pluck the Heaven Vein 7-star grass and leave this place. Such a giant octopus monster can almost dominate the underground world. It won't be easy to get it. Li Zongjiu observed for a while. Based on the aura of this octopus monster, it should also be at the peak of the Yuan general grade. As long as it ate the Sky Vein 7-star grass, the octopus monster would become a Sky Origin ancestor. No wonder Chu Aoran was able to obtain the 7-star grass so easily in his previous life. If Chu Aoran were to take action, he would definitely be able to kill this 9 fatal octopus. I can't delay this any longer. Those elders will definitely ask the sect for help. At that time, Chu Aoran will definitely take action. It will be even more difficult to snatch the Sky Vein 7-star grass from Chu Aoran. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Time was of the essence. He had to settle this in a short period of time. Otherwise, the situation would become even more complicated when Chu Aoran arrived. The Yuan power between heaven and earth gradually seeped through the ground. It surged towards the Sky Vein 7-star octopus. Rumble. The Sky Vein 7-star octopus emitted a radiant and holy power. When this power brushed past the 9 fatal octopus body, it immediately felt that the octopus body gradually became relaxed, as if it had entered a very relaxed state. How dare you absorb my Sky Vein 7-star grass? Li Zongjiu was instantly enraged when he saw this. It was not easy for him to find the Sky Vein 7-star grass. How could he let such an idiot waste it? Li Zongjiu immediately released his mental energy. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's mental energy seemed to have turned into a white chess piece. How did my mental energy become like this? Li Zongjiu thought that this was just a storage state. However, when he used his mental energy to attack, it still appeared in this state. However, just as Li Zongjiu was in shock, the 9 fatal octopus had already discovered this trace of fluctuation. It immediately woke up from the relaxed state. The entire underground cave also began to rumble and shake. Then, the thick tentacles swept towards Li Zongjiu from all directions. Boom! After sensing Li Zongjiu's existence, the 9 fatal octopus was obviously very angry and unhappy. How dare such a puny human act so presumptuously in its territory? As a peak level 3 meta beast, Li Zongjiu also knew how powerful this guy was. Now, the only power Li Zongjiu could use to defeat this meta beast in front of him was his mental energy. Forget it, this white chess piece is white then. Li Zongjiu thought. Although this mental energy was strange, it still had its power. Immediately, Li Zongjiu used his mental energy as a hidden weapon and directly hit the 9 fatal octopus. Boom! Li Zongjiu's move directly knocked the 9 fatal octopus over. The 9 fatal octopus's huge body suddenly began to roll in the sealed cave. It turned the entire place upside down. At the same time, the mud below was constantly being lifted up. Li Zongjiu propped up a portion of origin energy as a defense around his body. It blocked the mud from flying up. If he wanted to defeat this guy, he had to leave this place. Li Zongjiu thought. Although the mental energy attack just now was extremely penetrative, the gap between the two parties was still quite big. The octopus had lived for hundreds of years, so its mental energy was more or less above Li Zongjiu's strength. It just did not know how to use it. Li Zongjiu's attack. Immediately, the 9 fatal octopus felt pain. Pick the herb first. Li Zongjiu's figure immediately rushed towards the Heaven Vein 7-star grass. At this moment, Li Zongjiu had not come to fight with this big guy, but for the Heaven Vein 7-star grass. Whoosh, his figure rapidly approached. Amidst the chaos, the 9 fatal octopus also suddenly shot a large amount of 9 fatal gas in the direction of Li Zongjiu. Once the 9 fatal gas was wrapped around one's body, even if one's strength had reached the level of origin ancestor, he would definitely be dragged down and his cultivation level would plummet. There might even be side effects such as being in a trance. In the end, he would become a lunatic. 9 fatal gas? Block it for me. Li Zongjiu took out a blood bead from his chest. Immediately, the blood bead in his hand made a swoosh sound. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and blocked in front of him. It directly blocked all the 9 baleful qi. After all, this underground cave was where the 9 fatal octopus was located. It could not hold on for too long. Golden Dragon Original Spirit. Li Zongjiu shouted in a low voice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he directly wrapped the heaven vein 7-star grass in front of him with the energy in his hand. He grabbed it. According to his previous judgment, this heaven vein 7-star grass was on the verge of maturity. The white mist outside should have come because of the heaven vein 7-star grass's maturity. This heaven and earth treasure was indeed different. The breakthrough of one state actually had the help of the power of heaven and earth. Just this point alone was enough to show how impressive the power of the heaven vein 7-star grass was. Caught it. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Li Zongjiu had already grasped the heaven vein 7-star grass in his hand. The tyrannical spiritual energy lingering in his hand also made Li Zongjiu's heart surge. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding mud seemed to explode. Li Zongjiu was directly blown to the ground by the mud. Buzz! There seemed to be a surge of power rising from the 9 fatal octopus. It directly broke the ground and a huge figure rushed out of the ground. Li Zongjiu also returned to the ground again, covered in mud. When the 9 fatal octopus's figure completely climbed out of the ground, Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with surprise. It's so big, even bigger than I thought. It was obvious that the 9 fatal octopus had also seen Li Zongjiu. There was also the smell of the 7 stars heaven vein grass that still lingered in Li Zongjiu's body. This 7-star grass had been guarding this place for close to 300 years. Just as it was about to mature, the 7-star grass had been snatched away by someone else. Such monstrous anger caused the 9 fatal octopus to erupt. Dozens of tentacles propped up its huge body, and it immediately assumed the posture of a giant beast. When such a huge body stood up, it covered the sky and covered the sun. Li Zongjiu saw the 9 fatal octopus body growing bigger and bigger. Let's go. Li Zongjiu did not say anything. Since he had already gotten the elixir, there was no point in continuing the fight. Of course, he would let Chu Aoran deal with it. As the 7-star grass was plucked away, the white fog that was used to protect the area slowly disappeared. Elder Qin Lai and the others, who were prepared for a protracted battle, also stood up. Fortunately, they were not attacked while waiting in the white fog. When the elders stood up, they happened to see Chu Aoran and the others landing in front of them. As the sect master of the Fog Snow Elixir sect, he naturally paid attention to such a big event. When he saw the white fog gradually disappear, he immediately rushed over. Du Xuanjiang, the peak master of the Fierce Peak, accompanied him. As for the peak master of the Crimson Afterglow Peak, he was overseeing the sect and directing most of the disciples to carry out other matters. Seeing the arrival of Chu Aoran and Du Xuanjiang, these elders felt as if they were relieved of a heavy burden. It was as if they had been saved, and all of them relaxed. Sect master, something bad has happened. Protector Li is, Qin Lai thought of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was dragged into the ground by the meta beast, and it was likely that he was done for. However, before Qin Lai could finish his words, then, a thunderous boom could be heard. Boom, the mountain behind him seemed to have exploded. The cliffs in the Fog Snow Valley were also constantly shattered. This patio was easily shattered at this moment. Suddenly, a huge beast emerged from within. Its huge limbs kept climbing up the surrounding cliffs. 9 fatal seal. It really is the 9 fatal octopus. Qin Lai and Yan Beihan saw this and cried out in surprise. Chu Aoran raised his head and saw the enormous 9 fatal octopus. It's actually the 9 fatal octopus? I didn't expect the records in the Fog Snow Valley to be real. The Fog Snow Valley wasn't originally occupied by the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, but by another sect. Later on, this sect declined, and the ruins were occupied by the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, who established a new sect. The records of the Misty Snow Valley were passed down. He had never imagined that the 9 fatal octopus would actually exist. Then in front, is there someone running? Du Xuanjiang pointed to the front and said. A thin and weak figure was flying out of the forest at high speed. It's Li Zongjiu. Chu Aoran said. With his eyesight, he could naturally see it. Li Zongjiu's figure swayed, and the 9 fatal octopus chased after him. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu's exquisite footwork, he might have been thrown into the 9 fatal octopus's mouth again. A mere 9 fatal octopus dares to cause trouble in my sect's territory. Chu Aoran's voice was like a huge bell that spread everywhere. Like a rolling wave, it swept past Li Zongzhou's figure and rushed towards the mountain like Nine fatal octopus, which was almost 300 meters behind him. Rumble, Chu Aoran's aura collided with the Nine fatal octopus. The Nine fatal octopus immediately released the Nine fatal octopus, which turned into a torrent and rushed down. Under the Nine fatal octopus, the lush trees below instantly withered and their leaves drifted away. Such a terrifying scene of withering was shocking even to ordinary people. In the eyes of the elders, they were also extremely fearful. Li Zongzhou smoothly dodged this attack. Even when he was running for his life, he didn't panic and was orderly. It seemed that he was very confident, which was why he arrived so easily. After his figure landed, Li Zongzhou also looked at Chu Aoran, who was fighting the Nine fatal octopus behind him. "Protector Li, are you alright?" Qin Lai stepped forward and hurriedly asked. They had abandoned Li Zongzhou in the fog snow valley and fled. It was indeed not very righteous, but in the situation at that time, no one dared to act rashly. They couldn't be blamed. Moreover, Li Zongzhou didn't count on them at all. It was better to leave one's life in one's own hands. "I'm fine," Li Zongzhou said indifferently. He turned around and looked at the battle between Chu Aoran and the nine-headed fatal octopus. Such a scene was not much different from his previous life. With Chu Aoran's strength as a Sky Origin ancestor, killing the nine-headed fatal octopus could be said to be a piece of cake. After all, there was an entire level of difference between them. However, after killing the Nine fatal octopus, the Heaven Pulse 7-star herb would fall into Li Zongzhou's hands. When Li Zongzhou gathered enough herbs, he would refine the great overarching Heaven Pulse pill. Whether it was to prolong one's life, strengthen one's body, or increase one's origin energy, it wouldn't be a problem. Chu Aoran's Sky Origin Ancestor aura was fully displayed. The slash of origin energy was incomparably sharp. It turned into a sharp sword and directly split the Nine fatal octopus into two. A peak level 3 origin beast's origin crystal was in his hands. This origin crystal was a kind of substance condensed in the body of a origin beast. It was also the core of the origin beast's power. Using this origin crystal could be used for many purposes, such as providing energy for an array, to refine this pill, or to use it for other purposes. These were all very common. Origin crystals also had their own attributes. The higher the level, the rarer the attribute, and the greater the value. Just an ordinary peak level 3 origin crystal like this was worth more than 1,000,000 gold yuan. Not to mention that this was an origin crystal with Nine fatal aura. Sect Master is amazing, Qin Lai and the others exclaimed. As expected of the Sect Master of the Fog Snow Pellet sect. Only with such strength could he protect the sect. Even without the elders, the Sect Master alone was enough to support the entire sect. This was the embodiment of one person and one sect. As long as the Sect Master was around, the Fog Snow Pellet sect would also be around. I didn't expect this beast to really exist. Fortunately, there weren't too many casualties this time, Chu Aoran said. Then, his gaze fell on Li Zongzhou. Custodian Li, do you know why the Nine life-stealing octopus is underground? Chu Aoran's eyes were like needles that pierced towards Li Zongzhou. However, on the surface, he remained calm and collected. The Nine fatal octopus must be hiding at the bottom of the Fog Snow Valley for a reason. Otherwise, it wouldn't stay here so foolishly. Among so many elders, only Li Zongzhou was captured and successfully escaped. If it really wanted to do something, only Li Zongzhou had the strength and opportunity to do so. I don't know. On the other hand, Li Zongzhou calmly spat out 2 words. He was expressionless. With Chu Aoran's skills, he was still far from being able to get anything out of Li Zongzhou. Chu Aoran stared at Li Zongzhou for a while, but Li Zongzhou's body did not fluctuate at all. It was as if he was completely unaware. However, Chu Aoran knew that this was because Li Zongzhou's own belief had reached a state of stubbornness. Others would want to see the flaw in Li Zongzhou's body. That was almost an impossible thing. After a while, Chu Aoran withdrew his gaze. Since it was futile, there was no need to continue investigating. Since everyone is fine, let's go back and rest. Let the people from the Long Medicine Peak take away the corpse of this meta beast and see what it can be used to refine, Chuaoran said. Li Zongjiu and the others also left directly. They originally had 4 days to break through, but now that something like this had happened, their original cultivation plan was disrupted. Li Zongjiu was also helpless. However, Li Zongjiu also knew that from today onwards, the Yuanqi gathering in the Fog Snow Valley would not happen again. The Fog Snow Valley existed in name only. Although the Yuanqi in the Fog Snow Valley was denser than the outside world due to the remaining power of the Heaven Pulse 7-star grass, it would definitely not cause such a scene. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not have any use for staying here. That day, Li Zongjiu left the Fog Snow Pill sect and returned to the Luoxia city as a protector. The cooperation between the Luoxia city's Li family and the Long Medicine Peak was still going on. With the Long Medicine Peak's agreement, the Li family's profits also increased exponentially. And today, the Li family received an invitation from the Northern Medicine City. The Northern Medicine Alliance of the Northern Medicine City invited the Li family's patriarch to the Northern Medicine City for a chat, just when everyone was hesitating about what to do. If Li Tianqing went to the Northern Medicine Alliance, the outcome could be imagined. It was unknown whether he could survive, but it was certain that he would not be able to return in one piece. After all, the Li family killed their deputy alliance leader Xianxia. This was a very serious matter. The Northern Medicine Alliance took so long to make a move. This made the Li family suspicious. Logically speaking, the Northern Medicine Alliance should have formed a storm and swept over the Li family. But now, he just received a plain invitation card. Family Head Li, what do you think? This is an invitation personally written by our Northern Medicine Alliance's Alliance Master. You should at least reply so that I can go back and pass on the message. Within the Li family courtyard, a man sat on the high seat with his head held high. Beside him was Li Tianqing, who was carefully reading a gilded invitation in his hand. The signature is Mr. Fu Leichun. As far as I know, Fu Leichun should be an elder of the Northern Medicine Alliance, right? Li Tianqing ignored the other party's question. He heard Li Tianqing's words. The expression of the messenger from the Northern Medicine Alliance changed, and his face turned gloomy. Our old chief is ill and has abdicated. Now, Chief Fu is in charge of the Northern Medicine Alliance. Is there a problem? Oh, haha, no. Whatever you say. Li Tianqing said repeatedly, as if he was afraid of offending the messenger. However, his words made the messenger feel that he was being perfunctory and disregarded. Li Tianqing didn't seem to care about his words at all. The attitude of these people from the Li family seemed to be quite arrogant. He was a messenger from the Northern Medicine Alliance. How dare they be so disrespectful to him? In such a small city like Luoxia City, there was actually a family with such a big temper. They were really short-sighted and did not know how to curry favor with him. This is an invitation card. Next time, it will be a letter of challenge. Family Head Li, please think carefully. In addition, Family Head Li, you must give an explanation for the matter of Deputy Chief Xianxia. Otherwise, this matter will not be so simple. The messenger said lightly. The threat in his eyes was very obvious. Huh? What? What's the next time? Li Tianqing seemed to be a little hard of hearing. He had to repeat the same sentence twice. A letter of challenge. Li Tianqing, don't put on an act in front of me. You know very well what your Li family has done. Now, either you obediently follow me back to Northern Medicine City, or I'll let our people from the Northern Medicine Alliance stay in Luoxia City for a few days. Obviously, the Northern Medicine Alliance had undergone a great change of personnel. But the abdication of the chief should be replaced by the deputy chief. Now that the deputy chief was missing, there had to be an explanation. As long as Li Tianqing was taken away, they could give an explanation, whether it was to be a scapegoat or to prove it casually. Then, the Li family would be lost. The consequences of killing a deputy chief would not be so simple. What's going on? Just when Li Tianqing was about to continue playing dumb, a voice sounded from outside the house. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Li Zongjiu walked in from outside the house. When he just came back, he heard that someone from the Northern Medicine Alliance had come. Regardless of whether they were here to settle scores or to do something else, Li Zhongjiu did not care. Were you the one who slammed the table just now? Li Zhongjiu looked at the messenger from the Northern Medicine Alliance. This messenger had some status in the Northern Medicine Alliance, and he was now Fu Chunlei's trusted aide. After Fu Chunlei ascended to the position, a lowly person like him naturally rose to the heavens. Now that he came to Luoxia City to show off, he found that the people from the Li family were either stupid or dumb. After all this time, it turned out that they were just pretending to be dumb. This made him very angry. Now, a junior had come in. And he was very rude. Pointing at me, does he have any seniority? How can I let a kid interrupt when the adults are talking? Moreover, I didn't slam the table just now. I didn't, the messenger said. Throw him out. My Li family's table is not something you can casually slam. Li Zhongjiu said directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xuanwu had already stood up. In an instant, he came in front of the messenger. Before the messenger could quibble, he was directly grabbed and thrown out. Plop. The messenger fell to the ground in a daze. Although he was a trusted aide, his strength was not flattering. In front of Li Tianqing and the others, he was considered powerful. But in front of Gu Xuanwu, it was a piece of cake. He easily threw the messenger out. Seeing Li Zhongjiu appear, Gu Xuanwu did not say anything. As soon as this guy came in, that arrogant look on his face showed that he wanted to throw him out of the room. But Li Tianqing did not give the order, so he could only continue to delay. You. Why did you cause trouble as soon as you came back? That is the messenger of the Northern Medicine Alliance. Li Tianqing saw Li Zhongjiu's recklessness and could not help but say anxiously. Oh? The Northern Medicine Alliance. Li Zhongjiu seemed to have suddenly realized. The messenger who was thrown to the ground also climbed up with his hands on his waist. You wait for me. Since he is from the Northern Medicine Alliance, just arrest him. Li Zhongjiu said. Immediately, the guards of the Li family stepped forward and grabbed the messenger. How dare you? Li Tianqing, you are really bold. Your Li family will die. The result was obvious. The messenger from the Northern Medicine Alliance was not only thrown into the dungeon, but he was also severely beaten. He wanted to show this guy the power of the whip. The Northern Medicine Alliance sent me such an invitation. They obviously want me to take the blame. Li Tianqing said. It's just the Northern Medicine Alliance. After some time, these people will either come to apologize in person or directly destroy them. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the invitation in his hand. It was not an invitation. It was clearly written in a commanding tone. It was directly torn apart by Li Zhongjiu. Zhongjiu, you're so young. Why are you so murderous? Li Tianqing could not help but frown. With a personality like that, if one day you really meet a tough opponent, you'll probably be the one who'll be in trouble. How can there be a war without bloodshed? Since father gave me this name, I will do it. Li Zhongjiu said directly. These words made Li Tianqing speechless. After that, Li Zhongjiu chatted with Li Tianqing for a while about the development of the Li family's business recently. When he heard that Bai Luoxue had led the Li and Bai family's troops into the Huanyuan mine and even fought against the 3 mounted bandits, Li Zhongjiu was stunned by her ruthless methods. Although both sides suffered a lot of losses. Through such a battle, they also showed their firm stand. It also let the people in Flying Cloud City, who were close by, know the power of the Li family and the Bai family. The families in this small Luoxia city were just a group of mobs, but such a situation happened. For a time, some of the forces that wanted to bully the Li family stopped in their tracks. In their hearts, they had to carefully weigh their options. After all, no one wanted to provoke a tough bone. By the way, your grandfather's birthday is in half a month's time. I've already prepared everything. You can go over first and make the arrangements. There have been so many things going on recently. I'll go over on the same day. Li Zhongjiu's grandfather lived in a small town called Guanxi Town, which was more than 4,000 li west of Luoxia City. In the past, Li Zhongjiu had also headed west. Eventually, he found the love of his life in Guanxi Town, who was Li Zhongjiu's mother. After his rebirth, Li Zhongjiu had not seen his mother for a long time. Thinking back, although his mother was strict with Li Zhongjiu, whoever dared to say anything bad about Li Zhongjiu would grab a rolling pin and rush out of the kitchen. He gave the other party and his father a good beating. "All right," Li Zhongjiu said. He was not going alone this time. There was a carriage full of silk, gold, silver, and jewelry that would be transported by carriage. In addition to the guards in charge of transportation, Gu Man also set off with Li Zhongjiu. Li Gui was also the leader of the Li family guards. Since they had seen the young master's ability, there was no one in the Li family who did not admire Li Zhongjiu. No one did not want to work beside their young master. Maybe they could be taught a thing or two. Before they left, Li Zhongjiu also came to the Li family's alchemy hall. These days, Wang Jing had been living quite comfortably. However, the alchemy disciples below him had suffered one by one. However, these people were surprisingly obedient. They even had a sense of blind worship for Wang Jing. Others did not dare to imagine that such a situation would occur. However, Li Zhongjiu had expected it. Wang Jing was not bragging. Back then, Wang Jing had really been to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion of the dynasty. However, it was the trip to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion that awakened Wang Jing's talent in alchemy. This was because there were some things that were not known to outsiders. In short, they were jealous. With the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle in charge of the family, Li Zhongjiu was absolutely assured. Even if the people from northern Medicine City wanted to kill their way in, they would have to invite an expert like Chu Aoran. Only then would it be possible for them to exterminate the Li family. However, it would be especially easy to invite a Sky Origin ancestor like Chu Aoran to help. It took nearly 10 days to reach Guanxi town from Luoxia City. Traveling 400 miles in a day was considered relatively fast for a journey of 4,000 miles. Although the journey was long, it was also full of challenges. Li Zhongjiu was not worried. If there were really people who did not know what was going on, he would just kill them directly. He could also use this opportunity to study it properly. Ancient Golden Tyrant Body Technique, by Shenfu. What kind of origin technique was hidden in the blood dragon's origin soul? Li Zhongjiu was extremely curious. Every single one of these was a top-notch existence. The method of charging to the saint level with 4 dragons is correct. However, forcefully merging the strength that the 4 great dragon souls have already cultivated is naturally something that I will not be able to endure. If these 4 types of strength had been in my body from the very beginning, and I had cultivated them all by myself, before finally merging them together, this should be the true 4 dragons charging to the saint level. Li Zhongjiu had consulted various ancient books in the past. Now, he had finally understood the profound meaning of this. After comprehending this point, Li Zhongjiu realized how difficult it was to break through to the saint stage. These 4 dragon soul supremes had already spent their entire lives and efforts to break through to such a realm. If it were Li Zhongjiu, he would need at least 4 times as much time and opportunities, or even more. This process was also unimaginable. Let's go to Guanxi town. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. This time, there were 5 carriages and 2 carriages. They moved forward quickly. Generally speaking, 2 carriages would be prepared for a journey. Firstly, it was used to change the route. Secondly, it could also deceive the enemy. During this process, at least the enemy would not be able to distinguish between the real and the fake. In case something like an assassination happened, it could more or less block it. Gu Man was in charge of driving the carriage and walked at the front. As for Li Zhongjiu, he was quietly cultivating in the carriage. While cultivating the Bai Shen Fu, he was also cultivating the ancient golden tyrant body technique. Li Gui, who was the most experienced, rode a horse and led the way in front. This journey was known as the border of the Tianyan dynasty. It was the largest forest of elemental beasts, called the Black Water Forest. The entire Black Water Forest was the territory of the elemental beasts. It was sparsely populated, but because the number of treasures produced was relatively small, it was considered an extremely unpopular place. If one was injured or trapped here, it was estimated that one would not be able to wait for half a day for an adventurer or mercenary to come. Although it was said that they were walking on the border, it was still very easy for accidents to happen in the Black Water Forest. They had to be extra careful. The surroundings were pitch black, and the fallen leaves were silent. There was only a bonfire burning quietly, and the crackling of the dried branches brought about some sparks. The flames circled in the sky, then extinguished. Li Zhongzhou's team was resting here. Gu Man was lying on a rock, the black wind blowing, and the moonlight shining on his head. Suddenly, he seemed to smell blood in the air. He immediately got up, crawled on the rock, and stared in front of him. He took out the dagger from his chest and stared in front of him. Outside of Luoxia City, it was necessary to bring a defensive weapon. After all, some meta beasts were not strong, but their skin was thick, and their defense was strong. If one did not use a weapon, it would be very difficult to break through their defense. This was not some cruel and bloodthirsty meta beast. It was a small black fox. This is a black crystal fox, Gu Man exclaimed. As someone who had rich experience in fighting in the wild, he was naturally familiar with black crystal foxes. If someone could catch this black crystal fox, it would be equivalent to owning a mansion in a first-tier city. It was a symbol of nobility and mystery. Why is this black crystal fox here? Black crystal foxes only liked to stay in their own caves and rarely came out. Moreover, the places they lived in usually had powerful spiritual creatures. If one could find a black crystal fox, it would be equivalent to finding a heavenly treasure. How could they not be rich? What's going on? It's a black crystal fox. Should we catch it? Li Gui also moved to Gu Man's side. Although his reaction was not as sharp as Gu Man's, he was still the captain of the guards. His intuition told him that something was wrong. When he moved closer to take a look, he also discovered that it was a black crystal fox. Look at what the black crystal fox is holding in its mouth. Gu Man pointed at the black crystal fox. The black crystal fox was holding something in its mouth. Gu Man had little experience in this area. Li Gui immediately saw what the black crystal fox was holding in its mouth. It's white jade crispy bamboo shoots. It has the effect of strengthening bones and tendons, as well as the effect of regenerating muscles. This is a rare spiritual medicine. Li Zhongzhou cried out in alarm. At this moment, the black crystal fox seemed to have found the right direction and leaped towards Li Zhongzhou. If the creature that had charged into Li Zhongzhou's carriage had been a snake or an aggressive meta beast, Li Gui and the others would have already taken action and captured the black crystal fox. However, this black crystal fox seemed to have come to deliver a treasure to them, so they didn't make a move. Instead, they carefully observed it. If Li Zhongzhou directly called for help, then they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. However, Li Zhongzhou's carriage was completely calm. Not long after, the black crystal fox emerged from the carriage and left the campsite. When Li Gui and Gu Man saw this scene, both of them revealed a trace of shock in each other's eyes. The black crystal fox is giving him a treasure? This is King amazing. He had probably never seen such a shocking scene in his entire life. They couldn't help but praise their young master's remarkable abilities. To think that the black crystal fox would actually deliver its treasures to him. Li Zhongzhou, who was in the carriage, looked at the black crystal fox. A trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes as he looked at the white jade crispy bamboo shoot in his hand. I didn't expect this white god Fu to have such an effect. It can communicate with all things. This is the true use of mental energy. It can't directly kill people. Although in his previous life, Li Zhongzhou had already become the evil lord, in this life, he had been reborn. His cultivation should have improved by leaps and bounds. However, this Li Zhongzhou had comprehended something that he hadn't comprehended in his previous life. He also had a deeper understanding of cultivation. Just now, Li Zhongzhou had only tried to release his mental energy to the black crystal fox. According to the description of the white god Fu, he had dispersed a summoning intent. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any movement. Just when Li Zhongzhou thought that this thing was useless, the black crystal fox delivered its treasure to him. This saved Li Zhongzhou a lot of trouble. This is a good method. Just when Li Zhongzhou was excitedly trying to cultivate his white god Fu. In the black water forest, several figures were hurriedly moving forward. It was here just now. I clearly saw it. That black crystal fox really passed by here with the white jade crispy bamboo shoot in its mouth. One of them said. There was a strange symbol engraved on his clothes. If Li Zongjie was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the uniform of the Black Zen sect. The entire Black Zen sect was intercepted and killed. They either fled or scattered. Who would have thought that they would reappear in the Blackwater forest? Trash, you can't even watch a fox. An angry voice scolded. However, this voice's accent wasn't very smooth. It shouldn't be someone from around here. Under the moonlight, one could see that this person had coarse curly hair, a high nose bridge, and azure eyes. The handle of the scimitar in his hand was embedded with a few gems. This was the style of the Outlands. In the Xingyan dynasty, there was still a piece of land that had not been recovered. Due to various reasons, it was left behind. This piece of land was called the Outlands. The people in this Outlands were a mix of good and bad people, and it was filled with chaos. And these people from the Outlands definitely didn't come to the Xingyan dynasty with good intentions. The person from the Black Zen sect was scolded. His expression was obviously not good, but he didn't dare to say anything. At that moment, he could only blame the anger in his heart on the Black Crystal Fox. It was all the Black Crystal Fox's fault for disappearing too quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been scolded. These people from the Outlands were arrogant and despotic. If they were in a bad mood, they might just kill someone. Now that even the Black Zen sect leader had to listen to them, they naturally had nothing to say. Moreover, these people from the Outlands were very strong. Suddenly, a black light flashed in front of him. The person from the Black Zen sect was shocked. There, I see it, the Black Crystal Fox. It's the Black Crystal Fox. The Black Crystal Fox's figure was running at top speed. However, this time it couldn't escape this disaster. The Outlands expert with the treasured saber pulled out the long saber at his waist and swung it in front of him. Boom, the saber whistled and accurately chopped the Black Crystal Fox's foot. Immediately, a miserable cry was heard. The Black Crystal Fox's foot was directly chopped off, blood dripped. It curled up in pain. In the next second. Then, he lifted the Black Crystal Fox with one hand. I want to see how this little thing with a broken leg can run now. The Outlands expert, Jin Yujun, said with a cruel smile on his face. It was as if he saw the Black Crystal Fox struggling in pain. The happier he was, the more excited he was. The Black Crystal Fox was caught. The people from the Black Zen sect saw that the Black Crystal Fox's leg had been cut off and cried out in alarm. Aya, this Black Crystal Fox is an expert at finding treasures. If its leg is cut off, how are we going to find the elixir? How are we going to lead the way? You said that if we find this thing, we can find the white jade crispy bamboo shoots. Now you're telling me that we can't find it? Are you playing with me? Jin Yujun shouted angrily. The people from the Black Zen sect patiently explained the situation to Jin Yujun. Finally, Jin Yujun frowned. It's so troublesome to find something. This little thing is already useless. If it's useless, then I'll just kill it. Jin Yujun sneered. This Black Crystal Fox was so weak that it could be easily slaughtered. How pitiful, Jin Yujun immediately threw the Black Crystal Fox into the sky with his left hand. Firstly, it was to satisfy his anger. Secondly, it was to let the people from the Black Zen sect know that he, Jin Yujun, was powerful. It was time to show them his power. This way, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly and would know what it meant to be obedient. Just as Jin Yujun was about to pull out his blade, he realized that the Black Crystal Fox above his head had disappeared. It disappeared? Did it grow wings and fly away? Suddenly, Jin Yujun's body felt a trace of vigilance. It was an extremely dangerous aura that was being released. Jin Yujun, who had fought on the battlefield for many years and climbed out of piles of corpses, immediately felt the dense killing intent. What? Although Jin Yujun was vigilant, he didn't react in time. There was already someone standing behind him. Even with his back facing the person, Jin Yujun could clearly feel the killing intent in the eyes of the person behind him. It was a killing intent that could truly kill. If Jin Yujun dared to act recklessly, the person behind him would definitely kill him. Who is it? The four people from the Black Zen sect also saw the figure that suddenly appeared. When did this person appear behind them, they didn't notice at all. It was too scary. Fortunately, this person was standing behind Jin Yujun. Did you chop off this black crystal fox's leg? A voice rang in Jin Yujun's ears. However, Jin Yujun had a feeling that this voice came from the Nine Serenities hell. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Based on Jin Yujun's judgment, he only had one chance to draw his blade. Friend, I'm from Qingyuan Villa. If you have anything to say, let's talk nicely. Li Zongzhou's eyes turned cold. In the next instant, he flicked his finger and a stream of yuan energy shot towards Jin Yujun's ear. By the time Jin Yujun realized what was going on, Li Zongzhou directly cut off half of the ear. Ah! Damn it! Anger flashed in Jin Yujun's eyes. The piercing pain in his ears was unbearable. At the same time, Jin Yujun was also looking for an opportunity to strike. Looks like you're the one who did it. Then leave your leg behind. Li Zongzhou said calmly. Jin Yujun was shocked. Kill him for me. Jin Yujun shouted. At the same time, he reached for the long blade at his waist. The action of unsheathing the long blade had been practiced countless times. However, when he used it this time, he realized that something was wrong. Because there was nothing on his waist. A wave of fear came from his heart. Jin Yujun immediately realized what was going on. At the same time, his body rushed forward. However, Li Zongzhou had already swung his blade down. Shua, Jin Yujun's legs were left on the ground. His thighs fell to the ground with a thud. My leg! Jin Yujun roared in pain. The yuan energy in his body immediately wrapped around the wound. He knew the sharpness of his 7-star treasure blade. At this moment, even if he wanted to escape, he had no legs to run to. He could only watch as his legs were still in front of him. Go! Kill him! The 4 people from the Black Zen sect were about to charge towards Li Zongzhou when they saw a dozen figures suddenly appear from the darkness. The leader was as strong as an ox. He did not fear any blade or spear as he charged forward. His fist exerted force and instantly smashed one of the Black Zen sect experts to the ground. Bang! The Black Zen sect member immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind was in chaos. Gu Man roared like a beast that had just escaped from its cage. An ambush! However, it was already too late. Li Zongzhou led his men out of the darkness. The 3 people were already frightened by Li Zongzhou's invincible might. Now that so many people had appeared to ambush them, none of them dared to resist. He was pinned to the ground in no time. Li Zongzhou glanced at the black crystal fox in his arms. At this moment, the black crystal fox had already lost its life due to excessive blood loss. Even though Li Zongzhou had more than 3,000 years of experience, and even though he had already seen through life and death, he was still extremely furious when he saw such a situation. If you kill me, you will become an enemy of Qingyuan Villa. Jin Yujun said in a deep voice. At this moment, he used his yuan power to seal the wound. Although it temporarily reduced the pain to a minimum, the shock he felt when he saw his own legs in front of him was indescribable. He could only temporarily suppress the anger and shock in his heart. At the same time, he had to stay awake. Right now, the most important thing was to survive. He could not die like this. Only by living could he take revenge. Qingyuan Villa? When they heard the name of Qingyuan Villa, whether it was Gu Man or Li Gue, both of them were shocked in their hearts because the reputation of the Qingyuan Villa was too great. In the entire Xingyan dynasty, it was a famous existence. This was because the owner of Qingyuan Villa was the current first prince of the dynasty, King Qingyuan. This so-called first prince was one of the younger brothers of the emperor. However, the title of first prince meant that his cultivation was the strongest. Among all the princes, King Qingyuan was the most powerful. Furthermore, he was a genuine Yuan monarch powerhouse. A living Yuan monarch powerhouse could be said to be invincible. Moving mountains and filling seas was a piece of cake for them. Ascending to the top in a single bound was not a difficult task for them. Unexpectedly, in such a remote black water forest, he actually met King Qingyuan's subordinate. Since he was a member of Qingyuan Villa, he could not be casually killed by an outsider. If that was the case, where would King Qingyuan put his face? Oh? Qingyuan Villa? Was it that idiot Villa who wanted to rebel but was killed without leaving a single piece of armor behind? You are the only one who treats it as a treasure. Li Zongjiu recalled. Qingyuan Villa was indeed quite famous in his previous life. However, the owner of Qingyuan Villa was really a fool. He thought that he had recruited some experts and won over some people's hearts. He even wanted to be the Wulin Alliance's leader or something. However, in the end, he wanted to rebel. In just one night, the experts of Qingyuan Manor were all either dead or injured. At the same time, a big fire burned Qingyuan Villa for 7 days and 7 nights. During the burning period, no one dared to put out the fire. Those were hellish screams. There were also cries for help that filled the air above Qingyuan Villa. In short, the outcome was very tragic. How could the dignity of the imperial family be so easily shaken? Therefore, Li Zongjiu mocked the person in front of him. Since you are from Qingyuan Villa, then I will do you a favor and send you on your way. Li Zongjiu's voice fell. He directly chopped down with his long saber. Swoosh, 2 slashes. Clean and neat. He directly chopped off Jin Yojuan's hand. Ah! Jin Yojun immediately shouted loudly. This kind of pain was simply heart-wrenching. The most important thing was, when his arms were chopped off, it immediately caused a gap to appear in his body. The origin energy in his body could no longer be gathered. Instantly, the pain of his hands and legs being chopped off directly attacked his heart. This made Jin Yujun hover between life and death in pain. Li Zongjiu lowered his body and buried the black crystal fox in front of Jin Yojuan's body. Jin Yujun couldn't move at all. He wanted to fall down but found that he couldn't. The 4 of you, watch him die. If not, you will die with him. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. In the end, the 4 people from the Black Zen sect all knelt around Jin Yujun. They stared at Jin Yujun. If Jin Yujun didn't die, they would be the ones to die. They didn't know where these people came from. Jin Yujun, who had the strength of a grade 6 Yuan master. He couldn't resist at all. This young man was terrifyingly powerful. Li Zongjiu and the others were already far away. Li Zongjiu felt extremely regretful that the black crystal fox was killed. After all, he had just established a spiritual connection with it. But now it was killed. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was the first to know. He had just understood the charm of the white god Fu. But it wasn't a pity, because Li Zongjiu had already avenged him. Young master? Aren't we going to kill them? These people seem to be from the Black Zen sect. Li Gui said in a low voice. Ever since the incident with Li Changjiang, news of the Black Zen sect had spread throughout the Li family. Everyone had to be extra careful. If they found traces of the Black Zen sect, they had to be extra careful. Although he knew that the young master had his own plans, how could the young master not think of what he could think of? Hee, don't worry. They won't live past tonight. Let's continue on our way. After such a battle, they were all very excited. Since that was the case, they might as well set off directly to avoid wasting time on the road. Li Zongjiu and the others were driving the carriage, so they were naturally slower. By the time Li Tianqing set out, he would be riding at full speed or in some other way. A distance of 4,000 miles was not a long distance. The 4 people from the Black Zen sect knelt here. They looked at Jin Yujun, whose 4 limbs were all cut off. At this moment, Jin Yujun could no longer speak. He could only open his mouth and whimper. To be honest, to be able to hold on until now without losing consciousness was already very impressive. Seeing the pain on Jin Yojuan's face and the broken limbs in front of them, the impact made the 4 Black Zen sect members shudder in fear. The rumbling sound of carriage wheels came from afar. They looked at each other. They had been kneeling here for at least an hour. Those people must have had the leisure to hide behind them and spy on them. Coupled with the sound of the wheels turning, they must have left. They should have left, right? Even if they didn't leave, they should be somewhere far away. We just have to hurry and rush into the Black Water Forest. That's right. As long as we enter the forest, we won't be afraid of anything. Let's split up first and regroup when it's safe. All right. The 4 of them whispered. Jin Yujun was still alive, but he was ready to die at any time. It didn't matter if Jin Yujun died. After all, he was the one who wanted to hurt the little fox. It had nothing to do with them. The most important thing was that they had to try their best to survive. Immediately, the four of them counted to 3 and abruptly dashed off in 4 different directions. However, the moment they stood up, they regretted it. They realized that they had nowhere to go. Around them, there were already over 100 starving black water wolves staring at them in the darkness. At this moment, as soon as they moved, hundreds of black water wolves suddenly rushed out from the darkness. This kind of momentum was like a tide. A devouring torrent from the darkness rushed towards them. Although these people from the Black Zen sect were fierce, everyone's strength was around the level of a first-grade Yuan master. However, after kneeling for so long, their bones were already weak. In addition, these black water wolves were ferocious. In just a few minutes, they couldn't resist anymore. I hate it. I shouldn't have gotten up. The figures of the blackwater wolves drowned these people. Hundreds of hungry wolves devoured the 5 corpses clean. There were still some skulls with bits of flesh left. They were left on the ground. Li Zongjiu and the others, who were far away, heard the cries of the blackwater wolves. Hearing this, Li Gui and the others felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, they hadn't gone far. In addition, after some identification, they guessed that these wolf howls came from the place just now. They didn't expect the young master to have such an ability to summon a pack of wolves. Could it be that the young master was the reincarnation of the king of the forest? In his heart, Li Gui had already labeled Li Zongjiu with a few strange labels, but none of them were symbols of mysticism. The convoy continued to move forward slowly. Along the way, there were many times when they met some fellows who came to block their way. Li Zongjiu also instructed to just give them money and send them away. If they could solve the problem with money, they would try their best not to use violence. That would waste too much energy. If they were covered in blood, they would have to take a bath and wash their clothes. In addition, the Li family was like the sun in the sky, and their wealth was rolling in. This money was not a problem at all. At the same time, with Li Gui and Gu Man, 2 great experts, these bandits did not dare to act recklessly. After receiving the money, they obediently left. The journey was more than 10 days, and it could be said that they were travel-worn. They were only 300 miles away from Guanxi town. In 1 more day, they would be able to arrive. Over the past few days, Li Zongjiu had gained a lot of experience in this aspect of cultivation. The blood dragon origin spirit must have a Yuan formula hidden in it. However, with Li Zongjiu's current level, he was still unable to touch it. Therefore, Li Zongjiu simply focused on studying these 2 aspects. It seems that after the situation here settles down, I have to go out and gain experience. There are still some things that I need to snatch. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. Although he might not be able to recall the memories of his previous life clearly. However, Li Zongjiu still remembered some of the more important things. For Li Zongjiu, the time and place of some heavenly treasures could be obtained in advance. It was also a good opportunity to try and see if he could enter the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. He had to study it well. With Li Zongjiu's previous life's experience, he speculated that there must be some hidden secret in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Therefore, he had to find it. Li Zongjiu had already reached other realms. He only needed time to restore his realm. However, that was Yao Yao's indefinite saint realm. Li Zongjiu still had to try hard. If there were no challenges and pursuits in life, everything would become meaningless. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu's carriage shook violently. With a boom, one of the wheels of the carriage was directly blown off. Bang, the carriage flipped over and fell to the ground. Even Gu Man, who was in charge of driving, fell to the ground. Enemy attack. Li Gui turned around and saw that the young master's carriage had been blown over. How could this be? Moreover, this should have been an ambush. There should have been a hidden bomb buried under the ground early on. To be able to get such a thing, one must not have an ordinary background. This was because only the dynasty had such a thing. If one used it privately, it would be against the law. Autumn Wind of Mount Mang is here. Guys, kill them. Leave the women and their belongings behind. Don't let anyone else go. Mang Mountain's Autumn Wind General. This name sounded a little funny. However, the people living near Guanxi town were extremely fearful of General Qiu Feng of Mount Mang. The road they were on was called Mang Mountain. And this Autumn Wind General. He was the self-proclaimed king of this generation. He was extremely cruel and merciless. His men were called the Autumn Wind Army. Wherever the Autumn Wind Army passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. This person by the name of Qiu Feng Jiang, not only did he possess frightening strength, more importantly, he had connections with this person. It was said that he had connections with the guard mansion of Guanxi town. The guard mansion was the headquarters of the armed forces in this town. The firearms provided by some empires were also secretly provided to General Qiu Feng by the House of Guardians. This kind of underground trade had existed for a long time. Officials colluded with bandits. As a result, the people of Guanxi town were living in an abyss of suffering. Some caravans that were not strong enough, or if they were not prepared, would be severely injured by the autumn wind of Mount Mang and suffer heavy losses. Usually, those who knew the rules would prepare the women and jewelry in advance and send them over directly to inform them. Li Gui and the others obviously did not know the rules here. Therefore, the Autumn Wind Army was prepared to kill one to warn the others. Once in a while, a murder would let the people around know that the Autumn Wind Army's strength was not undeserved. If they had real strength, they had to make a name for themselves. Only then would people be afraid of them in the future. This was Autumn Wind General's idea. Li Zongjiu came out of the carriage. The guards of the Li family also gathered together. A rain of arrows came from the enemy. The guards of the Li family immediately looked for cover to block the arrows. Arrows flew in the air. Gu Man let out a low roar, and directly tore down a piece of wood from the broken carriage. Using it as a shield, he rushed towards the group of archers. Ding! 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 The wooden board was shot like a hedgehog. Gu Man approached and suddenly threw out the wooden board in his hand. At the same time, his ferocious hand grabbed the nearest archer. Get out of my way! The archer was like a little chick as he was flung away. He smashed into a rock, causing a comminuted fracture. He could no longer get up. Gu Man, who had rushed into the group of archers, was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, showing off his invincible might. Even General Qiu Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the valiant Gu Man in the distance. At such a time, the braver one was, the greater the chance of breaking out. The more one hid, the more miserable the outcome would be. It would be easier for them to be killed. This was an unchanging law. Therefore, one should never be afraid of death on the battlefield. Take that brat down. Qiu Feng saw Li Zongjiu who had just poked his head out. This guy looked clean and was well protected by these guards. He must be an important person. This group of people didn't seem to be easy to deal with. Every one of them was well trained. Facing the enemy, they didn't panic at all. Obviously, they were experienced. This gave General Qiu Feng a headache. However, now that he was an arrow that had left the bow, there was no way to take it back. No matter how stubborn he was, he had to take him down. Under General Qiu Feng's command, 3 people immediately galloped forward. These 3 people held long spears and formed a triangular charging formation. From this, it could be seen that they were well-trained and very experienced experts. Li Gui quickly locked onto the 3 enemies that were charging at him. The other party quickly approached. Fire the crossbow! Li Gui ordered. Suddenly, a guard pushed out a crossbow from the group of people. This kind of crossbow was also a mechanical weapon. As long as you could make it, you could use it. Often in the process of battle, the ballista was a very destructive defensive weapon. A series of arrows were shot out. Out of the 3 horses, 2 of them were immediately shot down. The last person was already less than 20 meters away from Li Gui and the others. Li Gui was already holding a sharp sword in his hand. His figure rushed forward, ready to fight with this person. However, he saw that person's foot tapped, and his figure rose into the air, somersaulting several times in the air. The tip of the spear was pointed downwards. Like a poisonous dragon drilling, it slashed down towards Li Zongjiu's head. Not good. Li Gui wanted to block this person. This person's move was extraordinary. The surrounding elemental energy surged with an extremely sharp aura. However, two waves of energy attacked from behind. The two people who had fallen off their horses just now had caught up. The Li family's guards were also exchanging blows with a large number of bandits. There were shouts and screams everywhere. "Take my spear! Sky-piercing thunder spear!" This was a second-grade elemental skill. This person was also a fourth-grade elemental master. As for Li Zhongzhou's cultivation, when he was in Wushuip Hill sect, he was already a sixth-grade elemental master. A few days ago, he had also experienced a breakthrough. Now, he was an eighth-grade elemental master. When the other party's attack landed, although the surging lightning energy in the surroundings did indeed give people a sense of nervousness, it was still not enough. However, in front of Li Zhongzhou, it was just child's play. "Young master, be careful!" Li Gui roared. The eyes of the person who descended from the sky flashed with a cold light. "Your young master is dead for sure." In the next moment, the elemental energy in his body surged wildly, exploding along the tip of the spear. Like a lightning snake, it blasted towards Li Zhongzhou. When the lightning appeared, the power of the sky-piercing thunder had already arrived in front of Li Zhongzhou. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's body suddenly exploded violently. Dust filled the air. Gravel filled with intense energy shot out. Pfft! A figure directly spat out blood and flew backwards. Qiu Fengjiang, who was on a distant hillside, saw this scene and immediately widened his eyes. Qiu Fengjiang was wearing iron armor and a golden helmet. This attire, at the same time, showed that Qiu Fengjiang was a self-proclaimed general. What's going on? Qiu Fengjiang couldn't understand. Didn't his subordinate use his ultimate move to directly kill Li Zhongzhou? Why did he fly backwards and spit out blood? Just as Qiu Fengjiang continued to stare at his subordinate in front of him, he realized that his subordinate's figure was flying towards him in a strange way and trajectory. Boom! Not good, stop him! Qiu Fengjiang immediately roared, but it was too late. The subordinate directly crashed into Qiu Fengjiang, and a long spear pierced through his stomach. Qiu Fengjiang was knocked off his horse, and his stomach was directly pierced through by a long spear. "General, what happened to you?" "General!" Seeing this, the surrounding people immediately jumped off their horses and came to Qiu Fengjiang's side. However, Qiu Fengjiang was indifferent. This spear directly took away his life. His internal organs had already been shattered. Qiu Fengjiang fell off his horse. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, a young voice came from the battlefield below. "Kill them all." There were rules in Jianghu. If everyone abided by the rules, the situation would naturally calm down. However, there were often people who liked to break the rules and act recklessly with their self-righteous strength. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou didn't show any mercy to such people who didn't abide by the rules and didn't care about morality. He immediately killed Qiu Fengjiang. Even with Qiu Fengjiang's heavy armor and his strength as a fifth-grade Yuan master, he was unable to dodge the spear. In such a small place, such strength and military strength was enough to establish an entire family. However, these people just had to occupy this place and do such cruel and bloody things. Since Li Zhongzhou was here, he had to take care of these people. He was not chivalrous. Li Zhongzhou was not a very righteous person. For his own benefit, he could kill people. However, he was not a bad person. At the very least, Li Zhongzhou had his own principles. The name of Evil Lord was not fabricated out of thin air. With young Master Li Zhongzhou's order and the killing of the enemy's leader, the morale of this side was greatly boosted. Although there were only a dozen guards. Previously, these guards had been trained by Old Master Gu Xuanwu. As a result, they were able to reach a state where they could cooperate with each other tacitly. At the same time, the most important thing was that they were not afraid of killing. Only real blood and the flames of war could make people grow. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou was quite satisfied with these guards. At the very least, they did not panic. Immediately, Li Gui led the guards to counterattack. On the other side, Gu Man was also fighting to his heart's content, restraining all the archers. Only someone like Gu Man could become an overlord in the future with such a ferocious aura. Li Zhongzhou thought in his heart. From the beginning, the foundation had been laid. Gu Man was not afraid of battle at all. Like a brave vanguard general, he rushed to the forefront of the battlefield and tore apart the enemy's formation. In the end, the Qiu Fengjiang army was completely defeated. After losing their backbone, these people ran away. They threw away their armor along the way. The guards of the Li family were covered in blood, and the swords in their hands were chipped like teeth. This was a true blood-soaked battle. More than 100 people were lying on the ground. With only a dozen or so people, they actually managed to kill their way out of the encirclement of nearly 300 people. At the same time, they also managed to defeat the more than 300 people. After leaving over 100 corpses behind, they immediately fled. On the other hand, although a few of the Li family's guards were heavily injured, their lives weren't in danger. Basically, everyone was injured. This was definitely a complete victory. When he returned from here, he could brag to his heart's content. Of course, Li Zongjiu had also killed many people. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that some of these people would lose their lives. The seriously injured are lying on the carriages. The lightly injured continue to maintain the formation. We will leave this place first. Li Gui's back was also slashed 3 times. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu's intervention, the two masters would have chopped Li Gui into pieces long ago. The power of a Master Origin Realm cultivator was too strong. Although he was injured, Li Gui did not panic and did not fall down. That was how he calmly issued his orders. On this point, even Li Zongjiu nodded inwardly. These 2 carriages were directly damaged in the battle just now. The other carriage was even more miserable. It was directly shot into a hedgehog. "Young master, get on the horse," Li Gui said. He couldn't possibly let the young lord walk while he rode the horse. Therefore, Li Gui gave his horse to the young lord. This little fellow's performance just now was very good. This horse really followed its master. If Li Gui was panicking just now, then this horse would naturally be frightened and run around in all directions. But just now, the horse was standing there obediently and even helped Li Gui kick away an enemy. "No need. Let the injured brothers get on the horses," Li Zongjiu said. After saying that, he walked forward by himself. Looking at the back of his young master, Li Gui's heart was filled with indescribable admiration. He was powerful, young and promising, and also very kind. Last time, the family's guards were killed. They directly killed their way into the other party's nest and heavily injured the people of Flying Cloud City's Su family. They killed several elders and even killed their family's head, making the Su family compensate. This also completely shocked the forces of Flying Cloud City. Therefore, the forces of Flying Cloud City did not dare to act recklessly. After all, they still had some influence. Clans that could surpass the Su clan might not be able to stop the Li clan's meta beast. After all, the Li clan's old ancestor was killed directly. The outcome was imaginable. The other party might have even more terrifying means. Otherwise, why would they be so arrogant? Even now, when the Li family's forces moved in, the city lord's mansion of Flying Cloud City also made way for them. They did not dare to offend them directly. At the very least, before they truly understood the situation, they would not deliberately make things difficult for them. "Little Yun, get on the horse," Li Gui said. He pointed at a relatively young guard and asked him to get on the horse. A large piece of flesh was cut off from the guard's leg, but only a simple bandage was applied. It was impossible for him to walk. Little Cloud didn't even have the chance to refuse before she was carried onto the warhorse by 2 of her teammates. The group moved forward again. The carriage with the goods was not attacked. After all, these people would deliberately avoid these goods. Sometimes, people would transport some priceless antiques and fragile things. If there was any damage, the loss would be great. "You have to kill 10,000 people in order to master your fist technique," said Qin Wendian. Seeing Gu Man walk over, he opened his mouth and said, "What? Kill 10,000 people? Impossible, impossible. I'm not a homicidal maniac." Gu Man shook his head repeatedly. When Li Zongjiu heard this, he smiled but did not say anything. 10,000 people. This guy would definitely be a great killing machine in the future. The people he killed would be more than 10,000. because this battle had also delayed a little. Therefore, they just arrived at Guanxi town that night. Although Luoxia city was small, it was still a city. The city wall was 150 feet high. It could more or less defend against the enemy. However, in Guanxi town, the so-called city wall was just an earthen wall. Some parts of it had even fallen off. Li Zhongzhou's grandfather was a local rich man in this town. Although it was night, it was difficult to resist the smell of blood that permeated Li Zhongzhou and his men. After going through a bloody battle, they appeared to be in a sorry state on the surface. However, the eyes of these guards were as sharp as knives, warning others not to approach. Otherwise, they would be attacked. Therefore, one by one, they took a detour. "Stop, who are you?" An ignorant guard did not see the hint in his boss's eyes. He just habitually wanted to extort a sum of money. He directly walked out and stopped Li Zhongzhou and his men. When this person walked out, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely strange. That person looked as if he had just woken up. When he looked carefully at the group of people in front of him, he realized that something was wrong. None of the people in front of him seemed easy to deal with. But now, he had already said those harsh words. If he wanted to take them back, it would be impossible. Moreover, it would be a very shameful thing. Cough, cough. We need to pay taxes to enter the pass. The soldier coughed a few times, and his tone softened a little. He looked at his companions. They seemed to be sitting on the ground, frightened by the other party's aura. "How much?" Li Gui walked out and said in a deep voice. He stared at the person in front of him. After seeing Li Gui's eyes, the soldier's heart trembled violently. In fact, these soldiers could only be considered as military ruffians. They were recruited on the spot by the local guard office. They did not even need to go through much training. They just put on the uniform and went to work directly. The people they recruited were local bullies and hooligans. They were best at bullying ordinary people. But when he saw Li Gui in front of him and the murderous eyes of these guards, he knew that this matter would not be resolved so easily. It was not easy to take money from these people in front of him. "Everyone, 1 silver coin." He wanted to say 5 silver coins out of habit to extort a sum of money. But when the words came to his mouth, he immediately changed his words. He did not dare to say it again. If he said it out loud, it would be over. Ding. Li Gui tossed out a gold coin. This gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins. "Keep the change." The soldier took the money and almost did not dare to believe his eyes. Just by opening his mouth, he was able to obtain a gold coin. When he was here, not only would he not be able to get his monthly salary, it would also be deducted. Even if he did get it, the price would not be so high. It was quite good to be able to save a gold coin in 3 months. The sudden happiness made the soldier unable to come back to his senses. "Let me ask you, where is old Master Shen's home?" Li Gui continued to ask. "Old Master Shen?" The soldier was stunned at first, then he tried to recall. "Which old man Shen?" At the same time, he sized up Li Gui and the others. "Master Shen Chuanqiu. What is your relationship with the Shen family?" When the guard heard this, his expression immediately changed. At the same time, he became nervous. He deliberately raised his voice so that the people behind him could hear him and let his companions know what was going on here. The Shen family. When he heard these words, the guard captain behind him immediately stood up. The situation at the scene once again became strange. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The guard captain whispered a few words to the person beside him. The person beside him nodded and quickly ran away. "Where are you from? What are you doing in Guanxi town?" The captain of the guards pushed aside the guards in front of him and came in front of Li Gui. The guards behind him were also waiting solemnly. If it was in the past, the guards of the Li family might have been a little nervous. Everyone had their swords drawn and bows bent, confronting each other for a while. But now, these people only raised their eyelids and looked at these people with sneers. If their young master gave the order, it would only take 3 minutes for these people's heads to be taken away. Even though they had not made a move yet, they still felt uneasy when they saw the look in these people's eyes. "What I'm asking is where Old Man Shen's house is," Li Gui said. After following Li Zongjiu for a long time, his attitude towards these things had changed. When he saw these people's actions, he knew that something was wrong. Not far away, a large group of people was rushing over. When the captain of the guards heard the commotion in front of him, he turned around to take a look and smiled in his heart. When he turned around, he suddenly realized that there was another figure in front of him. F*CK, UF*, King. Before he could finish speaking, Li Zongjiu grabbed the guard captain's neck. Tell me, what happened to the Shen family? How dare you? The voice of the guard that Li Zongjiu was pointing at immediately became sharp. Take him down. Li Gui shouted. The Li family guards behind him who were only slightly injured immediately drew their swords and attacked. Chi. When they got close, they directly stabbed their thighs. The dozen guards in front of them were all taken down in the blink of an eye. Gu Man chased after a few of them who had escaped further away. He punched them one by one and sent them flying to the ground. They were definitely seriously injured. When such a tyrannical fist force was displayed, how many thin and weak bodies could withstand it? This was especially true for these good-for-nothings who only knew how to wear such clothes to scare people. The face of the guard captain, whose throat was gripped by Li Zongjiu, had already turned purple. He was forced to the point that he could not breathe. Crack! Li Zongjiu's 5 fingers exerted a little force and immediately broke the neck of the guard in front of him. The only guard who wasn't attacked was the one who had taken the money at the beginning. He stood in his original spot, and even the saber at his waist was only half drawn. He didn't dare to draw it out anymore. If he pulled it out, the situation would be dangerous. He could only watch helplessly as his captain of the guards died right in front of his eyes. He could not believe his eyes. No matter what, it was still the same. Wearing this uniform, he was also a member of the dynasty. Killing a soldier of the dynasty in the street like this, he would have to go to jail. How dare you kill a regular soldier of the dynasty in the street? I am the first military governor of Guanxi town, Ma Yuanshan. I am ordered to catch the murderer. Take him down. The person who came was full of confidence. He was actually a Yuanqi master. His cultivation had already reached the level of a 5th grade Yuan master. Those who held important positions in this dynasty's organization had to have some real ability. Otherwise, even if the people below couldn't suppress them, the people above couldn't hide from them either. Therefore, to be able to hold the position of the first military governor, one must have some real ability. Ma Yuanshan waved his hand and immediately the people behind him swarmed forward. Li Zongjiu and the others were heavily surrounded. Li Gui and the others were not clear about the situation, but it seemed that something had happened in old Master Shen's mansion. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at Ma Yuanshan. Ma Yuanshan had brought people to kill them aggressively. But he did not expect that the eyes of the young man in front of him were still as bright as the stars even in the dark night. His gaze was as if he could see through him. I will give you 3 breaths to tell me about the Shen family. Otherwise, I will take your head. I want your head. It had been many years since he heard such arrogant words. Ma Yuanshan had already been in this area for so many years and he had already subdued all the gangsters and bandits in the surrounding mountains. Yet, this little brat in front of him actually dared to utter such ruthless words. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people behind him and that he was a veteran of hundreds of battles, he would probably be scared. She would probably be scared out of her wits. There are so many people who want my head. Why haven't I seen any of them yet? Come if you have the ability. I'll leave my head here. Ma Yuanshan laughed loudly. 3 breaths have passed. Li Zongjiu's voice faded as he took a step forward. Suddenly, there was a fishy wind around him. Although Ma Yuanshan didn't care about it on the surface, he was already prepared in his heart. These people in front of him came from Luoxia City. He didn't know if the people of Luoxia City had heard some news, so they quickly came. Otherwise, how could he have arrived here so quickly? However, even if Ma Yuanshan was 120% alert, it was still difficult to resist Li Zongjiu's move. However, Ma Yuanshan had already caught Li Zongjiu's movement. When he saw Li Zongjiu charging towards him, Ma Yuanshan immediately shouted in a low voice. You overestimate yourself. What could a kid do? Previously, Ma Yuanshan was worried that there might be some elders of the Li family hiding in the camp. These people were the ones he needed to pay attention to. Li Zhongzhou's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ma Yuanshan. His left hand clenched into a fist and pushed out. Suddenly, a power that resembled a rainbow piercing through the sun erupted. Boom! Although Ma Yuanshan saw Li Zhongzhou's movement, he found that he couldn't keep up with it. He could only watch as Li Zhongzhou's fist smashed towards his throat. Bang! Ma Yuanshan's feet didn't leave the ground. His body didn't move, but his neck suddenly sank. At the same time, a piece of scarlet flesh flew out from the back of his neck. The bones in his neck were directly broken by Li Zhongzhou's fist. He died in an instant. Without the connection of the spine, the neck naturally fell between the shoulders like an ornament. However, the most shocking thing was, Ma Yuanshan's flesh wasn't damaged at all. Ma Yuanshan's body showed a strange posture. Li Zhongzhou pulled out a short knife from Ma Yuanshan's waist. In front of the man in front of him, he directly cut off Ma Yuanshan's head, including his skin and flesh. When his head was chopped off, Ma Yuanshan's body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The soldiers surrounding Li Zhongzhou didn't dare to come close. Ma Yuanshan was their leader and also their strongest expert. However, he was easily killed by Li Zhongzhou. What kind of monster was this young man? Next, you. Same. I'll give you 3 breaths. Li Zhongzhou pointed at a person. This person was a squadron leader. He had more than 10 people under him. Now that the first military governor was dead, it should be the deputy general to take control of the situation. However, Li Zhongzhou directly pointed at him. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to him. Immediately, the pressure on them became quite great. With the example of Ma Yuanshan, no one dared to be stubborn. If they didn't explain the situation clearly, they would probably end up like Ma Yuanshan. Regardless of whether the Guardian's residence would help them take revenge, at that time, they would. You can't even see it. Shen family. Shen family has been sealed. Tomorrow, the Shen family will be executed. Now, they are imprisoned in the dungeon of the defender's residence. The squadron leader stuttered. When he spoke, he accidentally bit his tongue. He didn't dare to stop and directly said everything. Li Zhongzhou's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. The squadron leader felt cold all over and his body couldn't help but tremble. Then, he saw Li Zhongzhou's knife coming down. Crash, the squadron leader's body was directly split into 2. His internal organs fell to the ground and still jumped. Go to the defender's residence. Li Zhongzhou's body was full of murderous intent. These people were actually so audacious. Not only did they destroy the Shen family, but they also directly arrested all the people of the Shen family and prepared to execute them the next day. In his previous life, Li Zhongzhou only knew that his family was destroyed. His mother and father were also killed. Li Chongjiang was the one who was responsible for all of this. But he didn't expect that the defender's residence dared to interfere. As for the reason, Li Zhongzhou didn't think it was necessary. No matter what the reason was, no one could hurt his family, his relatives. No one, the Li family's guard team suddenly became murderous. After such a thing happened, how could they let it go easily? Li Zhongzhou's mother was the wife of their family head. Although they all had the surname Li, they were family. Everyone blocked Li Zhongzhou's side and stared ahead. They were in a confrontation with the surrounding soldiers. In fact, there was a deputy general in this team. However, after seeing how ruthless Li Zhongzhou was and how even Ma Yuanshan was killed, the deputy general had already killed 3 people in a row. According to the law, Li Zhongzhou had committed a capital crime, but Li Zhongzhou's team was like a suicide squad. These people didn't dare to move at all. With such a murderous aura released, no one dared to provoke this iron-blooded team. Just like that, Li Zhongzhou and the others swaggered out of the encirclement of these people. These people didn't even dare to say anything. Watching the enemy leave was a very sullen feeling. Ahem, everyone, don't panic. Don't panic. Who knows where the defender is now? After Li Zhongzhou and the rest left, the deputy dared to stand up. He had been thinking about it all the time. When would Ma Yuanshan die so that he could be in charge of such a large number of guards? In the whole town, there were only so many guards. However, in this city, there would always be guards by the side of the Lord Guardian. These people were all experts. Only the Lord Guardian could deal with the people in front of him. As for the rest, whoever went up would die. There was no ambiguity. The defender seems to be, in Willow Flower Alley. Bright Moon Hotel. Someone said. Willow Flower Alley, Bright Moon Hotel. When the deputy heard this, he immediately slapped his head. This was troublesome. Why did the defender go looking for fun at this time? But now that the fire was on his eyebrows, he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly ran over. He had to report the situation here. The location of the defender's residence had always been easy to find. It was located in the most central area. No matter which city gate it was, as long as one entered the city and walked straight ahead, they would definitely be able to see the defender's residence. The defender's residence occupied an area of nearly 300 meters. Even the usual military training grounds were placed here. When the dynasty was first established, in order to establish its position and consolidate its position, it had already increased the power of these people and expanded the military force to form a deterrent. Whether it was the commoners or the forces of the underworld, they all feared the power of the dynasty. Even until now, these people had not been disarmed. Hence, this kind of drawback was gradually revealed. Some people even had their own military force, feigning compliance but opposing in secret, and even doing some extremely outrageous things. Using the dynasty's name, they did the dirty deeds of bandits. There were countless places like Guangxi town under the dynasty. Hence, even the defender's residence was quite domineering. It could also be said that it was quite free. It had the power and manpower in its hands. Whoever it wanted dead would die. Just like the Shin family. The Shin family was powerful, right? Wasn't the Shin family very powerful? The Shin family had been rich for several generations. This old man, Xianxia, had made his fortune by relying on animal skins and became the fur king of Guangxi town. After being rich for so long, he still did not know how to pay more money. The defender's residents could not stand by and watch, so they secretly took action. Later on, this matter became more and more serious. This caused the defender's hair to stand on end, and he ordered the Shin family to be wiped out. Now, in the dungeon of the defender's residence, the main figures of the Shin family were all imprisoned here. Facing the situation in front of him, Xianxia's chi sank into his dantian as he sat in the cell. Beside him, a beautiful woman with long hair tied in a ponytail was half kneeling, taking care of the old man. Father, don't worry. I have already sent someone to inform Tianqing. This beautiful woman was Li Zhongzhou's mother, Xianxia. Her clothes were not bad, but she did not lose her elegance. There was always a calm aura around her. As she spoke, Xianxia also looked at the few people imprisoned in the opposite cell. The two people imprisoned in the opposite cell were Xianxia's two elder brothers. After exchanging glances with each other, they were secretly certain. There was no news of the person who went out to ask for help. He was most likely crippled. Therefore, if they wanted to survive, there was only one way, which was to kill their way out. Killing their way out also required time. However, Xianxia was stubborn. The House of Guardians accused Xianxia of evading taxes and killing some rare beasts. They said the beasts were raised in Guangxi town by the dynasty. When did a few wild boars become national treasures? These people kept talking about the dynasty's laws. The old man was furious. He was a law-abiding citizen, so he proudly puffed out his chest and raised his head, declaring that he was innocent. In the end, he was still arrested and thrown into jail. He wanted to use this attitude to prove his innocence. His children followed him in one by one. Their old father had been taken away. Could it be that he was still sleeping at home? In short, Xianxia was starting to regret his decision. His grandfather had been righteous all his life. If he said he didn't do it, then he didn't do it. He could even use his own blood to prove his innocence. He could die, but his children didn't have to die with him. However, what was done could not be undone. There was no chance for him to turn things around. The most infuriating thing was that Xianxia only found out after he was sent to jail. It turned out that the other family in Guangxi town, the Tang family, had colluded with the House of Guardians to destroy the Shen family's foundation. They had stolen the Shen family's assets. Old Master Shen, who knew everything, was filled with regret. He didn't expect that he would be harmed by despicable people. At that time, he almost didn't. His entire person directly passed over just like that. Fortunately, Xianxia stabilized the old man's condition. Since these people wanted to cut the Gordian knot and play tricks behind the scenes, the Shen family couldn't just sit and wait for death. After all, Xianxia had seen the world. Now, he was ready to kill his way out. In the middle of the night, he would find an excuse and lead the Shen family out. They would return to Luoxia City first. Most importantly, they had to capture the guardian, Xianxia. Otherwise, the Shen family, which had 40 to 50 people of all ages, wouldn't live to see the next day. It was a very risky thing to do. However, if he didn't take the risk, he wouldn't have any other opportunities. In fact, the family line might even be cut off. Tonight would definitely be a night of bloody battle. *CK these bastards. When I get out, I'll kill all of you. Xianxia wasn't a weak woman. How could a woman who could pick up a rolling pin and chase people around be an ordinary person? This is a disaster for the Shen family. I didn't expect that the Shen family, which had been prosperous for generations, would encounter such a disaster in my hands. Thinking of this, old Master Xianxia couldn't help but cough. The thought of it made him angry. His emotions were so agitated that the injuries he had gotten from hunting in the mountains in his early years flared up again. Every member of the Shen family was a natural hunter. Now, they were like tigers trapped in a cage. Evil people are in charge. I, Xianxia, will not let these people off even if I become a ghost. Xianxia said sternly. Her eyes were filled with a manly spirit. At the same time, she was extremely angry about this matter. Hee, old Master Shen, is the food in the dungeon safe? Just as the members of the Shen family were feeling melancholy, a provocative and playful voice rang out. The sound of gold and jewels colliding could be heard. A fat man, who was wearing gold and silver, walked in under the protection of a few guards in black. The man was holding 3 walnuts in his hand. He was twirling them in his hand. When he saw the pitiful appearance of a little bird that had stubbornly survived in the ruins, it was easy for him to make a move. Most importantly, when the fat man saw Xianxia's beautiful figure, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had been attracted to Xianxia since he was young. However, he had been robbed of his love by a kid who had come out of nowhere. In the past, the Shen family and the Tang family were evenly matched. Hence, Xianxia could ignore him completely. However, things were different now. Xianxia was already a prisoner. His life and death were at the mercy of others. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to have some fun, it would be a waste. Tang Yuan, what are you doing here? Xianxia shouted when he saw the fat man. Although my Shen family has been harmed by evil people, it is not something that a mere Tang Yuan can insult. Since your Tang family is so despicable, my Shen family will not let you off. Tang Yuan laughed loudly when she heard this. Old Master Shen? Do you still think that you are the richest man in Guangxi town? Ha ha ha, your Shen family's territory has been taken over by my Tang family. Even if you get out of here alive, you will have nothing left. Now, Xianxia, you have a chance tonight. I can take a huge risk and help you avoid the death penalty. What do you think? Your Shen family has reached the end. Only I can save you now. Other than me, who else can come and go as they please? This is the death penalty prison of the House of Guardians. Ha 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 ha. Tang Yuan laughed loudly. Just as her laughter reached its peak, a loud bang rang out. With a loud bang, the door to the dungeon was violently smashed apart. Countless wood chips flew out, interrupting Tang Yuan's laughter. Who's there? The sudden explosion made it hard for anyone to react. The one who reacted the fastest was the head of the prison. This head of the prison had been in this line of work for 20 years. Under the deterrence of the dynasty's laws, he had been safe and sound for so many years. He had never encountered such a situation where someone forced their way in and ransacked the dungeon. He did not expect to encounter it today. Even when it happened in front of him, he still could not react. He did not know what was going on in front of him. The entrance was filled with dust. The head of the prison shouted, "Get out!" Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through the dust cloud. Xiao, the sharp arrow immediately pierced through the prison head's heart. The powerful force nailed the prison head's body to the wall. Prison head. When the guards saw this scene, they immediately cried out in alarm. The strongest jailer had been killed just like that, and they immediately panicked. Before the dust had even settled, a figure could be seen walking out of the dust cloud. The figure took a few steps and arrived in front of the prison cell. "Hey, you!" The prison guard wanted to stop Li Zongjiao, but he saw a group of people rushing in. Their long swords fell and cut these people in half. Blood splattered everywhere. When this person was cut in half, Li Gui's eyes did not waver at all. There was only an unchanging determination. Hey, what's going on? Where did this kid come from? How dare he break into the prison? How dare he offend the laws of the Xingyan dynasty? Tang Yuan saw Li Zongjiao walking down the stairs. At first glance, he was just a child. What was there to be afraid of? You guys go and capture this kid. Send him to the Lord Guardian. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Shen family. When Xianxia saw the young man walking down, he was pleasantly surprised at first. However, when he took a closer look, he found it hard to believe. However, Xianxia quickly confirmed that this was his son. Zongjiao? Li Zongjiao walked down with a murderous aura. Originally, he was prepared to go on a killing spree. These unruly people who had a close relationship with him actually dared to lay their hands on the close relatives of the evil lord, Li Zongjiao, and even threw his mother into the dungeon. Such arrogant behavior had thoroughly enraged Li Zongjiao. When Li Zongjiao found out about this, no one in the defender's residence would survive. However, when he heard his mother calling out to him, the murderous aura on Li Zongjiao's body instantly vanished. This long-awaited call had been heard for a full 3,000 years. Now, he had heard of it again. It was the most beautiful sound in the world. The child wants to raise, but the parents are no longer around. This was probably the greatest pain and regret in the mortal world. In his previous life, even though Li Zongjiao had become the unparalleled evil lord and enjoyed the respect of the world, Li Zongjiao had never been happy. He had never felt truly happy. Even his heart had long turned to stone. After 3,000 years, he had returned to his youth. Such an unbelievable thing had happened to him. It also made Li Zongjiao feel like he was in a dream. "Mother," Li Zongjiao shouted. This word had been sealed in Li Zongjiao's mouth for more than 3,000 years. To Li Zongjiao, this touching sound was something that he would never forget. Since he was reborn, he had to grasp everything in front of him. Who is it? Shen Chuanqiu could not react. Xinjiao's son? Father, this is Zongjiao, Li Zongjiao. Shen Xinjiao was a little emotional. He thought that before he died, he would not be able to see the person he loved and his child. He did not care about Li Tianqing. They had seen each other for so long, but not being able to see his son was the greatest pain and regret in Shen Xinjiao's heart. As a mother, this pain would be so deep. However, Shen Xinjiao did not show it. Just now, he was silently praying in his heart that he would be able to see Li Zongjiao again. Could it be that the heavens had spoken directly? Li Zongjiao. Oh, it's my silly grandson from Luoxia City. Shen Chuanqiu remembered and quickly said. If Shen Xinjiao's IQ was online at this time, he would definitely talk back. However, Shen Chuanqiu's words were pardonable. Shen Chuanqiu actually liked this little grandson very much. However, because of an incident, he became this silly grandson. Li Zongjiao's incident was well known in the entire Luoxia city. The incident where he used the poison as an elixir. In the end, the victim was Shen Chuanqiu. That was why Shen Chuanqiu came up with this idea. However, Shen Chuanqiu did not blame Li Zongjiao. On the contrary, he was very fond of this bold grandson of his. It was supposed to be a very warm reunion scene, but now, it was blocked by the iron fence. Therefore, the moment Li Zhongjiu saw it, his anger rose directly. So it's that bastard from Luoxia City. Sister Shen, you are so self-deprecating, it makes me very sad. Look at this kid, he looks like a bull's head and a horse's face. It's really ugly. Tang Yuan said repeatedly. She was extremely sarcastic towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu did not pay attention to Tang Yuan. Instead, he went directly to the fence and punched. With a loud bang, the fence in front of him was shattered. This domineering power was obvious at a glance. Even Tang Yuan's sarcastic words could not help but stop at this moment. Mother, grandfather, you have suffered. Li Zhongjiu felt extremely sorry in his heart. If he had come earlier, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much. What guardian residence? If he dared to take a step into the Shen family, he would break his arms and legs, he would enter vertically and leave horizontally. Mother, it's okay. Quick, let your men take grandfather and leave first. The battle outside ended very quickly. Li Gui and the others were also covered in blood. They directly ignored Tang Yuan and the others and released all the members of the Shen family. Don't worry. Today, with me here, no one can hurt the Shen family. Li Zhongjiu said. Just as these words were spoken, a wave of laughter that sounded like pigs being slaughtered erupted from outside. Ahahaha, this is too funny. Xianxia, your son is not only an ugly monster, but also a retard. No one can hurt the Shen family. Ugly child, please go out and find out what the Shen family's situation is now. They have already been sentenced to death by the dynasty's laws. Tang Yuan laughed loudly. Although the Shen family members were released, no one dared to touch Tang Yuan. This was because the 4 people beside Tang Yuan were also very famous. They had once worked together to kill a great bandit hiding in Guanxi town and became famous after that battle. Although the Shens were all experienced hunters, they were still far from enough to deal with these experts who could hunt down and kill bandits. After all, they were just ordinary hunters. The only ones who had some standard and some yuan qi were Xianxia and Xianxia's elder brother, Xianxiao. One had to admit that this name was given quite casually. When Tang Yuan said such insulting words to Li Zhongjiu, Li Gui was already prepared to make a move. Only Li Gui and 3 guards were sent into the dungeon. The rest of the people were stationed at the periphery to attract the enemy's firepower. Huh? The 4 black-clothed men immediately took a step forward and shielded Tang Yuan behind them. They were in a confrontation with Li Gui and the others. Li Gui and the others did not make a move. Xianxia wanted to curse back, but he was stopped by Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu turned around and walked towards Tang Yuan. Everyone looked at Li Zhongjiu's actions. Do you know what it means to live a life worse than death? Li Zhongjiu looked at Tang Yuan. He said very seriously. No matter what, Tang Yuan was still the young master of the Tang family, the #1 family in town. What sort of situation had he not seen before? He was able to toy with countless women in the town, he was able to make the bandits make way for him, he was able to make the people in the prison open the door for him, and he was even able to drink and chat merrily with the son of the town guard. In fact, there was nothing in Guanxi town that Tang Yuan couldn't do. And now, in front of his 4 subordinates, he was actually threatened by a teenage child. How could Tang Yuan tolerate this? Immediately, Tang Yuan angrily pushed away the 4 guards in front of him. You brat, Tang Yuan wanted to rush up and slap Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu directly stepped forward and grabbed Tang Yuan's hair. Pa! Tang Yuan fell to the ground. Li Zhongjiu's sudden attack was so fast that the guards didn't even have time to react. They saw Li Zhongjiu finish his attack. What are you doing? With an angry roar, one of them wanted to snatch Tang Yuan back. After all, this was their duty. However, Li Gui and the others had already made their move. Although the Li family guards were seriously injured, their combat experience had increased by a significant amount. Their bloodthirstiness had also made these people feel a deep sense of dread. Li Zhongjiu directly grabbed Tang Yuan's hair and dragged him out. Li Gui and the other Li family's guards blocked the 4 black-cloaked guards and were still fighting among them. The scene was a chaotic scene. Xianxia led the Shen family's people and quickly followed Li Zhongjiu's footsteps. During this process, Tang Yuan could only watch helplessly as the 4 guards she had brought with her fell to the ground one after another. Hiss! Let me go, let me go. He seemed to have realized something. Tang Yuan woke up. His man had been killed by Li Zongjiu. Who else could save him? Not many people knew that he had secretly come to the town guard's residence tonight. The only people who knew were already killed by the Li family's guards. These people even dared to kill the guards of the town guard's residence. If they killed him, it would only be one more life. Amidst the chaos, Tang Yuan had already understood her situation. Under such circumstances, there was no longer any hope. Why did the situation become like this? At this moment, Tang Yuan also wondered why he had done such a stupid thing and said such a stupid thing. Li Zongjiu dragged Tang Yuan all the way to a flagpole. As an institution under the dynasty, there would always be a flagpole with the dynasty's holy flame flag. Li Zongjiu pulled the flagpole out. When Tang Yuan saw that Li Zongjiu had let go of her to fiddle with the flagpole, she scrambled to run away. Murder, murder. After running for a distance, Tang Yuan saw that Li Zongjiu did not chase after him. He heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to curse Li Zongjiu, he saw the flagpole in Li Zongjiu's hand stabbing towards him. What, Poochie, the tip of the bamboo pole was sharp. It easily pierced through Tang Yuan's stomach and came out from the back of his neck. It was dyed red by the Xianxia dynasty's flag. Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch. At this moment, Tang Yuan felt excruciating pain all over her body. Even the slightest breath she took was excruciatingly painful. The flagpole pierced through Tang Yuan's body, but it did not hurt any of his organs. In other words, even if the bamboo pole was pulled away, it would only be a superficial wound. He was in a trance. Tang Yuan looked at the things in front of her gradually getting farther and farther away from her. Suddenly, she appeared at the top of Guanxi town. Looking down from the top of Guanxi town, she saw that she was strung up by the flagpole and directly lifted into the sky. She was at least 10 meters above the ground. Fuck. Fuck. What are you trying to do? Put me down. Li Zongjiu raised his head and looked at his masterpiece. Stringing people up was a method that Li Zongjiu often used. The flagpole pierced through the body and did not hurt the internal organs. The bleeding rate was also relatively slow. At present, he could at least last 2 to 3 days before he died. Of course, during this process, there was no lack of elixirs. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger. Suddenly, with a whoosh, some elixir powder turned into a ray of light and smashed into Tang Yuan's body. It exploded, and the elixir powder spread out. For ordinary people, it had no effect. However, for some ants and other animals that liked sweets, this was something that had a fatal attraction. To them, this thing was simply a treasure bestowed by the heavens. The smell was enough to spread to the range of 100 meters. On the other hand, all the ants within 100 meters would gather here. It directly invaded Tang Yuan's wound. What are you trying to do? What did you sprinkle on me? While he was shouting, Li Zongjiu threw another stone and hit one of Tang Yuan's acupoints. Since then, she had lost control of her body below her neck. Even her fingers could not move. Tang Yuan fell into a state of extreme panic when she felt such a sensation on her body. Enjoy it. Li Zongjiu looked at Tang Yuan, who was hanging high on the flagpole. Then, he turned and left. Those ants would crawl along the flagpole from one side of the wound to the other side of the wound. This feeling of being pierced by thousands of ants, anyone would choose to kneel down and beg for mercy. If he had the ability to fight, he believed that the wound on his body would definitely fester. Even if an ant burrowed into his body, the unbearable itch would be magnified dozens or even hundreds of times. Brat, put me down quickly. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. Tang Yuan roared. Now, only his throat could make a sound, but Li Zongjiu turned a deaf ear. Instead, he came in front of a group of Shen family members who were still in a state of shock and disbelief. While Xianxia was still in the prison, he had already made up his mind. He had to get rid of all these people. The guardian residents had gone too far. If they continued to compromise, their Shen family would be finished. Tonight, they were almost finished. Hence, they had to show their strength and retaliate. That was the only way. Only then could he ensure that his family would not decline. Gu Man led a few guards from the Li family to search the protector's estate. However, apart from capturing a few guards who were hiding, they didn't find the Lord Protector's figure. Immediately, he hurried to Li Zongjiu's side to report. "Stay in the defender's residence and wait for the defender to return," Li Zongjiu said. It had to be said that this was an extremely bold and crazy idea. The people of the Shen family had escaped with great difficulty, and now there was no place for them to go in Guanxi town. The only way was to leave Guanxi town as soon as possible. However, if that was the case, the Shen family would also decline. After all, the Shen family was based in Guanxi town. If the Shen family were to move, and not just move, but flee, they would leave Guanxi town. Coupled with the court's arrest warrant, all of them would become fugitives. No one could bear such a blow. That's right. I want to know what Lu Jianzhong is capable of. Damn that fatty. Lu Jianzhong. That was the name of the garrison. Of course, Lu Jianzhong was young, but he came to Guanxi town early to make a fortune. Although it was a small place, Lu Jianzhong's identity was not simple. To be able to take up the position of a guard at the age of 30, if he wasn't very capable, then he must have a very strong background. Putting aside Lu Jianzhong's background, his position as a garrison guard was an official of the Saint Flame Empire. If anything were to happen to him, he would have the support of the Saint Flame Empire. In this small Guanxi town, Lu Jianzhong could do whatever he wanted. As for the so-called supervision department, he just needed to bribe them and there would be no problem. "Father, don't worry. The most important thing is to get out of here." Xianxia thought for a while. The Li family had only sent a dozen or so guards, and in addition to the previous battle, they had already suffered great losses. Their current strength might not be able to defeat the garrison. Moreover, there were many experts hiding around Lu Jianzhong. Considering the overall situation, Xianxia knew that they would be trapped if they stayed to confront them. They would not be able to get out of Guanxi town. Sister is right. If we don't leave, we will all die here, Xianxia said. Even if everyone left this place together, the survival rate might not be very high. Maybe most of them would die on the way. But once they entered the mountain, it would be the Shen's hunter's world. As for what happened after that, he would think about it later. Whether it was reputation or not, he had to survive first. "You youngsters should leave. I'm old and can't walk anymore," Xianxia said. His old eyes were filled with endless depth as he looked at the grown-up children around him. Li Zongjiu had also come. As a member of the grandson generation, Li Zongjiu's performance this time had also surprised Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't believe it. "Zongjiu, you are still young. The world is dangerous. Quickly take your people and leave. Your guards are still young. Don't sacrifice them in vain." Xianxia wanted to persuade Li Zongjiu and the others to leave first. Li Zongjiu shook his head. "Grandpa, Mom, don't worry. As long as I, Li Zongjiu, am here, that puny Guanxi town won't be able to do anything to us. Not only will we not have to leave, I'll take back everything we've lost." Take back what was lost, this was what old Master Xianxia wanted. However, in this world, without strength, connections, and background, how could you possibly get back the things that were stolen from you? Those inspirational articles and stories were naturally used to deceive people. There were only a few people who could really turn the tide in their lives. "Zongjiu, is what you said true?" Xianxia couldn't believe his eyes. This little nephew of his could actually say something so contagious. Xianxia, who was beside him, was also carefully sizing up Li Zongjiu. He was extremely amazed by the changes in Li Zongjiu's body. What exactly happened to Li Zongjiu? Could it be that the Snow Elixir sect had the ability to transform people? They could actually train the introverted Li Zongjiu to become like this. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Li Zongjiu was his son. At this moment, Li Gui tactfully came to Xianxia's side and whispered a few words in his ear. When he heard what Li Gui said, his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in shock. The more he looked at Li Zongjiu, the more he couldn't believe it. Most of the people from the Shen family were also arranged to rest in the rooms of the guardian residence. The injured guards of the Li family were also bandaged. Fortunately, they had brought a lot of elixirs with them. After taking the elixirs, their injuries were healed. It was already the latter half of the night. The entire Guardian residence was already under Li Zhongjiu's control. It didn't have to be a lot of people. Most of the armed forces of the defenders' residence had already been wiped out when they attacked. Li Zhongjiu didn't show any mercy when he made a move. The black wind was biting cold. Tang Yuan, who was hanging high on the flagpole, was howling in pain. He wanted to scream in the direction of his family, but he didn't have the strength to do so. At this moment, Tang Yuan also felt that there was something wriggling in his body. When these things entered his body, he felt an unbearable itch. He wanted to stretch out his hands to scratch his wounds, but he realized that his hands couldn't move at all. Oh my God, let me die. Kill me, kill me. This kind of torture was something that even those with strong willpower couldn't withstand. Moreover, this was a rich second generation who only knew how to eat, drink and play. His fate was obvious. However, when Tang Yuan cried for help from above, the people from the Shen family who were about to go to sleep could only feel good in their hearts. Such a guy, let him continue to suffer. Even if Tang Yuan wanted to kill himself, it would be difficult. Everyone is in a small building on the east side, and they are protected by 6 guards. Li Gui reported to Li Zhongjiu. Some of the unimportant people were naturally gathered together. The entire building was also protected. Don't underestimate the defensive power of these 6 guards. Even if hundreds of people attacked at the same time, these 6 guards would be able to make sufficient preparations. As for Li Zhongjiu and the others, they were in the main hall of the Guardian mansion. Li Zhongjiu was hungry, so he asked the people in the Guardian residence to cook some dishes and serve them. He really treated the Guardian residence as his own home. He was even more free than his own home. This feeling of substitution was too fast. Xianxia and the rest didn't expect that one day they would be living in the Guardian residence. Moreover, they were living in the main hall of the Guardian residence from the prison. At this moment, Willow Lane, Bright Moon Hotel. A large number of soldiers had cleared the streets. Every house was closed, and some people were directly chased out. As the deputy general of the city guards, he had a long sword. He was also equipped with a long sword. He bent over and jogged all the way to the most luxurious private room in the Bright Moon restaurant and gently knocked on the door. The outside had already been cleaned up completely. However, in this room, there was still singing and dancing. Son of AB*TCH, who was knocking on the door? Get in here. A fiery voice came from inside the room. Hearing this, the deputy general's heart trembled. Although the consequences were severe, the current situation was even more serious. Lord Liu, something bad has happened. His upper body was naked and he was wearing a pair of ordinary pajama pants. Lu Jianzhong sat in front of the table and listened to the kneeling deputy as he recounted the entire incident. Lu Jianzhong's eyebrows shot up as he listened to the story. Who would have thought that someone would be so arrogant as to kill his military governor on the streets? These thieves are actually so arrogant. Sir Liu, the Tang family will send 100 martial masters to join forces with the city guards to take them down. An old man in his 60s standing beside Lu Jianzhong said with a flushed face. There were also many lipstick marks on his skinny body. If one were to look at him like this, it would be unseemly. However, Lu Jianzhong had yet to take out his clothes. How could Tang Jiushan put them on? It was not strange for Tang Jiushan to be here. The Tang family had colluded with the defenders' residence. Today was the day that the entire Shen family would be thrown into jail. Tang Jiushan was naturally happy. He would be even happier if all the members of the Shen family were dead. He had originally thought that this matter would be over. However, it seemed like there were still other waves. Tang Jiushan, who was burning with anxiety, wanted to get rid of these people as soon as possible. Shut up. You. Go and gather the people from Mang Mountain immediately. Enter the city secretly. Give them 4 hours. Although Lu Jianzhong was greedy, he was not stupid. Such a valiant force had suddenly appeared. The young man in the lead had actually dealt with Ma Yuanshan with a single move. How could such a person be underestimated? Since they were going to be enemies with these people, they would have to be fully prepared. You want to let them enter the city? The deputy was obviously a little surprised. He had never expected that they would actually let these people enter the city. This was already a very dangerous matter. It was difficult to weigh the pros and cons of using these extremely dangerous people to deal with a dangerous situation. "What are you waiting for?" Lu Jianzhong shouted fiercely. He had never been kind to his subordinates. Furthermore, this was Lu Jianzhong's territory. This was Guanxi town. "I didn't expect that there would be so many capable people in my small Guanxi town. Interesting. Interesting. Let me meet you." Lu Jianzhong sneered. He put on his clothes and walked out of the door of the private room. When Lu Jianzhong walked out, another figure appeared behind him. Like a ghost, the figure appeared behind Lu Jianzhong without making a sound. He didn't say anything, nor did he do anything else. He just walked slowly like that. "Tang Jiushan, come with me. Don't bring anyone else. I want to see if these people have the guts of a bear or a leopard." Lu Jianzhong waved his hand, telling the Tang clan's old man to follow him. "All of you stay here. Guanxi town is my turf. Of my territory is my turf. Do you think that I want to harm you?" After Lu Jianzhong ordered Tang Jiushan's guards to retreat, the guards looked at each other in dismay. Who knows what Lu Jianzhong's intention is? If Lu Jianzhong is unhappy, it is not impossible for him to make the Tang family suffer the same fate as the Shen family. Looking at Lu Jianzhong's angry eyes, Tang Jiushan was furious. How could Tang Jiushan not know? He could only apologize to Lu Jianzhong again and again. He was still smiling at Lu Jianzhong. Then, he waved his guards to retreat. "Lord Lu, what are you talking about? Let's go. The Shen family seems to be rebelling." "Haha, is that so? Then they can't escape the death penalty. Let's go." Just like that, the large group of city guards escorted Lu Jianzhong and Tang Jiushan as they headed towards the guardian mansion. The guards of the Tang family who were forced to stay behind were also at a loss. Their duty was to protect the old man, but now the old man had been forced to lead by someone else. What should they do? "Let's go. Let's follow them. If anything happens, we'll act according to the circumstances." "Go? Big brother, I heard that they were going to Mount Maing to invite someone. What is it? Don't ask if you don't know." This night in Guanxi town was destined to be turbulent. A large number of armored soldiers swept through the streets like a torrent of steel. In addition to the initial 500 soldiers, the rest of the garrison forces were mobilized from other places. A total of 800 armored soldiers were here. Is there something floating on the flag?" Lu Jianzhong raised his hand and the troops behind him stopped. "Something floating? It should be some rubbish wrapped around it." Tang Jiushan was old and could no longer see the thing in the distance. "Shoot that thing down," Lu Jianzhong said directly. He was afraid that there would be an ambush. In addition, it was in the middle of the night. He had to shoot that thing down to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The one who was in charge of the troops here was Lu Jianzhong's butler, also known as the lackey. "Archers, get ready. Shoot." Lai Fu, who was wearing a blue butler uniform, gave the order. Suddenly, a series of arrows whizzed out. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! 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 Hundreds of arrows were shot directly at that thing like a dense rain of arrows. Good shot. As expected of the city guard's archers. Every shot is accurate. Tang Jiushan applauded when he saw that. He flattered Lu Jianzhong in front of him and hoped that Lu Jianzhong would not make things difficult for him. Now, he still wanted to build a good relationship with Lu Jianzhong. Lu Jianzhong glanced at Tang Jiushan beside him. The reason why he cooperated with Tang Jiushan was to bring down the Shen family. Firstly, it was to prove his strength. Secondly, the Tang family wasn't a force to be reckoned with. Comparatively speaking, the Tang family was easier to control. Therefore, Lu Jianzhong chose to cooperate with the Tang family because the Tang family posed no threat to him. However, after the rain of arrows, the thing on the flag did not move. Instead, because the arrows were stuck on it, the flagpole fell directly towards them. Boom, the flagpole fell 50 meters in front of them. "Go, take that thing down and have a look." He seemed to think that he had won the first battle. At least, he defeated the enemy and dealt a heavy blow to them. However, when the soldiers quickly ran to the front and dragged the thing on the ground to Lu Jianzhong, Tang Jiushan's smile suddenly froze on the spot when he saw the scene. The person in front of him was shot to pieces. Even if his parents were in front of him, they would definitely not recognize him. However, Tang Jiushan recognized him at a glance. The person who was shot into a sieve was really his precious son. It was unknown what was going on these days. Most people had children when they were old. Usually, those who were successful in their careers usually had children when they were old. Therefore, they took extra care of their children. Tang Yuan treasured him to death. Everything was done according to his wishes. In Guanxi town, there was almost no one who could stop Tang Yuan. Even if something happened, the Tang family would take care of it from behind. Now, Tang Yuan was originally not dead, but now he was shot to such a state. His fate made people sigh. This? Sir? This, what kind of thing is this? Do you know it? Lu Jianzhong went up and gave it a kick. When Lu Jianzhong kicked the fat lump of rotten meat, a piece of meat was directly kicked away. Immediately, a group of pitch-black ants crawled out from the stomach and scattered in all directions. This gave Lu Jianzhong a fright. F*ck, what are these things? Tang Jiushan saw this scene and did not dare to admit it. He repeatedly said, I don't know, I don't know. Throw this pile of rotten flesh out and feed it to the dogs. Lu Jianzhong said directly. His subordinates immediately stepped forward and dragged Tang Yuan's corpse away before throwing it into the garbage. Tang Jiushan was extremely anxious. However, Tang Yuan was already dead. If they couldn't get through this storm tonight, the Tang family would probably be finished. In comparison, Tang Jiushan liked Tang Yuan more. He couldn't allow anything to happen to Tang Yuan. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Therefore, he didn't dare admit that he knew Tang Yuan in front of Lu Jianzhong. In fact, Lu Jianzhong really didn't know Tang Yuan. Furthermore, Lu Jianzhong couldn't be bothered to look at Tang Yuan's disgusting appearance after being shot. How dare they attack the defender's residence? They are openly defying the dynasty. Charge in. When they arrived at the defender's residence, they saw the two guards lying on the ground. They had been left behind by Li Zongjiu and the others when they had attacked. Boom. Boom. The door was smashed open. However, there wasn't the slightest sound in the defender's residence. Instead, the long passageway that led to the meeting hall was filled with corpses on both sides of the passageway. These were all the guards of the defender's residence. They had all lost their lives. The blood on the ground gathered and flowed onto the floor. In the eyes of ordinary people, such a horrifying and bloody scene was enough to shock them to the core. Lu Jianzhong realized that this matter wasn't simple. However, when he thought about the fact that he was the defender's residence of Guanxi town and had the backing of an expert from his family, he felt that there was nothing to worry about. Not to mention Guanxi town, even within 100 miles of Guanxi town, there wouldn't be anyone more powerful than the person behind him. Now that his defender's residence had been invaded, how could such a thing happen so casually? Lu Jianzhong's reputation would be ruined in Guanxi town in the future. How bold of you to wait for me here. Send a group of people to search the dungeon and see if there are any fish that escaped the net. Also, with so many people, it's impossible for them to be gathered in the meeting hall. Find these people and bring them out. At the same time, seal off all the main roads of the House of Guardians. When the people from Mang Mountain arrive, we'll kill our way in. There's no need to say anything. Lu Jianzhong acted swiftly and decisively. His subordinates immediately split into 3 groups. In the end, there were only a dozen people who followed Lu Jianzhong into the meeting hall. Tang Jiushan, that shadow-like bodyguard, and some of Lu Jianzhong's personal bodyguards, were more trustworthy. The dozen or so people walked into the meeting hall. Originally, they thought that they would see a scene of 2 armies facing off against each other after entering the house. However, before they even entered the house, they could already smell a fragrance. When they really walked in, they were immediately shocked by the scene before their eyes. These people actually, he was actually in the House of Guardians. Swaggering while eating hot pot, The boiling aroma filled the air above the eaves and lingered in the entire house. More than a dozen people surrounded the hot pot, eating heartily. There were dozens of corpses lying outside, but the people inside were actually eating hot pots so happily. When they saw Lu Jianzhong and the rest enter, everyone couldn't help but put down their chopsticks. Shen Chuanqiu's gaze was like a pair of eagle claws, directly grabbing Tang Jiushan's body. Tang Jiushan was the person who caused the Shen family to fall into such a miserable state. He was the main culprit. This old fart was actually so insidious. Today, he had almost died. When enemies meet, their eyes would be exceptionally red. Tang Jiushan, you're living quite comfortably as a lackey, Shen Chuanqiu said in a deep voice. The rest of the people also put down their bowls and chopsticks, wiping their mouths. Shen Chuanqiu, as a fugitive, you killed the guards of the House of Guardians. I'm afraid you'll be in prison for the rest of your life. Tang Jiushan also snorted coldly. He was not afraid of Shen Chuanqiu at all. Both of them were originally at the same level. Now that Shen Chuanqiu had become a prisoner, their positions had changed drastically. Tang Jiushan directly fired at Shen Chuanqiu. Tang Jiushan, do you know that escaping from prison is a crime punishable by death? Lu Jianzhong stood up with his hands behind his back. Looking at the faces of the Shen family in front of him, most of them were very familiar. However, Lu Jianzhong dared to pat his chest and say that he had never seen this young man before. The aura of the young man in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. Even with Lu Jianzhong's strength, there was no way for him to determine Li Zongjiu's strength. This meant that Li Zongjiu either had no yuan qi cultivation or was a hidden expert. If that was the case, Lu Jianzhong had to be careful when dealing with Li Zongjiu. However, at such a young age, even if he had any ability, it would only be within a certain range. He might not be able to cause any waves. You're the House of Guardians? Li Zongjiu said in front of everyone. Then, he wiped off the oil stains on his hands. He casually moved a chair to the front and sat down with a swagger. He looked at Lu Jianzhong in front of him as if Lu Jianzhong was the prisoner and Li Zongjiu's status was higher. Interesting, you actually dare to act ruthlessly in front of me. Lu Jianzhong's small eyes narrowed as he looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him. Soon, someone moved a chair for Lu Jianzhong to sit down. The distance between the two of them was less than 10 meters. You should be from Luoxia City's Li family, right? You're not afraid at such a young age. However, even if your Luoxia City's Li family came here today, the outcome would be the same. All of you would become wanted criminals. Lu Jianzhong suddenly shouted in a stern voice. As soon as these words came out, the Shen family behind him became agitated. Why are we wanted? We're innocent, Li Zongjiu waved his hand, indicating for the people behind him to quiet down. Xianxia looked at his son sitting in front of him. At this moment, he felt as if he was being protected. It was as if the area behind Li Zongjiu was absolutely safe and no one could hurt them. When this feeling appeared, it made Xianxia's heart tremble slightly. His son had grown up. Although he didn't know what happened to Li Zongjiu, Li Gui had briefly explained the situation. Xianxia knew that his son was now able to shoulder the responsibility and was no longer a child. You're his housekeeper, right? Li Zongjiu pointed at the person beside Lu Jianzhong. This person had been nodding and bowing to Lu Jianzhong ever since he came in. He was also the one who moved the chair for Lu Jianzhong just now. When he was called out by Li Zongjiu, he was a little surprised. Why was he involved in the fight between these big shots? From now on, you'll be the garrison of Guanxi town. When Li Zongjiu saw that he didn't deny it, he directly said. Directly appoint the garrison? Not only did Li Zongjiu appoint the town guard without authorization, but he also did it in front of the current town guard. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu's current status was that of a prison breaker. Such a crime was punishable by death. Lu Jianzhong found it hilarious that such a death row criminal was giving orders in front of him as though he was passing judgment on the world. He had seen many interesting things in his long tenure as town guard, but this was the first time he saw someone as self-righteous as Li Zongjiu. Tang Jiushan, who was standing beside Li Zongjiu, laughed heartily when he heard what Li Zongjiu said. He took the opportunity to mock Li Zongjiu. In his opinion, Li Zongjiu was too ignorant. Shen Chuanqiu, where did you find him? No matter how useless your Shen family is, there's no need to find a child to make a scene. Haha. Tang Jiushan said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Li Zongjiu looking at him. Tang Jiushan couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. So it's a fool. Haha, take them down. Lu Jianzhong sneered. His fat body was about to take a step back when he suddenly saw Li Zongjiu's figure appear in front of him. What? Lu Jianzhong, who had just stood up, was so frightened that he fell backward. Humph. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had actually made a move, the black-robed elder behind Lu Jianzhong immediately let out a cold snort. This cold snort was like 1,000 layers of turbulent waves that directly swept towards Li Zongjiu and the others. Boom, the surrounding air seemed to have turned into thousands of sharp swords in an instant, piercing towards Xianxia and the others. The first to bear the brunt was Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu did not release the slightest bit of spiritual power. He just condensed his own mental strength into a white chess piece. It flew straight ahead. Boom, there seemed to be a divine might gathering on the white chess piece as it spread out in all directions in front of him. Boom, power surged. Lu Jianzhong's stool was unable to withstand the pressure of the void and shattered with a loud bang. The next moment, Lu Jianzhong fell to the ground. However, the most shocked person was the black-robed old man standing behind him. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongjiu's mental energy swept over. Boom. The black-robed old man couldn't help but take 2 steps back. However, on the surface, he appeared to be unharmed. However, the black-robed old man's mysteriousness and strength were obvious to all. However, Li Zongjiu had been forced to take 2 steps back. Furthermore, it seemed like he had done nothing, yet he was able to force Li Zongjiu back. This scene made everyone even more surprised by Li Zongjiu. Xianxia was shocked. Tang Jiushan, who was standing at the side, immediately shut his mouth. Could it be that these people could not defeat Li Zongjiu? If they really couldn't defeat Li Zongjiu, then wouldn't the matter of him mocking Li Zongjiu just now be part of Li Zongjiu's scheme? However, it was a pity that he didn't bring his guards. Tang Jiushan could only bluff on the surface, but in reality, he didn't have any confidence at all. If they really fought, then Tang Jiushan probably couldn't even defeat Xianxia. After all, in this small village, some rich people didn't even bother to cultivate. Most of the time, they just let their subordinates do the work. If I have the money to hire people to fight, then why should I work so hard to cultivate? Tang Jiushan couldn't help but take a few steps to the side. Haha, I didn't expect you to be a mental strength master. I have tortured and killed countless geniuses, but I have never killed a mental strength master before. The black-robed old man took 2 steps back, then let out a shrill laugh. Under such circumstances, the black-robed old man's gaze turned sharp. He had tortured and killed countless geniuses. Could it be that this old man had some weird fetish? Just listening to him gave people a terrifying feeling. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. How could he compare the number of people killed with the great evil lord? I'm afraid that all the people you've met in your life wouldn't be enough to kill Li Zongjiu. You look like you want to eat hot pot. I'll put your head in the hot pot later and let you eat to your heart's content. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. You have a sharp tongue. Die. Black tornado poison palm. The old man let out a low roar. Following the surge of yuan power, the robe on his body directly melted away. As the old man circulated his yuan energy, he made people feel a thunderous black wind rush into their hearts. Boom, the old man's palms turned pitch black, and even the air felt like it was filled with poisonous gas. He slammed his palm towards Li Zongjiu. Not good, that's the black poison old man. Xianxia had been staring at the old man all this time. The old man had been in Guangxi town for a long time, but because he rarely showed himself, his identity had never been discovered. However, Xianxia and the others were extremely curious about the black poison old man's identity. Now that he saw the old man attack, he was shocked to reveal the old man's identity. The black poison old man? Isn't that the leader of the 5 poison gang? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. The 5 poison gang could be said to have committed all kinds of evil, and had even captured living people to refine poison. This caused the surrounding area to be extremely wary of the 5 poison gang. It was a good thing that the dynasty came forward and joined forces with the defenders of several towns to suppress the Five Poison Gang. There was even a power from a third-grade city that attacked together and destroyed the Five Poison Gang. However, the leader of the Five Poison Gang, the Black Poison Old Man, had actually appeared in front of them today. This meant that there was something fishy about the incident that day. In order to eliminate the Five Poison Gang, it was said that they had applied for a lot of funds from the dynasty. Now that the funds had been approved, the Five Poison Gang was still active in the area. That bastard, he actually exposed his identity. Lu Jianzhong was lying on the ground. When he saw that the Black Poison Old Man had exposed his identity, he cursed in his heart. However, it didn't matter. If the Black Poison Old Man attacked, only death would await these people. Since they wouldn't be able to live, there was nothing to worry about. Today, he would go on a killing spree in the Guardian Mansion. The Black Poison Whirlwind Palm struck out. Li Zongjiu could indeed feel the terrifying power emanating from the Black Poison Palm. This person's strength had already reached the Yuan General level. However, if one were to talk about using poison, the Black Poison Old Man had truly found the wrong opponent. Using poison? Li Zongjiu immediately chuckled. Before his smile had even faded, Li Zongjiu had already raised his palm, directly colliding with the Black Poison Whirlwind Palm. Boom, pa, as the two palms collided, wind and clouds rose as auras crazily erupted between the two. The Black Poison Old Man stared at Li Zongjiu in shock. If an ordinary person's palm came into contact with his poison, that person would have long turned into a pool of blood. However, Li Zongjiu's palm did not even cause the slightest ripple when it collided with his. Moreover, the Black Poison Old Man could clearly sense that his power had no way of invading Li Zongjiu's body. It was as if there was an iron wall blocking his way. This prevented the Black Poison Old Man's power from invading Li Zongjiu's body. Let's see how long you can last. The Black Poison Old Man's voice was stern. A cold light rose from the corners of Li Zongjiu's mouth. Take a look at yourself first. As his voice faded, the Yuan power within the Black Poison Old Man's body frantically gushed towards Li Zongjiu's body. This was not the result of the Black Poison Old Man taking the initiative to attack. Instead, it was a result of Li Zongjiu forcibly absorbing the Black Poison Old Man's power. The Five Poison Yuan power in my body, not good. Old Man Black Poison had initially thought that Li Zongjiu was simply courting death. Given his 5 Poison Yuan power, even an ordinary Yuan general would find it difficult to resist if it were to stick to his outer body. If it were to invade his body, even an expert several levels higher than himself would not be able to withstand it. They would even have the opportunity to kill him. The 5 Poison Yuan power in Old Man Black Poison's body swiftly poured into Li Zongjiu's body at this moment. Old Man Black Poison gradually discovered that there seemed to be an endless space within Li Zongjiu's body that was rapidly absorbing his energy, causing his body to feel incomparably empty. Old Man Black Poison gradually began to panic. The Yuan power in his body was no longer under his control. The two were deadlocked in place as their palms met. From an outsider's point of view, it seemed to be a contest of Yuan power. Well done. Destroy him and I'll give you 500,000 gold coins. Lu Jianzhong was actually cheering from behind. When Old Man Black Poison heard this, he wanted nothing more than to turn around and slap Lu Jianzhong's face. Can't you see that I'm going all out and am at a disadvantage? What are you planning to do by saying well done now? How is this possible? Old Man Black Poison's heart was shaken, but he could not panic at this moment. He needed to calm down in order to deal with this troublesome opponent before him. Hence, Old Man Black Poison was desperately circulating his Yuan Sutra as he pondered. Fine. Since you want to devour my energy, I'll fight you to the end. In Old Man Black Poison's opinion, Li Zongjiu must have relied on his powerful mental energy or some secret weapon to absorb his poison. However, once the poison accumulated to a certain level, Li Zongjiu would definitely not be able to hold on. When that time came, he would naturally collapse. When he thought of this, Old Man Black Poison's heart naturally hardened. He retrieved a porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured something into his mouth. What he ate was the 5 poisons pill that Old Man Black Poison had specially refined for his poison arts. If he were to consume a single pill, he would be able to unleash his poison arts within a minute. Boom, Old Man Black Poison's aura suddenly erupted. It was as if a huge vortex had engulfed Li Zongjiu's body. This terrifying scene was simply shocking to ordinary people. My little grandson will be fine, right? When Xianxia saw this, he started to worry. The other party was the leader of the 5 poison gang, Old Man Black Poison. These people were all vicious and merciless. They had at least hundreds of lives on their backs. Every single one of them had committed a heinous crime. This damned sinner had to be dealt with. Who knew that he would appear in front of them and even fight with his grandson? Nothing will happen. I have faith in Zongjiu. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was filled with worry. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't worried. His fingernails were almost embedded into his palms as he clenched his fists tightly. He stared fixedly at Li Zongjiu's condition. If this arrogant and ugly old man in front of him dared to hit her precious son, Xianxia would risk her life to save Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Xianxia could only cheer for Li Zongjiu in his heart. Li Zongjiu felt the other party's aura suddenly surge. At this moment, he also fixed his gaze and gradually became serious. This was because the aura produced by the other party at this moment was enough to make Li Zongjiu retreat. White Dragon Origin Spirit. Li Zongjiu summoned the White Dragon Origin Spirit. It attached itself to his body in a state of nothingness to help Li Zongjiu. His mental strength also instantly increased. The other party clearly felt that Li Zongjiu's mental strength had become stronger again. He immediately let out a low roar. I'll fight it out with you. The Black Poison Old Man kept trying to retract his yuan power. Li Zongjiu's devouring had already touched the Black Poison Old Man's origin. If this continued, the Black Poison Old Man would probably collapse. If you want your power, then I'll return it all to you. Li Zongjiu sneered. The Black Poison Old Man didn't understand at first, but in the next moment, Li Zongjiu crazily rushed all the power into the Black Poison Old Man's body. The power that had been absorbed previously was all controlled by Li Zongjiu's mental strength. Now, Li Zongjiu directly spat out this power again. Boom, a terrifying and turbulent power burst out. It directly whizzed forward. The Black Poison Old Man's hands were originally somewhat red, but when Li Zongjiu transferred the power back into the Black Poison Old Man's body, it directly caused a terrifying change in the Black Poison Old Man's body. The blood in the Black Poison Old Man's body seemed to be rapidly draining away. Not good. The Black Poison Old Man was instantly overwhelmed by fear and hurriedly withdrew his hands. But when the Black Poison Old Man withdrew his hands and released them, the terrifying power of the 5 poisons had already exploded his acupuncture points. In this kind of forceful competition of yuan power, if one party wanted to forcefully withdraw, they would have to bear the effects of the exploding acupuncture points. The Black Poison Old Man's speed was relatively fast. When the power rushed to his hands, it had already been completely withdrawn. Therefore, the power of the 5 poisons only exploded on the surface of the Black Poison Old Man's body. If it had rushed into his body, it would have directly opened a hole in his chest. One could imagine how terrifying it would have been. Bang, bang, 2 of his arms were blown off. The Black Poison Old Man retreated several steps, instantly kneeling on the ground. Looking at his 2 broken arms, he was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe that with his cultivation, there would be a day when he would leave his broken arms here. How could this be? Who exactly was this young man? How could he possess such power? Even the Black Poison Old Man had never expected this. What was even more unexpected was Lu Jianzhong and the rest. In the competition between the Black Poison Old Man and Li Zongjiu, it was naturally clear who would win. It couldn't be that the Black Poison Old Man had blown off his arms, but Li Zongjiu had actually suffered extremely serious internal injuries. Everyone present was in an uproar. The Black Poison Old Man opened his eyes and turned to flee, but Li Zongjiu directly rushed over with his stool. Pa! The stool smashed the Black Poison Old Man to the ground, causing him to feel dizzy. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. The Black Poison Old Man had never imagined that there would be a day when he would be smashed to the ground by someone with a stool. This was simply unimaginable. At this moment, both of his arms were already broken. After receiving such a heavy blow, if he didn't flee now, his old life would probably end here. Just as he was about to get up and flee, another stool came crashing down. Bang, 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 in front of everyone, Li Zongjiu had used the chair to end Old Man Black Poison's life. Old Man Black Poison's body had been smashed to smithereens. Even if his own son came, he might not be able to recognize him. Phew! This old man's bones are really tough. After so long, he still hasn't called for help. Li Zongjiu seemed to be wiping away his sweat. When the others heard Li Zongjiu's words, they all raised their middle fingers in their hearts. The other party had already fainted, how could he call for help? You also want to die for him, right? Li Zongjiu pointed at Tang Jiushan and said. Tang Jiushan was instantly stunned. Dying for him, how could such a thing happen? Tang Jiushan's son had just been killed by this guy. Although he cursed in his heart and wanted to strangle Lu Jianzhong to death, he had to put on a smile on his face. However, Lu Jianzhong was a garrison guard after all. He was an official appointed by the dynasty. If he offended him rashly, he would definitely end up in a very miserable state. At least in Guanxi town, he had to curry favor with Lu Jianzhong. You actually killed him. What do you want to do? Lu Jianzhong looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him. This child was so young, but when he attacked, he was so vicious and merciless. Almost every move was fatal. Lu Jianzhong was also very afraid of such methods. He had been a guardian for so long, what kind of people had he not seen? What kind of ruthless people had he not come into contact with? However, it was the first time that he had seen someone as young as Li Zongjiu who was so vicious in his attacks. Therefore, Lu Jianzhong was almost scared out of his wits by Li Zongjiu's move. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Go and find a jar, the bigger the better. Li Zongjiu pointed at the housekeeper, Lai Fu, and said. Lai Fu was a little confused. Why did he bring a jar over at such a critical moment? To make salted vegetables? Lu Jianzhong was still standing. Although he was a little tempted and wanted the position of garrison guard very much, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Therefore, he still stood firmly on Lu Jianzhong's side. What did you say? I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, when the army of the garrison guard arrives, you will die. Lai Fu roared at Li Zongjiu. Calculating the time, the garrison guards that were sent out earlier should have found the other members of the Shen family. Why was there no movement until now? Sir, it's not good. The garrison guards have all escaped. They are too powerful. Captain rushed in and shouted loudly when he saw Lu Jianzhong. With Gu Man and Li Gui around, it was more than enough to deal with these few hundred people. After all, these few hundred people were not elite troops that had received training. They were just a group of hooligans. Therefore, with Gu Man and Li Gui working together, in addition to the few Li family guards behind them, they were able to kill these people and make them flee. And most importantly, they had only killed about 20 people. These people ran away in the blink of an eye. This made Li Gui and the others very puzzled. Even if they looked more powerful and fierce, after all, there were only a dozen of them. There were 400 to 500 of them, and only 20 of them died, and all of them escaped. How could such a thing happen? On the other hand, the guards who had escaped felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping in their hearts. You still have the nerve to be confused? If you want to kill people, then kill them properly. Why did you have to divide them into 5 groups? First, it was 4 slashes that severed the limbs, and the last slash was to sever the head. Everyone died in the same way. Once they were taken down, the Li family's guards would finish each other off. That was why these people ran away. Who would dare to fight with such a person? Normally, they would bully some commoners and collect some protection fees. Now that they had encountered such a situation, who would dare to rush forward? Everyone turned around and ran away. After the first one, there would be a second and a third, and then one after another. In less than 10 minutes, all of them had run away. This captain was quite loyal. He even knew to come and report. Mainly because this captain was quite smart. He thought that if he ran away directly, he would definitely be held accountable. However, if he wanted to continue, he had to stay in a safe place. What kind of place was the safest? Of course, it was the safest place around the Guardian. However, after rushing in, he realized that the surrounding atmosphere was somewhat strange. Why hadn't these people taken down the rebels? Why was there a person lying on the ground? The ground was so dirty. Why weren't they getting up? However, looking at this person's clothes, he vaguely felt that it was somewhat familiar. F***ck, isn't this person the Guardian's personal bodyguard? The one who can directly turn people into a pool of blood. Why is he already down? This captain's inner thoughts were very complicated. When Lu Jianzhong heard this, he angrily slapped him across the face. F***ck, they ran away. Why didn't you run away? Why did you have to come back and report? Lu Jianzhong's slap directly made the captain a little dizzy. Speaking of which, this captain had some relationship with Lu Jianzhong. This captain's distant cousin was Lu Jianzhong's 14th aunt. But now, this slap directly made the captain's head congested. Xianxia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If these people were all killed and ran away, then the other clansmen would be safe. Otherwise, if the clansmen fell into their hands, this matter would be very troublesome. The situation would be very unfavorable for them. This Li Tianqing is not a good person. He doesn't have any ability. But this Li family's bodyguard is a group of elites. Xianxia said. Among so many people present, only Xianxia could say this about Li Tianqing. In any case, Li Tianqing was now the head of Luoxia City's Li family. His identity was not simple. But no matter how powerful Li Tianqing was, when he saw Xianxia, he had to obediently call him father-in-law. Before Li Zongjiu could say anything, a huge movement came from outside. It seemed like hundreds of people were running quickly. Sir, the people of Mang Mountain are here. A roar came from outside. A large group of people dressed in strange clothes and holding weapons violently pushed away the people in front of them. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Who are you? How dare you block my way? Many of the bodyguards did not have time to dodge and were directly pushed away. A one-eyed man walked in boldly. There were also some people dressed in strange clothes beside him, escorting him. From the looks of it, he was enjoying himself quite a bit. When the gloomy Lu Jianzhong heard that the people of Mang Mountain were here, the smile on his face suddenly bloomed like a flower. He looked at Li Zongjiu with a sneer. You can fight very well, but you met someone who doesn't care about his life. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Lu Jianzhong's face immediately changed and shouted at Li Zongjiu. The person who walked in was a one-eyed man. When Lu Jianzhong saw the one-eyed man, he could not help but be stunned. Why are you here? Where's your boss? Lu Jianzhong could not help but ask. He looked at the people around him and found that they were not familiar with those people. So he was surprised. What's going on? Could it be that this one-eyed man was directly promoted after plotting a rebellion? Thinking of this, Lu Jianzhong's heart also sucked in a breath of cold air. This one-eyed third brother was also a person who didn't care about his own life. Most importantly, after so many years of cooperation, there might be some kind of weakness that could be used against Lu Jianzhong. If the one-eyed third brother got hold of the key, Lu Jianzhong would be in trouble. This one-eyed man only had strength, but it was impossible for him to have any wisdom. He was also known as a rash person. Hey, boss is a bit unlucky. This morning, he was killed by a kid. Don't you think it's bad luck? The one-eyed man waved his hand and said. But it's also good. This guy was killed, so I'll be promoted. Otherwise, I really won't be able to be promoted. Thinking back to the scene this morning, Qiu Feng was supposed to go out for a mission. But this one-eyed man was in a hurry and missed the mission. It was precisely because he didn't catch up that the one-eyed third brother was able to keep his life. He remembered how shocked he was when he saw this scene from afar. Despite being so far away, he was able to kill the boss with just one shot. That was the boss who was wearing armor. He did not even have time to make a move and the boss was directly killed. He did not even have the strength to fight back. It was enough to show how terrifying the person who killed him was. And then, something even more terrifying happened. The few hundred of them had actually been completely annihilated by the dozen or so guards. Until now, these people still had not recovered. How could these people not care about their lives? Thinking about it, they felt scared. At that time, one-eyed third brother had already made up his mind to not chase after his boss when he saw his boss being killed. However, he still remembered the clothes of the guard and the appearance of the young man. This was to remind himself in the future that if he ever saw this person, he must stay as far away as possible from him in the future. Otherwise, his end would be miserable. Oh right, let me tell you something. You have to be careful these days. If you meet a 17 or 18-year-old kid who looks handsome, smiles with a devilish charm, and has a gaze as sharp as a knife, you have to be careful. This guy can really kill without batting an eyelid. As for Nuonyuo, his gaze is just like that. The one-eyed man pointed at Li Zongjiu in front of him. Li Zongjiu had a faint smile on his face. When he saw Li Zongjiu's appearance, the one-eyed man's gaze suddenly froze. One-eyed third brother repeatedly judged. The young man in front of him was clearly the person he saw this morning on the slope of Mount Mang. This young man had the same indifferent expression and seemed to be in control of the situation around him. There was no worry or fear at all. Even in the face of the huge number of autumn wind troops on Mount Mang, he was still calm and composed. No matter what, since your boss is dead, I will cooperate with you. In the future, I will leave everything to you. Guangxi town will provide you with firearms. The share will be the same as before. But before that, you have to help me solve the problem in front of me. Lu Jianzhong took a deep breath. He did not see the panic and fear in the eyes of one-eyed third brother. Lu Jianzhong pulled up his pants and shouted a few times, only to find that the one-eyed third brother didn't move. Lu Jianzhong suddenly became angry. Could it be that the one-eyed third brother wanted to increase his commission? This person was really insatiably greedy. However, as long as he solved the problem of Li Zongjiu, other things could be discussed slowly. Okay. You win. The share will be changed from 80% to 70%. You will have 10% more. Lu Jianzhong said in a deep voice. Even at this point, the one-eyed third brother still didn't make any move. Lu Jianzhong suddenly turned around angrily. How much more do you want, Pa? One-eyed third brother directly slapped him. In front of so many people, in front of the deputy general of the guard army, he directly slapped Guangxi town guard mansion Lu Jianzhong. This loud slap was enough to wake Lu Jianzhong up. This one-eyed third brother was clearly trying to rebel. Damn you, you want to drag me down with you. I don't even know you. Hee, this little brother, I have only seen him a few times. I don't even know his name. If you have any problems, you can solve them first. We will leave first. One-eyed third brother nodded and bowed to Li Zongjiu. This sudden change in attitude immediately startled the extremely nervous Xianxia and the rest. Xianxia lived in Guangxi town, so he naturally knew about the Mang Mountains bandits and the Guangxi town's guard mansion. Even some of the dirty things were done by the bandits of Guangxi town and Mang Mountain. Sometimes, Guangxi town would directly sell some information to the Mang Mountain bandits, and the loot would be split evenly. Furthermore, the Guangxi town guard residents would often sell military equipment to the bandits of Mount Mang. There was a lot of cooperation between them. Guangxi town's guardian residence was actually a black-hearted guy. These two were originally in cahoots with each other. How could they betray each other now? Just a few seconds ago, they thought they were dead for sure. Looking at their attitude, it seemed like they were very afraid of Li Zongjiu. What had Li Zongjiu experienced on his way here that made them so afraid of him? One-eyed third brother, are you crazy? Lu Jianzhong couldn't believe that one-eyed third brother actually dared to hit him. I'm crazy, you motherf***er. One-eyed third brother took out his whip and gave Lu Jianzhong a vicious beating. Lu Jianzhong kept rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Boss, look, I'm really not familiar with them. We rarely come here. Today, we're just passing by for a meal. Go ahead. One-eyed third brother said as he stepped back, wanting to leave. However, he saw a group of guards standing at the door. The person leading them was Li Gue. Li Gue had a long saber at his waist, and the guards behind him were like tree stumps on the ground, sneering at the people in front of them. Behind Li Gue and the others, there were even people from Mang Mountain. However, they were able to recognize that they had arrived at a bandit's lair. Therefore, they all hid far away. In this way, there were only one-eyed third brother, a dozen bandits, and the deputy general of the Guardian army and some guards in the room. Then, there were the people from the Shen family. One-eyed third brother saw the situation and knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. He immediately turned around and stared at Li Zongjiu. In the end, the one-eyed third brother's eyes hardened. He clenched his teeth, pushed aside the crowd, and arrived in front of Li Zongjiu. With a plop sound, he knelt down before Li Zongjiu. I, one-eyed third brother, will listen to your orders without any hesitation. One-eyed third brother actually pledged his loyalty to Li Zongjiu. What are you still standing there for? Get on your knees. One-eyed third brother roared at his subordinates behind him. These bandits had seen Li Zongjiu's strength before. Now that one-eyed third brother had admitted his defeat, they would not dare to act recklessly. When the time came, not only would Li Zongjiu kill them, but one-eyed third brother would also not let them go. Therefore, the bandits brought by one-eyed third brother all knelt down. Greetings, boss. Greetings, boss. Li Zongjiu saw this scene and could not help but laugh in his heart. Although the one-eyed third brother looked like a fool, he was actually thinking faster than anyone else. Li Zongjiu was able to kill their leader with a single strike. It was definitely not luck. If he could kill their leader with luck, he would not have waited until now. Therefore, if a fight really broke out, one-eyed third brother would definitely die. It was not easy for him to become the boss. One-eyed third brother did not want to lose his life so quickly. Your reaction is very fast. Very good. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to kill all of them. But after thinking about it, the situation was different from the past. In the past, he was alone and could kill all of them. But now, he had to consider his family. Not only the Li family, but also the Shen family. He had to consider them. As for the rest, Li Zongjiu did not care so much. Tonight, a group of bandits robbed the Guardian mansion, killed the Guardian, stole the treasure and escaped. What do you think? Li Zongjiu asked one-eyed third brother. The one-eyed third brother was very smart. When he heard Lu Jianzhong's words, he immediately pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into Lu Jianzhong's stomach. So what if he was the Guardian? They were bandits. What did they not dare to do? They did not dare to throw away their lives. Therefore, when he attacked, he was very vicious and merciless, stabbing Lu Jianzhong several times. Lu Jianzhong suddenly vomited blood and shouted loudly. Ah! You dare to kill me? I am from North Puff City, Lu family. One-eyed third brother, you dare to kill me. Lu Jianzhong suddenly roared. He even announced his family's name. I don't care which city you are from. But it was too late for Lu Jianzhong. Even if he reported his family name, he could not withstand the threat of death. Moreover, North Puff City was a strange place for one-eyed third brother. Until his death, Lu Jianzhong kept repeating that he was from the northern Puff City's Lu family. They couldn't kill him and so on. However, when he was about to die, the one-eyed third brother had already poked more than a dozen holes in Lu Jianzhong's stomach. Fresh blood continued to flow out and converged into the cracks on the floor. Boss, should we keep these people alive? The one-eyed third brother looked at the remaining forces in the Guardian residence. None of these people dared to move when they were dealing with Lu Jianzhong. When they heard that they were going to deal with themselves, the deputy general was so scared that his face turned pale. With his status, he was at most Ma Yuanshan's right-hand man. Ma Yuanshan was already dead. The Guardian residence was also dead. For the sake of the dynasty's honor, they should kill all these people. This was too fake. No one would believe it even if he said it out loud. Therefore, the deputy general quickly knelt down in front of Li Zongjiu. "LLLL, my lord, please spare my life. I am the deputy general, the deputy commander, Wang Wenbin. I am willing to listen to my lord's orders, even if I have to die. My lord, I can guarantee that the guards will definitely obey my lord's orders." Wang Wenbin immediately surrendered as well. Li Zongjiu looked at Lai Fu, who was called out previously. Lai Fu immediately knelt down. It was clear that Lai Fu had absolute control over the situation. If he didn't submit, Lai Fu's only outcome would be death. After that, there would still be someone to replace his position. In that case, he might as well do it himself. Who knows, he might even have a chance to make a perfect comeback. This was an opportunity, but also a crisis in hell. Since you have surrendered, I will leave the matters here to you, Li Zongjiu said. As for how to solve it, I don't need to teach you. He looked at Lai Fu and nodded. Don't worry, boss. I know how to deal with these matters, Lai Fu said. Li Zongjiu nodded in satisfaction. Tang Jiushan saw this scene. It was simply a scene of flipping a book faster than flipping a face. When they flipped, there was no surprise at all. And each one was faster than the other. When Tang Jiushan saw this scene, he almost had a heart attack and collapsed just like that. It had only been an hour, but the situation had already undergone such an earth-shaking reversal. Now, so many people stood out and stood on Li Zongjiu's side. This was equivalent to standing on the Shen family's side. Xianxia, you colluded with the bandits to murder the officials of the dynasty. This is tantamount to rebellion. I'm afraid you've already been convicted. Tang Jiushan knew that he didn't have long to live. There was no need to worry at all. These people would definitely not let him go. What the Tang family had done had almost ruined the Shen family's future. Now that the Shen family was in power, how could they let this matter go so easily? Shen Chunqiu laughed loudly when he heard this. If it was in the past, Shen Chunqiu wouldn't have minded living his life openly. But now, after seeing these people's faces, he had to admit that he had to admit it. Even so, he had to admit that these bastards liked to eat fists. If you treated them gently, it would be very difficult for everyone to get along with each other. After all, in their eyes, if you didn't beat them up, it would mean that you weren't strong enough. You might even be afraid of them. That was why they were so cheap. They had to be beaten up from time to time to let them know what regret was, what pain was. Only then would they learn. Today, the Tang family was the one who made a move. Tomorrow, there might be other families. These battles were endless to begin with. Only real blood and fire could make your enemies wake up and realize that you were not to be trifled with. Hence, Shen Chunqiu walked out with Shen Xianxia's help. Tang Jiushan, I have never taken you seriously for many years. I have tolerated your provocations. But do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Haha, murdering the officials of the dynasty? So what? Whoever dares to touch the people of the Shen family is going against me, Shen Chunqiu. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make him pay the price. Today, you can forget about leaving, Shen Chunqiu said. In Shen Chunqiu's eyes, Tang Jiushan was already a dead man. Even the Tang family had to be destroyed. At the very least, the Tang family would not be able to recover within 100 years. Shen Chunqiu was able to become the head of the Tang family at his age. He wasn't a simple person. If he was so easy to bully, the Shen family would have been destroyed many times over. However, Shen Chunqiu was already old. He had hidden his edge and no longer showed it. Today, he had to spit out the fangs of the Shen family. Shen Chunqiu, you will die a horrible death. Tang Jiushan pointed at Shen Chunqiu and said. But before he could finish his words, the two fingers that were pointing at Tang Jiushan were cut off by the one-eyed third brother. How dare you disrespect our old master? Chop him up and feed him to the dogs, the one-eyed third brother said. He was born a bandit. Now that he had surrendered, he had to show his determination and confidence. This was a rare opportunity to perform well. My grandfather's 70th birthday is in 3 days. Lai Fu, you will arrange it. Send out the visiting cards. Remember clearly whether you are coming or not, Li Zongjiu said to the newly appointed head of the guardian residence. Lai Fu nodded immediately. Yes. I promise to complete the task. You bandits can escape from the city now, Li Zongjiu said. The one-eyed third brother immediately understood. Then, Wang Wenbin and the one-eyed third brother immediately put on a big show. The guards fought fiercely against the bandits of Mount Mang. In the end, they went through a lot of hardships to drive all the bandits out. However, when they arrived, it was already too late. The guardian Lu Jianzhong was already seriously injured and unconscious. After that, Lai Fu, who temporarily took over the affairs of the guardian residence, was also in charge of all the affairs of the guardian residence in Guanxi town. The people in Guanxi town soon learned that the House of Guardians had been killed. However, the state government, which was one level higher than Guanxi town, did not know what happened in Guanxi town. Guanxi town only needed to hand in the financial and tax affairs regularly. Lai Fu was usually in charge of these handover matters, so it was easy for him to handle. He only needed to announce to the public that the guardian Lu was seriously injured. At least for the next 6 months, there was absolutely no risk. As for after 6 months, he could directly announce the death of the guardian residents. Or, he could let the bandits rob again. There were many ways. The next day, everyone also found Tang Jiushan, the old master of the Tang family, who was tied in a ponytail and dragged to death on the official road. They all angrily condemned the Mount Mang bandits for being cruel and heartless. The members of the Shen family, who had been through a night of turmoil, once again returned to the Shen family's courtyard, which had been sealed off. After all, it was just a small town. The surrounding land was very cheap, so the Shen family's area was much larger than the Li family's. However, the number of people was much smaller. The Shen family's residence was sealed and the seal was quickly removed. Everything in the family was still there. Obviously, they had not had time to plunder everything. They were worried that something would happen. Anyway, they were in Guanxi town, so there was nothing to worry about. However, Li Zhongzhou's arrival stirred up a storm. The House of Guardians had been completely overshadowed. All of this was due to the respect he had earned through his strength and the convenience that came with it. The moment he struck, all of these people had been wiped out. The next day, the Tang family's people were directly arrested by the Guardian's residents. The reason was tax evasion. Anyone could see that this was a very far-fetched reason. It might not even be valid. How much tax could there be in this small Guanxi town for them to steal? Of course, this was just an excuse. The Guardian's residence was here. If they said that there was a problem, then there was naturally a problem. Xianxia was not worried about the situation in the town. Instead, he was very concerned about Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou must have suffered a lot in the Wuxue Pill sect to be able to have today's ability. He pulled Li Zhongzhou aside and asked about it. In short, his mood would not calm down so quickly. Li Zhongzhou also enjoyed the feeling of being with his mother. In the 3,000 years of his previous life, besides cultivation, he enjoyed the loneliness and emptiness of the world. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou cherished it very much. Even if he had to turn the world upside down, he had to protect the Shen family. Li Gui and the others also handed over the congratulatory gifts from the Li family to Shen Nanxiao. When Shen Nanxiao saw so many precious treasures and precious spiritual herbs, he was extremely surprised. When Shen Nanxiao saw the contents of the last box, his eyes widened in disbelief. These are all second-grade elixirs. There were 24 porcelain bottles in the box. In each bottle, there was a second-grade mid-grade elixir. These elixirs were simply the greatest wealth for the small Guanxi town. It was hard to believe that there were so many elixirs. In short, Shen Nanxiao's view of the Li family had changed. "Oh, thank you, thank you. Your family head is too polite. We are all family, there's no need to be so polite," Shen Nanxiao said excitedly. Li Gui, on the other hand, smiled indifferently. At first, when he saw so many second-grade pills, he was also shocked. After all, there was only one second-grade alchemist in the entire Li family. It was almost impossible to refine so many medicinal pills. Even if it was refined, it would probably be kept as a treasure. How could it be taken out so casually? But now, it was different. The Li family's backbone had become so strong. The Fog Snow Pill Sect's Chang Yao Feng also changed his usual arrogant attitude, as if he wanted to stick his face close to Li family. In fact, he only offered a relatively fair cooperation plan, which directly increased the Li family's harvest by several times. It could be said that this success was too easy. In addition, the Li family's current alchemy hall disciples were also guided by an alchemy master like Wang Jing. Therefore, they knew about the process. Wang Jing's strength was very terrifying. In the future, he would definitely become a sharp arrow in the Li family's alchemy hall. Although his talent was not enough, as long as the method was right, there was still hope for him to become an alchemy master. It could be said that the Li family's future had already stepped into the stage of prosperity. This is a small gift from our family head. Our family head still has things to do. He will be here in a few days. Li Gui said. Although he was calm on the surface, he was very happy in his heart. He felt that his face was shining brightly. Was this what it felt like to be respected by others when one walked out with strength? The injuries of the Li family's guards gradually recovered with the help of elixirs. Even some of the guards who suffered light injuries that did not affect their movements would wake up early in the morning. After which, they would gather together and train. This hard-working spirit was nurtured under Gu Xuanwu's hands. Even when they were out on a mission, they could not relax. As a result, it brought a great impact to the Shen family. Shen Chuanqiu could already tell that the Li family had undergone some changes recently. Just by looking at these people, he could tell that the Li family had changed. In the afternoon, Li Zongjiu sat on a rockery in the Shen family's manor. A power was boiling in his body. This was the power of the 5 poisons that he absorbed from the black poison old man. These 5 poisons directly brought a certain hidden danger to Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu discovered it earlier. However, the danger was not that serious. He just needed to control it a little. However, it also made Li Zongjiu realize something. The current him was not the evil lord of his previous life. Therefore, some ordinary poisons were very likely to remain in his body. For example, the power of the 5 poisons. If Li Zongjiu did not pay attention to it, it was very likely that the power of the 5 poisons would cause fundamental harm to Li Zongjiu. Looks like I need to refine something to increase my body's resistance to poison. It was possible to be immune to poison. However, who knew if this poison was the 101st type? Therefore, Li Zongjiu needed to train his body to increase his resistance to poison. Only then could he ignore or even be immune to these poisons. Just as Li Zongjiu was trying to force the poison out of his body, a voice suddenly rang out. He found that when the poison entered his meridians, the ancient golden tyrannical body art was circulating freely, and it easily refined the power of the 5 poisons. Seeing this scene, Li Zongjiu was shocked. He never thought that the ancient golden tyrannical body art could refine all the poisons. Thus, it could strengthen his body. Li Zongjiu could also clearly feel that his body's strength had increased. He was shocked. This ancient golden tyrannical body art can be stimulated with poison? Using poison to train. To an outsider, this sounded like something only a fool would do. However, Li Zongjiu had seen many in his previous life. Using poison to train the body. Li Zongjiu, who had this idea, immediately entered the testing phase. Li Zongjiu had long been accustomed to life and death situations. For others, they might hesitate for a long time and not dare to try such a risky thing. However, after learning about this method, Li Zongjiu directly began. It was normal for ordinary people to hesitate, but Li Zongjiu had already seen through life and death and was not afraid of death. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's alchemy skills were enough for him to deal with all kinds of situations and solve these problems one by one. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was not afraid. A stalk of blood poison grass appeared in his hand. Along the way from the Blackwater forest, Li Zongjiu had obtained quite a number of medicinal ingredients. Some of these medicinal ingredients had healing properties and auxiliary properties. However, within the Blackwater forest, there were also quite a number of medicinal ingredients that had toxic properties. The blood poison grass was just as its name implied. Only 1 or 2 drops of the blood poison grass's juice was needed to fuse a person's blood into a solid state and directly kill them. It was a terrifying poison. For ordinary people, even if they saw it from afar, they would take a detour and avoid it. Now, Li Zongjiu directly put the blood poison grass into his mouth. This stalk of blood poison grass could produce at least 20 drops of venom. With such a huge amount of venom entering the body, even a Yuanshi expert would not be able to resist the blood poison grass and die within an hour. It tastes terrible. Li Zongjiu only felt that his tongue was extremely dry and his mouth was filled with a strange taste. However, the most important thing was that the blood in his body suddenly constricted, as if the venom had frozen his body. The terrifying poison continued to spread into his body. The Yuan power in his body wanted to surge out to extinguish the poison, but Li Zongjiu forcibly suppressed it in his body. Then, he started to circulate the ancient golden body art. Sure enough, the effect was remarkable, although the venom in his body had fused with his body. Under the operation of the ancient tyrant golden body art, it gradually turned into energy and entered Li Zongjiu's body. There weren't many changes on the surface of his body, but Li Zongjiu could already feel it. Next time, if he were to consume the blood poison grass again, he would definitely be able to survive. Other than the fact that it tasted bad, there shouldn't be any other problems. After refining the blood poison grass, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Apart from increasing my poison resistance, my physical body's strength and toughness have also increased significantly. That was easy to explain. Li Zongjiu's body would naturally struggle after absorbing the power of these poisons. Through this struggle, Li Zongjiu's body would be able to achieve a certain level of growth. However, this method required him to constantly switch to stronger poisons. If he kept using poisons of this level, the effect would not be great. This kind of cultivation method naturally carried a considerable amount of risk. After all, the toxicity wouldn't allow one to coincidentally increase from 1 to 3. It was very likely that one would have to directly challenge the level from 1 to 5. If one couldn't withstand it, needless to say, one would just have to wait to collect the corpse. Moreover, there might not be a corpse waiting for one to collect it. Li Zongjiu furrowed his brows. He looked in front of him and said indifferently, "Come out, there's no need to hide." Li Zongjiu said. Just as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, a beautiful figure also appeared from behind the rock at the side. She seemed to feel a little embarrassed that her hiding place had been exposed. "Cousin Zongjiu." The girl who appeared said softly. You are Xianxia?" Li Zongjiu thought for a while and said the name of the person in front of him. With Li Zongjiu's memory, it was very difficult for him to call out a few names. After all, so much time had passed. The person who appeared in front of him made Li Zongjiu smile. Xianxia. She was Xianxia's youngest daughter. Xianxia had a total of 3 daughters. The eldest daughter had already married somewhere else, the second daughter was said to have wandered the world, and the third daughter was Xianxia. She was only 1 year younger than Li Zongjiu. He remembered that when they were young, Li Zongjiu and Xianxia's relationship was quite good. After all, the two of them were about the same age and had grown up together. "You're looking for me?" Li Zongjiu asked. Xianxia had been weak since she was young and had a gentle and quiet personality. She didn't have a very active personality, so she must have something to ask of Li Zongjiu. The 15-year-old Xianxia was already a pretty girl from a humble family. Her long ponytail hung down to her waist. Her white and rosy face had a youthful feeling that belonged to a flower. I want to ask cousin Zongjiu to do me a favor," Xianxia said. Yesterday, this little girl was still in prison, but today, she was able to come out. This little girl didn't know the specific situation, but she heard that Li Zongjiu's cousin from Luoxia City had come here, but it should be the experts of Li family who helped them, so they were able to solve these problems. Xianxia also knew that only Li Zongjiu could help her with today's matter. "What's the matter?" Li Zongjiu asked. "My friend, Little Flower, was taken away by a group of bad people. They are from the Park family. I don't dare to go alone, Park family. In this Guanxi town, there were many rich people. In general, it could be considered as 3 big families. Naturally, the Shen family was one of them. Then there was the Tang family that was arrested. Then there was the Park family. The Shen family's main business was hunting. The skills that were passed down over the years allowed the Shen family to develop in Guanxi town to this extent. The Park family specialized in birds and beasts. However, the market that the Park family targeted was some rare and precious species. After all, rare things were precious. Take me there. I'll help you get it back." Li Zongjiu stood up and said. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Xianxia's big watery eyes immediately shone brightly. It was as if she saw hope in the endless darkness. "Okay, this way." Xianxia jumped down the several meters high rockery with a whoosh. As expected of the hunter family, any little girl's skills were very good. Looking at Xianxia's excited appearance, Li Zongjiu couldn't help but shake his head. He jumped down from the rockery. He didn't call anyone and just went alone. After all, everyone had their own things to do. Moreover, he was just going to ask for a person. It wasn't a matter of confiscating property or exterminating a family. There was no need to mobilize so many people. In the Park family of Guanxi town. Although there was a storm in the town these days. But it had nothing to do with the Park family. They just needed to close the door. Whatever happened in the town, they could solve it by themselves. It had nothing to do with the Park family. Speaking of the pitiful Shen family, they had to admit that a few days ago, a little girl from the Shen family caught an incredible item. Today, a young master from an aristocratic family from a second-grade city came to inspect the goods and sell them. If they could make a profit from this, it would be a wonderful thing for the entire Park family. That was because the price was simply too tempting. Thanks to young Master Dalu. If it wasn't for you, we might not have been able to get this item. It would be a real waste if the Shen family got their hands on it. Park Dalu said with a smile. After doing this, the elders of the various clans started to think highly of him. Now, they were all smiling when they saw the Poo continent. If it was in the past, they would have thought that the Poo continent only knew how to eat, drink, and defecate. But I heard this morning that the Shen family was acquitted and Tang Jiushan of the Tang family was killed by the people of Mang Mountain. His death was very tragic. The people of the Tang family were all locked up in the dungeon. The Shen family seems to have gained power. Will they come and make trouble for us? One of the Park clan's elders said. After all, before this, they were all part of the three great families. The three giants were on par with each other. Moreover, the Shen family was not aggressive. So, after a long time, they were not afraid of the Shen family. Because the Shen family's habitual way of dealing with things was to turn big problems into small ones. The head of the Park family, Park Guangyuan, frowned. He looked at the time. What can the Shen family do even if they know about it? Before this incident, they were only on par with us. Do you think they can destroy our Park family? Park Guangyuan said. Seeing that these people were still uneasy, he said again. All right, don't worry. Do you know who the buyer is this time? Looking at Pu Guangyuan's mysterious gaze, these people couldn't help but look at him, their eyes filled with anticipation. The third young master of the Jing clan from the second-grade city, Giant Jade Wave City. Jing Haoran. Now, you know the weight of this. Hearing that the patriarch had finally mentioned this person, the few of them exclaimed loudly. It was simply unbelievable. Even when they heard this name, they couldn't react in time. It's actually the Jing clan of Cerulean Wave Giant City. That's incredible. That's incredible. If I can form a relationship with the Jing clan, some people were also very smart and quickly thought of this idea. Blue Wave Giant City. Those that could be called giant cities were those that were in the process of becoming first-class cities. There were only a few first-class cities in the entire Dingquan province. If he succeeded, his status would be completely different. Back then, when he changed his name to this name, he had already expressed his determination. The Jing family was the #1 family in Emerald Wave Giant City. There was no doubt about that. In fact, the people from the Jing family were the most famous and the most powerful people in the area. The entire region was the Jing family's territory. It was just that they didn't care about it for the time being. It was almost impossible for people like them to climb up to such a towering existence. After all, in front of the Jing clan, they were like ants under the feet of a giant. They wouldn't even know when they would be accidentally trampled to death. How could they squat down and talk to you? But now, there was really such an opportunity. As long as this transaction was successful. Then, if they could form a relationship with the Jing clan, casually plucking a strand of hair would be enough to make the Park clan soar. It was simply too exhilarating. It seemed that the opportunity to rise to the top was right in front of them. How? Could these people not be excited? So, no matter what, this transaction must be well prepared. The most important thing is to leave a good impression in front of them. There's only one chance, it must succeed, said Park Guangyuan. He clenched his fists. What Shen family? He had completely thrown it to the back of his mind. After this day, he would settle the score with the Shin family. Just as the elders were thinking about the future, a voice suddenly rang out. A guard of the Park clan came to report. Someone at the door asked their master to go out. Who is so arrogant that he dares to ask me to welcome him personally? Is it Lu Jianzhong? Park Guangyuan's eyes darkened and his face was full of anger. He was the master of the Park clan. Perhaps he would soar and become the #1 family within 1,000 miles. Who dared to ask him to meet him directly? The guard was quite straightforward. Since he had said so, he would pass on the message. Father, is it that person? Park Dalu quickly reminded him. That person, hearing his son's reminder, Park Guangyuan suddenly came to his senses. It was indeed possible. Calculating the time, it was not impossible. Yes. You reminded me. Tell me, what does the person look like? The guard thought for a while and said. 17 or 18 years old. Well, he's dressed very simply. There's a cute girl beside him. 17 or 18 years old. Isn't that Jinghaoren's age? You're courting death. Why didn't you say so earlier? Park Guangyuan stepped forward and kicked the guard away. Then, with a smile on his face, he hurriedly walked towards the door. The few elders of the Park clan behind him also quickly followed to show their respect. Li Zongjiu and Shani stood at the door of the Park clan. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a girl beside him, Li Zongjiu would have directly broken these people's necks and taken them away. It was precisely because of this factor that Li Zongjiu refrained from making a move and tried to make peace. However, Li Zongjiu's tone was not small. Just now, he directly asked the guard to call their master out. Shani looked suspiciously at Li Zongjiu, who was beside her. There was also some admiration and curiosity in her eyes. Just now, Li Zongjiu had said, "Call your family head out." How many youths could have such a heroic spirit? However, Shani was also worried that they would not pay attention to them. Maybe they would directly call a group of guards and directly throw them out. In the Park clan of Guangji town. Although there was a storm in the town these days. But this had nothing to do with the Park clan. They just needed to close the door. Whatever happened inside, they could solve it by themselves. It had nothing to do with them. However, speaking of the pitiful Shin family, they had to admit that a few days ago, a girl from the Shin family caught an incredible item. Today, a young master from an aristocratic family from a second-grade city came to inspect the goods and sell them. If they could make a profit from this, it would be a wonderful thing for the entire Park family. That was because the price was simply too tempting. It's all thanks to young Master Dalu. If it wasn't for you, we might not be able to get this item. It would be a real waste if this item was caught by the Shin family. Park Dalu said with a smile. After doing this, the elders of the other clans thought highly of him. Now, they were all smiling when they saw Park Dalu. If it was in the past, they would think that Park Dalu only knew how to eat, drink, and defecate. But I heard this morning that the Shin family was acquitted and Tang Jiushan of the Tang clan was killed by the people of Ming Mountain. His death was very tragic. The people of the Tang clan were all locked up in the dungeon. The Shin family seems to have gained power. Will they come and make trouble for us? One of the Park clan's elders said. After all, they were all part of the 3 great clans before this. The strength of the 3 great clans was on par with each other. Moreover, the Shin family was not aggressive. So, after a long time, they were not afraid of the Shin family. Because the Shin family's habitual way of dealing with things was to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. The head of the Park clan, Park Guangyuan, frowned. He looked at the time. What can the Shin family do even if they know about it? Before this incident, their strength was on par with ours. Can they destroy our Park clan? Park Guangyuan said. Seeing that these people were still a little uneasy, he opened his mouth again. All right, don't worry. Do you know who the buyer is this time? Looking at Pu Guangyuan's mysterious gaze, these people couldn't help but look at him, their eyes filled with anticipation. The 3rd young master of the Jing family from the 2nd-grade city, Jade Wave Giant City. Jinghaoren. Now, you know the importance of this. Hearing that the patriarch had finally mentioned this person, the few of them exclaimed loudly. It was simply unbelievable. Even when they heard this name, they couldn't react in time. It's actually the Jing family of Jadewave Giant City. This is incredible. Incredible, incredible. If we can have some relationship with the Jing family, some people were also very smart and quickly thought of this idea. Jadewave Giant City. Those who could be called a giant city were those who were trying to become a first-grade city. There were only a few first-grade cities in the entire Dingquan province. If they were successful, their status would be completely different. When they changed their name to this name, they had already shown their determination. And this Jing family was the #1 clan in Jadewave Giant City. There was no doubt about this. Xinyi's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. She couldn't be more shocked. These people had a flattering and apologetic smile on their faces. When they arrived in front of Li Zongjiu, they nodded and bowed as if they were looking at their ancestor. Xinyi covered her mouth in shock. Li Zongjiu stood in front of them and watched. He was also a little surprised. Why were these people so agitated and respectful? If that was the case, it was fortunate that he didn't make a move just now. Since he was so polite, then everyone should be more polite with their words. Ahem. Li Zongjiu coughed and cleared his throat. May I ask, are you the third young master of the Jing family? Pu Guangyuan came in front of Li Zongjiu and bowed. He smiled and asked gently. Although it was a little shabby to see that the young master of the Jing family was only followed by a maid, this level of existence wasn't something that the people of the Pu family could understand and guess. Perhaps these upper-class people just liked to travel in a simple and relaxed way. Maybe. He didn't dare to make wild guesses. Of course, he couldn't easily offend them. Jing family? No, I'm Li Zongjiu. This is my cousin, Xinyi from the Xin family. Li Zongjiu shook his head and said. This time, I'm here, no? Xin family? Little brat from the Xin family. Pu Guangyuan's bent waist instantly straightened. The expression on his face instantly turned into killing intent. He sized up Li Zongjiu and Xinyi in front of him. Where did this little brat come from? Get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. Scram back to where you came from. Hurry up and leave. Pu Guangyuan's face instantly turned cold. He waved his sleeve at Li Zongjiu. What a waste of expression. He even felt like he was being played. If he didn't have the mood to receive the young master of the Jing family and didn't want to see blood, he would have already taught these two brats a lesson. Then he would throw them out. When Li Zongjiu heard the other party's words, his expression instantly darkened. Xinyi saw that. They were not to be trifled with and could not help but tug at the corner of Li Zongjiu's clothes. Why don't we just forget about it? We'll call Daddy over. When Xinyi saw their ferocious expressions, she was already frightened. Be good and turn around. Li Zongjiu turned Xinyi around. At the same time, his figure flashed and rushed towards Pu Guangyuan. Hey, stop. Pu Guangyuan stopped and turned around. He wanted to teach Li Zongjiu a lesson again, but he saw a black shadow smashing towards his face. Oh no. Pu Guangyuan had goosebumps all over his body. At this moment, he could feel the stare of death. Bang, there was a loud bang, and the sound seemed to come from inside the body. At the same time, a sharp pain attacked Pu Guangyuan, causing his vision to turn black, and then he fell down. Pa! Li Zongjiu stomped Piao Guanyuan's head into the ground with one foot. It took Pu Guanyuan a while to wake up. He was actually knocked out by someone. How dare you attack the patriarch? You're courting death. Who are you? The surrounding people were instantly stunned. They stared at Li Zongjiu and gritted their teeth. They couldn't wait to capture Li Zongjiu, but when they saw Li Zongjiu's appearance, they knew that Li Zongjiu was not to be trifled with. A few days ago, you guys took away a friend of my little cousin's. Hand him over and I won't kill you. Li Zongjiu looked around and said. He glanced at Pu Guanyuan, who was still struggling to get up. With a flick of his finger, he sent a stream of yuan energy into Pu Guanyuan's arm. Suddenly, there was a paw sound. Blood splattered, and a bloody hole appeared. Pu Guanyuan, who was still unconscious, screamed in pain. Ah! Next, your head. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Don't mess around. What friend? What person? You better tell us clearly. Otherwise, how can we hand him over to you? That's right. We didn't capture your people. Don't slander us. Hurry up and release our patriarch. Someone roared. He even held a steel fork in his hand. If there was a chance, he would definitely stab Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu sighed softly when he heard this. He counted a total of 7 people around him. Pa. He flicked his finger. A streak of essence force directly blasted Pu Guangyuan's head apart. Bang, blood splattered. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, it was as if he wasn't stepping on a life, but a weak ant that couldn't be any weaker. Yet, he had taken the life of the head of the Park family so easily. I've already said it. It's you who didn't give me a chance. Hand him over. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. However, these people seemed to still be immersed in the sorrow of their patriarch's death. They couldn't believe that their patriarch died just like that. They were still alive and kicking just a moment ago. Just a moment ago, they were still imagining a beautiful future together. Now, they were already dead. This was simply a disaster that couldn't be avoided. You killed our patriarch. You actually killed our patriarch. It seemed that the death of their patriarch was a huge blow to them. Li Zongjiu shook his head. He sighed softly and then rushed towards the person closest to him. He punched him and knocked him down to the ground. Bang, the person who fell to the ground immediately cursed in his heart. If you don't hand him over, I'll kill another one. Li Zongjiu looked at the people around him and said. Great Elder. Let go of our Great Elder. What are you trying to do? Let go of the Great Elder. We didn't catch anyone from the Shen family. You better be clear. Who are you? Li Zongjiu sneered when he heard this. He was still stubborn. I'd like to see if your mouth is harder than my finger. As soon as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he flicked his fingers again. A terrifying surge of essence energy erupted, directly blasting this Grand Elder's head into smithereens. Bang! Another puddle of blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. In their eyes, this scene was already the second shock. It was truly shocking, to the point that it was difficult to breathe. Such a scene of blood gushing out was something that had only been seen when slaughtering pigs. You're next. Li Zongjiu pointed at a person. I don't know, I really don't know. I really don't know. It has nothing to do with me. I'll leave the Park family. I'll leave the Park family. Okay? Just when Li Zongjiu was about to make a move. Suddenly, a shout came from the door. Cousin Zongjiu, Flowery is not a person. It's a deer. At this time, Li Zongjiu had already killed 3 people, including the family head. Originally, Li Zongjiu had thought that these people's bones were so tough that they dared to ignore death so close at hand. In his heart, he was somewhat impressed. He was only afraid that they had nothing to be afraid of. If they were not afraid of anything, then it was equivalent to them having no weaknesses. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was still considering whether he should use another method to force them. However, Shini shouted from behind. Li Zongjiu was also surprised. Why didn't you say that you were not a human? Look at how many people were killed by you. It turned out that they were not strong, but they really didn't know. Their ending was really funny. It was impossible for Li Zongjiu to admit his mistake. Oh, so it's the elk. Now, hand over the elk. What's its name again? Yes, it's called Little Flower. Li Zongjiu said indifferently and looked at the people in front of him. The people in the Park family were already scared silly by Li Zongjiu's actions. He broke into the Park family's house and started a massacre. Prepare the ballista. Fire. Suddenly, a young voice came from the house. Everyone turned around and saw 3 ballistas already lined up and aimed at Li Zongjiu. The person who gave the order was none other than Pu Dalu. When Pu Dalu saw Shani, he knew that these people were from the Shen family. He wanted to ignore them and hide. This way, his father and the others could say that they didn't know about this matter. But who knew that not long after he left, Pu Dalu saw his father, Pu Guangyuan, being killed by Li Zongjiu. In anger, Pu Dalu immediately mobilized the ballista in the family. Now that he saw Li Zongjiu stop, he directly gave the order. If he captured the elk, then he would have no chance to make a meteoric rise in the Pu continent. How would he be able to enter Xinghaoren's line of sight? Even if he became a dog in front of Xinghaoren, it would be a qualitative leap for him. It would make his entire life very different. Thinking of this, Pu Dalu must kill Li Zongjiu. As his voice faded, 3 powerful explosions that were like raging flames could be heard, penetrating through the air as they attacked. Bang, bang. Bang, every sound was like the dull roar of a 1,000-year-old beast. His furious roar caused the surrounding elders of the Park family to become agitated. We should have pushed this thing out long ago. Kill this kid. Even a level 7 Yuan master might not be able to dodge this move. At such a close distance, death is certain. The 3 1-meter-long crossbow bolts were shot directly at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's reaction was also very fast. The Yuan energy around his body surged out and immediately attached to his body, forming a swirling airflow. Boom, 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 the 3 crossbows directly changed direction in front of Li Zongjiu. Although it was only a very small arc, the crossbow bolts directly shot in another direction. Bang, 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 one of the arrows hit an elder's head, causing it to explode. It was like a real tofu pudding. One person's heart was pierced. He was still standing in the same place, but there was a bloody hole in his chest. As for the other person, he was shot horizontally by an arrow. Half of his body was directly split diagonally. His intestines, livers, and internal organs splattered on the ground along with his scarlet blood. When this hell-like scene appeared in front of these people, it immediately caused the nearby members of the Park family to retreat in fright. They did not dare to turn around to take a look. Such a scene was simply too shocking for them. This was a living person. What? Seeing this scene, Pu Dalu was shocked. At such a close distance, how could he miss? How could he dodge it so easily? Pu Dalu's heart was immediately filled with anger. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of his eyes, and he saw a figure appear in front of him. This figure was the person he was aiming at just now. What do you want? Pu Dalu suddenly shouted. Li Zongjiu sneered, reached out his hand, and pressed Pu Dalu's head on the crossbow. Boom! With a flip of his hand, he sent the person behind the crossbow flying. Li Zongjiu pulled the bowstring of the crossbow, and Pu Dalu's head was in the path of the bowstring. His hand loosened. Suddenly, the ballista let out a loud explosion. Bang! This sound was louder and louder than any sound Pu Dalu had heard before. After this sound, he couldn't hear anything else. The last thing he saw was himself rolling around. Everything in front of him was a mess. The bowstring was stained with blood when it returned to its original position. Just now, when the bowstring was shot out, it was like a sharp and swift knife. It directly cut Pu Dalu's head into 2 halves. The part below the nose was still intact, but the head above the nose had already been sent flying. At the cut, one could see the broken bones neatly. In front of these people, this ghastly scene was also filled with great shock. Blurg, the guards of the Park family were already vomiting. Even they couldn't bear such a bloody scene. It was indeed too horrible. In just a few seconds, the scene was covered in blood. The only remaining elder on the scene looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. These people were just imagining a beautiful future together. In the blink of an eye, their stomachs were cut open, their heads exploded, and they were either dead or injured. No, among so many people, no one was injured. They were all killed in one move. It was just that some of them died in a more miserable way. It was hard to accept. This person just barged in and killed people. Wasn't this too much? Wasn't this too arrogant? He didn't even care about the laws of this dynasty. Was this the barbaric era? You're the only one left. Go and bring Flowery out. Otherwise, I'll kill you and go find her myself. Li Zongjiu looked at the last person and said indifferently. When the person heard Li Zongjiu's words, his heart skipped a beat. Flowery, the extremely rare 5-colored elk. It was supposed to bring endless glory and wealth to the Park family. But now, the only thing it brought was a calamity before their eyes. The glory and wealth were only in their imagination and expectations. But this destructive disaster was right in front of him. They couldn't get used to it at all. In the end, the elder panicked and took out the 5-colored elk that was locked in the cage. Not only did these people tie the 5-colored elk's limbs with chains, but they also tied the elk's limbs. At the same time, they also surrounded the cage with nails. This was because the 5-colored elk was very strong. If they didn't trap it, it might break out of the cage. This 5-colored elk was half the height of a human. Li Zongjiu sized it up carefully. This elk's body seemed to emit a holy radiance. It was actually a spirit beast that could understand human nature. Such an existence was very rare. There were a total of 5 colors on its body. This was already very rare. Ordinary elks were also very ordinary. Now, this elk had so many colors on its body. According to records, some of the organs on this 5-colored elk's body had the effect of gathering spirit. It was even rarer to obtain this kind of spirit beast than a powerful meta-beast. For example, the black crystal fox that Li Zongjiu found that day was considered a low-level spirit beast. Firstly, it was relatively small. Secondly, its intelligence was not very high. These spirit beasts all had one thing in common. They were peace-loving. Usually, they didn't fight. However, Li Zongjiu had heard in his previous life that on this continent, there seemed to be a sect formed by spirit beasts. The spirit beasts in this sect had already cultivated into humans and were peace-loving. Under normal circumstances, their daily task was to eat grass and cultivate. If the bottom line of these spirit beasts was really crossed, they would come out in full force and eliminate all the dangers. This was the scary part about these spirit beasts. It was said that their fighting strength was 10 times more than that of a human elementalist of the same level. Therefore, spirit beasts that were able to cultivate had terrifying strength. This 5-colored elk seemed to have entered the threshold of cultivation. However, it was too young and weak. Now, it was trapped by these people. Otherwise, with their abilities, they wouldn't have been able to trap this 5-colored elk. Little flower. When Xianxia saw the 5-colored elk, she was pleasantly surprised. She ignored the danger and rushed towards the 5-colored elk. When the 5-colored elk saw Xianxia, its eyes emitted a bright light. It seemed to be very happy and excited. "What are you waiting for?" Li Zongjiu said calmly. The elder of the Park family immediately nodded and went forward to open the cage. At the same time, he removed the chains. The 5-colored elk immediately ran towards Xianxia excitedly. He came in front of Xianxia and kept rubbing his antlers against the girl in front of him. When he looked at Li Zongjiu, there was a trace of gratitude in his eyes. This elk is quite unusual. Li Zongjiu was surprised. He didn't expect the 5-colored elk to have such intelligence. Li Zongjiu was able to tell that the 5-colored elk wasn't ordinary. He didn't rely on his current cultivation, but the experience and eyesight he had accumulated in his previous life. Naturally, he could see the difference in the 5-colored elk at a glance. "Okay, let's go," Li Zongjiu said. Then, he said to the elder of the Park family, "Sorry to disturb you." After all, they had killed so many people. If Li Zongjiu knew that this was an elk, then there wouldn't be so many casualties. However, Li Zongjiu couldn't be blamed for everything. After all, they had killed so many people. Li Zongjiu wasn't the only one who could be blamed. "Not at all, not at all," the elder of the Park family actually replied. He was thinking that it was so easy to send people away. The appearance of Li Zongjiu had brought him some benefits. It was impossible for him to have a meteoric rise, but it was possible for him to be in charge of the Park family. After all, he was now in the Park family. Most of the people who were qualified to be the head of the family had died. The heavens were really helping him. This kind of thing didn't always happen. It was too bizarre. "I'm afraid you can't leave today." A voice resounded in the sky above the Park family. When he heard this voice, Li Zongjiu frowned and pulled Xianxia behind him. Then, he saw 2 more figures in front of him. A man and a woman. The man was only 16 or 17 years old, while the woman looked about the same age as the man. However, although the 2 of them weren't wearing dazzling clothes, one could tell at a glance that they weren't simple. "I'm Xianxia of the Jing family of the Emerald Wave Giant City. The 5-colored elk was ordered by me." If you put it down now, I can spare your life. The young man who appeared was about the same age as Li Zongjiu, but his tone wasn't small. He actually dared to directly ask Li Zongjiu to leave. This was a very arrogant behavior. Li Zongjiu smiled. It was really rare to meet such an arrogant person. Just based on the maid beside you, a third-grade origin general? I'm afraid she's not qualified. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. His words were full of mockery. He was directly mocking the young man. In terms of strength, he wasn't even comparable to the maid beside him. Jing family, Jing Haoran. It was Jing Haoran of the Jing family. When the surviving elders of the Park family saw Jing Haoran, they were shocked. After waiting for half a day, the main character had finally arrived. If Jing Haoran had arrived earlier, they would have been able to sell the elk to Jing Haoran. Perhaps their Park family wouldn't have lost so many people. Looking at how many people died in such a small place, only a few people died every year. Just the number of people who died in the Park family today was enough to last a year. And this young man named Li Zongjiu's aura didn't seem to be suppressed by the other party at all. This made people gasp. After all, the two sides grew up in different environments. When ordinary people heard the name of the Jing family, they would probably be scared out of their wits. How could they still stand here and talk so casually? They were even extremely disdainful. Relying on a woman, Jing Haoran was instantly angered by Li Zongjiu's words. This Li Zongjiu actually dared to insult Jing Haoran. Who was Jing Haoran? He was the third son of the Jing family. Although his cultivation wasn't that amazing, he had already reached the second-grade origin general realm. His martial arts were also extraordinary. In the same age group, how many people could be compared to him? You're courting death. Jing Haoran growled. The Jing family of the Emerald Wave Giant City? Li Zongjiu shook his head. He really didn't have any impression of such a family. In the current of the world of cultivation, one might start to become the mainstay of the region today, but in the next moment, one would be replaced by others. Reality was cruel. No matter how strong one was, there would be a time when one would be replaced. Therefore, the Jing family's name probably didn't resound for long. Li Zongjiu probably didn't remember it in his previous life. Unless Li Zongjiu had personally come into contact with something that was 3,000 years old, it would be very difficult for him to recall something that was 3,000 years old. Don't be fooled, young master. This is a provocation. The maid beside her was smart and quickly stepped forward to stop him. But at this time, Jing Haoran was like an arrow that had been released from a bow and couldn't be retracted. He struck at Li Zongjiu with his palm. This palm seemed to contain the power of a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. Young master's roaring tiger and roaring dragon palm has already reached such a level. It can actually produce both a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar at the same time. The maidservant muttered in her heart. She looked at Li Zongjiu with a trace of coldness in her eyes. In reality, there was no need for young master to take action against these lowly commoners. However, since young master had taken action, she couldn't act on her own accord. Otherwise, wouldn't she be slapping young master's face on top of Li Zongjiu's foundation? It seemed to be saying, "You're really inferior to me. Hurry up and stop. Let me do it." My roaring tiger and roaring dragon palm is a grade 3 origin skill. A country bumpkin like you probably hasn't even seen a grade 3 origin skill. Let's see how you block it. Indeed, grade 3 origin skills were, to a certain extent, even rarer than grade 3 origin skills. After all, origin skills were the most basic and important. Hence, many people would pay any price to obtain a grade 3 origin skill. However, it was different for a Yuan skill. Many people were unable to afford such a price. Hence, they would grit their teeth and learn a grade 2 Yuan skill. By gaining a deeper understanding of it, they would occasionally have a chance. It was extremely possible for them to defeat those grade 3 Yuan skills that they were not familiar with. For example, the Li family only had one grade 3 origin skill. However, they didn't have a grade 3 origin skill. The price of a grade 3 origin skill was too high. Even within the Wuxue Pale sect, it was said that there were only about 3 grade 3 origin skills in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. It was already very good to have so many. However, in the Jing family, even such a young man could cultivate a grade 3 origin skill. From the looks of it, he seemed to have been cultivating for quite a long time. To be able to reach such a realm at such a young age was already quite good. Roaring tiger and roaring dragon? I think it's more like snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Li Zongjiu sneered. If such a palm technique could be considered good, then what about those people in his previous life who could shake the heavens with a wave of their hands? In front of Li Zongjiu, Xianxia was like a clown. Azure light sword finger. Li Zongjiu displayed a green light sword finger. This wasn't some exquisite primordial skill. It was even an extremely common Tier 1 origin skill. As long as one spent 50 gold coins, one could buy it from an ordinary elemental skill pavilion. Although the person who created this move was very good, this yuan skill was indeed rather useless. Using it at night to swat away flies and mosquitoes would have a miraculous effect. A green light flashed. Li Zongjiu's sword finger suddenly erupted with a green light that was dozens of feet long, directly shattering Xianxia's palm energy. Crash, his aura was overwhelming. This mere dazzling green light actually possessed such power. When the green light entered his eyes, Xianxia immediately felt as though his mind was being pierced by thousands of arrows. Countless sharp thorns pierced his eyes from all directions. In the next second, his eyeballs were about to explode. Not good. The palm energy instantly fell, and Xianxia's figure landed 3 meters in front of Li Zongjiu without any warning. At this position, Xianxia only needed to casually attack to kill Xianxia. This was an extremely dangerous position. Since there was a chance to kill him, Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't be polite and would let him sit down and drink some tea before leaving. Blood extermination finger. The evil aura in his body surged. Xianxia was still surrounded by the piercing green light and pain. His 2 hands frantically blocked in front of his body. Seeing that this finger filled with evil aura was about to pierce through her family's young master, the maid also let out a low shout. Her small feet stomped on the ground, and instantly, a terrifying aura spread out from the ground. Earth Snake Vine. Her elemental energy transformed into snake vines and drilled into the ground. However, it wasn't heading towards Li Zongjiu or Xianxia. The maid could already tell that if she were to rescue Xianxia now, there would be no chance at all. The only way was to create a diversion and attack way to rescue Zhao. She just had to capture the girl in front of her. The maid's reaction was extremely fast, and at the same time, her eyes were filled with killing intent. This was a real killing move. If Shani was hit, she would definitely die. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with coldness. He naturally knew what the maid was thinking. If it was the Li Zongjiu of the past, he might have ignored the maid's attack and continued to achieve his goal. However, now that Li Zongjiu had been reborn, his temperament had changed. The blood extermination finger instantly changed the direction of its attack and landed on the cracks that were continuously spreading in front of him. Boom, the tyrannical power blasted into the ground and directly shattered the surface. The earth snake vine formed by the maid's elemental energy had already been blasted out. However, at the same time, the motionless Xianxia was also pulled back. An earth snake vine wrapped around Xianxia's body and directly pulled him back. The maid's control over her elemental energy had far surpassed Xianxia's. Are you all right? Li Zongjiu glanced at Shani behind him. Just now, Shani was locked in by the other party's aura and was still in shock. After all, the aura of death was not something that could be ignored so easily. Only after hearing Li Zongjiu's words did Shani regain her senses. The 5-colored elk beside her also licked Shani's cheeks. How dare you plot against our family's young master? If our young master is harmed in the slightest, I will make a river of blood flow in your Guanxi town. The maid said coldly, as if she was an angry ghost. If Xianxia was killed by Li Zongjiu just now, she would not have survived. In that case, she would naturally not be able to survive. She would even be destroyed in an extremely cruel and inhumane way. That was what the maid was afraid of. She did not expect that this ordinary Li Zongjiu in front of her would have such strength. A river of blood? I will make the 2 of you unable to walk out of the Park family's gate today. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He really wanted to play rough with Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had never been afraid of anyone. When it came to enmity, he would resolve it on the spot. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to take revenge overnight. He would have to wait for everything. How could he have so much time, since he had already determined that the other party came with killing intent? Li Zhongzhou clearly did not intend to let them leave alive. Wait. Li Zhongzhou was also ready to kill the maid, but the maid was also thinking about how to leave. After all, the safety of the young master was the most important thing. If she couldn't save the young master today, then the consequences would be serious. As for the brat from Guanxi town, she could just find a few people to deal with him. She didn't need to do it herself. However, Jing Haoran, who had sobered up, raised his hand and stopped the maid beside him from fighting with Li Zhongzhou. I, Jing Haoran, am convinced that the azure light sword finger can display such a level of power. I, Jing Haoran, apologize for offending you earlier. Jing Haoran apologized. The maidservant beside her was startled. What was going on? Her young master, who was usually as arrogant as a peacock, actually bowed his head and apologized to an ordinary county disciple. Could it be that the young master was stupid? Li Zhongzhou was also stunned. The change was too fast, and he couldn't stop it. What was this kid doing? Was he afraid of death? Jing Haoran. This name sounded familiar to him. What's your name? Li Zhongzhou asked suddenly. This question was a bit hurtful. He had repeated his name so many times, but he didn't hear it. This was indeed a bit embarrassing. However, Jing Haoran wasn't angry. Instead, he said very seriously. My name is Jing Haoran. Li Zhongzhou also tried hard to recall in his mind. Finally, he found a person who matched this name. Cerulean Wave Giant City. Jing family's future family head? In the Xingyan dynasty, 100 cities gathering would be held every 10 years. In fact, it was mainly to compete and rank the cities. It was also a way to remind the major cities that they must work hard to cultivate. Otherwise, they would be easily surpassed. It was also to let more people know their status. The most important thing was to let the new force replace the old force. This was a process of alternation, which made everyone feel a sense of crisis. Once promoted, the area would be redistributed. The huge benefits were not something that everyone could bear to part with. About 500 years later, this cerulean wave giant city stood out in this 100 cities gathering. It successfully broke through the second tier and became a first-class city. At that time, the leading family was the Jing family. The family head was called Jing Haoran. It was really pitiful. Even if it was held once every 10 years. The Jing family also worked hard for a total of 50 times. With the Jing family's strength, they led Cerulean Wave Giant City to become a first-class city. At that time, Li Zhongzhou had already become a distinguished guest of the dynasty, a top expert. He even became Jing Haoran's idol in his heart. Because the two of them were similar in age, but their status was worlds apart. Similar to people like Jing Haoran, Li Zhongzhou also quickly forgot about them, so he didn't think of them. Now, it could be said that the memories in the bottom layer of his mind were stimulated, and he recognized this person. Since you've already admitted your mistake, let's talk about compensation. Li Zhongzhou said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Although this young man was arrogant, he knew when to submit and when to stand tall. He had seen the Tao of poison, and after being beaten up by him, he knew to lower his head and admit his mistake. It doesn't matter if you are arrogant or proud, but don't be arrogant in front of Li Zhongzhou. Because when he was mad, you didn't even know where you were. After all, Li Zhongzhou was already past the age of being competitive. Now, his starting point was for the sake of the family. Of course, this was a matter of principle. Once there was a potential threat, they had to eliminate it immediately. Compensation? The maidservant beside Jing Haoran immediately glared at her. She actually dared to demand an exorbitant price. My young master was bullied by you and you still dare to ask for compensation? He almost rolled up his sleeves and charged at Li Zhongzhou. However, Jing Haoran glared at him. In front of the young master, she would always be a little maid and could not exceed her authority. Compensation is what I should do, what I should do. Look, 100,000 purple yuan for a third-grade origin skill. How about that? Jing Haoran said hurriedly. His eyes were filled with endless respect. 100,000 purple yuan, a third-grade origin skill. When he heard Jing Haoran's words, the eyes of the elder from the Park family were wide open. Li Zongjiu had never imagined that something like this would happen. This sudden turn of events caused him to be astonished. Could it be that this guy was beaten silly by him? 100,000 purple yuan was equivalent to 10 million gold yuan. 1 purple yuan could be exchanged for 100 gold yuan. The equivalent exchange between them was also very considerable. If it was a third-grade origin skill, it would be worth around 100,000 purple yuan. He casually gave out the equivalent of 20 million gold coins as compensation. Most importantly, nothing happened to him. He only said a few words at the beginning. With the face of the Jing family in Cerulean Wave Giant City, he should be thankful that he did not pursue the matter. Instead, he wanted compensation. Moreover, he wanted compensation. Oh my God, who is this young man? The elder from the Park family looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. The Park family had died at the hands of such a person for no reason. At first, it was a little strange, but now it seemed that Li Zongjiu was clearly a hidden expert. The maid looked at the young master beside her in shock. Even her personal maid could not believe it, let alone the others. In fact, the reason for Jing Haoren's change was not that Li Zongjiu had controlled his mind. Instead, it was the place where Jing Haoren had become a disciple. There was a method similar to Li Zongjiu's. The other party could also use the same green light sword finger at the same level as Li Zongjiu. However, the other party was an expert who had been famous for a long time. That person had also taught Jing Haoren that if he met someone who could use the green light sword finger in the future, he should not provoke them. Even the Jing family could not afford to provoke such an expert. Jing Haoren also firmly believed in this point. However, Jing Haoren's talent was not enough. In such a sacred place for cultivation, he had only stayed for less than half a month before he was politely asked to leave. Even if the Jing family interceded, it was useless. They said that Jing Haoren's talent was not enough and that they could not teach him. They asked them to find someone better. However, the green light sword finger had left a deep impression on Jing Haoren. He also remembered that sentence deeply. Li Zongjiu's background did not matter. However, to be able to use this move, it must be related to that sect, therefore, Jing Haoren had such a big change. Of course, a disciple of such a sect would not casually reveal his identity. After thinking for a while, Jing Haoren had already determined that Li Zongjiu's identity was not simple. Even if his identity was simple, his potential and strength were definitely not simple. Li Zongjiu was worthy of Jing Haoren's flattery. It's SOSO. Since you want to compensate, with the Jing family's strength, you should be able to get the position of the guard. Give it to my uncle, Xianxia. Li Zongjiu thought and said. What dynasty laws? What Jianghu rules, they were not worth mentioning in the face of strength. What position of the guard? With Jing Haoren's identity, he only needed to casually ask and he could easily get it. No problem, no problem. Even if you want to be the city lord, our Jing family can also appoint a few. Jing Haoren said. As long as Li Zongjiu had a request, there would be no problem. The most frightening thing was that Li Zongjiu had no desires. Then, there was no way to get in touch with such a person, unless you really matched his temperament. Li Zongjiu looked at Jing Haoren in surprise. This kid was really interesting. No wonder he could become a figure in the future. Although he could only be said to be a figure who could barely be on the stage, just based on his mentality and eyesight, ordinary people could not compare to him. You're quite sensible. Alright, I'll forgive you today. Li Zongjiu did not hold back. The Park family elder's expression turned ugly and shocked as if he had just eaten *tea. At first, he had thought that the Park family had only provoked a nobody. Compared to Jing Haoren, this was nothing. However, it seemed like the person they had provoked was even more powerful than Jing Haoren. He. Elder brother, this 5-colored elk saved my life. Please lend it to me for a day. I will definitely return it after a day. Jing Haoren said as he rubbed his hands. Elder brother, don't worry. We will not harm the life of this 5-colored elk. However, someone in the Jing family needs this 5-colored elk to condense a spiritual soul. Jing Haoren said. Spiritual soul, this was the so-called 6 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. It was known as a spiritual soul. It seemed like someone in the Jing family was about to enter the Yuan monarch realm. Oh? It seems like someone in the Jing family is about to break through to the Yuan monarch realm? Li Zongjiu said nonchalantly. Li Zongjiu's words completely shocked Xinghaoren. Li Zongjiu was definitely an extraordinary person. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's identity might be even more terrifying than Xinghaoren's. Ordinary people did not even know what kind of existence a Yuan monarch martialist was. There was only one adjective in their minds: powerful. Powerful. However, only those who truly understood would know that condensing a spiritual soul was the path a Yuan Zong elite had to go through to become a Yuan monarch elite. Evidently, Li Zongjiu was very clear about the process of breaking through to become a Yuan monarch. Otherwise, ordinary people would not even know what condensing a spiritual soul was. That's right, Xinghaoren said. Xinghaoren said. When he said this, his heart was filled with pride. It was an honor that a Yuan monarch elite was about to be born. However, this matter had been kept as a family secret until now. No one could divulge it. If Li Zongjiu continued to ask, Xinghaoren would not say anything. Li Zongjiu obviously did not intend to get to the bottom of this matter. Li Zongjiu did not care much about a mere Yuan monarch. This five-colored elk doesn't belong to me. It belongs to my cousin. You can borrow it from her. If she's willing, you can. If she's unwilling, then forget about it. When condensing a soul, there would be a certain amplification effect if there was a spirit beast by his side. Therefore, Xinghaoren wanted to take the five-colored elk away. Seeing that this guy was in such a hurry, it must be within these 2 days. Miss, I would like to borrow this five-colored elk. It's really urgent. I, Xinghaoren, swear on my life that I won't hurt it. Whoever dares to harm this five-colored elk will be my enemy, Xinghaoren said to Shani. Although Shani was worried, looking at these people, they seemed to be very powerful. Although Shani was young, she was not a fool. Naturally, she could tell that Xinghaoren and the others were not ordinary people. Moreover, they seemed to need Little Blossom's help. This is my dearest friend, Little Blossom, Shani said timidly, as if she was extremely reluctant. When Xinghaoren saw Shani's expression, he didn't know what to do. He couldn't possibly snatch such a cute little girl away from him. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was still eyeing them covetously from the side. If Li Zongjiu made a move, none of them would be able to survive. Every day, you will have to pay me 1,000 gold coins as a rental fee. Then, Shani raised a finger and said seriously. The five-colored elk was very touched at first. After all, Shani treated it so well. However, it did not expect that it could not resist the temptation of money. It stomped its foot fiercely. However, the five-colored elk also knew that Shani was the only companion it recognized. Thank you, miss. Thank you very much. Shani took out a bunch of green grass from her bosom. This is the grass I grew myself. It's Little Blossom's favorite food. Remember to feed it every day. Xinghaoren took the handful of grass from him. Okay. Fei Yu, call for a ship, Xinghaoren said. The maid by the side nodded. Then, she took out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. Boom, suddenly, the signal flare shot into the sky. After a while, a black mass appeared in the sky. This terrifying scene was extremely shocking to anyone who saw it. A spaceship, huh? Not bad. Li Zongjiu looked at the huge spaceship that appeared in the sky. The spaceship was still high in the sky and had not landed. Otherwise, if it landed, the powerful pressure would be enough to crush the small Guanxi town. However, the speed of the spaceship was extremely terrifying. In a breath, it could travel several miles. Xinghaoren scratched his head. If it was possible, Xinghaoren would be willing to give Li Zongjiu a spaceship. However, even though he was the third young master of the Jing family, this kind of thing couldn't be given away so easily. The Jing family only had a total of 3 spaceships. Apart from its fast movement speed, it was also a very powerful and destructive weapon, and it could shake the sky ship. They only needed 2 ships. Within 4 hours, they would be able to capture the Snow Pill sect. Even with Chu Aoran's cultivation base, he would still be turned into ashes in one move when facing the sky-shaking ship. Everyone, thank you. See you again. Xianxia took the 5-colored elk and cupped his hands together with the maid behind him. There were not many children who were so polite. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. Especially for a disciple like Xianxia, who came from such a big family, it was already an honor to be able to look at you. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, he was so obedient and polite. It was not because of Li Zongjiu's good looks, but because of Li Zongjiu's strength, which won this respect. Take good care of Little Blossom. Xinyi shouted towards the sky. However, the roar of the spaceships covered Xinyi's voice. Although Little Blossom was taken away, at least Xinyi knew that Little Blossom was safe. Don't worry. If anything happens to Little Blossom, I will destroy the Jing family for you. Li Zongjiu patted Xinyi's head and said. Since it was something that Li Zongjiu guaranteed, of course, he would take responsibility. After all, Xinyi was a member of his family. If she was wronged in the slightest, he would have to go on a killing spree to appease her. Brother, it's called Little Blossom, not Little Blossom. Oh. Li Zongjiu and Xinyi walked out of the gate of the Park family. The people of the Park family had long been shocked by what had happened today. They did not even have the thought of revenge. However, what was even more shocking was that on that very night, a transfer order came from Qingyu City. One level above Guanxi Town was Qingyu City. The city lord of Qingyu City and the Lu family of Beipu City had a good relationship. Therefore, at that time, it was not difficult to transfer Lu Jianzhong to Guanxi Town to be a garrison guard. Now, Qingyu City had directly sent the order. They said that Lu Jianzhong was sick and could not take up the position of guard. At the same time, they sent Xianxia from the Shen family to take up the position. Suddenly, the entire Shen family was in an uproar. Now, the Shen family had 2 consecutive happy events. First, it was the old master's 70th birthday. Then, Xianxia's appointment as the town's garrison guard made everyone envious. The Shen family was the #1 family in Guanxi Town, but now it seemed that the entire town was going to be taken over by the Shen family. The instigator of all this was Li Zongjiu. After hearing this, he smiled. Appointing a town's garrison guard was not a big deal for someone of Xianxia's status. After all, many people would give him face. Moreover, this position was used to appease people and did not have any real power. Therefore, Wang Chao did not care at all. Given the small number of soldiers in the town, even if they wanted to rebel, it would be useless. In fact, this was the case. Wang Chao had painstakingly gathered the soldiers and trained them for more than 10 years, but in the end, he was no match for an ordinary general. For example, if 2 or 3 soldiers of the Xuanwu army came, they would have no problem destroying Guanxi village. If a group of soldiers came, it wouldn't even take an hour for the village to be conquered. Speaking of oil and water, such a small amount of oil and water could hardly fill one's stomach. Therefore, only people who were not in an important position would come to such a place. While the Shen family was bustling with noise and excitement, preparing for the banquet the day after tomorrow, in the Lu family of North Pu City, which was about 700 miles away from Guanxi Town, however, there were some people who were unhappy. Lu Jianzhong was the young master of the Lu family. However, Lu Jianzhong did not know how to control his strength and did not close his lower body properly, so he committed a big crime. In order to settle this matter, Lu Jianzhong was put in this relationship. Lu Jianzhong's father was the master of the Lu family. Lu Tingfei was furious. What? You want to change it? What is the meaning of Qingyu City? What do you want my son to do? Eat shit. When Lu Tingfei received the news, he smashed the mahogany table beside him with a slap. It seemed that next time, he would have to place some tables made of iron next to these big shots. Otherwise, he really couldn't afford to change the table every 3 days. Patriarch Lu, please calm down. This is the will of our city lord. I am just a messenger. In addition, according to the information we received, it seems that a few days ago, Guanxi Town was invaded by bandits from Meng Mountain. The town guard of Guanxi Town was seriously injured and bedridden. The person who had come was an envoy from Qingyu City. After all, the person in charge of passing on the message had a good relationship with the Lu clan. Every year, the Lu clan would send a lot of benefits to Qingyu City. Every year, there would be no shortage of benefits. Therefore, the transfer order this time did not reveal too much information. However, they still had to inform the Lu family's patriarch, which was considered giving him face. What? My son is injured. What's going on? Lu Tingfei immediately stood up, extremely excited. I've already delivered the message. Patriarch Lu, I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any further. Oh right, Patriarch Lu, our city lord also asked me to give you a personal warning. What? Lu Tingfei was currently filled with anger. If he did not release it, it would condense in his chest and become a mental illness. Don't provoke the Shen clan of Guanxi town. The person who delivered the message cupped his hands and then turned around to leave. He did not give Lu Tingfei a chance to vent his anger. Moreover, if Lu Tingfei was angry, he would not be facing this person. Don't provoke the Shen clan? What kind of trash is the Shen clan? My northern Pulu clan is not afraid of the Shen clan. How could Lu Tingfei care about so much, now that such a big incident had happened in Guanxi town, and even his son had been robbed by the bandits? How could he let it go? Wasn't the black poison old man protecting Lu Jianzhong? Could it be that the black poison old man had also met with an accident? Therefore, Lu Tingfei became angry when he thought of this. There must be something fishy about this. I'd like to see what the Shen clan is up to. Lu Tingfei did not hesitate and immediately gathered his men. Lu Biao, immediately bring your men to the carriage and prepare a fast horse. I want to reach the Shen clan within a day. I want to catch them off guard. F***ck. Lu Tingfei cursed. Lu Biao was Lu Tingfei's personal bodyguard. After receiving the order, he immediately went to carry it out. What happened to our Jianzhong? Is he all right? A well-dressed woman with a round figure came out. She seemed to have heard some news about Lu Jianzhong, but she did not hear it clearly. She hurried over and saw Lu Tingfei and the others were already ready to go. It seemed like they were going to war. Madam, you rest in the house. I'm going to Guanxi town. Lu Tingfei's style of doing things was very fiery. Now that Lu Jianzhong had gotten into trouble, he was dismissed from his position and was injured by these bandits. Lu Tingfei would not believe that there was no connection between these two events. Then, the Lu clan's men also galloped toward Guanxi town. The horses galloped. Dust flew everywhere. When the day of the birthday banquet arrived, it was also drizzling. The road was clear after being washed by the rain. Early in the morning, a team of carriages was rushing over from afar. They ate a lot of dust on the way, but when they reached the gate, they were washed clean by the rain. Xianxia and the others were already waiting at the gate. The person who came was none other than Li Tianqing. A few days ago, Li Tianqing came with a team to celebrate Old Master Shen Chunqiu's birthday. Now, the birthday banquet was held in the Shen clan's courtyard. Originally, they did not want to make a fuss and wanted to keep everything simple. However, Xianxia had become the new garrison lord with a piece of paper. This made everyone feel as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Not only did they have to do it, but they also had to do it well. At the same time, the entire Shen clan's courtyard was flooded with people who came to present their congratulatory gifts. Anyone with a reputation came to attend the birthday banquet. Some of the people who didn't want to come prepared their congratulatory gifts when they heard that Xianxia had been appointed as the new guardian. Xiangji Road Steward Ma presents a 100-year-old ginseng and a 100-year-old Ganoderma. East Wind Alley's Liang Family Rice Shop presents 5 kilograms of premium linoleum rice and 2 pairs of ivory. The housekeeper, who was standing at the gate, kept shouting into the house, reporting the congratulatory gifts in his hands. These people could not have come empty-handed. Even if they had brought gifts, they would not have dared to bring simple gifts. If the gifts they brought were better than the ones they brought, they would be more respected. Even the people of the Shen clan would pay more attention to them. Some people smiled happily, while others smiled awkwardly. If the gifts they brought were not good enough, they would lose face. Sitting there, they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Some of them hurriedly went back halfway to bring more generous gifts. This was really strange. When Li Zongjiu heard that Li Tianqing had arrived, he went out to greet him. He looked travel-worn and didn't seem to encounter any danger along the way. After all, Li Tianqing went out personally, and there were a lot of Yuan master experts around him. If they really encountered someone, they wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. Although Luoxia City's Li family's reputation wasn't that great, it wasn't too dangerous along the way. If it was some dangerous place, then Li Tianqing and the others would have to be careful and keep a low profile. When they came out, they saw Li Tianqing sitting in front of Shen Chuanqiu like an obedient child, obediently listening to Shen Chuanqiu's lecture. Of course, it was more of an exchange and sharing of things. After all, Li Tianqing was now a person with status, not the wanderer in rags who came here to ask for a drink. Although he was called a wanderer, he was more like a refugee. "How's your Li family recently?" Shen Chuanqiu asked. "Not bad, not bad." Li Tianqing quickly nodded and said. Now, the Li family was like the sun in the sky in Luoxia City, but Li Tianqing didn't become arrogant because of it. It should be known that there were still many internal and external troubles that had not been solved. He had just taken over the Xianyuan ore. It could be said that the surrounding mountains were also eyeing covetously. Moreover, the people in the Flying Cloud City were like hungry wolves. Although they didn't dare to attack now, they wouldn't hesitate to rush up and tear you to shreds as soon as they found out about your situation. Fortunately, the Li family was internally united. Otherwise, the family would have been directly disbanded. Of course, Li Tianqing was most concerned about it. It was the situation in northern Medicine City. Wang Lu had become an alchemy porter. He did his best in the Li family in the hope that one day he could be reborn and regain his freedom. With Wang Lu's ability, there was no way he could break free from the Li family. Therefore, Wang Lu was also very self-aware. However, the threat of the Northern Medicine Alliance had not been eliminated. After the incident with the invitation card, Li Tianqing captured Wang Lu and interrogated him. Only then did he find some information. At the same time, he also sent people to Northern Medicine City to keep watch. He wanted to see what the situation was with the Northern Medicine Alliance in Northern Medicine City. However, based on the current situation, it seemed that they wouldn't be able to buy too much time. Once the time was up, the Li family would face a true catastrophe. The newly appointed leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance had yet to stabilize the situation within the alliance. Once he gained power, he would definitely eliminate the Li family of Luoxia City. Leaving no room for future troubles was their style. Therefore, Li Tianqing had sent many people to investigate the situation of the Northern Medicine Alliance. Once the situation was critical, they had to be prepared to welcome the arrival of a catastrophe. "I asked Li Zongjiu to help me organize the banquet, but I don't know where he went." "You don't say." "If it weren't for Zongjiu, I would probably be dead now," Shen Chuanqiu said. He was very satisfied with this little grandson of his. As he spoke, he coughed a few times in excitement. "Father, are you okay? Why are you coughing so badly recently?" Shen Xianxia quickly stepped forward and patted Shen Chuanqiu's back. "Sigh, I'm getting old. It's just these things. I've already gotten over it. Originally, I was going to give the position of the head of the family to Nanxiao, but now that Nanxiao has become the guardian, I can only give the position to Xianxiao." "Father, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shen Xianxiao suddenly said. For small families like this, they would usually wait until the older generation passed away before handing over the position of power. This was the only way to ensure the survival of the family. The experience of the elders was something that the later generations could learn from. "How can I not know my own situation?" Shen Chuanqiu said with a long sigh. At this moment, Li Zongjiu stepped forward. "Grandfather, this situation should be caused by the outbreak of the Thunderblood spider's poison." Li Zongjiu came in front of Shen Chuanqiu. "You still know how to show up? Why don't you go and help out? You only know how to slack off." Li Tianqing stood up and said when he saw Li Zongjiu. "Shut up and move aside." "Zongjiu, what did you just say?" Shen Xianxiao suddenly shouted. This man liked to prove his existence, but it was useless against Shen Xianxiao. He was directly pushed aside by Shen Xianxiao. Its eyes stared straight at Li Zongjiu. Shen Chuanqiu, who was standing at the side, was also extremely shocked. How did you know, Thunderblood spider?" This was a vicious poisonous creature that Shen Chuanqiu had hunted a few years ago. At that time, it was an accident. When the hunting team of the family entered the forest to hunt, they accidentally entered the nest of the Thunderblood spider. In order to cover the retreat of the family, Xianxia fought the Thunderblood spider alone. This Thunderblood spider was considered a top existence among the first-grade meta-beasts. It even had a strong poison. At that time, Xianxia killed the Thunderblood spider, but at the last moment, the poison of the Thunderblood spider splashed on his body. Fortunately, it was not much. With the strong vitality of his youth, he was able to suppress the poison through the interaction of some medicinal herbs. After so many years, he thought that the poison was about to dissipate. But now, it suddenly erupted. The outbreak of the poison was equivalent to a death clock. Now that he was already so old, he did not have the energy to resist such poison. Moreover, the condition of his body was deteriorating. The day of his death was not far away. Although it has been lurking in the body for a long time and has mutated, it is not difficult to detoxify it. I need to find another medicinal herb to refine a detoxification pill for grandfather. Xianxia said. Really? What do you need? Xianxia quickly asked. However, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xianxia. Wait, you really know how to refine pills? The memory of Xianxia feeding him poison was still vivid in his mind. If not for his tough life, he would have died long ago. Xianxia's alchemy skills have improved a lot recently. Li Tianqing said without changing his expression. If you want to refine pills, you will need the Thunderblood spider's poison sac or the metacrystal in the Thunderblood spider king's body. Xianxia said. The Thunderblood spider king was equivalent to a second-grade meta-beast. It was equivalent to a meta-master. Hiss. The Thunderblood spider king is equivalent to a second-grade meta-beast. Where can you get it? It must be priceless. Xianxia shook his head. It is not worth it for an old man like me. Xianxia was naturally distressed. However, Xianxia only said one sentence. Don't worry. Leave this matter to Tianqing. Li Tianqing exclaimed, but his chest was quickly hammered by Xianxia. He immediately came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Don't worry, father. Leave this matter to me. Xianxia's grandfather passed away early. It was said that he suffered from qi deviation when he was cultivating. He had been castrated since he was very young. Li Tianqing was also the head of the family when he was young. At that time, the Li family was on the verge of collapse. If not for Li Tianqing's efforts, the family might not have been able to survive. Congratulatory gift? Do you want my saber or not? Get out of my way. Several members of the Shen family were happily chatting. Shen Nanqiao and the others were also chatting in twos and threes. Most of the people had already arrived. However, Chen Ha had not arrived yet, so the conversation did not start. Just as these people were trying their best to build a good relationship with the Shen family. However, they heard such a rude voice. The owner of the voice was a little unfamiliar. They seemed to have never heard of such a person before. Immediately, they frowned. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? That's right. He actually dares to cause trouble at this time. It seems like he doesn't want to live anymore. The quarrel at the door continued. But soon, with a bang, the head butler of the Shen family was sent flying with a kick and fell to the ground. Then, a group of people with long sabers at their waists could be seen entering the door in a single file and standing on both sides. These people's faces were ferocious, but at the same time, the word arrogance was clearly written on their faces. They were extremely arrogant. It seemed that in their eyes, these people were just low-class people. After the 2 rows of guards had arrived and stood in position, a luxuriously dressed old man walked in. He looked young and his face was glowing. But in fact, he was at least 60 or 70 years old. However, due to the fact that he cultivated yuan power, his physique appeared to be extremely healthy. When he walked in, he gave off an overbearing feeling. I'm Shen Nanqiao of the Shen clan. How did my Shen clan offend you? Why are you attacking us? Shen Nanqiao immediately stepped forward and said. His eyes were filled with a radiance and spirit that would not tolerate humiliation. Now that Xianxia was the eldest son of the family, he was also the guard of Guanxi town. With a different status, he naturally had different responsibilities. Now that something had happened, of course he would be the first to step forward. Li Tianqing also walked up with him. Something had happened to his wife's family, and the other party was obviously here to cause trouble. Of course, he had to support them well. Li Tianqing moved, and Li Gui and the others, who were in charge of guarding in secret, followed behind him. North Pu City. The Liu family. Beipu City. Although the distance wasn't very far, it wasn't very close either. They had more or less heard about it. Among the third-grade cities, North Puff City was considered to be one of the more outstanding ones. In fact, their combined strength was almost on par with that of Northern Medicine City. As for the Liu family, this name sounded familiar, but they couldn't recall it at the moment. You must be the new guard. Haha, you're quite capable. Hand over Lu Jianzhong, otherwise, I'll turn today's birthday banquet into a funeral banquet. Lu Tingfei shouted sternly. With Lu Tingfei's strength and influence, these good-for-nothings in front of him were nothing in his eyes. These people could be easily dealt with. There was no way they could pose a threat. Therefore, when Lu Tingfei arrived here, he acted as if he was a natural king, and the people around him all obeyed his orders. If anyone disobeyed, he would directly kill them as a punishment. How dare a family from such a small place stir up trouble in front of the Liu family? Lu Tingfei was furious when he thought of the words of the Qingyu city governor. What did he mean? The Liu family of North Pu City, can't even deal with a family from a small county. Family head Liu, please be more polite. This is Guanxi town, not your North Pu City. Xianxiao suddenly said in a deep voice. His tone was extremely unfriendly. If it weren't for the fact that the other party wasn't someone to be trifled with, Xianxiao would have already ordered the people in front of him to be captured and beaten up. Even his limbs would be chopped off. However, since the other party said so, Xianxiao had to be serious. Haha, you're quite arrogant. Break his legs for me. Lu Tingfei said coldly. Immediately, a person stepped forward and rushed towards Xianxiao. Xianxiao was naturally not afraid. In front of so many people, he couldn't retreat. If he retreated, wouldn't he be ridiculed by others? However, Li Tianqing took the lead and stood in front of Xianxiao. Fire Lion Palm. Both of his hands flew up and down. Finally, the power of this palm was formed. Then, it suddenly slammed forward. Boom, the aura around Li Tianqing's body exploded, forming a terrifying pressure. Even the attacker was shocked. Li Tianqing's attack caught him off guard. He only had enough time to raise his Yuan power to block in front of him. Bang! Li Tianqing's current Yuan Li had officially entered the 7th grade of the Yuan Master realm. It was exactly the same as Li Zhongjiu's realm. Li Zhongjiu's turtle origin spirit gathering pill and the might of the sky-blazing Lion King art were the only things that could make such a joke. Perhaps in less than a year, he would be able to reach the Yuan general realm. Li Tianqing's attack surprised Lu Tingfei a little. The person who Lu Tingfei sent out was directly sent flying back. When he fell to the ground, his entire arm was charred black. This arm was considered to be crippled. Li Tianqing crippled one of his guards with one move. A cold light flashed in Lu Tingfei's eyes. I didn't expect this small Guanxi town to have such an expert. You're not from Guanxi town, right? Lu Tingfei said coldly to Li Tianqing. Men, close the door. Since you've come to my father-in-law's house to behave atrociously, don't think about leaving in one piece. Li Tianqing said indifferently. The Li family's guards rushed out from all directions. Originally, Li Zhongjiu only brought a small team of a dozen people, but now that Li Tianqing came, the scene couldn't be small, and more than 60 people came. There were more than 100 people, and each of them had a strong aura as they stared at the person in front of them. Although the Liu family's guards' aura was not weak, there were too few of them. They were suppressed by the aura of the Li family's guard. The door was slammed shut with a loud bang. His aura soared by 3 points. This trick was also learned from Li Zhongjiu. If someone came to make trouble, he would close the door without saying anything. That would be enough to scare them. From the moment Li Tianqing made his move, he could feel that Li Tianqing's strength wasn't simple. After all, the elemental formula he cultivated was a grade 6 one. The gap between the two realms wasn't something an ordinary person could understand. Therefore, when Li Tianqing made his move, Lu Tingfei also felt a trace of threat. However, in Lu Tingfei's opinion, this little bit of strength was not enough to threaten him. The Lu family had fought their way out of North Pu City for many years. Lu Tingfei had seen all kinds of situations to be able to achieve his current status. How could a mere few hundred people be enough to frighten him? Very good. I don't know where these cats and dogs came from, but you dare to clamor with your grandfather. See if I don't cripple you today. Lu Tingfei suddenly growled. However, with Li Tianqing in front of him, the aura released from Lu Tingfei's body didn't affect these people at all. Li Zongjiu's gaze suddenly locked onto a person behind Lu Tingfei. This person was dressed simply and looked like an ordinary guard. However, there was something wrong with his eyes. There was only an empty killing intent in his eyes. Once this person was awakened, it would be like awakening a giant killing beast. Roar. The guard suddenly let out a low roar and opened his eyes. He pulled out the steel blade in his hand, and a violent wave of air blasted towards Li Tianqing. In the face of this move, there was no need for Li Tianqing to make a move personally. As a guard of the Li family, Li Gui had already raised his blade and attacked. However, in the face of this blade's wave of air, Li Gui also slashed out with his saber, but he heard a loud bang. Li Gui's figure flew out, and the long saber in his hand was broken into two. Bang! Li Gui's body landed on the ground with a bloody wound on his chest. Quick, stop his bleeding! Xianxia saw this and quickly shouted. Immediately, a professional doctor from the Shin family came out and sprinkled medicinal powder on Li Gui's body. A cold light flashed in Li Tianqing's eyes. This person's blade technique was so sharp. If it was a little more powerful, he might have directly killed this person. Fortunately, Li Gui was wearing a decent inner armor. This was also what Li Gui had saved from his frugality. It directly helped Li Gui to save his life. You're courting death. Li Tianqing shouted angrily. The heavenly blaze Lion King art in his body had been activated to the extreme. Boom, a violent roar erupted from Li Tianqing's body. However, just as Li Tianqing was about to make a move, he saw Lu Tingfei slamming his palm towards Li Tianqing. Go, capture that Xianxia. This time, Lu Tingfei came to settle accounts with someone. Since he was here to settle accounts, he naturally had to find the culprit, which was Xianxia. As for other matters, he would talk about it later. Immediately, Lu Tingfei charged towards Li Tianqing with the strength of a 9th grade Yuan master. Li Tianqing was naturally fearless. Boom, the two of them suddenly exchanged a palm strike. In the blink of an eye, waves of air surged. Li Tianqing took 3 steps back before he managed to neutralize his opponent's force. However, Li Tianqing did not fall into a disadvantageous position. What? Lu Tingfei originally thought that his palm strike would be enough to send Li Tianqing flying. However, it seemed that it was still not enough. Li Tianqing's internal force was like a solid wall that was simply impossible to move. This was the cultivation of an ordinary person, and the energy in their body would not be so condensed. Therefore, Lu Tingfei instantly realized that the level of the Yuan technique that Li Tianqing cultivated was not low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight so tenaciously against someone who was 2 grades lower than him. Kill! The beast-like guard at the beginning also shouted loudly. The guards behind him drew their swords one after another and formed a sharp stream of swords that charged towards Xianxia. Form the formation. Take them down. Gu Man roared and then took the lead to rush out, wanting to stop the ferocious guard. However, the ferocious guard once again slashed out with his long saber. The sharp saber chi swept towards Gu Man's head as fast as lightning. Although Gu Man was brave and ferocious, he knew that if he rushed up now, this saber would be enough to chop off his head. Gu Man tilted his body and the saber chi swept past his ear, causing his ears to ring. However, the Li family's guards were also entangled with the Lu family's guards. It was basically 5 against 1. The Lu family's guards were basically only able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. If there were more, they would not be able to hold on. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Moreover, the Li family's guards did not rush forward recklessly. It was as if they had already rehearsed this. They formed groups of a few people and moved in an orderly manner. If they encountered a strong opponent, then 3 people would defend and 2 people would attack. If they encountered an easy opponent, then 2 people would defend and 3 people would attack. Fortunately, the courtyard was big enough. Close to 100 people were not able to fight in front of the banquet table. Instead, they were all in front of the forest. Many flower beds and trees were cut down by the chaotic saber chi. The most ferocious guard suddenly broke out of the encirclement. He consecutively knocked down 3 Li family's guards and dodged the bows and arrows of the Shen family's hunters. He suddenly leaped toward Xianxia and raised the saber in his hand above his head. At this moment, even if Xianxia were to raise a Vajra shield, it would probably be chopped into pieces. Damn it! Xianxia faced this saber. He was almost unable to move because of the opponent's aura. He could not move at all. After all, Xianxia was only an 8th grade Yuan realm expert. He had not even reached the realm of Yuan master. Facing the killing intent of this guard that was comparable to a 6th grade Yuan master. How could he dodge it? However, Xianxia was unable to move at all. In the eyes of others, Xianxia was already calm and composed. He was not afraid in the face of danger. In terms of aura, he did not lose to the opponent at all. The Lu family's guard descended from the sky and the saber in his hand suddenly fell. There was a loud boom. The saber chi swept across. The saber chi, which was hundreds of feet wide, directly slashed into the ground with a loud bang. The ground immediately exploded into countless fragments. Large beads of sweat dripped down Xianxia's forehead. Above his forehead was facing the tip of the saber. If it fell a little bit more, it would be enough to cut open his scalp. However, even so, the aura in front of him made Xianxia's scalp go numb. You brat, why didn't you make a move earlier? Xianxia wanted to curse out loud. This nephew of his, why did he have to wait until now to act? Was he trying to act cool? Why didn't he change the time and place to act cool? Why did he have to make a move at this time? The Lu family's guard also looked at the person in front of him. He muttered to himself, as if he was extremely shocked. Li Zongzhou's 2 fingers easily caught the opponent's saber that was chopping down. The saber was sharp, but in Li Zongzhou's hands, it was like a piece of paper. He did not even put it in his eyes. Mad blood goo? After observing at such a close distance, Li Zongzhou discovered the uniqueness of this person's body. He was actually implanted with the mad blood goo. The effect of the mad blood goo was similar to the effect of Li Zongzhou's mad blood guide. However, the mad blood goo was a kind of insect refined from blood. Once it was implanted into the body, the blood essence in the body would be stimulated. This would achieve the effect of overdrawing the body's potential. This was an extremely stupid act of exhaustion. However, for these ordinary guards, it could provide them with powerful strength. When used at a critical moment, it could have the effect of turning the situation around. Roar! The guard, who was poisoned by the mad blood goo, roared at Li Zongzhou. Li Zongzhou frowned. Scram! The moment he released his hand, he punched the guard's face. Bang! The guard was directly sent flying. Although he did not explode, the front half of his skull was directly shattered. It was twisted into a lump of flesh and blood. From the flesh and blood, a red insect that looked like a cockroach crawled out. It was at least half the size of a palm. When the surrounding people saw this, they were all shocked. They felt extremely disgusted and scared. They did not expect the Lu family to have such evil means. The means of the poison sect of the southern border? When Li Zongzhou saw this scene, he suddenly muttered in his heart. A memory also surged into his mind. The poison sect of the southern border was a disaster in the Jianghu. In his previous life, Li Zongzhou could be said to be a bystander. The poison sect of the southern border used goo poison everywhere and controlled many families and forces in the southern border. It once caused the southern border of the dynasty to fall into a period of darkness. In his previous life, Li Zongzhou was indifferent. Although there was a lot of friction with the poison sect of the southern border, he did not become enemies with them. Now, when he thought of the poison sect of the southern border's conquest, the Luoxia city in the southern border and the Snow Elixir sect in the southern border would be invaded and devoured. The Lu family was an example. Li Zhongzhou did not hold back since it was a trick of the poison sect of the southern region. He stomped the bug to death with his foot. Although there was no conflict with the poison sect of the southern region now, the poison sect of the southern region would definitely take over the entire southern region in the future. Anyone who stood in their way would have to be eradicated. Hence, they would have to face each other sooner or later. Even if you did not provoke others, it did not mean that others would not provoke you. This was the embodiment of reality and reality. Damn it. Lu Tingfei saw that the ferocious guard had his head blown off by Li Zhongzhou. Obviously, Li Zhongzhou's strength was even more terrifying. There were so many experts hidden in this small Guanxi town. It was not easy to provoke them. They came in a hurry this time. Obviously, they were not well prepared and did not have many experts with them. Lu Tingfei was ready to run when he saw the situation. Since he was no match for the other party, it was better to retreat quickly. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave later on. Lu Tingfei immediately threw out a palm. Yuan energy surged, but Lin Fan still held back and did not use his full strength in this palm strike. Li Tianqing did not dare to be careless. He went all out and threw out a fire lion palm. The Yuan energy around him formed a terrifying aura and blasted towards Lu Tingfei. Bang, the two people's auras collided, instantly forming a terrifying force. Li Tianqing immediately realized that Lu Tingfei's force was not enough to hurt him. After throwing out this move, Lu Tingfei quickly retreated to the back and borrowed the force to escape. Go to hell. Lu Tingfei's figure rose into the air. At the same time, he took out a bamboo tube and threw it down. Poisonous bugs, countless poisonous bugs rushed out of the bamboo tube and swooped down towards the people below. The toxicity of these poisonous bugs was unknown, but the people below were all guests. If anything happened to them, it would be a bad omen. The Shen family would be humiliated. Hence, Li Tianqing and Li Zhongzhou who wanted to chase after the bugs. The two of them also directly attacked these poisonous bugs. Fire elemental energy swept out like a huge net. These poisonous insects were instantly burned to ashes by the fire elemental energy. Li Zhongzhou also released the elemental energy in his body. After the Yuan power left his body, it actually transformed into numerous glowing spots and accurately killed these poisonous insects. This release was much more economical and efficient than Li Tianqing's fire net. From this, it could be seen that Li Zhongzhou's control of Yuan power was far superior to Li Tianqing's. Li Zhongzhou was so young, but his strength was no less than Li Tianqing's. The aura he exuded was just as powerful. In some aspects, he was even more experienced than Li Tianqing. Some people couldn't help but feel envious. A tiger father would not beget a dog son. Just wait for your Shen family to be annihilated. And the people of Guanxi town, I want your Guanxi town to be in chaos. Lu Tingfei's voice, which was already flying in the sky, came from afar. This warning made everyone present feel uneasy. The Lu family was obviously going to vent their anger on them because of the Shen family. Perhaps they would also be implicated. Li Zhongzhou was about to give chase, but he stopped when he was about to move. Above the sky, a powerful aura suddenly swept out. A huge golden palm print fell from the sky. Bang, a skyshaker ship slowly emerged from the clouds. Lu Tingfei's defense was first destroyed by the palm, then he was directly hit by the skyshaker ship. From the sky, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell from the sky. However, the skyshaker ship shot out a few more flying ropes. Bang, chi, the steel fork that flew out directly penetrated Lu Tingfei's shoulder and thigh, hanging him up. What is that? The family head seems to have been stabbed to death. This ship can actually fly in the sky. Look, that's the flag of the Jing family. The Jing family. In the entire Dingquan province, there were many members of the Jing family. However, there was only one family in Dingquan province that could have such a big lineup. The Jing family of Cerulean Wave Giant City. The wealth and power of the Jing family occupied half of Cerulean Wave Giant City. It could be said that they shared the world with the dynasty. To be able to have such power, they were almost like emperors in these ordinary towns. The skyshaker ship had the symbol of the Jing family. Lu Tingfei, who was hanging in the sky, also saw the symbol. When he saw the symbol, his mind combined it with the words of the messenger from Qingzhou City. He gradually understood that he should not have done this. Who would have thought that he would be able to find someone related to the Jing family in this rural corner? He should not have come to Guanxi town. Now, it seemed that his son should be dead. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. This was the Jing family's plan. They just did not expect it. This was indeed an extremely painful thing. It was absolutely unbelievable that such a thing would happen to him. Boom! Boom! 3 figures fell from the Skyshaker ship. The guards of the Lu family also stopped resisting. They originally wanted to escape. However, when they found that the door was closed and they were in a state of death, they knew that they would not be able to pass today. Therefore, one by one, they raised their hands and surrendered. Even if they did not surrender, they would have been killed by the Li family guards. Xianxia and his maid. Beside them was an old man who looked to be in his prime. At the same time, he reached out his hand and caught Lu Tingfei. With a loud bang, Lu Tingfei fell to the ground. In addition to these 3 people, there was also the 5-colored elk that fell from the sky. Flowery. When Xinyi saw her Flowery, she rushed out without caring about the danger. Xinyi's mother wanted to pull her back, but it was too late. She saw Xinyi rush out. Boom, the 5-colored elk landed on the ground and pounced into Xinyi's arms. They had been separated for almost 2 days. For both of them, it was extremely long. When the old man who came with Xianxia saw the 5-colored elk being so intimate with Xinyi, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The 5-colored elk's intelligence was the highest among all the spirit beasts. It was also because of this that the Jing family's patriarch succeeded in breaking through. However, this was a secret that was not announced to the outside world. As a trump card, whether or not he succeeded in breaking through was not something that outsiders would know. These things were all left to the Jing family for outsiders to guess. Jing family's Xianxia has come to congratulate Old Master Shen on his 70th birthday. Xianxia cleared his throat and ignored the extremely focused gazes around him. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. This time, I brought a congratulatory gift. An 8-directional suppressing origin stone, a 7-star flame room, a 6-revolution steel blade. 500 purple origin stones, several carriages of 3rd-grade spirit herbs. The maid beside him presented a storage ring in her hand. When they heard the first few items, the rich and powerful of Guanxi town were already stunned. 8-directional suppressing origin stone. 1 stone suppressing 8 directions. It was the masterpiece of an origin inscription master. An origin inscription was carved on a spirit stone that contained spirit energy. It was then displayed in the family to ensure that the family's luck would last forever. As for the 7-star flame room, it was the top weapon pavilion in Dingquan province. A 6-revolution steel blade worth no less than 1 million. It was comparable to an earth-grade divine weapon. Apart from that, there were also a lot of valuable items. In Guanxi town, one would never be able to spend all that money in a lifetime. However, that was not the most important thing. Money was not something that could last for long. Although he suddenly had a large fortune, it could be squandered in a short period of time. The most important thing was that even the Jing family had come to congratulate him. What kind of ability did a landlord who lived in such a remote village have to have the Jing family come all the way here to congratulate him? It was simply unimaginable. In the future, within 1,000 miles of Guanxi town, no one would dare to provoke the Shen family in Guanxi town. I'm the city lord of Qingzhou City. I'm here to congratulate the Shen family on your birthday. At this moment, the old man at the side finally stood up and stated his identity and purpose. When they heard the old man's identity, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the city lord of Qingzhou City was here. The nature of the situation was even more different. However, after thinking about it, since the Jing family of Cerulean Wave Giant City was here, the city lord of Qingzhou City was nothing. The city lord of Qingzhou City was also here to congratulate Xianxia on his birthday. At the same time, he also officially announced that Xianxia had become the garrison guard of Guanxi town. The people of the Lu family trespassed on private property and deserved to die. We'll leave them to garrison guard Shen to deal with. However, you have to see if there's anything missing in the house. The city lord of Qingzhou City said. Lu Tingfei was seriously injured. At this moment, he looked at the city lord of Qingzhou City in shock and disbelief. Firstly, he did not expect the Shen family to be related to the Jing family of Cerulean Wave Giant City. Secondly, the person who killed him was actually the city lord of Qingzhou City. During this process, the city lord of Qingzhou City did not even look at Lu Tingfei. It was as if Lu Tingfei was just a person who was about to die. The city lord of Qingzhou City did not care about the insignificant Lu family. He had already warned Lu Tingfei, but Lu Tingfei refused to listen. This made the city lord of Qingzhou City feel guilty. Lu Tingfei was stupid, so he could not blame anyone else. Take him away, Xianxia said. He did not kill Lu Tingfei right away. He had just taken office. However, today was a joyous occasion for the Shen family. If he killed too many people, it would spoil the mood. Not only were the heavily injured Lu Tingfei taken away, but the Lu family guards were also tied up one by one and taken away. This must be Mr. Li Zongjiu. I've heard a lot about you. The city lord of Qingzhou City came before Li Zongjiu and cupped his hands as he spoke. You're exaggerating. Li Zongjiu clasped his hands together. Qingzhou City frowned. This Li Zongjiu didn't seem to know how to be polite. However, he didn't say anything for Xianxia's sake. However, he couldn't help but have some opinions in his heart. This Li Zongjiu looked ordinary, but his temper was quite bad. It was unknown what kind of method she had used to confuse Xianxia. Li Zongjiu had Xianxia behind him. In that case, Li Zongjiu would be able to do whatever he wanted within the jurisdiction of Qingzhou City. This poisonous bug was brought in by the poison sect of southern Xinjiang. You'd better be careful. Li Zongjiu pointed at the poisonous bug that he had trampled to death. At this moment, Xianxia and the city lord of Qingzhou City couldn't help but go forward to take a look. That guard's death was rather tragic. Coupled with the fact that there was a venomous bug in front of them, they couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over their bodies. It was indeed rather disgusting. What exactly were these people trying to do? How could they be so cruel to themselves? Poison sect of southern Xinjiang? What's that? The city lord of Qingzhou City couldn't help but be puzzled. Even with his identity and status, he didn't know about the existence of the poison sect of southern Xinjiang. After pondering for a while, Xianxia suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Poison sect of southern Xinjiang? Could it be that there's a tribe in the extinct mountain range? Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised. The extinct mountain range was an extremely dangerous place. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to set foot in such a place. However, in such a mountain range, there was a unique paradise. There were mysterious tribes and clans in it. After so many years, the outside world only knew about the tribes in the extinct mountain range. They only knew about them. They called themselves the Southern Xinjiang tribe. Since it was the poison sect of southern Xinjiang, it must be related to the Southern Xinjiang tribe. However, this matter needed to be properly investigated. However, to be able to invade the land of the Lu family, the poison sect of southern Xinjiang must have targeted other places. Obviously, it would not be easy to find out who they were. That's right. It's the Southern Xinjiang tribe. In the future, they will definitely become a big problem. We must take precautions in Kuan province. Li Zongjiu said. He had already revealed so much. If these people didn't listen, Li Zongjiu couldn't do anything. It was up to them whether they listened or not. Anyway, he had already told them. My Jing family will definitely investigate this matter with all our might, Xianxia said with a solemn face. However, the city governor of Qingzhou City didn't care at all. How many people were there in the southern Xinjiang tribe? They were hiding in the extinct mountain range. Whether they could survive was already a problem. Now, they even wanted to invade Kuan province. What a joke. Xianxia didn't know what was wrong with him. He usually looked very smart. Why did he seem like a fool in front of Li Zongjiu? Of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He just kept it in his heart. The Shen family also tidied up the garden. The only one who was seriously injured in this battle was Li Gui. Li Gui was unlucky. Who knew that the other party would explode? With such a terrifying power that Li Gui couldn't defend himself in time. That was why he was hit. The Jing family didn't stay for long. After congratulating them, they left directly. It didn't matter whether the person was there or not. As long as the gift was there, it proved their intention. Although it was a pity, if the Jing family was there, it would definitely make the Shen family uncomfortable. Shen Chuanqiu looked at the lively scene in front of him. It seemed that the fierce battle just now didn't affect the mood of these people. On the contrary, they all saw clearly and thought clearly. In the future, the Shen family couldn't be provoked. Even the Jing family of Jade Wave Giant City had connections here, which was even more inconceivable. They were really shocked. Goblet after goblet of wine was drunk until the sky turned dark. Shen Chuanqiu's face was flushed red. This birthday banquet was quite impressive. He didn't expect that the Shen family would go from a prisoner to such a popular position in just a few days. In fact, they had already become the sole rulers of Guanxi town. Li Tianqing also drank a lot of wine. As a family of the Luoxia city, after the display of strength just now, these people respected the Chen family even more. Li Tianqing didn't refuse the people who came to greet him. Basically, he didn't refuse anyone. However, Li Zongjiu didn't drink to his heart's content. It wasn't that Li Zongjiu didn't like it. In his previous life, the things that accompanied Li Zongjiu the most were wine and fire. After becoming famous, no one dared to provoke Li Zongjiu. He didn't even need to kill people personally. Every day, he only needed to make pills and drink wine. Drinking wine was enough for him. However, what Li Zongjiu was drinking were all century-old wines. Each jar was more precious than the previous one. Ordinary wines like this were nothing to him. If he had the time, he might as well use it to cultivate. Guanxi town was bustling with activity. Naturally, some people didn't like the Shen family's dominance, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the Shen family's strength was too terrifying. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were like the sun in the sky. However, in North Puff City, a rich and powerful family's courtyard looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Spider webs were everywhere. Only a trace of fire was lit in the basement. In one of the rooms, there seemed to be something dark surging. The candlelight on the table flickered slightly. Suddenly, the black mass of things peeled off from both sides. It turned out to be black insects all over the place. A human face appeared on the peeled area. The whole body was covered by the black insects. There was no discomfort when the insect crawled. If an ordinary person saw such a scene, he would have fainted from fright. The blood poison bug I planted was actually killed by someone. Whoever dares to kill my insects is an enemy of me, Kachasu. Go, my sons. Find him for me. You must find him. As soon as he finished speaking, the poisonous insects on his body scattered like flowers. Then, he suddenly dashed in all directions at high speed. At the back mountain of the Shen family's courtyard. In front of Li Zongjiu stood the five-colored elk. Li Zongjiu was very curious. If this spirit beast could cultivate, what would it be like? Hence, Li Zongjiu summoned the five-colored elk. The white god inscription of the dragon clan is useful to me and the dragon clan. It should be useful to the five-colored elk. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Then, he condensed his mental energy and sent the white god inscription into the five-colored elk's mind. At first, the five-colored elk's mind was in chaos. It was not blank. However, the five-colored elk felt that Li Zongjiu did not have any evil intentions, so it let Li Zongjiu use it. The five-colored elk, who had obtained the white god inscription, was obviously surprised. However, it was also confused because it did not know what it was. But, it knew that this thing was very beneficial to it. The five-colored elk looked at Li Zongjiu gratefully. Then, it quickly ran away. If there is nothing else, I should go. The matter of the Northern Medicine City and the Northern Medicine Alliance has not been settled. It is time to solve it. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Of course, this matter had to be handled properly. The Northern Medicine Alliance wanted to make an example of the Li family. They were simply overestimating themselves. However, Li Zongjiu could not leave it this time. Li Zongjie was also very interested in the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. In the next 6 months, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion would take the entrance examination. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was a relatively free organization. However, it was an organization with high restrictions. After all, it was an organization of the dynasty. As long as you could pass the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion's examination, you could enter the pavilion. At the same time, it would not affect your ability to join any sect. Of course, if they had joined a faction that hated the dynasty, they would have been eliminated in the first round of identity checks. After entering the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, you would be able to cultivate. If you can't keep up with the progress, you will be kicked out without hesitation. Basically, there was no mercy. Therefore, those who remained in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion were all elites among elites. They could even enjoy the subsidies brought by the dynasty. The Xingyan dynasty was very open-minded in this regard. Of course, I'll let you learn and give you a chance to become stronger. At the same time, I won't restrict you. Who wouldn't want such a thing? Firstly, it would be easier to learn, and secondly, it would make life easier in the future. They would be grateful for the generosity of the dynasty. Of course, if one wished to serve the empire loyally, one would also have the opportunity to be selected first. In fact, one's treatment would also be different from others. After all, geniuses and talents would be extremely popular no matter where they went and what era they were in. Before leaving, he still needed to find a crystal of the Thunderblood Spider King. She wanted to refine an antidote for her grandfather. His body was still the most important thing. Thunderblood spiders usually like to go out late at night. I'll go when it's dark. Li Zongjie thought in his heart. If he went during the day, he would have to waste some energy to find the Thunderblood spider. Therefore, he might as well set off at night to get twice the result with half the effort. Guanxi Town, Guardian Mansion. Now that Xianxia had moved into the Defender Mansion, he immediately changed the interior and exterior of the Defender Mansion. After all, the Defender Mansion had been turned into a mess by Lu Jianzhong previously and no one knew what this place was. Now that Xianxia was here, of course, he wanted to be fair and just and be a good official. However, the premise of being a good official was that it was beneficial to his family. Throw Lu Tingfei and the others into the dungeon. Imprison them for 3 years. Xianxia was quite fair. After being locked up for 3 years, he would probably be crippled by the time he came out. Moreover, Lu Tingfei was seriously injured. If he wasn't treated in time, he would probably die in a short period of time. However, Xianxia was merciless in this matter. Even the Lu family had sent someone to negotiate and wanted to pay a ransom to release them. However, Xianxia flatly refused. The fact that he didn't kill Lu Tingfei on the spot was already giving the Lu family face. 3 years of imprisonment was 3 years of imprisonment. Xianxiao's temper was obviously quite stubborn. Xianxiao, who had just taken office, obviously had a lot of things to deal with. However, just as the handover was being carried out, an urgent message came from one of his subordinates. My lord, bad news. Lu Tingfei and the others in the dungeon suddenly died. Died suddenly. When Xianxiao heard this, he was shocked. How could a prisoner who had been properly locked up in the prison suddenly die? Let the coroner investigate and see what's going on. Xianxiao ordered. However, before he could leave, he saw a person walking in through the door. No need. They died from the backlash of my blood poison bugs. The person who walked in was wearing clothes with strange patterns carved on them. Upon closer inspection, the patterns on the clothes were actually some strange insects. They looked like they were alive, which made people shudder. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the guardian residence? Xianxiao had brought his own bodyguard. However, the person who came in glanced at the bodyguard indifferently. What a strong body. You can make a small incubation nest for me. Ketchisu sneered. In the next moment, Ketchisu's figure suddenly appeared beside Xianxiao's bodyguard. The bodyguard wanted to draw his sword and kill him, but he saw that Ketchisu's hand was already stabbing towards his chest. The sharp fingernails were like a butcher's knife, easily piercing the bodyguard's chest. However, the bodyguard didn't die immediately. Instead, something seemed to be gradually drilling out from Ketchisu's wrist. Then, it followed Ketchisu's hand and drilled into the bodyguard's body. The bodyguard could only watch all this with his eyes wide open. He couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Ketchisu did everything, but he didn't have the chance to struggle. Xianxia was shocked when he saw this scene. He immediately got up and wanted to run outside. However, he saw that the guardian residence was already littered with corpses. There were corpses everywhere. There were fresh blood stains on their chests. When Ketchisu came in, he had already killed all the bodyguards. There were also many city guards among them. These people had just arrived to set up a defense. However, they didn't even have the chance to call for help before they were killed. With your ability, you definitely won't be able to kill my blood poison bug. Do you know how much effort it takes to raise a blood poison bug? Tell me, who killed my blood poison bug? Ketchisu's voice came from behind Xianxia. Xianxia turned around, his eyes filled with horror. This Ketchisu was too strange. The aura on his body was extremely unusual and his methods were unique. Xianxia didn't know where such a person came from. Based on what he said, it seemed that he was here to look for Li Zongjiu. Because Li Zongjiu had trampled his blood poison bug to death. It's just a bug. Naturally, I killed it. What do you want? Xianxia made up his mind and said. Very well. A cold light flashed in Ketchisu's eyes. He suddenly took a step forward and reached out his hand to grab Xianxia's throat. Then die. Xianxia's entire body was grabbed by the neck and then lifted up. He couldn't breathe, and his face had turned purple. He wanted to strangle Xianxia to death, but Ketchisu had an idea. Since you are the guardian of this place, I will let you see with your own eyes how your town will turn into a nest of worms. Let's start with you. Ketchisu used a knife to cut Xianxia's scalp. Blood immediately flowed out. Then, he placed a pitch-black worm egg inside. After doing all this, Ketchisu sneered and threw Xianxia to the ground. Xianxia kept patting his head, trying to get the bug out of his head. However, it was futile. Get ready. At dawn, there will be a feast for all of you. Ketchisu raised his hands and saw black worms wriggling in the courtyard. The worms were moving back and forth, but it was too early. The sky had just darkened. At dawn, when everyone was sleeping soundly, it would be the best time for the poisonous insects to invade. No one would have thought that the poisonous insects would invade under such circumstances. When that time came, Guangxi town would become a living hell. Meanwhile, Li Zongjiu had arrived at a forest outside Guangxi town. He had set off when the sky had turned dark. He had come to find the crystal of the Thunderblood Spider King for Old Master Xianxia. Although the poison sac of an ordinary Thunderblood spider was useful, it wasn't very effective. Since he wanted to refine the antidote, he had to choose the best antidote. The wind of the night was like a sharp knife that sliced across his body. It was bone-piercing cold, as if his skin and flesh had been cut. Not only was the surroundings full of cold, but there were also countless terrifying dangers lurking within. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. Mind lore. Li Zongjiu released his mind power. Under normal circumstances, mind power was just a white chess piece. If he used it in a battle, he could only use it to attack. However, after cultivating the white god Fu, Li Zongjiu's mind power had developed many functions. The mind lord directly formed a decoy in front of Li Zongjiu and released the creature and smell of the Thunderblood spider's favorite. If there was a Thunderblood spider nearby, it would be able to arrive very quickly. Rustling sounds came from the forest ahead. Li Zongjiu, who was standing on a tree, suddenly saw a pitch-black figure moving forward in the dark night. Because of its black armor, the Thunderblood spider was the perfect killer in the dark. If it sneaked up behind you, you might not even know it. This was the terrifying part of the Thunderblood spider. The reason why they were called Thunderblood spiders was because the spider's venom was extremely strong. If the venom touched the body, it would be like being struck by lightning, and the entire body would enter a state of paralysis. For a very long time. When you finally woke up, you would already be in the Thunderblood spider's stomach. The Thunderblood spider was attracted by Li Zongjiu's mind lore, but when it came here, it couldn't find any prey. It couldn't help but sniff around and run around. It seemed to be extremely crazy and irritable. Li Zhongzhou's mind power also gradually moved toward the Thunderblood spider's web. Obviously, the defensive mechanism of the Thunderblood spider was even stronger. After being stimulated by the outside world, it started to run crazily, immediately fleeing in a panic. It's really sharp, but I'll follow you back to your nest, Li Zhongzhou thought. Just now, he wanted to use his mind power to enslave the Thunderblood spider, but after the Thunderblood spider was stimulated, it directly chose to escape. As long as it escaped, there would be no enslavement. This was an instinctive reaction, but also the most correct reaction. Seeing the Thunderblood spider escape, Li Zhongzhou hurriedly chased after it. After chasing for about 7 to 8 miles, the Thunderblood spider suddenly burrowed into a 1 meter tall and half a meter wide crack. Li Zhongzhou directly chased after it. He took out a fire roll from his waist and threw it in. The entire cave was filled with the smell of the Thunderblood spider. The surrounding spider webs and venom were also very obvious. There were many corpses of meta beasts on the ground. After these meta beasts were killed by the Thunderblood spider, they would be dragged into the cave to be shared and eaten. His mind power swept out. These Thunderblood spiders all had their own nests, so Li Zhongzhou didn't see any Thunderblood spiders in front of him. However, with a sweep of his mind power, he discovered that there were more than a dozen Thunderblood spiders here. Even if a general-level expert came here and startled these Thunderblood spiders, it would be difficult for him to escape. Li Zhongzhou used his mind power to envelop his aura so that it wouldn't leak out. This spider nest was simply a nightmare for ordinary people. Li Zhongzhou actually used his mind power to sweep around here. This was simply abnormal. This kind of strong mind power was quite good. After cultivating for 3,000 years in his previous life, he had seen everything. These were just some small scenes. Once, Li Zhongzhou killed a meta beast. He had really been swallowed by the meta beast and had struggled out with great difficulty. Inside the meta beast's stomach, it could be said to be overturning the seas and rivers as all sorts of sour and refreshing tastes assaulted him. When a person was rolling around in the intestines of a meta beast and mixed with other things, he really couldn't even find the direction, let alone cut open the stomach of the meta beast. He even wanted to attack from the inside. That would be a death that couldn't get any worse. It was simply courting death. Found the Thunderblood Spider King. Li Zhongzhou also found the sleeping Thunderblood Spider King in the crevice of the mountain wall. This Thunderblood Spider King had already reached the peak of the second level. Although it was a little lacking, it was still enough for Li Zhongzhou. If the effect was stronger, his grandfather's body might not be able to take it. Li Zhongzhou took out the 6th Revolution steel blade that the Jing family had just given him. The long blade in his hand was as bright as snow, and the blade was also much narrower than usual. There was less resistance when swinging it, and it was suitable for some nimble and fast blade techniques. But for Li Zhongzhou, any blade technique was the same. As long as he could kill, Li Zhongzhou's blade approached. But he accidentally stepped on an egg and broke it. Squeak! The Thunderblood Spider King suddenly opened its eyes wide. Its spider legs suddenly stood up, and its whole body stood up with a boom. This spider leg was at least 5 meters long. The Thunderblood Spider King's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty red light. When it saw Li Zhongzhou in front of it, a mouth suddenly opened under its abdomen. Zzz. When it opened its mouth, countless juices were spurted out. It could feel the Thunderblood Spider King's anger. Li Zhongzhou did not hesitate, and the long saber in his hand suddenly fell down. Swish! Then, he heard a very smooth cutting sound. Then, the Thunderblood Spider King's body fell down. It smashed directly onto the floor. One of its legs was neatly cut off. The workmanship of this saber is not bad. Li Zhongzhou sighed inwardly. In a battle, the amplification effect that a good weapon could bring was simply unimaginable. Therefore, when Li Zhongzhou's saber fell down, the power of the long saber was displayed incisively and vividly. Swoosh! A stream of venom shot toward Li Zhongzhou like a sharp arrow. Li Zhongzhou's figure flashed, dodging this move, and at the same time, the steel saber in his hand once again slashed out. The speed of the saber was as fast as lightning. Facing the Thunderblood Spider King in front of him, he easily chopped off all 4 of its front legs. The Thunderblood Spider King's blood flowed on the floor. It made a sizzling sound, as if lightning had struck the floor. The unceasingly trembling power was hard for ordinary people to imagine. This kind of momentum was indeed difficult to resist. If the blood fell on Li Zongjiu's body, perhaps a layer of his skin would be peeled off. Boom, the Thunderblood Spider King's body fell to the ground. Li Zongjiu's long saber accurately stabbed into the Thunderblood Spider King's head, and gently lifted it, taking out a dark green crystal core. With a snap, he stretched out his hand and caught it. His palm suddenly made a sizzling sound, and he could not help but feel a stinging pain. There was still the blood of the Thunderblood Spider King on this crystal, so Li Zongjiu could not help but exclaim. "This thing's poison is really not weak," Li Zongjiu exclaimed. However, the poison did not cause much harm to Li Zongjiu. Soon, the poison was assimilated and eliminated by Li Zongjiu's body. Creak creak creak. As soon as the Thunderblood Spider King died, all the Thunderblood spiders under its command became excited. They all became very active and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom, 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 these Thunderblood spiders continued to attack with their legs, which were as black as ink and as hard as iron. The moment they landed, the rocks in front of them were shattered. Li Zongjiu also didn't bother with these Thunderblood spiders. He wanted to leave immediately. However, the front was blocked by the spider web. Just a moment ago, these Thunderblood spiders had already arranged this, waiting for their prey to fall into the trap. If Li Zongjiu directly jumped into the spider web, Li Zongjiu would probably be entangled by the spider web, and then what awaited Li Zongjiu would be countless venom attacks. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a large amount of Thunderblood spider's venom constantly splashed out. Even if Li Zongjiu's reaction was fast, it was inevitable that the venom would stain his body. If his body was stained by the venom, it would instantly feel like he was being roasted by fire. The wound couldn't be healed immediately. Obviously, the venom of these Thunderblood spiders was very powerful. Damn it, these things are really difficult to deal with, Li Zongjiu could not help but secretly say. Even so, Li Zongjiu simply activated the power of the Golden Dragon Mark. The golden light covered his whole body, forming a defensive power. The venom could not fall into Li Zongjiu's body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Zongjiu also reaped the lives of many Thunderblood spiders. Finally, he used the bodies of these Thunderblood spiders to overturn the spider web in front of him. Li Zongjiu was able to escape. "Everyone, stay inside." When Li Zongjiu drilled out of the crack, he also directly struck out with his palm, hitting the mountain wall. The mountain wall suddenly exploded with a loud bang. "My strength has increased again." Li Zongjiu did not expect that his punch would have such power. The mountain rocks directly rolled down from above, covering the crack in the mountain. Li Zongjiu himself was also somewhat surprised. It seemed that with the improvement of the ancient Golden Tyrant body technique, Li Zongjiu's Golden Dragon Primordial Spirit could increase the strength of his Golden Dragon Primordial Spirit once again. This made Li Zongjiu extremely surprised. "I thought that my cultivation speed in this life was already very fast, but this primordial spirit is too powerful. With my current strength, Nappa might not be able to deal with Chueoran." Li Zongjiu was also extremely surprised. Of course, if he wanted to kill Chueoran, Li Zongjiu had many ways to do so. Li Zongjiu said that he was not afraid because if they fought head-on, the gap between the two of them was not that big. This discovery made Li Zongjiu somewhat excited. However, his clothes were already rotten and were splashed all over by the venom. Although his body was fine, the material of the clothes was very ordinary and could not withstand such terrifying venom. He took out a set of clean clothes from his storage ring and changed into them. This was a necessity for traveling in the wild, so it was very normal to bring a few sets of spare clothes. He checked the Thunderblood Spider King's primordial crystal again. The dark green crystal shone with an extremely strange light under the moonlight. If an ordinary person were to see such a color, they would probably panic. In this primordial crystal, one could vaguely see a shadow, which belonged to the Thunderblood Spider King's soul. Time to go back and refine pills. After his rebirth, Li Zongjiu always seemed to have endless things to do and was relatively busy. He even had very little time to calm down and cultivate. However, time had to be squeezed out. Moreover, it would be difficult to achieve good results if he cultivated too stably. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also needed a turbulent environment. Heroes emerge in troubled times. It was precisely because of the greater pressure in these troubled times that people had no choice but to cultivate even more desperately and think of ways to increase their strength. That was why such a situation would occur. Often, under such pressure, the chances of standing out would be greater. Along the way, Li Zongjiu's footwork did not have any pattern. However, after so many years of cultivation, he had already integrated some exquisite footwork into his body. Although his body had returned to the time when he was a teenager, his memories of the past were still there. He only needed to familiarize himself a little to recover. He might not be able to recover to his peak state, but it could be comparable to a 5th grade or even a 6th grade movement skill. No, there's a bloody smell in Guanxi town. Li Zongjiu felt something was wrong when he was hundreds of meters away from Guanxi town. Besides the bloody smell, there was something else. It was the smell of insect eggs. Oh no! As if he had realized something, Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly accelerated and rushed into Guanxi town. At this moment, there was silence in Guanxi town. Li Zongjiu's figure rushed into the Shen family's courtyard in an instant. Whoosh, he landed on the ground. There was no damage in the Shen family's courtyard. It was empty and silent. However, Li Zongjiu did not relax. This was because he did not even see where the Shen family's guards were. Li Zongjiu stood alone in the empty courtyard. His calm gaze calmed Li Zongjiu down. After closing his eyes, the mental strength in his mind immediately spread out. Boom, in an instant, everything in the Shen family was under Li Zongjiu's control. On the surface, there did not appear to be anything wrong. In fact, the people in the house were all sleeping peacefully. Underground. Li Zongjiu's mental strength immediately sank into the ground. But at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ground. Boom, the floor under Li Zongjiu's feet shattered. The surrounding floorboards were also constantly bursting open, drilling out from the floorboards. When Li Zongjiu saw these things burrowing out from the floor, his pupils shrank. Blood poison bugs, they were exactly the same as the blood poison bugs that he had trampled to death. But now, there were too many blood poison bugs. But these blood poison bugs were not big in size. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu saw these blood poison bugs, he understood that the people from the poison sect of the southern region had come looking for trouble. These people from the poison sect of the southern region were really arrogant. They actually dared to take the initiative to provoke him. I must be too kind. How dare these Tom, Dick, and Harry come looking for trouble? Li Zongjiu's eyes were piercingly cold. It had always been Li Zongjiu who found trouble with others, but no one had ever found trouble with Li Zongjiu. This was interesting. He did not expect that there would be someone who dared to step on Li Zongjiu's head and shit on him. Blood art. Li Zongjiu flipped his palms up and down, and the Yuan power in his body burst out. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Li Zongjiu's body and spread to the floor. Boom, the blood technique was like a layer of strong waves, and in an instant, all the bugs on the floor were shaken away. At the same time, a surge of energy was injected into these bugs. Suddenly, there was a series of crackling sounds, and these insects were all turned into dust in midair. An extremely strong smell of blood wafted over. It pervaded the courtyard of the Shen family. To actually be able to ignite the blood within a poisonous insect's body, your Yuan Sutra is also rather strange. A faint voice came from behind Li Zongjiu. When he heard this voice, Li Zongjiu did not waste any time. He immediately drew out the steel blade at his waist and slashed at the figure. Boom, saber chi crisscrossed, shining brightly in the dark night. Ketchisu did not expect that Li Zongjiu would be so decisive. He did not even need to identify his identity before attacking. Such a person must be a reckless man. Although he didn't expect this, Ketchisu wasn't afraid in the face of such a situation. He directly took off his cloak and waved it at Li Zongjiu. Swoosh, the cloak swept out, flying towards Li Zongjiu. As the cloak fluttered in the wind, Li Zongjiu wanted to cut the other party into pieces with his blade. However, he saw the cloak turn into countless black moths that flew towards Li Zongjiu, covering the sky and the sun. This was the method of the southern region's poison sect. They were extremely good at controlling these poisonous creatures. If this was the first time someone encountered such a formation, they would probably panic. With so many poisonous creatures attacking, if one was entangled, it would be almost impossible to escape. The saber-chi landed on the ground. Not many moths were slashed. Seeing that the moths were about to approach and spray out a terrifying poisonous mist, Li Zongjiu suddenly reached out his hand and touched his temple. He used his finger to guide the mental energy in his body. Destroy. Boom, an invisible force spread out, and the moths that filled the sky in front of him fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. These moths couldn't even get close to Li Zongjiu before they were killed by Li Zongjiu. What? Ketchisu's pupils shrank when he saw the scene. What these moths were most afraid of was mental strength. It could even be said that all those who were proficient in Gu refinement were extremely wary of mental strength. Mental strength masters were almost their natural enemies. Against such a person, there was basically no chance of winning. Of course, the mental energy of a mental energy master was also the thing they liked the most. You are actually a mental energy master. Interesting. There is actually a mental energy master in this small Guanxi town. Your mental energy is mine. Although the moths on the ground had died, Ketchisu didn't feel any heartache, because he was about to capture a mental energy master. As long as he could control Li Zongjiu, he could refine Li Zongjiu into his own poisonous insect. Poisonous insects with mental energy were even more terrifying and difficult to deal with. Swoosh, Li Zongjiu's figure didn't stop at all. He didn't even intend to listen to Ketchisu's nonsense. His figure flickered as he charged towards Ketchisu. The long saber in his hand suddenly slashed out. Boom, a sharp saber-chi was released. The saber-chi swept forward like a sharp wave. Ketchisu, who felt the sharp saber-chi, dodged to the side without hesitation. In the face of life and death, there was no need for grace. The most important thing now was to escape. Swoosh, Li Zongjiu's saber slashed into the ground. The saber-chi was muffled, but its penetrative power was extremely strong. A thin crack appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Ketchisu was shocked when he saw this. If he was hit just now, his outcome would be quite miserable. Vajra-gu. Ketchisu didn't dare to be careless. This Li Zongjiu's attack was fierce and didn't give him any time to prepare. Thus, he had to quickly prepare himself. Ketchisu took out a jar from his bosom and was about to swallow it. But he heard a sinister voice from the side. It's too late to eat gu now. Li Zongjiu's cold voice resounded in his ears. The moment those words were spoken, Ketchisu broke out in cold sweat. His body stiffened on the spot. Eating gu was a method. Only gu masters like them knew. As gu masters, they only had the ability to refine insects and gu. But when facing enemies, they had many methods. Some refined themselves into gu. There were also people who would prepare these gu and eat them to increase their status and strength. Ketchisu was an external gu's cultivation method. In every battle, he had to eat gu to deal with different situations. This Vajra gu, after eating it, would give him the strength of Vajra. But before he could eat it, Li Zongjiu's saber arrived. Swoosh, the horizontally tempered steel saber pierced through Ketchisu's shoulder. Instantly, it hit his wrist. Sharp saber-chi. Ketchisu's wrist was instantly cut off. That Vajra gu also fell to the ground naturally. A golden beetle lay quietly on the ground. Poochie, at the place where the wrist was cut, blood spurted out like a fountain. Ketchisu looked at his broken wrist and saw blood spurting out nonstop. He was stunned on the spot. Then, he felt an intense pain assaulting him. Ah! His pained roar echoed throughout Guanxi town. Bang! The roar stopped abruptly as Li Zongjiu punched the back of Ketchisu's head. Ketchisu's body fell to the ground, his head hitting the ground. Another saber slashed down. His two calves were cut off by Li Zongjiu. Blood is flowing. Ketchisu didn't expect that he would fall in such a remote town. However, Ketchisu did not give up hope. It was just a severed arm and leg. As long as he was given time, he could recover. There was something called the resurrection silkworm chrysalis. It could even revive a dead person. Its power was incomparably miraculous. However, the premise was that Ketchusu had to be alive to prepare the resurrection silkworm chrysalis. If you kill me, everyone in this town will die. They have all been poisoned by my soul-devouring chrysalis. Ketchusu used the last of his strength to shout out the last sentence. He was worried that Li Zhongjiu did not know anything and directly chopped off his head. If that happened, everyone in the town would die. However, this had nothing to do with him because he was already dead. Nothing was more important than being alive. Oh? Soul-devouring chrysalis? Sorry, I just happen to know how to break it. Li Zhongjiu sneered. This sentence caused Ketchusu to sink into an ice cave. He fell into the endless ice. What did he mean by "you just happen to know how to break it"? These Gu techniques were the most secretive methods of their tribes. Ordinary people would not have the opportunity to learn them. This Li Zhongjiu, this young man in front of him, actually knew how to break these Gu techniques. These tribes that were hidden in the extinct mountain range had yet to come out on a large scale. Most of the time, they were only carrying out some secret activities. Even the appearance and use of Gu techniques were extremely rare. The outside world did not know anything about their tribes. Breaking Gu techniques was 10 times more difficult than planting Gu techniques. This is impossible, impossible, Ketchusu murmured. However, Li Zhongjiu directly threw Ketchusu, who had lost his arms and legs, into a water tank nearby. He casually threw out an elixir. The elixir entered the water and immediately formed an elemental energy liquid to ensure that Ketchusu's life would not end so quickly. The poisonous insects on the ground. Li Zhongjiu first went to Li Tianqing's room to check on Li Tianqing and the others. Soul-devouring chrysalis. Li Zhongjiu said in his heart. Beside Li Tianqing and Xianxia's pillows, there was a small blue bug. Xianxia's chrysalis like a fly. Everyone in the Shen family was unconscious. It could be seen that the entire city was deathly silent. If Li Zhongjiu had returned a little later, the entire Guanxi town would have been controlled by this Gu master. Everyone would have sacrificed their flesh and blood to become the habitat for these insects. This was a very vicious method. They actually dared to commit such atrocities. The people of the southern tribes were too bold. There were at least tens of thousands of people in Guanxi town. If such a thing happened and all of them were used to refine Gu, this kid's fate would probably be very miserable. The dynasty would absolutely not allow such a thing to continue. The way to break the soul-devouring chrysalis was to control Ketchusu's mental strength. Then, use Ketchusu's mental strength to control these insects and make them walk out again. Of course, if Ketchusu was willing to do it himself, that would naturally be the best. However, Li Zhongjiu would not trust an enemy. When he saw Li Zhongjiu appear in front of him, Ketchusu no longer had the strength to raise his head. He just hung there powerlessly, looking like he was waiting for death. Li Zhongjiu slapped Ketchusu awake. Look at my eyes. When Li Zhongjiu's voice fell, Ketchusu could not help but raise his head and look into Li Zhongjiu's eyes. When he saw Li Zhongjiu's pupils, Ketchusu felt like he had fallen into an endless black hole. Buzz, there was an explosion in his mind. Li Zhongjiu's mental strength smoothly invaded. The mental strength turned into a white chess piece and directly invaded Ketchusu's mind. Then, he found that the white chess piece was actually involuntarily devouring Ketchusu's mental strength. This white god Fu actually has the effect of devouring mental strength. Li Zhongjiu was also shocked. This effect was surprising, but now was not the time to care about it. When Li Zhongjiu's mental strength occupied Ketchusu's mental world, he found that this kid was actually hiding a shocking and vicious plan. At the same time, he also understood that this kid was just a bait that the southern tribe had released to scout ahead. The real poison sect had yet to take shape. It was still brewing. So, the poison sect of the southern tribe has yet to take shape. Then, I'll strangle you in the cradle. This might be the advantage of being reborn. There was no need to wait for things to really happen to deal with them. He could directly get rid of them before they took shape. Of course, he needed to have enough strength to do so. This information only flashed through Li Zhongjiu's mind. Gather all the soul-devouring insects. This was an extremely difficult process. It could only be done with a strong mental strength. Otherwise, the coverage of the soul-devouring insects would not be able to continue expanding, and the situation would become extremely bad. During the process of summoning, Li Zhongzhou's mental strength was rapidly consumed. Some soul-devouring insects had already quickly crawled out. But now, they had only covered less than 1/10 of the area. It could guarantee that the Shen family's people would recover. Although Li Zhongzhou was not a saint, he was not a saint. But under the circumstances, Li Zhongzhou would try his best to save as many people as possible. White Dragon Original Spirit. Li Zhongzhou summoned his original spirit. The appearance of the White Dragon Original Spirit also increased Li Zhongzhou's mental strength. The coverage also gradually expanded. Soul-devouring insects crawled out of nearly half of the area. But suddenly, Ketchisu's mental strength rapidly withered. Li Zhongzhou knew that Ketchisu was about to die. His mental strength had already begun to dissipate. Charge! I haven't let you die yet. Li Zhongzhou's palm hit Ketchisu's body. That terrifying power suddenly surged out. The Yuan power immediately rushed into Ketchisu's body. Ketchisu, whose aura was about to dissipate, once again raised his spirit. At this moment, Li Zhongzhou also released his mental energy, which had soared. Buzz, Li Zhongzhou's mental strength suddenly disappeared when it was released. Li Zhongzhou had already done his best for this wave of energy. 9/10. There are still 1/10 of the people who have not been covered. Li Zhongzhou could not help but clench his fists. In Guanxi town, there were at least thousands of lives that could not be saved. Ketchisu was already dead. All the summoned soul-devouring insects. They all gathered in the Shen family's courtyard. Li Zhongzhou directly burned these soul-devouring insects with fire. Southern tribe, wait for your death. Li Zhongzhou slowly said. Just as Li Zhongzhou heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly remembered something. Just now, when he invaded Ketchisu's mental strength, he also learned from Ketchisu's memory. His uncle, Xianxia, who was still in the Guardian Mansion, was implanted with blood-poisonous insects. Not good. The blood-poisonous insects have not been removed. It was the blood-poison bug that was planted in Xianxia's body. It had the same effect as the blood-poison bug that Li Zhongzhou had stomped to death in the morning. Normally, it would hide in the body and would not have any effect. However, the body would gradually be controlled by the blood-poison bug. When its poison was integrated into the body's blood, it would become the final puppet. But now that Ketchisu was dead, there would be no one to control the puppet. In this way, Xianxiao could only pray for his own fortune. He might even become a free puppet, killing wherever he went. Sooner or later, he would lose his mind. Li Zhongzhou entered the Guardian residence. On the ground, he could still see some bugs running away. Their master was dead. These bugs' ability to survive was actually very low. After all, these insects needed someone to take care of them. If there was no one to take care of them, they would die very quickly. Even some of their natural enemies would be able to easily kill them. Can't find him? Li Zhongzhou came to the Guardian residence, but he did not see Xianxia's figure. According to Ketchisu's memory, Xianxia should be here. As for Li Zhongzhou's mental power, it was completely exhausted when he saved them. Now, he needed some time to slowly recover before he could use it again. Li Zhongzhou looked around the Guardian residence, but he did not see Xianxia's figure. Suddenly, Li Zhongzhou thought of something and quickly rushed back to the Shen residence. Ah! Save me! Just as Li Zhongzhou returned to the Shen residence, he heard a scream. It was Shen Yi. Li Zhongzhou immediately chased in the direction of the scream. When Li Zhongzhou flew to the top of the roof, he saw a 5-colored elk tangling with a person below. Shen Yi was very scared and shrank to the side, as if she was extremely afraid of the person in front of her. And the person who attacked Shen Yi just happened to be Xianxiao. The blood poison bug needed to completely control Xianxiao. It needed to make Xianxiao lose his mind. That was why Xianxiao had come to find Shen Yi and wanted to kill her. The blood poison bug read the subconscious hidden in Xianxiao's heart. The 5-colored elk was a spirit beast and could protect Shen Yi. After it noticed that Xianxiao's condition was not right, it also came to protect Shen Yi. He continued to charge forward, blocking Xianxiao outside. It seemed that Shen Yi had not been invaded by the soul-devouring worms. Otherwise, she would not have woken up so quickly. Li Zongjiu also saw the corpse of a bug beside Xinyi's feet. It was trampled to death by the five-colored elk. However, the five-colored elk did not seem to be able to stop Xianxia, who was in a berserk state. Xianxia leaped up, grabbed the five-colored elk, and flung it to the side. The five-colored elk rolled to the side with a bang and was sent flying. When facing these wild animals, the instincts of a hunter were more than enough. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Xinyi had no way out. She curled up in the corner. Compared to her own safety, she was more worried about why her father had become like this. He had become so crazy and irritable. He did not look like her father at all. When would his father change back to how he used to be? Die. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot. The five-colored elk was heavily injured and could not get up. Then, Xianxia leaped up and charged towards Xinyi. Boom, Xinyi cried out and closed her eyes. However, she heard a loud bang. Xianxia's body was sent flying. Xinyi could not help but open her eyes. She immediately saw a figure blocking in front of her. Even if she only saw a pair of feet, Xinyi already knew the identity of the person who came. Cousin Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu turned around and glanced at Xinyi. The little girl's panicked face also revealed a smile and a look of surprise. Xinyi was surprised and at the same time, her eyes widened. Cousin Zongjiu, my father has gone crazy. As soon as Xinyi's voice fell, Xianxia once again rushed toward Li Zongjiu. Although Xianxia was Li Zongjiu's uncle. But now, Li Zongjiu had no choice but to make a move. Sorry, uncle. Li Zongjiu clenched his fists. When Xianxia rushed over, he took the lead and punched Xianxia's head. Bang! Xianxia's body stopped. His eyes seemed to have recovered a moment of clarity. However, his body involuntarily went limp and he fainted on the ground. Your father has been poisoned. Thank Hua, otherwise you would have died. Li Zongjiu said. The five-colored elk struggled to get up and returned to Xinyi's side. Xinyi touched the elk with heartache. Its sudden appearance was too terrifying. It's called Xiaohua. More or less. Li Zongjiu said. He also carried Xianxiao and brought him to the medical hall in the Xin family's courtyard. They temporarily settled him down. At the same time, Li Zongjiu took out a few silver needles from the medical hall. Li Zongjiu also dabbled in acupuncture in his previous life. However, there were too many ways to do it and it was extremely boring. Li Zongjiu only knew a few superficial aspects. He temporarily used the silver needles to seal all the acupuncture points on Xianxia's body. This was to prevent the poison from spreading. At the same time, he also had to prevent the poisonous bloodworm from becoming excited again. Now that the poisonous bloodworm was out of control, its excitement level was also intermittent. After being excited for a while, it restrained itself. Similarly, the poisonous bloodworm also needed to recover its energy. Xinyi snuggled up with the five-colored elk and fell into a deep sleep. This night could be said to be too torturous. However, Li Zongjiu frowned. It wasn't an easy task to extract the blood poison bug from his body. At the very least, Kechisu was dead. Moreover, Kechisu might not have the ability to remove the worm. It was impossible not to save him. In any case, he was his uncle and his mother's brother. Li Zongjiu sat cross-legged on the ground. It was not until early morning when the first ray of sunlight fell on the room. The people in the town felt as if they had suddenly woken up. Li Tianqing and the others woke up. Their instincts told them that something terrible seemed to have happened last night. In the Xin family's courtyard, there were signs of a great battle everywhere. You're awake? Li Zongjiu came to Li Tianqing and the others. Last night, our Guanxi town was attacked by a Gu master from the southern border tribe. Then, Li Zongjiu told Li Tianqing and the others about what happened last night. Then, everyone came to Xianxiao and looked at the unconscious Xianxiao. Everyone's hearts were heavy. This? How could this be? Zongjiu, your uncle, can he be saved? Xianxiao saw his brother lying motionless on the bedboard. This scene was indeed somewhat frightening. Everyone's gaze was focused on Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu slowly raised his head and finally sighed. Although it was a very difficult task, Li Zongjiu had no choice but to ask someone for help. There is a way. Li Zongjiu did not say anything. He just said that it would take at least 5 days for him to come and go. However, Li Zongjiu was not sure if he could invite him over in 5 days. During this time, no one could get close to Xianxia. Before he left, Li Zongjiu gave Xianxia an elixir. It was an antidote to help Xianxia get rid of the accumulated toxins in his body. In just one night, the things that Li Zongjiu had experienced were much more than they had imagined. Previously, it was said that refining this elixir required the Thunderblood Spider King's Yuan crystal. Now that Li Zongjiu was able to refine this elixir, it meant that Li Zongjiu had fought with the Thunderblood Spider King last night. He simply could not believe how Li Zongjiu had managed to do it. After giving instructions, Li Zongjiu left. As for the stall in Guanxi town, Li Zongjiu did not need to deal with it. Li Zongjiu did not care about those who had died. After all, Li Zongjiu had saved so many people. For them, it was already a great kindness. If anyone dared to say anything, Li Zongjiu would not hesitate to tear their mouths apart. Li Zongjiu spent a day on the road. This was a junction of the Blackwater Forest Ring Road. There was a passage that could lead to the exit of the Xianxia dynasty. However, in the Blackwater Forest, there were many difficulties and dangers. Although such inter-dynasty exchanges were rare, one could still gain a lot by going there once. As long as one was well prepared, one could walk out of the Blackwater Path. This path was called the Blackwater Path. The Blackwater Path extended into the Blackwater Forest for about 20 to 30 miles. There were many supply points along the way. However, on the Blackwater Path of the Blackwater Forest, there was a very mysterious place. In any other place, there would be some fights. For example, in some unscrupulous shops, there would be murders and robberies. Even the tea would be poisoned to steal the goods. Or perhaps bandits disguised themselves as merchants and robbed the inn. Such cases of black eating black, white eating black, and black eating white were common occurrences. However, there was no such thing here. This was a thatched hut. Inside the hut was a simple clinic. The identity of the owner of the clinic was a mystery. However, the most important thing was that the people in the clinic had extraordinary medical skills. No matter what illness they were suffering from, they could treat it for free. As long as one had the opportunity to bring some medicinal herbs to this person in the future, it would be fine. Most importantly, the owner of the clinic was a very beautiful girl. Although she was beautiful, she did not have the slightest arrogance. Instead, she was very down-to-earth and gave people a feeling of closeness. For these adventurers, when the girl smiled, it was already a very good pain reliever. The place connected to the Blackwater Forest was the Blackwater Forest. In the Blackwater Forest, there were countless treasures and elixirs. There were even some ruins that appeared frequently. The sudden appearance of some experts' tombs attracted countless treasure hunters. The Blackwater Forest was also called the Yuanbao Forest. Therefore, there were many people who came here to adventure. On the other side of the Blackwater Forest, there was an equally powerful behemoth that was close to the Xianxia dynasty. The Xianxia dynasty, for most people, they could only live in the Xianxia dynasty for their whole life. Anyway, the Xianxia dynasty's territory was already very vast. The land was vast and rich in resources. However, for some of the top experts, although the Xianxia dynasty was big, there was still a boundary. For example, Li Zongjiu in his previous life. When he reached the level of Li Zongjiu, the evil lord, he would travel everywhere to find a way to break through. Li Zongjiu even had a high status in the Xianxia dynasty. After all, people who had reached the Supreme Being realm were respected by the 3 dynasties. Any Supreme Being realm expert had the power to topple a dynasty. However, that was the matter of his previous life. On the Blackwater Path. Because there were too many people walking on it, it gradually formed a path. On the path, there were often groups of 3 to 5 people who were dressed strangely. Some people were even riding on ferocious primordial beasts. They kept a certain distance from each other. Even if they saw each other from afar, they would choose to take a detour. They absolutely could not meet each other. Even if they really could not meet each other, they would be extremely vigilant against each other. Li Zongjiu appeared on the Blackwater Path alone. When many people saw Li Zongjiu, they couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at him. After all, anyone who had the guts to come to such a place alone was either a hidden expert or a fool. If he was a fool, he would basically become a pile of bones here. It seemed that the people walking around here were all people. However, in reality, they were all wild beasts who ate people without spitting out the bones. Looking at Li Zongjiu's travel-worn appearance and the fact that he did not even have a weapon in his hand, many people still looked at Li Zongjiu's finger. There was a ring on this finger. Just from its appearance, this ring had to be the storage ring. Moreover, it seemed that the storage ring's level was not low. These storage rings were also divided into different levels. The larger the space, the more solid it was, and the more expensive it was to construct. Even if it was the size of a tower, the cost of constructing it would already be tens of millions of gold yuan coins. Even if it was converted into purple yuan, it would be in the tens of thousands. If there was nothing, then this guy's things must be in the storage ring on his finger. Li Zongjiu only wanted to walk to the nameless clinic in front of him. The memory of 3,000 years ago also made Li Zongjiu think hard about what kind of place it was. Just as Li Zongjiu was thinking about it, someone finally could not help but ask. They followed Li Zongjiu all the way and did not see any guards. Moreover, the road was unobstructed and they could see everything at a glance. At a glance, they could see that Li Zongjiu did not seem to have any friends. This was already the Black Water Forest. Even if they killed Li Zongjiu, according to the dynasty's laws, they might not be able to get rid of him. Moreover, the dynasty did not have clear regulations in the wilderness. After all, the wilderness was too big. Even if they broke the law, what could they do? There was no time to care. A group of 4 people. One of them, who was thin and small, took the initiative to walk toward Li Zongjiu. The other 3 first scanned the surroundings and issued a warning to the people around them. One of them was draped in tiger skin and wore a hat made of tiger bones. One of them was wearing bear skin and a piece of jewelry made of bear paws hung around his neck. The other person was a woman with a scar on her face. She had sharp nails on her fingers and a mink scarf around her neck. Her long hair covered half of her face. If one only looked at the intact half of her face, this woman's beauty was not bad. Although she was slightly plump, she had the appearance of a mature woman. It's the 4 Black Inferno ghosts. It's said that they specialize in killing people who are alone. Li Zongjiu already knew that someone was following behind him. However, he didn't take it to heart. Aya, someone bumped into someone. Help, someone bumped into someone. He's the one who bumped into someone. Don't let him escape. The skinny man from the 4 Black Inferno suddenly fell to the ground. He covered his leg and rolled back and forth on the ground. Although this move was very old-fashioned, it was very effective. It was indeed a classic. Li Zongjiu originally didn't turn around to look, but he saw that person quickly walk in front of him. It was obvious that he was looking for Li Zongjiu. Brat, you bumped into my friend and... You still want to leave? The man with the tiger bone hat looked at Li Zongjiu with jealousy and fierceness. He bared his teeth and roared. His majestic body gave people the feeling that he was a wild beast standing in front of him. In addition to the intimidating equipment on his body, it was likely that he would be easily frightened by the person in front of him. Li Zongjiu glanced at the person in front of him. There wasn't much fear in his eyes. This brat was actually not afraid. The man nicknamed Hu Sha was also surprised. After all, there were very few people who wouldn't be afraid when encountering such a situation. Even if you weren't afraid, you should at least show some expression, right? A ding sound rang out. Li Zongjiu flicked a gold coin and it fell towards Hu Sha. Hu Sha subconsciously caught the gold coin in his hand. In this moment of distraction, Li Zongjiu had already brushed past him. Hu Sha was left in a mess on the spot. What was the meaning of this gold coin? Was he trying to dismiss a beggar? When Hu Sha saw the gold coin, he felt that he had been greatly insulted. How was it? How much did you get? The one lying on the ground was relatively skinny, so he was called Monkey Sha. He was also the one with the most tricks. Now that he saw that Hu Sha actually made Li Zongjiu leave directly, he must have gotten something. However, when Hu Sha got up and saw that there was only 1 gold coin in Hu Sha's hand, he was instantly stunned. What was the meaning of this? 1 gold coin. F*ck. I'm going to cripple him. Without another word, the monkey demon picked up the two short sticks at his waist. There were some small needles hidden on the short sticks. When some people were fighting, they thought that the rod didn't have much power and directly reached out to grab it. Naturally, they would be pierced by the needle. In addition, the poison on the needle was enough to paralyze a 5th-grade master for at least 5 minutes. A strong gust of wind blew towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Monkey Xia leaped up and launched an attack. However, in the end, he realized that his attack had missed its target. How could this be? Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? Just as Ho Xia was surprised, he felt a figure standing behind him. What? Ho Xia's heart skipped a beat. The stick in his hand subconsciously swung behind him. He had to catch his opponent off guard. This strike was aimed directly at the head of the person behind him. If he was hit, he would definitely explode like a watermelon. Bang! In an instant, brain matter splattered everywhere, blood splattered everywhere, and the shattered skull turned into bullets as it smashed towards the side, causing countless dust to fly up from the ground. A headless corpse appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu put down the stone in his hand. It was still stained with blood and hair. Plop! The monkey demon's body fell to the ground. The stick in his hand also rolled to the side. When Hu Xia turned around, a pool of blood splattered on his face. He couldn't help but wipe his eyes. Motherf***, what's shooting at my face? When he opened his palm and saw that it was covered in blood, he was stunned. Then, he saw the monkey demon in front of Li Zongjiu. From Hu Xia's angle, he couldn't see that the monkey demon's head had been smashed. However, the ground in front of the monkey demon was also covered in blood. Immediately, he knew that this kid had seriously injured the monkey demon. How dare you attack after bumping into someone? I, Hu Xia, will definitely twist your head off and use it as a urinal. Hu Xia roared. Xianxia and Diao Xia, who were behind him, knew that the situation wasn't good. Obviously, they had to take action and fight to convince the other party. Li Zongjiu turned around. Looking at Hu Xia's eyes, Hu Xia suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His legs stiffened and he stood rooted to the ground. Bang! The two people who were about to rush forward to kill Li Zongjiu suddenly stopped in their tracks. They saw that there was a bloody hole in the left side of Hu Xia's heart. A hand reached out from the bloody hole, holding something that was beating. Thump, thump, even though they were separated by such a great distance, they could still feel the powerful beating of the heart. The remaining two people looked at each other. When they saw this scene, they obviously didn't dare to believe it. This must be fake. How could this be possible, although Hu Xia looked strong and strong? His strength was at the level of a genuine 7th-grade Yuan master. A 7th-grade Yuan master, in addition to his overbearing strength, was already a dangerous thing for ordinary adventurers. Hu Xia lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest. And Li Zongjiu's calm expression. This scene. The surrounding people were also watching from afar. They watched as Li Zongjiu slowly withdrew his hand from Hu Xia's chest. Soon after, Hu Xia's body emitted a loud bang. Like a mountain, it smashed into the ground. Hu Xia's eyes were wide open. He truly died with his eyes wide open. He didn't even see clearly how Li Zongjiu killed him. It was only when Li Zongjiu took out his heart that Hu Xia felt pain. He felt that Li Zongjiu was already in front of him. The gold coin in his hand was taken back by Li Zongjiu. His blood-stained hand rubbed it on Hu Xia's body. Then, he placed the gold coin back into his pocket. Li Zongjiu looked in the direction of the two people in front of him. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. In less than 5 breaths of time, 2 more corpses appeared on the ground. One was a 5th-grade Yuan master, and the other was a 7th-grade Yuan master. These were 2 Yuan master level experts. Just like that, they lay on the ground without moving. One of them didn't have a head, and the other didn't have a heart. As for Li Zongjiu, he walked away as if nothing had happened. When some people saw Li Zongjiu walk over, they even subconsciously hid behind him. The aura of this youth was too terrifying. With such skills, there was probably no one present who could stop him. I'll go kill him. Xianxia wanted to go up and fight with Li Zongjiu. However, he was grabbed by the woman beside him and slapped on the head. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see that he doesn't even put us in his eyes?" She stared at Li Zhongzhou's departing figure. The woman sucked in a deep breath of cold air. If Li Zhongzhou were to walk towards them, the two of them would definitely die. They had already lost 2 people before they could even see how the other party attacked, even if they had given it their all. At most, they could only hold on for a little longer. There was no superfluous talk and he directly attacked. Such ruthlessness. How could one ignore such ruthlessness? The 4 black inferno demons were originally very cruel and their methods were also incomparable to that of ordinary people. However, when facing Li Zhongzhou, they still paled in comparison. This was a true example of a ruthless person who did not speak much. Usually, ruthless people did not speak much. Therefore, the woman immediately knew that Li Zhongzhou was not someone to be trifled with. She was already very lucky to be alive. If she continued to charge forward, she probably would not see the sun tomorrow. Where did such a young man come from? It made one curious. When the people on the road saw Li Zhongzhou's figure, they shuddered and kept their distance. Along the way, Li Zhongzhou's story had already been passed down by word of mouth. Almost everyone who met him would talk about what they had seen of Li Zhongzhou today. This was really surprising. To think that such a person would appear on this path. Li Zhongzhou followed his memory and inquired many times before he finally found the secluded courtyard hidden in the forest. This should not be the same place as before, Li Zhongzhou thought. When he saw her, it should have been half a year after his family's accident. It was still early. No wonder he could not find her when he returned to the original place. Even the Black Water Road itself had undergone some changes and was constantly changing. At this moment, there were many people lying in the courtyard of the small house in the forest. Their bodies were clean, but they were all wrapped with bandages. A strong herbal smell could be smelled from afar. But at this moment, the gate was wide open. When he saw this scene, Li Zhongzhou couldn't help but frown. There was some noise coming from the room. "Cut the crap. You shameless woman, swindling people all day long. Now that you've killed my little brother, you can either compensate me with money or with him, or I'll burn down your restaurant." A rough voice roared angrily. However, there was a hint of pride in his voice. The forest clinic had already become a sacred place in the hearts of many mercenaries and adventurers. Those who came and went had to be respectful because the forest clinic had once saved their lives, but today, something like this happened. A person was sent here yesterday for treatment. Originally, it was just a simple wound infection. After treating the wound and changing the medicine, it would be fine. However, when he woke up this morning, this person was actually dead. The forest clinic was originally a place to treat illnesses and save people, but now it had killed someone. Even if you saved 100 people, as long as you killed one person, you would be considered a murderer. No one would remember your kindness. Even the people from the forest clinic were clenching their fists tightly. Although their faces were filled with rage, they stammered and didn't say anything. "Everyone, come and be the judge. My little brother's wound was inflamed yesterday and he came to exchange for a set of medicinal herbs. Who knew that the medical center gave him the wrong medicine? When he woke up this morning, his body was already cold. As his big brother, how can I just watch my little brother die in vain? Don't be fooled by the people in this clinic. In my opinion, they are clearly using my body as an experiment to test their medicinal formula. Anyway, if I die, I die, because they don't want to take any money. Therefore, they can use our bodies to test medicine without any scruples. Otherwise, how could my little brother die?" When they heard the man in black robes roar like this, some of the people in the forest clinic were so angry that they were trembling. They couldn't wait to tear the man's mouth apart. However, when they heard the man in black robes say this, some of them suddenly remembered. That's right. I was wondering why the method she used was different from what I've seen. So this is the reason. That's right. I also feel that my wound is strange. Could they have used some forbidden medicine to overdraft our potential? Otherwise, how could it heal so quickly? Some of the people who were there to treat their injuries thought about it and found that it made sense. That was because the methods and herbs used by the people in the forest clinic were things they had never seen before. In fact, the recovery effect was 3 to 5 times better than that of an ordinary doctor. Previously, they had thought that it was because of medicine master Nanxing's medical skills. However, now it seemed that it was possible that it was an experiment. Surrounded by the crowd. A woman in a gray long-sleeved shirt, her beautiful hair hanging down her back and down to her waist, was tied up with a delicate and pretty bow. When the man spoke, there was no fluctuation in his emotions. Instead, she quietly watched the man in front of her speak. This woman was the owner of the forest clinic. Everyone called her Medicine Master Nanxing. She claimed to be a medicine master who opened a clinic to save people and didn't charge a single cent. She only needed to bring some medicine for her when it was convenient. When such a bodhisattva appeared here, anyone would be pleasantly surprised. They would even be shocked that such a beautiful person in front of them had learned the skills of a medicine master and had specially come to such a place to save them. However, today, because of this incident, the image of the Linzhong clinic and medicine master Nanxing had been greatly tarnished. They even began to suspect that medicine master Nanxing had put some kind of poison in their stomachs that could control them. Impossible. Medicine master Nanxing is definitely not that kind of person. Old Third Tai, have you forgotten how your leg was healed? That's right. If she had any ulterior motives, why would she come looking for you idiots? Why would she come looking for you people who should have died a few months ago, or even half a year ago? Then tell us, what method did this woman use to cure all of you? What kind of medicine did she use? How could such a small amount of medicine in this small clinic be able to cure so many of us? There are so many kinds of diseases. Don't you think there's a problem? The people on both sides immediately began to argue. Between each other, they were very fiery and impolite. After all, they were all extraordinary people. Those who made a living here could risk their lives at any time. Why would they care about such things? Now, some people still believed in medicine master Nanxing, but some people were already standing on the side of the man in black. How much do you want to pay? Medicine master Nanxing finally spoke when the scene was extremely noisy. When he spoke, he was still as unhurried as before. How much money do I have to pay? Hearing Nanxing's words, the rest of the people also quieted down. There were a few helpers beside Nanxing. It was said that these helpers were hired from the city. They were there to protect Nanxing and they looked very ordinary. Li Zhongjiu had already squeezed his way in. He hid in the crowd but did not dare to enter. He did not dare to look at the girl. Li Zhongjiu owed Nanxing in his previous life. Therefore, in this life, Li Zhongjiu did not dare to face Nanxing directly. Pay? In that case, alchemist Nanxing wants to use money to settle this matter? Fine, I am alone and it is not easy to protect my rights. Your clinic is so big, just give me a few million gold coins and send me away. The black-cloaked man heard Nanxing's words and he did not care. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said. Obviously, he had already achieved his goal. Not only did he want money, but he also wanted Nanxing to lose his reputation. On the surface, it seemed like alchemist Nanxing was only doing this for money. But in reality, if alchemist Nanxing had taken out so much money, it meant that he had a guilty conscience and admitted that he had caused the death of the patient. Although he still didn't know why alchemist Nanxing would do this. However, there must be someone behind all of this. Excuse me, please let me in. Li Zhongjiu hid in the back and took a deep breath. He finally patted the shoulder of the person in front of him, indicating that he should go in. If he did not come to find her, then there would be no way to remove the blood poison bug from Xianxia's body. At that time, Xianxia would become a walking corpse. His mother, Xianxia, would be in so much pain that she would not want to live. After all, something had happened to her own brother. Therefore, no matter what, Li Zhongjiu had to bring Nanxing back. Little kid, go play at the side. The tall man in front of him turned around and saw that the person beside him was actually a little kid. What was there to give in to? However, in the next moment, the tall man suddenly felt as if his body was lifted into the air. It was as if there was a force grabbing him, causing his body to involuntarily fly high into the air. Li Zhongjiu grabbed the man in front of him. Then, he threw it out with a whoosh. The commotion here also shocked the surrounding people. After all, such a big person was directly thrown out, how could they ignore it? However, when they saw that the person who attacked was actually a young man, they were all shocked. Medicine Master Nanxing's line of sight was blocked by the black-cloaked man in front of him. He didn't see Li Zongjiu, he only saw the brawny man who flew out. This comical scene caused Alchemist Nanxing's heart to relax slightly. The black-cloaked man seemed to have seen the smile in Nanxing's alchemist's eyes. Furthermore, his gaze had also landed behind him. The black-cloaked man furiously turned around and looked behind him. But all he saw was a hand. He reached out to grab him. Ah! Voila! In the next instant, Li Zongjiu directly threw the black-cloaked man out. To Li Zongjiu, no matter what the black-cloaked man had to do, it wasn't as urgent as his matter. Therefore, he should just stand aside and wait. With a bang, the black-cloaked man fell outside the door. There were already several people outside the door, stacked on top of each other. Medicine Master Nanxing and the others looked at the young man standing in front of them. They didn't know why he helped them. Although it was wrong to hit people, he directly threw them out when they were only halfway through their words. Such an action would make them think that the forest clinic was extremely rude. You are. Medicine Master Nanxing couldn't help but frown when he saw the newcomer. Nanxing looked at the young and confident Li Zongjiu in front of him. This pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. They had a calm expression that belonged to him. However, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, Nanxing could still see a trace of panic. Although it was well hidden by Li Zongjiu, why would he panic? Moreover, in Medicine Master Nanxing's eyes, the young man in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. This caused Medicine Master Nanxing to be extremely surprised. Because at his level, there was almost no one who could gain his favor. How could this be possible? How could such a person appear in such a small place? Medicine Master Nanxing couldn't help but feel a trace of interest towards Li Zongjiu. He curiously sized up the young man in front of him. Just what secrets do you have? My name is Li Zongjiu. I come from Luoxia City. Luoxia City? I've never heard of it. Nanxing frowned slightly, then gently shook his head. The name Li Zongjiu was even more unfamiliar to him. For Nanxing, with a single glance, she could tell that this was the first time Li Zongjiu had come to her clinic. You will hear about it in the future. But right now, I want to ask you to save someone. Li Zongjiu said. His heart, which had been stagnant for 3,000 years, finally began to tremble again. My clinic has already become a black clinic. You still dare to ask me to save someone? The 9 revolving universe needle technique is unparalleled in the world. Li Zongjiu said. At this moment, Medicine Master Nanxing, who originally had a calm expression, widened his eyes in shock. The 9 revolving universe needle technique. This was an acupuncture technique passed down from ancient times. It was also the acupuncture technique that Medicine Master Nanxing was currently learning. However, only Nanxing himself knew about this. He had never even told his family members. How did Li Zongjiu know about it? Therefore, Nanxing's heart was filled with shock as he looked at Li Zongjiu. Who are you? I can help you find the lower half of the 9 revolving universe needle technique, but you have to help me save someone. Li Zongjiu said. His face was filled with confidence. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu might be lying. However, Nanxing could see the confidence and pride in Li Zongjiu's eyes. It seemed that there was no need for him to lie about this kind of thing. You really can find the lower half? Why should I believe you? Nanxing looked into Li Zongjiu's eyes and said. The surrounding onlookers were also dumbfounded by what they saw. What was going on? Weren't they just talking about curing someone to death? Why were they talking about a deal now? What was wrong with this young man? Why did he suddenly cut the queue? Li Zongjiu did not answer. The onlookers behind them were violently pushed aside by a group of people. Then, a large group of people rushed in. You want to attack me? Smash it. Today, I'm going to burn down this medical center. None of the people here can leave. The person who gave the order was the man who was thrown out by Li Zongjiu. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. They had brought so many people and were lying in ambush. It seemed that if they did not fork out so much money today, there would be no way to settle this peacefully. Nanxing was unmoved, as if he did not care at all. As for Li Zongjiu, he took a step back and turned around. He rushed towards the black-clothed man. Cripple this brat first. The leader of the black-clothed man actually took out a dagger and directly stabbed it towards Li Zongjiu. The rest of the people also held metal rods in their hands. Some of them smashed towards the windows, while others smashed towards the tables and chairs. However, the majority of them directly smashed towards Li Zongjiu. These people's movements were clearly very practiced. They rushed in without any nonsense. Their movements were fast, but Li Zongjiu's movements were even faster. His figure moved forward. The yuan power in his body was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Facing the black-clothed man's dagger, he flicked his finger and directly shattered the dagger. The flying blade also streaked across the top of the black-clothed man's head. Swoosh, a strand of hair on the top of the black-clothed man's head was directly shaved off, leaving a gap. Moreover, a trace of blood flowed down. It was obvious that this was a cut on the man's head. Restrain. Li Zongjiu's mental energy spread out. With a bang, everyone was under his control. The metal rods that were about to fall to the ground were also suspended in the air. Some people used all their strength to smash the metal rods in their hands down. However, they realized that they could not move at all. Smash! Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Immediately, these people smashed the metal rods towards their own heads with a bang. They smashed it down mercilessly. Ah! Bang! Most of the people were directly smashed into the ground and fainted. Their bodies went limp and fell to the ground. The group of people who were so aggressive just a moment ago was instantly turned into a pile of mud, lying on the ground. The appearance of this scene caused the surrounding mercenaries to be shocked. This was indeed somewhat inconceivable. However, it also proved Li Zongjiu's strength. Many people who saw this scene were also shocked. This is spiritual power. He's a spirit master. Someone exclaimed. This Li Zongjiu stood in the same place, motionless, but he was able to put so many people on the ground at the same time. If it was not spiritual power, then what could it be? Being able to know the existence of a spirit master meant that they were more experienced. Therefore, they were able to call out the name of a spirit master. They had been through a lot and had seen some real masters. The existence of a spirit master was quite a terrifying level. With just a thought, he could kill someone from 100 meters away without spilling any blood. If such a person were to carry out assassinations, the assassin's eyes would be filled with fear for the rest of his life. All right, I believe you. Nanxing shrugged helplessly. Then he said to the person beside him, "Bring me my medicine box. I want to see a patient." Yes, Mississippi. The person immediately went into the inner room and took out Nanxing's medicine box. This decision was straightforward. Li Zongjiu sighed in relief. If Nanxing was not willing to help, then he really had no other choice. After all, Xianxia was poisoned by a goo. In this aspect, his research was still relatively lacking. Moreover, if he wanted to go to the Nanjiang tribe and capture a tribe elder, who knows how much time it would take. The most direct and effective method was to have Nanxing take action. Although Nanxing was like a turtle hiding in a small corner, his reputation was very low. Only within 100 miles could he be considered a little famous. Any further and he would not have any reputation. However, Li Zongjiu knew that Nanxing's medical skills were unparalleled. Although he was not at the peak, after learning the first half of the Universe 9 revolving acupuncture technique, he could already be the #1 pharmacist in the Xingyan dynasty. However, Nanxing did not care about it. Furthermore, Nanxing's goal was to quietly study this acupuncture technique. Nanxing looked simple. He was just a pharmacist who was doing good deeds here. However, in reality, Nanxing's identity was not simple. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was already a supreme being. That was why he was able to peek into this corner of the Nanxing family. He came from the famous medicine god family of this continent. However, Li Zongjiu was not to be trifled with at that time. Everyone respected each other and was on equal footing. In the few days that I'm not here, you guys take care of this clinic and throw these people out. Nanxing turned around and said. Just as they were about to leave, the black-clothed man climbed up from the ground. In the chaos just now, he was kicked by Li Zongjiu and fainted. You're the one who knocked me down. Nanxing stretched out his hand, his jade-white hand. With a light flick of his hand, a faint ray of light disappeared and landed on the black-clothed man's body. Then, the black-clothed man clutched his head and fell to the ground. You dare to ruin my reputation. If you want money, just say it. This needle of pain will cause you to have a headache every day for a month. Consider it a punishment. Carry your brother's body back. After Nanxing finished speaking, he slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out with Li Zongjiu. As a pharmacist, Nanxing's job was to save people. However, when it came to killing people, he was no weaker than anyone present. After all, Nanxing only looked like he did not have the strength to truss up a chicken. When the two of them left the clinic, they could vaguely hear a painful cry behind them. Then, all these people were thrown out. Later on, those who were more knowledgeable were able to tell with a single glance that this black-clothed man had clearly plotted to poison his own younger brother and then pushed the blame onto medicine master Nanxing. Such a despicable method was indeed despicable. After this, the black-clothed man could forget about living a good life in this area. The people who had stood on the black-clothed man's side felt extremely ashamed. No matter what, alchemist Nanxing had at least cured their illnesses. Now, they were suspecting her instead. They were simply ungrateful. Although they liked money, they cared more about their reputation. It's all because of that damned beast who bewitched us. Let's go and cripple him. That's right. Watch how I kill that brat today. This Blackwater Road was going to be lively again. I'll go and buy a horse. Li Zongjiu said. He had come in a hurry and had basically rushed over by himself along the way. Therefore, they did not use a horse. However, now that Nanxing was accompanying them, they had to go together. Therefore, they had to buy a horse. A carriage would not do either. A carriage was too slow. No need. I have a mount. Nanxing said as he took out an eggshell-like object. If he remembered correctly, this thing was called an sun. When Nanxing gently blew on it, the sound was not loud. However, one could feel that this sound could travel very far. Boom, a shadow suddenly swept across the sky and covered the two of them. Li Zongjiu raised his head and saw a large fiery red bird appear in front of him. After circling once, it landed steadily on the ground. Crash, dust filled the air. The bird lowered its wings, and Nanxing stepped on its feathers and climbed up. Come up. It's my friend. Don't be afraid, Nanxing said. At the same time, he wiped off his sweat. It was obvious that climbing up was a bit strenuous. Li Zongjiu stared blankly at the red firebird in front of him. Was this the appearance of the bird when it was young? Wasn't this that despicable fellow? So this was what it looked like when it was young. What was the meaning of the 3 strands of hair on its head? It actually looked so adorable. However, it was surprising. To outsiders, this red bird with a handsome face and a murderous aura was just a relatively large bird. However, Li Zongjiu knew that this bird was called the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow. It possessed the bloodline of a sacred beast. The legendary 9 Flames Sacred Sparrow was this fellow's ancestor. Because of its extraordinary bloodline, this bird was also very arrogant. The sharp claws under its wings had captured countless ferocious beasts. And this was still a young form. When Li Zongjiu first encountered this 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow. When the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow spread its wings, it was already more than 300 feet long. Its mouth spat out raging flames like the setting sun. Its feet shattered the earth. With a flap of its wings, it was 10,000 meters high. He didn't expect it to have a strand of hair on its head when it was young. This kind of feeling was indeed very strange. The 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow couldn't help but turn around and look at Li Zongjiu. Why wasn't this kid coming up? Its sharp gaze also made Li Zongjiu come back to his senses. He immediately jumped up and landed on the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow. You can show little 9 the way, Nanxing said. Then, he sat down cross-legged and placed the medicine box beside him. The feathers of the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow had become the best shield. When it landed beside him, it could help stabilize Nanxing. Of course, when the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow flew, it would form a stream of air to maintain its stability. Otherwise, Nanxing, who didn't have any cultivation, would be easily blown away. Over here. Li Zhongjiu pointed in the direction of Guanxi town. The 9 flames heavenly sparrow flapped its wings. With a rumble, it soared into the sky and soared into the sky. Li Zhongjiu, who was standing behind the 9 flame sky sparrow, was even faster than the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. However, the 9 flame sky sparrow was at most a level 2 yuan beast. The holy sparrow's bloodline hasn't awakened yet. This guy probably doesn't even know about it, so his IQ isn't too high. Li Zhongjiu thought. Once the 9 flames heavenly sparrow was awakened, it would undergo a change. At that time, the 9 flames heavenly sparrow would no longer be an ordinary cloud beast, but a sacred beast. Not only could it increase its strength, but it could also increase its intelligence and form its own unique personality. Along the way, Nanxing also didn't ask what kind of illness it was. This was because Nanxing was confident that no matter what illness it would not be a problem in his hands. Therefore, there was no need for him to waste his breath. Li Zhongjiu was also clear about this, so he didn't say much. The 9 flames heavenly sparrow's speed was indeed fast. In just half a day, it had already reached the sky above Guanxi town. Until today. It was already the 4th day. Such a thing had happened in Guanxi town. The appearance of the southern border Gu masters had to be reported to the imperial court. However, Xianxia was still unconscious and there was nothing they could do about it. Those who died from the soul-devouring parasite had already been cremated. No one could do anything about such a disastrous thing. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. What are these? Nanxing saw many bonfires below. These people seemed to be burning something. The scale was a little too big. There were at least 600 or 700 piles of flames burning continuously outside Guanxi town. They were poisoned by the soul-devouring goo, their corpses are being cremated. Li Zhongjiu stood on the 9 flames heavenly sparrow and looked at the hundreds of bonfires burning below. His heart was calm. He was neither happy nor sad. If Li Zhongjiu didn't do anything, Guanxi town would become a dead city. He had already done his best. This world was not peaceful to begin with. Maybe it was because it had been peaceful for too long and there would always be some storms. Or maybe some immortals were fighting, causing these mortals to suffer. All kinds of situations were enough to cause you to lose your life at any time in this peaceful world. The only way was to increase one's strength. So many, Nanxing's eyes were also filled with shock. She had seen dead people, but not so many. You said they were poisoned by goo? The southern border goo? Nanxing said. That's right. You don't look like someone from a small town. Nanxing sized up Li Zhongjiu. This Li Zhongjiu had a unique temperament. He didn't fit in with the surroundings, as if he was above them. How could someone from a small town know so much, but Nanxing didn't care. Everyone had their own secrets. We're here. Let's go down. The 9 flames heavenly sparrow's body suddenly descended. She plunged into the Shen family below. Shen family. It was originally a joyous occasion, but after Xianxia's incident, the atmosphere became a little gloomy. When the 9 flames heavenly sparrow landed, it also alarmed the Shen family. Gu Man was the first to rush out. Young Master Li is back. Li Zhongjiu and Nanxing both landed. The 9 flames heavenly sparrow strolled to the side of the courtyard, looking for any bugs on the lawn. Soon, Shen Chuanqiu and the others came one after another. Shen Xianxiao, who had been taking care of Shen Nanxiao in the house, also walked out excitedly. Zhongjiu is back. Seeing Li Zhongjiu return, everyone seemed to see hope. Shen Nanxiao's condition seemed to be very bad. Just today alone, he had already vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Even the needle that Li Zhongjiu inserted was almost shaken out. It was obvious that the situation was getting worse. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last until the 7th day. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu came back in time. However, Shen Xianxiao looked at Nanxing in front of him. Although Nanxing's body had the fragrance of herbs, and there was a box on his waist, he was like a doctor who came to see a patient. However, he was a little too young. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu knew a little alchemist somewhere? Such a serious situation, how could he casually teach such a little girl? It wasn't that he didn't believe in Li Zongjiu, but this Nanxing was really too young. The surrounding people also expressed their suspicions, but they were still well-mannered and still greeted him with a smile. "Mother, this is Alchemist Nanxing," Li Zongjiu introduced. "Alchemist Nanxing is really young," Xianxia said with a smile. Since it was his son's choice and recommendation, then there must be something special about it. Xinyi was also by Xianxia's side. At first, she was scared out of her wits, but later, when she found out that her father was seriously ill, this pure and innocent girl also panicked and was extremely worried. Every time Shen Nanxiao vomited blood, he would cry. As for Xingyi's mother, these days, her body was also exhausted. "Please," Li Zongjiu said. Nanxing also smiled slightly and nodded to the surrounding people. Then, he walked in alone. Li Zongjiu helped Nanxing close the door. "This guy, how does he know my habits?" Nanxing wanted to remind him that when she was performing acupuncture, she didn't like people to disturb her, so she didn't allow people to watch. Although Li Zongjiu had heard of her reputation, he might not know about this habit. He seemed to be very familiar with it. This made Nanxing mutter in his heart. Outside Luoxia city, there were countless wolf corpses on the ground outside the city wall. Similarly, there were also many corpses of the city guards. City Lord Yi Chao stood at the city gate and stared at the tragic situation below. It was already dark, but it would not be long before dawn. The enemy might attack here. From the beginning to the end, the other party did not show his face. Only the wild beasts that surged out from the dark Yuan forest were charging and tearing at each other. If these wild beasts were to attack the city, it would definitely endanger the people. Although this matter is directed at the Li family, my Luoxia city is not a place that can be bullied, Yi Chao said slowly. The one standing beside him was Gu Xuanwu, who was in charge of guarding the Li family. Now, the Li family's business had become the mainstay of Luoxia city. The taxes they paid every month were enough to cover the expenses of the city guards. Moreover, the Li family was never stingy when it came to taxes. This made Yi Chao feel good. The enemy obviously wanted to create a scene of wild beasts attacking the city. After all, it was a big crime to attack the city openly. This was a rebellion. Even if you had 10,000 reasons, it was still a rebellion. Although the Luoxia city was located in a remote area, it was still the territory of the Luoxia dynasty. If they directly attacked, the Luoxia dynasty would definitely pursue the matter to the end. Therefore, the enemy chose to let the wild beasts attack. At this moment, there was a huge hole with a diameter of about 10 meters on the city wall of Luoxia city. The city wall almost collapsed. This was caused by a meta beast that was hiding among the wild beasts and suddenly released a terrifying power. From a distance of a few hundred meters, he actually threw a huge rock directly over. In the end, it smashed into the city wall with a loud bang. Many archers on the city wall were also directly knocked back. The meta beast did not attack many times. It quickly slipped away, not giving Yi Chao a chance. If the meta beast dared to continue approaching, Yi Chao and Gu Xuanwu would join forces to kill the meta beast first. Then, the wild beasts would not be a threat. With Yi Chao here, the Li family was slightly better. Otherwise, if Yi Chao directly handed them over, the Li family would be destroyed. The Li family would definitely be destroyed, and Luoxia city's economy would probably decline very quickly. The Northern Medicine Alliance actually dared to send people to massacre the city. Elderly Jiuyan's heart was filled with rage. When he saw the tragic scene of this morning's massacre, he was extremely shocked as well. Fortunately, they were prepared and had received the news in advance. Otherwise, their losses would have been even more disastrous. Why wouldn't I dare? These people think that my Sunset City is merely a mediocre city, yet they act so wantonly. Looks like I have to let them know who is in charge of Sunset City now. Yi Chao snorted coldly. However, in the next moment, a sharp and high-pitched voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Beep. The night was pitch black, but with Yi Chao and the rest's eyesight, they could see a huge black bird in the distant sky. It was circling in the sky and was rapidly flying forward. Boom, this whistling sound even caused the people in the city to feel extremely uncomfortable. Many people directly covered their ears and fainted. Xia. In the Li family's courtyard in the city, a similar whistling sound swept out and a surge of aura shot up to the sky. The wings of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle seemed to be flashing with lightning. Its figure appeared in the sky and released the aura of a king. The huge blackbird's previous cry was to provoke the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Although the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's spiritual intelligence was not low, Li Xianxia was not here, and Li Tianqing was also not here. No one could directly command the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Although the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's primary mission was to protect the Li family's safety, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was now being provoked. But now that he had been provoked, it was even more unbearable. Even a person who had been provoked could very well go berserk. Not to mention the meta beast. Without saying a word, it rushed into the sky. When it was a few hundred meters away, it directly released a bolt of lightning from its body and directly blasted out. Boom, it was like a furious thunderbolt from the sky. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's move was even more ferocious. It made people shudder when they saw it from afar. If they were struck, they would only end up being turned into ashes. Not good. Their target is the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Gu Xuanwu's eyes immediately widened. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was the Li family's ultimate weapon. Since the other party had a beast tamer, they might have subdued the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. At that time, they would bring the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle to attack the Luoxia city, and the people of the Luoxia city would be one step closer to death. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle whistled out and left the Luoxia city behind in the blink of an eye. The huge black bird seemed to be purposely luring the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle away. It did not directly confront the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night sky with the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. In the Li family's courtyard, Wang Jing raised his head and glanced at the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle in the sky. Sigh, a meta beast is a meta beast. It's over now. Thinking of this, Wang Jing repacked his luggage and carried it on his back. He turned around and walked towards the back door of the courtyard. Although the atmosphere in the Li family was quite good, and these people gave Wang Jing the respect he deserved, he was still half invited and half kidnapped by Li Xianxia. Now that the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle had suddenly left, Wang Jing also had a chance to leave this place. Wang Jing, you want to escape? Just as Wang Jing was about to leave, a surprised voice rang out, causing Wang Jing to involuntarily stop in his tracks. Behind him, Li Yan stared at the person in front of her with her limpid eyes. Although Wang Jing was reluctant to leave, he knew that the Li family had suffered a great disaster. The people of the Li family need to stay, but I don't need to. I'm not a member of the Li family. Ahem, Li Yan, it's not that I want to escape. I'm just telling you the truth. Your Li family is about to fall. Why don't you escape with me? I know a path that's absolutely safe. Wang Jing frowned and said. I, Li Yan, am a member of the Li family. If I die, I'll be a ghost of the Li family. Even if the sky falls and the earth rends, or if there's a flash flood or a tsunami, I, Li Yan, will never leave. After Li Yan finished speaking, she glared at Wang Jing. Wang Jing, I'm very disappointed in you. Then, Li Yan also turned and left. Wang Jing stood in place, stunned for a moment. Then, he shrugged helplessly. She spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, but when death really came, she only knew how to cry. Looks like they're about to attack. I'd better leave quickly. As he spoke, Wang Jing picked up his bag and took advantage of the darkness of the night to make his way through the small path. Unlike Li Yan and the others, Wang Jing had wandered the world. He had escaped from all kinds of desperate situations and barely managed to survive. Now, his life was more important than money, there was no need to panic. Wang Jing had already figured out what kind of geographical advantage this Luoxia city had. End of chapter 171. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.